Chapter 273. The Ruthless Count Lochaber, intending to inflict a gruesome punishment upon his own offspring? Young lady, what do you comprehend? Yi Xian remarked as the gavel fell, signifying the conclusion of the auction. This rusted sword is indeed a treasure. Luo Tianyi, a treasure? Is it for real? Clearly, upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi expressed considerable skepticism. After all, that rusted sword was far from visually appealing, and the Munich auction house had exhausted countless methods to authenticate it without success. This fellow merely glanced at it and declared it a treasure. To be frank, Luo Tianyi found it utterly implausible. Of course it is genuine. Noticing the exquisite beauty beside him harboring doubts, Yi Xian wore a mischievous smile. If my dear wife is unconvinced, why don't we place a wager? A wager? Upon hearing her partner's words, Luo Tianyi was momentarily taken aback. What sort of wager? Well, Yi Xian pondered for a moment, sizing up Luo Tianyi. If this rusted sword is valued at over $1 million, shall we turn over our couples playing cards tonight? Luo Tianyi. Turn them over? Are you trying to kill me? Instantly, she lost her composure, recalling that they had barely managed to get through a handful of cards the previous night before falling asleep. If they were to go through each one, it would likely take them an entire day and night to complete. Subsequently, Yi Xian continued to bid, and although no priceless treasures emerged thereafter, he did acquire several rare collectibles from China. As for how to transport these items back to the homeland, it was a trivial matter for Yi Xian. With Bali Wuxuan currently in the Eagle Nation, he could make a quick trip. He harbored no concerns about any ill-intentioned individuals taking notice, for few could best Bali Wuxuan in a contest. The auction soon concluded, and the time had arrived at midday. After settling the payment, Yi Xian arranged a time with the Munich auction house to collect the auctioned items and then return to their room with Luo Tianyi. After all, attending the auction was merely a minor interlude in their honeymoon journey. A quarter of an hour later, having tidied themselves up, Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi hailed a taxi, setting off for the world-renowned water and sky scenic area. You two must be heading to the water and sky scenic area, correct? Speaking of the water and sky, is indeed the pride of our Nicolo city. The annual tourism revenue exceeds 100 billion, with the number of visitors reaching into the hundreds of millions. The local resident of Nicolo City was evidently quite talkative, his words filled with humor, creating a pleasant atmosphere. However, this cheerful ambience was soon shattered by the screech of brakes, as a massive boulder obstructed the road ahead. After the driver brought the vehicle to a halt, the sound of screeching tires echoed from both sides, and the eyes of the peak-level warrior from the underworld palace, who was covertly protecting Yi Xian, glimmered with murderous intent. Everyone, pay attention. There are individuals intending to make a move against the palace. Stay alert. Await my command. If any uncontrollable factors arise upon the palace lord's appearance, eliminate all threats immediately, ensuring no harm befalls the palace lord, especially his wife and the child she carries. Understood, my lord. The peak-level warrior's commands were met with solemn affirmations from the 10 or so top-tier experts behind him. Although the palace lord was exceptionally powerful, they would not trouble him with matters that could be handled without his intervention. It was simply that the palace lord wished to conceal his identity from his wife, so they would refrain from acting unless absolutely necessary. In the midst of this, the screeching of brakes ceased and several dozen individuals poured out from their vehicles, all possessing the unmistakable aura of military personnel. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, a mocking applause emanated from the side, and a young man distinctly appeared in the scene. None other than Baron Phil, the favored son of Count Lochaber. Kid, quite impressive. Phil strode into the arena, brimming with confidence, a stark contrast to his demeanor in Tianhai, for this was Nicolo City, where his father served as the acting city lord. Baron Phil. The driver immediately recognized Phil. He was a well-known figure in Nicolo City, and how could he not be aware? His heart raced to his throat, and he swallowed hard, knowing he wouldn't dare offend Phil even if given 1,000 chances. Kid, why so silent? Weren't you quite the hotshot at the auction? How dare an ignorant brat like you challenge me? Take him down. Phil possessed a distinct lack of patience. Once he had vanquished that young scoundrel, the girl would undoubtedly be his. With this thought, Phil became increasingly eager. Halt! Just as Xuan was poised to strike, a thunderous voice erupted, causing the expressions of dozens of soldiers to shift dramatically. Even Phil was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Father, what brings you here?" Slap! Before Phil could finish his sentence, he was met with a resounding slap from Count Locke, who vowed that it was the most forceful he had ever struck in his life. Phil was sent sprawling to the ground like a lifeless dog by his father's blow. "Father, you—" Smack! Phil stared in disbelief at his father, unable to comprehend that he had struck him, while Count Locke paid no heed to his son's pitiful state, barking, "Silence! Utter another word, and I shall strike you down, you wretched boy." After this declaration, Count Locke inhaled deeply and, filled with trepidation, respectfully bowed to Yi Xian, saying, "Count Locke pays his respects to Duke Yi and the Duchess." With his right hand resting upon his left shoulder, he bowed at a respectful 90 degrees. Not only he, but those behind him did the same, while Phil and the surrounding soldiers stood there, utterly dumbfounded. By the heavens! What is this? A duke and the Duchess as well? Upon further reflection, the implications of Count Locke's actions became terrifyingly clear, meaning the young man before them was an exceedingly esteemed duke. How could this be? We pay our respects to the Duke and Duchess. Goodness gracious! Upon grasping the gravity of the situation, they dared not act with any semblance of insolence. They understood the unparalleled nobility of a duke's title. Had they offended him even slightly, they would be beyond redemption. Slap! In that instant, Count Locke delivered another resounding slap to the back of his son's head, forcing him down to the ground. "Wretched boy, kneel and bow your head to apologize to Duke Yi and the Duchess." Subsequently, Count Locke once again adopted a posture of utmost respect. "Your Grace, this is my disgraceful son, who has offended you. According to the law, he is to be executed in the most severe manner." Boom! Upon hearing his father's words, Phil's pupils constricted sharply. By heavens, his father was actually going to execute him in such a manner. This old man has gone mad. Chapter 274. That fellow, he orchestrated the upheaval of the royal throne in the capital. And yet, no apologies. With that, Count Locke once again delivered a sharp slap to his son Phil's face, splitting his lip open. The force of the blow was so fierce that those around could only blink in shock. Gulp! Despite the injury, Phil swallowed hard. Realizing that his usually indulgent father was now intent on punishing him severely, even with a mere flick of his toe, he understood the severity of the trouble he had caused. "Your Grace, I was wrong. I was blind to have offended you." With a thud, Phil slammed his forehead against the ground, punishing himself mercilessly. Was he joking? This pain was far less than the beating his father had just given him. At this moment, he had no intention of directing any ire towards Yi Xian. Indeed, he would be a fool to do so. "Your Grace? What is this?" Luo Tinyi stood frozen, her eyes wide as she processed the scene before her. This was no dream. When had this fellow become a duke? How had she remained utterly oblivious to such a monumental change, as if it had materialized out of thin air? "Get up." Casting a glance at the floor where Phil was earnestly apologizing, Yi Xian spoke with an air of nonchalance. "You should be grateful for having such a good father, otherwise you would bring calamity upon your family." With a sigh of relief, Count Locke finally felt his tension ease upon hearing Yi Xian's words. While others might not comprehend the fearsome presence of the man before them, he was acutely aware. As Prince William's confidant, he had personally witnessed the events of that day. After a brief moment, he respectfully bade farewell to Yi Xian and his companion. Your Grace, please have a safe journey." The driver was in a daze, grappling with the enormity of the situation. A duke? A duchess? My heavens. "Your Grace, I deeply apologize for my earlier ignorance." Gulping, he felt an overwhelming excitement. After years of driving, he had never before transported someone of such high status. In his mind, he could boast about this day for at least a year. No, at least 3. "Not at all. Drive on," Yi Xian replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing the title of duke, the driver straightened his back, taking a deep breath, his demeanor becoming far more serious. "Yes, Your Grace." With those words, the driver expertly showcased his 2 decades of experience, understanding that he was transporting someone of noble stature and thus could not afford to be careless. In the shadows, a powerful figure from the underworld palace, standing on the cusp of the pinnacle of martial prowess, smacked his lips and gazed into the distance. The lord had now become a duke of the Eagle Nation. King William truly knew how to invest. "My lord, the lord has now become the most esteemed noble in the Eagle Nation," remarked one of the 10 or so elite fighters accompanying him. Equally bewildered by the turn of events, A duke's title was the highest rank save for that of the king. Meanwhile, Phil, still dazed from the slap, was helped to his feet by his subordinates. He looked with trepidation toward the direction the car had vanished, gulping in fear. Father, when did another duke appear in the country? I didn't hear of any conferral ceremony. Phil expressed his bewilderment, and it was understandable. The conferral of dukes and lords in the Eagle Nation was always a momentous occasion, a significant honor for every citizen. What do you know? After confirming Yi Xian's departure, Count Locke finally relaxed, turning to his disappointing son. Do you know who that was? Phil, who is he? It was clear Phil had no inkling of Yi Xian's true identity. Count Locke organized his thoughts and swallowed hard before elucidating. You know about the ascension of Prince William to the throne, right? A month ago, it was with the support of Duke Yi Xian that he reversed the tides, eliminating many formidable figures surrounding Prince Paul. While I cannot say how many elite fighters were present at William's residence, I can assure you that over 90% were affiliated with Duke Yi Xian. Boom. At his father's revelation, Phil felt as if his mind had exploded, his eyes widening in realization. A month ago, the annihilation of Prince Paul's entourage. Over 90% of elite fighters? Father, are you saying that fellow orchestrated the upheaval of the royal throne? Phil was not foolish. His father's meaning was abundantly clear. In that moment, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Good heavens, that fellow possessed such formidable subordinates, and he had just dared to lay a hand on him. As this thought crossed his mind, Phil instinctively glanced around the surrounding forest, panic seizing him. What if those terrifying subordinates were already lurking nearby? If so, had his father arrived just in time? Had those individuals intervened, even his 10 lives would not suffice to atone. Was he joking? If the prince of the capital and all those elite fighters were no match for him, what was he? The implications were chilling. Phil recalled the earlier provocation at the VIP lounge of the Tianhai airport, and a cold sweat broke out over him. With a sharp slap, he struck his own face, causing the onlookers to twitch in disbelief. What kind of existence had he offended? Was he truly seeking death? His subordinates murmured amongst themselves. Good heavens. Young Master Phil is quite the character. He is merciless even towards himself. Chapter 275. Fool, if I don't pamper you, who else will? Moments later, the water sky scenic area came into view. The driver safely parked the vehicle and opened the door for the Duke and Duchess. Your Grace, please take care. After seeing them off, the driver let out a long sigh. What on earth just happened today? It felt like a dream. He snapped back to reality after a few moments of reflection, lit a cigarette, and exhaled smoke to calm his racing heart before accelerating away. The events of the day would undoubtedly remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Luo Tinyi was equally astonished. Yi Xian, when did you become a Duke of the Eagle Nation? How come I knew nothing of this? Her gaze, filled with suspicion, was fixed on her man. A Duke of the Eagle Nation? Moreover, even though this was her first visit, how could she have missed such a significant event? Noticing the confusion on his stunning wife's exquisite face, Yi Xian smiled gently, playfully pinching her delicate cheek. Do you remember the person you saw at our engagement ceremony? I told you he was a prince, but you didn't believe me. He had asked for my assistance. And the cake at our engagement was crafted by the royal chef of the Eagle Nation as a token of gratitude. Prince William, no. Now he is King William, bestowed upon me a dukedom, and as for the territory at this point, Yi Xian smiled slightly. It is this very land we now stand upon. The area surrounding the city of Nicolo. Prince William? Upon hearing her husband's words, Luo Tinyi immediately recalled the engagement ceremony. She had indeed seen someone leave a private room, exuding an unmistakable aura of nobility. At that moment, she had thought she must have been mistaken. That individual was none other than Prince William, now the king of the Eagle Nation. To be honest, Luo Tinyi felt utterly bewildered. Just how many secrets was this man hiding from her? The king of the Eagle Nation had come seeking him. Waves of emotion surged within her heart. At this moment, the two individuals arrived at the most renowned spot within the realm of water and sky. From this vantage point, the lake's surface shimmered like a mirror, harmoniously reflecting the azure sky. In the distance, where water and sky intertwined, this breathtaking vista undeniably epitomized the essence of water and sky. A gentle breeze caressed them, and under the enchanting interplay of sight, sound, and touch, an unprecedented sense of comfort enveloped them. In this instant, all burdens and worries seemed to dissipate with the breeze, leaving an unparalleled tranquility in their hearts. Here, it would not be an exaggeration to call it a paradise on earth. Oh, this place is so beautiful. Luo Tinyi was entirely captivated by the surrounding scenery, her sparkling eyes gazing into the distance as she inhaled deeply, instantly feeling invigorated. Do you like it? Yi Xian observed his beloved wife, a smile gracing his lips. Yes, I absolutely adore it. In that moment, Luo Tinyi resembled a joyous child, her radiant smile outshining even the beauty of the water and sky realm itself. The area was bustling with visitors from all corners of the globe, each with diverse appearances. And couples frequently paused to capture memories of this enchanting moment. Darling, I love you. Enveloped by the allure of water and sky, Luo Tinyi's lips curled into a charming smile that would surely captivate anyone who beheld it. Thank you for being so wonderful to me, for pampering me. I truly love you. Silly girl, you're my wife. Who else would I pamper? He gently pinched Luo Tinyi's delicate nose, his warm voice resonating softly. This declaration stirred an overwhelming sweetness within her heart, a sensation far richer than honey, leaving her utterly enchanted. You're my wife. Who else would I spoil? The thought of such devotion made Luo Tinyi feel utterly moved, her eyes shimmering with emotion as she tilted her swan-like neck to gaze at the man she adored. Darling, I want a kiss. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, but upon witnessing the exquisite beauty before him in a moment of passion, he cupped her delicate face. And amidst the gazes of those around them in the water and sky realm, he bestowed upon her a fervent French kiss. OMG, how romantic. A kiss in the realm of water and sky. These two know how to have fun. That guy is so handsome, and the girl is absolutely stunning. No, that girl is mine. The handsome guy is mine. Yet, the boy seemed oddly familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. The excited chatter and playful banter erupted around them, including voices from the Huaxia people, who, in that moment, failed to recognize Yi Xian. Although he had staged an unprecedented concert, he had spent very little time in the public eye. The sudden display of affection drew the attention of many tourists in the water and sky realm, particularly the single individuals whose envious gazes were practically shattering. Damn it. Is this what love feels like? Goodness. After spending several hours exploring the water and sky realm, they arrived at the Water and Sky Hotel. Rising majestically within the scenic area, this establishment offered dining and resting facilities, showcasing the thoughtful design of Necro City for the water and sky realm. Seated by the window, they ordered several delectable dishes and savored fine wine, cherishing the rare moments of their honeymoon. The sweetness of love lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. With exquisite wine, a beautiful companion, and breathtaking scenery, Yi Xian mused about the fleeting passage of time, reflecting on how swiftly the months had flown by. Chapter 276. The Fourth Heavenly King of the Underworld Palace, the King of Tyranny. Yi Xian stepped onto the balcony and, at a certain moment, sensed a malevolent aura flickering in the dense forest beside the Water and Sky Hotel, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Ding. The host has triggered a random mission. Eliminate the Dark Holy Sea's Divine Guard and subdue Wiang Basha. Mission Option 1. Accept the mission and receive a tenfold reward, capped at 120 billion renminbi. Mission Option 2. Decline the mission and increase your height by 1 meter. Oh. The system's voice echoed in his ears as Yi Xian's gaze shifted towards the source of the malevolence. The Dark Holy Sea? A cap of 120 billion? This mission seemed quite appealing. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, a smile playing on his lips as he vanished from the Water and Sky Hotel. In the depths of the dense forest beside the Water and Sky Hotel, the atmosphere crackled with tension. Every strike unleashed powerful energy, causing earth and stone to shatter. Each blow carried an overwhelming force that even ordinary warriors of the God of War realm would hesitate to withstand. Boom. A dull thud echoed as a man in his 30s, clad in a black robe adorned with the emblem of a blazing sun, emerged, none other than Pluto, the first divine guard of the sun god among the 12 main deities of the Dark Holy Sea. As a formidable figure beneath the peak of the God of War realm, Pluto was invincible as long as the pinnacle of the God of War did not intervene. Wiang Basha, you foolishly chose to oppose the Dark Holy Sea. You should have chosen your battles wisely in your next life. With a cold voice, Pluto aimed a lethal strike directly at Wiang Basha's heart. Anyone who offends the Dark Holy Sea must perish. As the dagger sliced through the air, it seemed to transcend space itself, appearing beside Wiang Basha, who was already gravely injured by Pluto. Despair flooded his features. Dark Holy Sea. I will not rest until we have settled this. Humph. A mere small organization like yours dares to challenge the Dark Holy Sea. Prepare to die? With that thought, Pluto chose not to utter another word, intensifying his assault. Just then, a golden light collided with Pluto's dagger, and in the next instant, tremendous force sent him flying. Stumbling back several steps before regaining his footing, the Dark Holy Sea was as domineering as ever. A figure materialized before Wiang Basha, a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. Huh. As Pluto steadied himself, his gaze fell upon Yi Xian, who had entered the fray. Who are you to dare obstruct the affairs of the Dark Holy Sea? Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is. Yi Xian's expression held a playful curve as he looked at Pluto. The Dark Holy Sea is my enemy. What? You? Before Pluto could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, followed by a spray of blood. In a shocking instant, the so-called Invincible Pluto, beneath the peak of the god of war realm, could not even discern how Yi Xian had struck before he transformed into a lifeless corpse. His face frozen in a look of disbelief. Filled with profound resentment and overwhelming incredulity, Pluto's miserable life came to an end, until his final moments. He could hardly believe that this person bore no fear of the dark holy sea, and even more terrifying was the fact that this individual's strength was simply astounding. A single lethal strike. Wang Basha was left in a daze. To be precise, it was not merely a single strike that led to the kill, as he did not even witness how Yi Xian had made his move. Terrifying. This individual's strength surpassed even that of his father, the leader of the Dark Heaven organization, who had already reached the pinnacle of the god of war realm. Thus, it could be concluded that this person's power exceeded that of the god of war level. As this realization dawned on him, a fierce glint surged in Wang Basha's eyes. His sister, Wang Ruodan, had been cruelly persecuted by the Dark Holy Sea. This vendetta was one that could not be overlooked. Displeased with his father's inaction, Wang Basha had independently sought revenge against a branch of the Dark Holy Sea located in the Eagle Nation, only to encounter the strongest divine guard of the Sun God among the 12 main deities, leading to the current predicament. Wang Baxia may have perished, but he had yet to avenge his sister. In this moment, Yi Xian offered him a glimmer of hope. Furthermore, the prowess of this individual surpassed his wildest imaginations. With his assistance, the annihilation of the Dark Holy Sea would be far more assured. Bong. As Wang Baxia contemplated this, he recognized an opportunity laid before him. He knelt on one knee, expressing his gratitude for the Lord's salvation, declaring, "This life of mine is now yours. Should you command, Baxia will face 1,000 deaths without hesitation." Oh, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback by Wang Baxia's fervent display, surprised by the lad's adeptness at ingratiating himself. "To be frank, my lord, I harbor an irreconcilable enmity with the Dark Holy Sea." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian understood the full context of the situation and was more than willing to assist. The heir of the Black Sky organization, this individual possessed considerable talent and status, making him an invaluable ally for carrying out their mission. "Very well. From this day forth, you shall be the 4th king of my underworld palace, King Baxia." Upon hearing this, Wang Baxia was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of incredulity as he gazed at Yi Xian. "My lord, could it be that you are the master of the underworld palace?" Although framed as a question, he was already convinced of the truth. Who else could appoint a king but the master of the underworld palace? Thud. Understanding the significance of Yi Xian's appointment, Wang Baxia knelt once more, exclaiming, "I thank the master for your nurturing. Since you are here, let us have a meeting," Yi Xian stated, glancing toward a certain direction. In the next moment, over a dozen figures emerged, kneeling in unison. "We pay our respects to the master." Wang Baxia was astonished at the sight of these individuals, one at the pinnacle of the semi-divine realm, two at the semi-divine realm, and over 10 top-tier experts. The overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from them indicated that each had crawled from the depths of death. Should they conspire to assassinate him, he would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries. If not death, this person shall henceforth be the 4th king of the underworld palace. "We pay our respects to King Baxia." The group of over 10 individuals bowed respectfully, fully aware that he, like their other 3 kings, belonged to the divine realm, and with his allegiance to the underworld palace, such deference was not unexpected. Following this, Yi Xian waved his hand, and the crowd dispersed, vanishing as if they had never been there. The speed and order exhibited far surpassed that of their own Black Sky organization. Witnessing the swift disappearance of the figures, Wang Baxia sighed in awe, while Yi Xian turned to him. "Now, I have a task for you." "Your command, master." "Indeed." Observing Wang Baxia's solemn demeanor, Yi Xian smiled. "It is not so much a task as it is a desire. I wish for you to become the leader of the Black Wind." Wang Baxia was taken aback. "Master." His surprise was palpable, yet he did not hesitate, responding with a bitter tone, "Master, my father is at the pinnacle of the divine realm, while I am merely at the divine realm. How could I possibly contend with him? This task would likely take at least 2 or 3 years. 2 or 3 years. Is that so?" Yi Xian chuckled, taking an orange from his pocket and consuming it. "Do you truly believe it will take that long?" Wang Baxia was visibly puzzled, wondering how the master had an orange on him, yet he dismissed the thought and finished the fruit, completely unconcerned about the possibility of poison. "What an extraordinary orange. This must be my strength and vitality." His fists clenched, Wang Baxia's eyes sparkled with ambition. "If only I had 10 or 8 more of these oranges, I would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the divine realm. And then that old man would not stand in my way." If Wang Hishan were aware of this, he might very well not recognize his own son. Chapter 277. Darling, you truly are a Duke of the Eagle Nation. With matters resolved, Yi Xian took his leave. The assassination of the Dark Holy Sea's Divine Guard and the recruitment of Wiang Baxia had gone far more smoothly than anticipated. We bid you farewell, master. Wiang Baxia bowed deeply, yet by the time he regained his senses, Yi Xian had already vanished, leaving him unaware of how he had departed. How formidable the master is. Wiang Baxia swallowed hard, contemplating the realm beyond the pinnacle of the divine. Just how powerful was Yi Xian? Damn it. My first task is to turn against my own father. This operation sounds rather thrilling. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the members of the Underworld Palace exchanged glances, marveling at the master's prowess. The heir of the Black Sky organization, a being of divine caliber, had been effortlessly subjugated. In that instant, Yi Xian's stature in their eyes soared immensely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the tasks of slaying the Divine Guard of the Dark Holy Sea and recruiting Wiang Baxia. Receiving a tenfold reward capped at 12 billion renminbi. Yi Xian materialized like a specter on the balcony of the Water Sky Tavern. The gentle breeze still caressed the air. Yet no one realized that within the span of less than half an hour, Pluto, the first divine guard under the sun god of the Dark Holy Sea, had met his demise in a foreign land. Seems like this girl is sleeping quite soundly. She must be exhausted. A smile graced Yi Xian's lips as he shed his outer garment, inhaling the unique fragrance of Luo Tinyi while embracing her slumbering form. Before that, he had casually transferred 12 billion to Ropus, instructing him that this was the second tranche of funding for constructing Dragon Valley and its surrounding edifices. During the midday lull, Yi Xian drifted into a beautiful dream, envisioning himself besieged by 3 little cotton-padded jackets, his lips curving into a smile even in sleep. 2 hours later, under the vast azure sky, the gentle breeze blew, dispelling the last remnants of sleep from Yi Xian's mind. Particularly, the golden sunlight illuminated the enchanting visage that seemed kissed by angels, dimming the ambience around her. At a certain moment, a pair of strong arms encircled Luo Tinyi from behind, relishing the intoxicating scent. Awake so early? MHM. As she heard the magnetic voice wafting into her ears, Luo Tinyi's delicate face instantly radiated with a brilliant smile filled with sweetness. Darling, you truly are a duke of the Eagle Nation. I still feel as if I am in a dream. Luo Tinyi gazed into the distance, her thoughts echoing. Honestly, I can hardly believe it. As far as the eye can see, it's all your domain. Hee, what do you think? Your man is impressive, isn't he? Yi Xian replied with a mischievous smile, while Luo Tinyi shot him an exasperated glance. Of course, he's impressive. If he weren't, would I have such adorable 3 little cotton-padded jackets and now 2 little babies? After indulging in playful banter for a while, the couple tidied up and continued their carefree exploration of the renowned attractions in Nikro, cherishing this unburdened world of 2. Fully aware that such moments would become scarce with the arrival of 2 more little ones. The sky-high lighthouse, the Valley of the Evil Spirits, the dragon-slaying arena. Upon their return to the Munich hotel, it was already 7 in the evening. After having breakfast, they returned to their room. Knock, knock. Shortly after they entered, a knock echoed from outside. The visitor was a middle-aged man in his 40s, none other than the enigmatic proprietor of the Munich hotel, Count Aaron. Count Aaron was not only a noble of the Eagle Nation, but also a longtime friend of Count Locke, having contributed significantly in both resources and manpower during Prince William's coup. He could be considered a true benefactor. Esteemed Duke and Duchess, I beg your pardon for my inadvertent rudeness. The expression of profound apology on Luo Tinyi's face seemed almost surreal. Although she was unaware of the identity of the person before her, the intangible air of nobility emanating from him suggested that he was of a stature equal, if not superior, to that of the previous Count Locke. Ah, esteemed Duke, these are the items you acquired at auction. Furthermore, as he spoke, Count Aaron's expression turned slightly awkward. Your Grace, several of these items have raised considerable skepticism among our appraisers. It is evident that you possess remarkable expertise in the art of appraisal. Might we be fortunate enough to witness your discerning eye at work? Upon hearing Count Aaron's words, several elderly gentlemen, their hair tinged with gray, who had been awaiting nearby, were revealed to be esteemed masters of appraisal from the Eagle Kingdom, as well as certified experts from the Munich auction house. Their presence here was twofold: to examine the actual antiquities up for auction and to glimpse the new Lord of Necro City, the extraordinarily illustrious Duke, who, it was said, had played a pivotal role in Prince William's triumph over Prince Paul. However, upon observing the youth of Yi Xian, they were all taken aback. He appeared to be scarcely in his early 20s. Good heavens! A duke in his early 20s was an unprecedented phenomenon in their country and beyond. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly incite a monumental stir. Of course, Yi Xian replied without a moment's hesitation, as this was but a simple request for him. However, for Count Aaron and the others, it was a source of astonishment. Is this a jest? To witness the Duke's appraisal techniques firsthand is an unparalleled honor for us. Even upon returning, we could boast about it for at least half a year, if not longer. They were filled with anticipation, as this youthful Duke exuded an air of mystery that piqued their curiosity. A Duke of merely 20 years? Such a claim would be met with disbelief from any rational being. Yet, the subsequent scene left Count Aaron and all the appraisal masters utterly astounded. Chapter 278. Priceless treasures emerge, shocking Count Aaron. In the hotel room, Count Aaron instructed his aides to carefully place the items purchased by Yi Xian at the auction upon the table, awaiting the Duke's meticulous examination. The first item was a high-quality replica of the Shakyamuni Buddha head, valued at 2 million due to its craftsmanship and age. However, all present, including Count Aaron, were fully aware that the Duke had acquired it at a staggering price of $10 million. Your Grace, could it be that this Shakyamuni Buddha head holds some hidden significance? Count Aaron, a discerning nobleman who had chosen to support Prince William, was not one to underestimate the judgment of those like Yi Xian. Surely, the individual who aided Prince William in his decisive victory would not engage in such undignified behavior merely for pride's sake. The appraisal experts also turned their gazes toward Yi Xian, equally incredulous that one destined to lead Necro City could be so lacking in discernment. Luo Tinyi's gaze too fell upon Yi Xian, wondering about the authenticity of the claims. His unwavering composure suggested there was indeed something amiss. Could it truly be a deception? Luo Tinyi mused, her lips twitching at the notion of a Buddha head valued at over 10 million, a sight she had never witnessed before. Not only she, but Count Aaron and the others shared her astonishment. Just then, Yi Xian raised a hammer and struck the Shakyamuni Buddha head with considerable force. Luo Tinyi, Count Aaron, and the others were taken aback. What on earth? Was he intent on destroying it? Yi Xian, you! With a resounding thud, the hammer struck the Buddha head, shattering it into pieces. Luo Tinyi's intended words were abruptly stifled, utterly bewildered by Yi Xian's audacity. Meanwhile, the appraisal masters gasped in disbelief. How can this be? A genuine Shakyamuni. If this were indeed authentic, then the glass Shakyamuni Buddha head was, for China, a treasure beyond measure. Upon hearing the master's exclamations, Luo Tinyi was momentarily dumbfounded, incredulously gazing at what she had perceived as a mere wreck. A genuine artifact? A priceless treasure? Could it be that his appraisal skills were so extraordinary? Or was it merely coincidence? Such thoughts were swiftly dismissed by Luo Tinyi. After all, among the numerous auction items, why would he choose to bid exorbitantly on this particular Buddha head? Upon reflection, it was clear that Yi Xian must have recognized the authenticity of the Shakyamuni head, prompting him to invest heavily in its acquisition. Count Aaron inhaled sharply. If the Shakyamuni Buddha head were indeed genuine, what of the other items? Contemplating this, he swallowed hard. Shortly thereafter, an unremarkable crown, seemingly dredged from mud, was presented. Its lackluster appearance had perplexed the appraisal masters, who had attempted various methods to no avail. With a flourish, Yi Xian doused the crown with vodka, then subjected it to high heat, followed by immersion in cold water. The crown emitted a sizzling sound, and steam filled the air, enveloping the room in a mystical haze. As he withdrew his hand, the previously unremarkable crown transformed into a regal diadem. When Count Aaron beheld this crown, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was the symbol of the royal lineage, the crown of the Eagle Kingdom. Over a century ago, this crown had been lost due to civil strife, and now it had resurfaced, an event of monumental significance. The surrounding appraisers were equally awestruck. For more than 100 years, each successive monarch had tirelessly sought this lost treasure, only for it to be acquired today by Duke Yi Xian. The masters exchanged glances, their mouths agape, as Yi Xian casually tossed the crown to Count Aaron as if discarding a ball of paper. Such an action sent chills down the spines of the appraisal experts. Count Aaron instinctively caught the crown with utmost care. My goodness, your grace has gone mad. This is an incredibly precious royal crown. Take it. Consider it a gift for William, Yi Xian remarked nonchalantly. Count Aaron and his companions were taken aback. A gift? This was no ordinary token. Should His Majesty become aware, he would be exceedingly pleased. The implications were staggering. If William possessed this crown, his prestige would surely skyrocket in record time, bolstering his confidence in dealings with other factions. Original manuscript of the Lantingji Su, the sword tai worn by Emperor Qin, the golden mask of Tutankhamun, the Dead Sea Scrolls. Priceless, priceless, priceless. As each invaluable treasure emerged, they radiated their former glory anew. Count Aaron was utterly stunned, contemplating the extraordinary appraisal abilities required to achieve such feats. In that moment, the gaze of Count Aaron and the esteemed masters of appraisal towards Yi Xian underwent a complete transformation. It was as if they had stepped into a dream. Had it not unfolded before their very eyes, they would have found it nearly inconceivable that someone could acquire such a multitude of priceless treasures in one fell swoop. As Count Aaron reflected on the day's events, a bittersweet smile graced his lips. The enormity of the impact on him was profound. He could hardly fathom what they in Munich had missed, treasures that rightfully should have belonged to them. What a tremendous loss. Yet, the Lord of the Hall had shown great generosity, bestowing upon them the royal crown, which far surpassed the worth of other invaluable artifacts. Your Grace, your Ladyship. We take our leave. After the tour concluded, Count Aaron and his companions looked back longingly, for that room contained an astonishing collection of treasures they had never before encountered. Each item was a sensation in its own right, capable of stirring the interest of an entire city or even a nation. And here lay more than a dozen such treasures. Should news of this escape, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the city of Nicolo and even the entirety of the Eagle Kingdom. Upon exiting the room, Count Aaron solemnly cautioned his companions that the events of the day must remain a secret, should anyone divulge them. He would ensure they regretted ever stepping foot in this world. Count, we would never dare, the masters of appraisal replied sheepishly, well aware that even if they harbored such intentions, they lacked the audacity to offend the immensely esteemed Duke. Chapter 279. My love, have I truly become the Duchess? The fleeting moments of their honeymoon passed swiftly. Over the past fortnight, Luo Tinyi had been pampered by Yi Xian to an extraordinary degree, leaving her as elated as a child. At the entrance of Nicolo Airport, one of the attendants remarked, Your Grace, will you and the Duchess not linger a while longer? At that moment, besides Yi Xian and Luo Tinyi, two other individuals were present, Count Locke and Count Aaron, evidently present to bid farewell to Yi Xian and his wife. No, I have matters to attend to back home. Now that I am the Lord of Nicolo, you may contact me regarding any issues that arise, but for now, I must trouble Count Locke to continue acting in my stead. Yes, Your Grace. Count Locke bowed respectfully. An act that would surely spark a commotion were it witnessed by outsiders, though fortunately, at that moment, no one paid them heed. We bid farewell to Your Grace and the Duchess. After a brief conversation, Counts Locke and Aaron bowed slightly in respect, watching until the aircraft took flight before they regained their composure. It is truly hard to believe how youthful the Duke appears, Count Aaron mused. While Count Locke echoed his sentiments. Indeed, I was astonished when I first learned of the Duke's information. I needed to confirm it multiple times before I could accept it. Youthful is an understatement, Locke. You cannot imagine that on the Duke's first day in Nicolo, he made quite the impression at the Munich auction. Count Aaron proceeded to recount the events that transpired at the Munich hotel, and as he spoke, Count Locke's expression shifted from surprise to sheer astonishment, culminating in profound shock. Aaron, what did you say? The astonishment in Count Locke's eyes was palpable. The Duke had successfully acquired over a dozen priceless treasures at the auction, including the crown of the Eagle Kingdom, lost for over a century. Upon hearing this, Count Locke could no longer maintain his composure, his gaze drifting towards the aircraft now soaring towards the celestial seas of Huaxia, realizing that the Duke was also a master of appraisal. Inside the private jet, a stunningly beautiful flight attendant, whose allure was undeniable, presented the desserts prepared for the Duke and Duchess, assuring them that they could call upon her assistance at any time. Please, go ahead, Yi Xian replied. Yes, Your Grace. The flight attendant discreetly cast a flirtatious glance at Yi Xian, to which he responded with a subtle smile. Luo Tinyi, of course, noticed the attendant's unspoken advances. Well, what do you think of the flight attendant's figure? Mediocre, Yi Xian replied. She pales in comparison to my darling. Casting a glance at the departing flight attendant, he spoke candidly, eliciting a playful eye roll from Luo Tinyi. As if I would believe that. Although Luo Tinyi scoffed, her heart swelled with sweetness, fully aware that her partner would hardly be swayed by the flight attendant's allure, especially considering her own remarkable physique and skills. The atmosphere was tranquil and delightful. Moments later, as Luo Tinyi gazed out at the drifting clouds beyond the aircraft, her thoughts wandered. My love, have I truly become the Duchess? Though the honeymoon had passed in a blur of over 10 days, Luo Tinyi still found it difficult to grasp the reality of her situation. Being a duchess represented the pinnacle of nobility, a status she once believed to be an unattainable parallel to her existence. Otherwise, Yi Xian smiled at her dazed expression, contemplating how she would react if she knew she was not only the Duchess of the Eagle Kingdom, but also of the Duchy of Best and the now-defunct Duchy of Missy. I am genuinely curious about how much you have yet to reveal, Luo Tinyi remarked with a playful huff, realizing that every time she thought she understood him, he would unveil unexpected facets of himself, just as he had done previously and now as the Duke of the Eagle Kingdom. One event after another replayed in her mind. In that moment, Luo Tinyi realized that even though she considered herself the person who understood her man best, he still retained an air of mystery, leaving her pondering the extent of his many identities. I want to know, she said eagerly. This is easy, Yi Xian replied with a mischievous smile, sensing her anticipation. Tonight, if you satisfy your husband, I may just share a little more. Yi Xian, you scoundrel! Luo Tianyi retorted, her teeth clenched in playful frustration. Their banter elicited envy from the flight attendants waiting in the service area. Oh my goodness, is this truly the Duke that Count Locke spoke of? So warm, so handsome. Indeed, and that girl is exceedingly fortunate. If I were her, I would shower the Duke with affection daily. Alas, with looks like hers, we wouldn't even stand a chance to be the mistress. The chattering voices of the flight attendants filled the air, and had the outside world witnessed this scene, they would have surely brandished their swords in protest. Let those flight attendants be. I will take my place. Yet, this moment went unseen and unnoticed. In a moment of leisure, Yi Xian accessed his attribute panel to assess his achievements. Host, Yi Xian age, 20 years physique, 59, normal is 10, charm, max skills, ultimate music ability, ultimate daddy ability, ultimate massage ability, ultimate martial arts ability, ultimate culinary ability, ultimate driving ability, ultimate calligraphy ability, ultimate medical ability, ultimate beast control ability, ultimate killing ability, ultimate instrument ability, ultimate gaming ability, ultimate thunder control ability, ultimate chess ability, ultimate appraisal ability. Items: energizing watermelon, X3, soundproof card, X2, endurance capsule, X4, gold needle set, X1, recovery potion, X50 drops, black hook mastercard, X2. Wealth, 232. 309 billion. Wealth soared to over 230 billion, and as Yi Xian witnessed this spectacle, a slight smile began to curve at the corners of his lips. To Luo Tianyi, however, this fleeting smile prompted a disapproving glance, leading her to assume that this mischievous fellow was lost in frivolous thoughts. With this in mind, Luo Tianyi felt her cheeks flush, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. In the private jet, she was overwhelmed with emotions, reflecting on the myriad moments shared between them. Had it not been for the presence of the man she cherished so dearly, she truly could not fathom what her life would have been like. Now, blessed with a husband who dotes on her, her career flourishing, and with 3 adorable daughters, soon to be joined by 2 more little ones, she felt like the happiest woman in the world. For a girl, having a warm family is paramount. Alongside the ability to pursue her passions, she had achieved it all. At this moment, it was not solely the pinnacle of Yi Xian's life, but undeniably, it was also the zenith of Luo Tianyi's existence. Fool, why are you thanking me? Yi Xian teased, affectionately pinching her delicate, rosy cheeks across the dining table. The delightful sensation caused her face to flush a deeper shade of crimson, as she reveled in the joy of being playfully teased by this charming man. I am your man. It is only natural for me to do this, he replied warmly, his voice resonating in a manner that left several flight attendants in the service area utterly enchanted. This noble lord is exceedingly sweet. Is this how wealthy individuals behave? Oh no, it seems like I've fallen in love. Their hearts raced with excitement, and the sensation was truly marvelous. Hours later, the flight attendants reluctantly bid farewell to Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi as they made their way towards the airport exit, their eyes brimming with envy. Truth be told, if given the chance, they would have wished for that fortunate girl to be one of them instead of Luo Tianyi. How is it? Yi Xian inquired with a smile, glancing at the blissful face of Luo Tianyi sitting beside him in the car. It was the happiest honeymoon of my life, she replied, her spirits evidently high. Over the course of their 2-week honeymoon, they had created a plethora of beautiful memories that she would cherish forever. As they drove towards the luxurious Zhulang No. 1 villa, the refreshing sea breeze brought a sigh of relief. Indeed, the air of Tianhai was remarkably pleasant. TCH, look at you, Luo Tianyi remarked playfully, reflecting on the profound experiences of their honeymoon in the Eagle Nation, where she had unearthed a monumental secret about him, his status as a duke. As they conversed, the villa came into view, and both of them couldn't help but smile, their minds flooded with images of their 3 little treasures. Daddy, Mama, we're back. The moment the car came to a halt, the 3 little ones, cradled by the maids, struggled excitedly, waving their tiny arms and legs in sheer joy. As the car door swung open, No, Ming Ming, Huan, did you miss Mama? Niu Bao affectionately planted a kiss on Luo Tianyi, displaying remarkable cleverness, while Ming Bao and Huan Bao followed suit, planting sweet kisses on their father's cheek, ready to burst with happiness. The display of familial affection was not lost on the maids, who watched with envy. They felt a compelling desire to marry and have such adorable children of their own. Oh my, the young master and his family are just too sweet. This is overwhelming. The dog food is too much to handle. I can already envision the 3 little ones growing up, and us being inundated with their love. The maids chattered, glancing at the young family entering the villa, feeling warm and envious, vowing to seek out handsome suitors themselves, hoping to have 3, 5, or even 8 daughters, lost in the fantasy of becoming devoted parents. After a lively commotion, the three little darlings nestled against their father as the family lounged on the sofa. "Daddy, I want to hear a story," Niobao piped up, her voice sweet and endearing, struggling to articulate her request in her innocence. Meanwhile, the grand amusement park in the best duchy, Dragon Valley, was nearing completion after countless nights of hard work by Xiao Tink. "All right, I'll tell you a story," Yi Xian said, never one to refuse such a request. "Let me tell you the tale of the ugly duckling." Watching the four of them snuggled together, Luo Tianyi smiled, her heart warmed. "Sounds great. Daddy, go ahead." As the maids observed their young master and the three little princesses, their eyes were filled with admiration. They momentarily wished to be the young master's daughters, provided he would accept them. "Listen closely," Yi Xian began, employing the system's various miraculous fruits, particularly the intelligence walnut, which had remarkably accelerated the speech development of the three little ones. The story unfolded, recounting how a swan egg hatched in a duck's nest, only to be ridiculed for its peculiar appearance, leading to a life of bullying and mockery from both ducks and chickens alike. His magnetic voice seemed to possess a captivating magic that drew Ming Ming, Nono, and Huan Huan in, their wide eyes fixed attentively on him, appearing far more mature than their tender age of less than a year. Indeed, the system proved to be a marvelous tool. These three adorable treasures were the apple of Yi Xian's eye. He would not hesitate to part with vast sums for their happiness. This sentiment could only be understood by those who have embraced parenthood, the profound love that compels one to sacrifice everything for their children. As Yi Xian's voice wove the narrative, images danced in the minds of the little ones, envisioning the journey of the ugly duckling, who, despite enduring ridicule and scorn, remained steadfast, ultimately transforming into a magnificent swan. Initially perceiving it as just a story, Luo Tianyi soon recognized the abundant positivity embedded within it, her eyes shimmering with insight as she realized the thoughtfulness behind Yi Xian's choice of tale for their children. "This story is remarkable, young master." Aunt Shun, too, discerned the profound lesson within the narrative, noting the difficulty in conveying such wisdom in such simple terms, her gaze towards Yi Xian now tinged with respect. As for the maids, while they may not have grasped the story's deeper significance, they were utterly captivated by their young master's warm and melodious voice, which resonated like a soothing balm. "Wow, Daddy is amazing." The little ones chimed in unison, their voices filled with joy. "Wow, Daddy is so cool. Daddy, we love you." Their laughter filled the air, a symphony of familial love and happiness. The three little ones, Meng Meng, Nyanyo, and Han Hang, beamed with joy, their innocent voices filled with excitement as they cheered for their father. "Daddy, another round of ba. Daddy, Daddy, Daddy." Their playful antics melted Yi Xian's heart. These three bundles of joy left him utterly defenseless. Yet, this sensation was undeniably delightful. With their sweet voices endearingly coaxing their father, Luo Tianyi couldn't help but smile, realizing that these little ones were far more clingy than she was. The surrounding maids looked on in astonishment. "My goodness, these three little masters are just too adorable. Who could resist such sweetness? I wish I could take them home and shower them with affection every day." They chattered amongst themselves, their envy flowing like an unending river, overwhelming as a flood. "All right, then Daddy will tell you another story." Clearly surrendering to the charms of his little cotton-padded jackets, Yi Xian exemplified the essence of a devoted father. "Thank you, Daddy Moa." "Me too. Hee a moo." "And me, giggle." In an instant, Yi Xian found himself besieged by kisses from all three little ones, each peck sending delightful tremors through his heart. Laughing heartily, he realized these little fairies were truly testing his patience as a father. "What shall I tell you?" Gazing at his adorable daughters, an idea struck him. Daddy will narrate the tale of Cinderella. With a brief pause, his magnetic voice began to resonate. Once upon a time, a wealthy man's wife fell gravely ill. On her deathbed, she called her only daughter to her side and said, "My dear child, after I have gone, I will watch over you from the afterlife and bless you." With that, she closed her eyes and passed away. She was buried in the garden. The little girl, a pious and kind-hearted soul, would visit her mother's grave daily, weeping. As winter arrived, the heavy snow blanketed her mother's south resting place with a white mantle. As Yi Xian's affectionate voice painted the story, scenes unfolded in the minds of the three little ones, Luo Tianyi, and the maids, Cinderella, a girl of tragic origins, mistreated by her stepmother and stepsisters, ultimately encountering a prince who found her through a glass slipper, leading to a life of happiness together. After a while, the tale concluded, igniting the curiosity of the little ones who, with their endearing pleas, coaxed their father into sharing yet another story. The indulgent Yi Xian relented, recounting tales of Snow White, Thumbelina, Little Red Riding Hood, and the Little Match Girl. Every enchanting narrative astonished Luo Tianyi as she recognized the profound meanings behind them. Pondering when he had accumulated such a wealth of fairy tales, Could it be that he had quietly prepared so many for the children? Reflecting inwardly, Luo Tinyi felt a pang of guilt, realizing how little she had contributed compared to him. Sigh. All of these should have been my responsibility, she mused, contemplating the blessings she must have accumulated in her past life to have encountered such a wonderful man. At a certain moment, the three little ones peacefully drifted off to sleep amidst Yi Xian's fairy tales, while Aunt Xin and several maids carefully carried them back to their room. Luo Tinyi's thoughts were quite complex. A quarter of an hour later, the couple returned to their room, enjoying a tender moment together, nestled in Yi Xian's embrace. Breathing in the comforting scent that provided her with immense reassurance, she said, "Thank you, my love. Am I being useless? You've done so much for Meng Meng and the others. Yet I have contributed so little." As she spoke, shame washed over her. In comparison to her husband, she felt woefully inadequate. "Not at all," Yi Xian replied, gently pinching her soft cheek. "Don't think that way. You have done wonderfully. All of this is my responsibility, especially since I allowed you to bear and raise them alone. If anyone is to feel useless, it is me." Hearing his words, Luo Tinyi protested, "That's not true. I should have informed you sooner. After all, you are their father. Enough of that. Why dwell on the past? It's all water under the bridge. Instead, let's enjoy our time together," he playfully suggested. "Come on, dear. Hand me the couple's playing cards." Luo Tinyi, hearing her husband's mischievous tone, rolled her eyes at him. However, she didn't hesitate to pass him the well-preserved deck of couple's cards. As for what followed, she was well aware, having engaged in such antics countless times before, mastering the game with ease. "But you mustn't bully me," she playfully warned, her charm radiating brilliantly, capable of causing quite a stir if exposed to the outside world. "Bully you? How could I?" Yi Xian replied, feigning indignation. "Since when have I ever bullied you? It's all about love." "Humph. Are you not that kind of person?" Luo Tinyi shot back defiantly. Yet, Yi Xian remained silent, letting his actions speak for themselves. He would never mistreat his beloved wife. Thus, another enchanting night unfolded. Destined to be sleepless. Chapter 282. My dear, are you treating yourself like a daughter? The following morning, Luo Tinyi awoke with sleepy eyes, only to be met by the sight of the man she adored. Memories surged into her mind like a caged tiger breaking free. Her cheeks flushed with warmth as she recalled the events of the previous day, casting a playful glare at the mischievous man who held her close, claiming he wouldn't bully her. As she pondered, a bewitching smile crept onto her lips. "I would rather believe in ghosts than trust that man's words," she murmured, just as Yi Xian stirred from his slumber, catching the tail end of her whispered thoughts, leading to a bemused expression on his face. "What are you saying, my dear?" Startled by his sudden awakening, Luo Tinyi's heart raced, and she couldn't bring herself to meet his gaze. "I just woke up," Yi Xian replied, chuckling. "I heard you murmuring about preferring to believe in ghosts than to trust that guy's mouth." "Ah, you heard that?" As the delicate features of Luo Tinyi flushed with a rosy hue, Yi Xian, observing her bashfulness, teased her with a playful laugh. "My dear wife, do enlighten me about the fellow you mentioned. Surely, it cannot be me?" "You," she retorted with a huff. "Of course, I'm speaking of you. What of it? Did you not vow to never bully me? Yet yesterday you—" "Oh, what are you saying? I did not bully you. You appeared quite pleased," he countered. "Silence." Luo Tinyi glared at him. "Yi Xian, come here. I promise not to scratch you to death." Thus, the two began to tumble playfully under the covers, though it was evident that Luo Tinyi was no match for Yi Xian. After breakfast, Yi Xian took Luo Tinyi and the triplets to the Junlin Commercial Center, specifically to the AI Air Tianshi flagship store. As an internationally renowned brand, it offered an extensive array of items for children from birth up to 10 years old, including clothing, shoes, skincare products, and daily necessities. Truly, it was a treasure trove where only the unimaginable was absent. "Wow, what an adorable little darling," exclaimed one of the sales associates. "Heavens, the triplets are simply marvelous. How delightful." Unsurprisingly, upon their arrival at the flagship store, the triplets captivated several beautiful saleswomen, their charm and cuteness rendering them impossible to ignore. The sales associates gathered around, some even suppressing the urge to scoop them up in their arms, courtesy of the remnants of professional decorum. "Honey, what do you think of this outfit? It's quite nice, don't you think?" Luo Tinyi inquired, drawn to a garment displayed in the showcase, not for its price, but for its design. Upon hearing her, the store manager beamed with a radiant smile. "Madam, you possess exquisite taste. This is our flagship store's best-selling outfit for little ones, handcrafted and priced at 888 renminbi. If outsiders had overheard this, they would surely have been astounded. 888 renminbi for a single infant garment was enough to dazzle even the most jaded of onlookers. "Oh," Yi Xian mused, glancing at the appealing outfit, clearly unfazed by the price. To him, whether it was 888 or 8 million, it was merely a number. "I'll take 3 in size 100, he declared, The sales associates were stunned. 3 garments at 888 renminbi each amounted to a staggering 26,664 renminbi. Good heavens. That's quite extravagant. They murmured, realizing that 26,000 RMB was merely the beginning. After a brief period, the family exited the AI Air Tianshi flagship store, their cart overflowing with bags, having spent nearly 400,000 to 500,000 RMB. An extravagant display of doting affection that left no doubt of Yi Xian's indulgence in his daughters. The sales associates at the flagship store were engulfed in excitement. My word, that handsome gentleman just splurged 400,000 to 500,000 RMB on his 3 daughters. The joy of the wealthy surpasses our wildest imaginings. If only we could make such a purchase instead of putting down a deposit on a house in the city center. Overwhelmed by envy, they lamented their own circumstances, admitting to their jealousy. Departing the flagship store, the 3 little ones curiously surveyed their surroundings, captivated by the world around them. Wow, Daddy, look at that. It's so cute. Daddy, I want one. Soon after they left, they spotted an entrance to an aquarium with a stall selling balloon Pikachu hats. Boss, how much for this? The stall owner, a woman in her 30s, though worn by life, still bore traces of her youthful beauty. 10 yuan each, she replied, her smile brightening at the sight of the family's affluence. 10. I'll take 3. No, 4. Yi Xian chuckled, eyeing the adorable hats. Coming right up. The owner, having received payment, skillfully crafted the Pikachu balloon hats with remarkable speed, clearly having made countless numbers before. In no time, Yi Xian placed one atop the head of his eldest daughter, Dabei Mingmen, while the others, Erbeo Nyanyo and Sanbeo Hanhang, gazed up with wide, curious eyes. Before long, both Erbeo and Sanbeo were adorned with their own hats, transforming the trio into a delightful sight reminiscent of little angels. Here you go, handsome. This is your 4th. Thank you, dear, Yi Xian said with a gentle smile, handing one to Luo Tianyi. Here, my love, this one is for you. As he placed the Pikachu hat on her head, Luo Tianyi's words faltered, but it was clear that the hat added a playful charm to her appearance. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she cast a sidelong glance at Yi Xian. Are you treating me like your daughter? She thought, feeling a mix of sweetness and contentment as she watched her joyful daughters. Humph. At least he recognizes me and does not overlook my presence due to the 3 little rivals, she mused, satisfied with her decision to bear his children. Wow. Did you see that guy? He dotes on his wife and daughters so much. Yes. Not only did he buy balloon Pikachu hats for his 3 adorable little girls, but he also got one for his wife. Such a rare breed of man, indeed. I adore him. Oh, why do all the good husbands and men belong to others? I wish I could have one too. The chattering voices around her made Luo Tianyi's cheeks redden further. Oh no, has everyone noticed? This feeling is so shy and wondrous. So blissful. This was not merely a display of affection. Yi Xian's overt affection for his family was causing quite the stir, inciting envy among the single individuals within a 10-meter radius. Good grief. This is unbearable. This guy is merciless in flaunting his happiness, leaving no respite for us single souls. How cruel. If only I could whisk away one of his little darlings. Though, if I could take his stunningly beautiful wife, that would be even better. As they contemplated their desires, they understood that if they acted on them, Yi Xian would swiftly put an end to their ambitions. Wow, look at those little fish. The triplets exclaimed, their sweet, innocent voices drawing the gaze of those around them, their eyes shimmering with unabashed envy and jealousy. Oh my goodness, what have they heard? Such adorable little ones. That fellow must be incredibly fortunate, and, most importantly, he is blessed with a stunningly beautiful wife. My heavens. Why is it that all the good fortune in this world seems to have been bestowed upon him? It hardly seems fair, and they are not pleased. Listening to the sweet, endearing voices of the 3 little ones, Yi Xian affectionately ruffled their hair. This scene undoubtedly stirred envy in countless tourists, and melted the hearts of many. He chuckled softly, explaining, this is called a koi. It is also known as the living jewel of the water and a swimming work of art. Despite their current small size, the longest koi can grow up to 15 meters. They are gentle creatures that prefer to swim in groups. The management of koi varies with the changing seasons. In spring, as the weather transitions from cold to warm, the koi awaken from their winter slumber, and care shifts from indoors to outdoors. Though one must be cautious of sudden drops in temperature. As Yi Xian's warm voice resonated, many tourists around him were taken aback, their gazes instinctively drawn to the visual explanations on the wall. Yet, it was evident that Yi Xian's narration was far more detailed. Their eyes returned to him, filled with newfound admiration. Even Luo Tianyi was astonished, her beautiful eyes wide in surprise at her partner's profound knowledge of fish. It was no wonder she felt this way. From his explanations alone, one might presume he was an ichthyologist. Who else would possess such extensive knowledge? Wow, Daddy, you're so amazing. giggled the three little ones. Although they didn't entirely comprehend, they were thrilled to see their father's expertise. They were filled with envy, blatant envy. Surrounding children gazed at the knowledgeable and handsome uncle with adoration, wishing he could be their father, dreaming of awakening with smiles. Of course, if their own fathers were to discover this thought, one could only imagine the consequences. And Daddy, what's this? Asked the eldest, her adorable little finger pointing excitedly. Nyo Nyo and Han Han, hearing their sister, turned their eager eyes toward their father, as if asking, Yes, Daddy, what kind of fish is this? Gently pinching the eldest's chubby cheek, Yixian didn't immediately answer, but asked with an enticing tone, What will you give Daddy in return for that knowledge? The eldest tilted her head, then planted a kiss on Yixian's cheek, asking sweetly, Can I, Daddy? Me too. I want to, chimed in Nyo Nyo and Han Han. Unhappy that their sister had kissed their father first, it hardly seemed fair. They wanted to shower him with affection too. After each of them planted a kiss on Yixian, they beamed with delight, their adorable antics making onlookers' hearts race. How could anyone resist such cuteness? Overwhelmed by the charm of these three little treasures, they found themselves utterly defenseless, completely captivated by their overwhelming audiability. With the affection of the three little ones, Yixian's face lit up with joy, and he turned to the fish swimming in the glass display, smiling as he introduced, This is a clownfish, also known as an anemone fish. They reside in coral reefs and rocky areas, often cohabitating with larger anemones, sea urchins, or small corals. Their bodies are covered in a special mucus layer that protects them, allowing them to live safely among the anemones. The crowd around him was entranced, their mouths agape in awe. Goodness, such knowledge, they whispered, feeling utterly dwarfed by his expertise. It was unbelievable. They were merely here for a visit to the aquarium, yet found themselves feeling so thoroughly outmatched by his intellect. Daddy, what's this? Asked one of the children. Oh, that's a fairy wrasse. They are incredibly gentle and have no special requirements for water quality. Fairy wrasses come in various types, including the paired fairy wrasse, three-color fairy wrasse, golden-headed fairy wrasse, glass fairy wrasse, diamond fairy wrasse, and panda fairy wrasse. And this one, that's a flying fish, Yixian explained. As the three little ones eagerly continued to ask questions, he patiently detailed each one, never showing the slightest hint of impatience. While the surrounding tourists were left in a daze, their minds buzzing with information, Luo Tinyi was left speechless, as she realized that more than 60% of the fish he described were unfamiliar to her: blue sharks, batfish, pike, and many more. Some names she had never even heard of, and certainly did not sound like names of fish. Yet, what astounded her most was how effortlessly Yixian articulated the characteristics, personalities, and classifications of these fish. How on earth could he remember so much information? Wow, this guy is impressive, she thought to herself, fully convinced of his capabilities. What a remarkable talent. It's infuriating how someone so handsome also possesses such knowledge. Oh my goodness, is that really the famous singer Yixian? A voice broke through the crowd. At once, the attention of the tourists shifted back to him, their minds racing as they began to pull out their phones to check his information. In no time, the aquarium was abuzz with excitement as the news spread like wildfire. Oh my goodness, it really is the superstar Yixian. Is that really him? Screams erupted, and soon, Yixian and his family attracted the attention of everyone around. The sound of camera shutters clicked incessantly. Excitement, disbelief, and a whirlwind of emotions flooded the atmosphere. Luo Tinyi felt her heart race and her eyelids twitch at the sight of the growing crowd. Oh no, this is getting out of hand, she thought. But Yixian remained entirely unfazed by the increasing throng. He was diligently continuing to explain to his three little ones, completely immersed in their world. Oh, this one with a gentle smile of indulgence, he continued, this is a stingray. The stingray is a type of cartilaginous fish, possessing a uniquely elegant and flat diamond-shaped body. Its pectoral fins resemble a pair of grand wings, allowing it to glide through the water as if in flight. They are adorned with prominent, round eyes, and their heads feature two slits through which oxygen-rich seawater enters their bodies, only to be expelled through the gill slits located on their bellies. Stingrays vary significantly in size. While smaller species may reach only 50 centimeters, larger ones can grow up to 25 meters. Harmless and bottom-dwelling, they often bury themselves partially in the sandy seabed. His eloquent exposition captivated those around him, particularly the fans of Yixian, who gazed at their idol with eyes sparkling with admiration. My goodness, how can our male god be so knowledgeable, so impressive, so incredibly handsome? Excitement, pride, and a myriad of emotions surged within them, making it hard to believe that the idol they revered was indeed so remarkable, even though they were aware that he was already married. But what did that matter? A quarter of an hour, 3/4 of an hour, 5/4 of an hour. After more than an hour, Yi Xian departed the aquarium under the watchful eyes of numerous fans and visitors, and at that moment, the collective astonishment of the crowd reached its zenith. Incredible, truly extraordinary, remarkable. Subsequently, in the extended vehicle, the three little ones blinked their sparkling eyes with unquenchable excitement as they gazed back at the receding aquarium. Hee hee, so much fun. Daddy, you're amazing. The little cotton-padded jackets giggled adorably, and to Yi Xian's ears, this was undoubtedly the finest gift and reward. Was it a joke? If the three little ones were willing, he could easily talk for not just 1 hour, but 10 or even 100 hours without a hint of fatigue. To Yi Xian, he was either a doting father or well on his way to becoming one. What? Stop being a doting father? That's impossible. It will never happen in this lifetime. Lo Tanyi's mind replayed the scene she had just witnessed, taking a deep breath as she gazed with a complex expression at her driving husband. This man had truly revealed his capabilities yet again. Darling, when did you become so knowledgeable about fish? Your level of understanding rivals that of an expert. Lo Tanyi licked her lips, genuinely taken aback by the impact of this revelation. They say that switching fields is like crossing mountains. But it seemed utterly ineffective against her husband. Are you impressed by my knowledge? Upon hearing her words, Yi Xian responded with a cheeky grin. Impressed? You wish. Lo Tanyi shot him a withering glance, feeling exasperated. So what if you know a little more than the average person? What is there to be proud of? Look at you. Of course, I know much more, and I'm also aware that my dear wife has grown quite a bit lately, he retorted playfully. Lo Tanyi. Ugh, Yi Xian, are you trying to get yourself killed? Be serious. Lo Tanyi's face flushed crimson, her heart racing. Was this man out of his mind? Although their three little treasures were blissfully unaware, how could he say such things in front of them? Did he not feel the slightest pang of conscience? She was on the verge of wanting to bite him, but what could she do? Chapter 285. I've always been serious, haven't you noticed? Yi Xian, are you trying to get yourself killed? Be serious. Lo Tanyi glared at him fiercely. This man only knew how to spout nonsense with a straight face, infuriating her to no end. Serious? I've always been serious, haven't you noticed? Yi Xian looked at Lo Tanyi with feigned suspicion, while she was utterly exasperated. This man could not possibly be more shameless. Humph. I don't want to talk to someone with such a thick skin. Lo Tanyi realized she could not win an argument against him, giving him one last glare before falling silent, knowing that continuing would only lead to her losing out. Hee. The three little treasures watched their parents bicker curiously, their faces filled with joy, believing their parents were simply engaging in a delightful game. If only they knew what was truly happening, Lo Tanyi would surely be furious. A game? Who would play games with their thick-skinned father? Ding ding ding. Just as they were playfully bantering, a phone call came through. And it was none other than Lin Yuxi, the girlfriend of the second dormitory member and Yi Xian's sister-in-law, with whom he had not been in contact for quite some time. Hello, sister-in-law. Hey, big brother, have you finished your honeymoon with sister-in-law? As soon as the call connected, Lin Yuxi's voice came through, and to be honest, she held great admiration for this big brother, as without him, she and Xiao Ming would not have reached their happy conclusion so swiftly. Furthermore, they would soon be getting married, which thrilled her to no end. It's over. I'm currently out shopping with the three little ones. Is there something you need? Yi Xian replied with a chuckle, aware that the second brother and Lin Yuxi were in a rapidly blossoming relationship, with Xiao Ming having given up everything for her. Oh, big brother. Tianhai University is celebrating its 60th anniversary tomorrow. I wonder if you and sister-in-law will have time to attend. Your marriage has become quite the tale at the school. Lin Yuxi chattered, and you wouldn't believe it. Even though big brother you are married, the female fans at school have only increased. If you and sister-in-law come, the entire Tianhai University will be in an uproar. Listening to Lin Yuxi's enthusiastic remarks, Yi Xian, who had planned to take Lo Tanyi and the three little ones to the best kingdom to celebrate their first birthday soon, hesitated for a moment. Ding. Task triggered. Let Lo Tanyi sing at the anniversary celebration and perform for the three little treasures. Task option 1. Accept the task and receive a tenfold reward, totaling 130 billion renminbi. Task option 2. Reject the task and experience a 70 reduction in attractiveness, having become accustomed to the system's ruthlessness. Yi Xian quickly brushed aside the punishment for rejecting the task. All right, I will definitely attend with sister-in-law tomorrow. Without giving it much thought, Yi Xian readily agreed, planning to head to the best kingdom for the birthday celebration after the anniversary event. Speaking of which, the three little ones were the little princesses of the best kingdom. Really? Upon hearing that big brother had agreed to attend the anniversary, Lin Yuxi felt a thrill run through her. She could already envision the scene of big brother and sister-in-law at the celebration causing a stir. After chatting for a bit, he informed Lin Yuxi that they would both be singing at the anniversary performance, which excited her immensely. All right, big brother. Then sister-in-law and I will be waiting for your grand arrival at the school, hee hee. After hanging up, Luo Tianyi looked at him with curiosity. What is going on? Why do I have to go too? Oh, nothing much. Just an invitation for us to attend the school anniversary tomorrow. We'll take the 3 little ones along to join in the festivities. Luo Tianyi replied. Who wants to go with you? You just decide everything on your own. Upon hearing that they were going to attend Tianhai University's anniversary, her heart raced with excitement. This would be their first time openly interacting as a married couple in front of everyone at the university. Though the circumstances remain uncertain, they are undoubtedly unprecedented. My wife is reluctant. Observing the anxious and apprehensive expression on Luo Tianyi's face, Yixian chuckled, suggesting that if that were the case, her husband could simply take the 3 treasures himself. Luo Tianyi, who said I wouldn't go, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. She shot a fierce glare at a certain someone. Eventually, under Yixian's gentle coaxing, Luo Tianyi reluctantly agreed to sing a song at the school anniversary. Naturally, she had her own considerations. After all, this fellow had done so much for her along the way, and she felt compelled to express her gratitude. Resolving herself, she took a deep breath and encouraged herself. Come on, Luo Tianyi, you can do it. Of course, Yixian remained oblivious to her thoughts, just recalling today's events, where that guy treated her like a daughter, filled her heart with sweetness. That guy, truth be told, was simply beyond words. He was incredibly wonderful. In comparison, she had done so little for Yixian, and she vowed to perform well tomorrow. Meanwhile, as Luo Tianyi was silently making her resolution, Lin Yuxi had already shared the news of her boss and sister-in-law attending the school anniversary in the school chat group. Consequently, the Tianhai University chat group erupted into unprecedented fervor. What? The male god is coming to the anniversary. Oh my gosh. It's barely been over half a month since the wedding with Goddess Tianyi, and we get to see him already. I can't wait. Goodness. A rain of rose petals across the city. Senior Yixian's grandeur is unparalleled. Indeed, the extravagant wedding held just over half a month ago was beyond imagination. Hey, it's no wonder that Yixian managed to win the heart of Goddess Tianyi. There are reasons behind it. The school chat group was in a frenzy, flooded with messages. With hundreds of new posts every second, the scene was simply unbelievable. As for Yixian's previous popularity, no one could truly fathom it. Moreover, this was Yixian's alma mater, Tianhai University, where the intensity of the reaction was magnified several-fold. Unbeknownst to the crowd, this was merely the beginning. The events of the upcoming anniversary would ultimately become an unforgettable memory for many students of Tianhai University. Chapter 286. Long Live the Young Master. In the dormitory of Tianhai University, Lu Tong was engrossed in a game of King of Glory, the sound of incessant notifications ringing through the air. Just as Lu Tong finished a ranked match, he felt his skills had skyrocketed under his boss's guidance. Wow, awesome. The boss is amazing. This experience feels like a cheat. Looking at his MVP score playing Sun Wukong, excitement and exhilaration filled his eyes. Oh my gosh, this is incredible. Suddenly, a notification sound from his phone caught his attention, and he glanced at the chat group to find it ablaze with activity. What the heck? Did something happen? With a hint of curiosity and in high spirits, Lu Tong clicked into the chat. Upon reading the messages, he leaped up, his eyes glued to the screen, exclaiming in disbelief, "Oh my God, big news. The boss and sister-in-law are coming to the school anniversary." Wait, what? Lu Tong's voice barely faded when Xiao Ming, who was drinking water nearby, was caught off guard and choked. Zhang Zishan was equally stunned, unable to believe his ears. The boss is coming to the anniversary? How is that even possible? Xiao Ming and Zhang Zishan exchanged bewildered glances, with Xiao Ming furrowing his brow. Wait, isn't the boss on a honeymoon trip with sister-in-law? Yeah, it's only been half a month. Could it be that they've returned? The two looked at each other, puzzled. Lu Tong, hearing their words, frowned slightly. He wasn't sure either, but since the news came from his second sister-in-law, it should be reliable. Xiao Ming, I'll call to find out. Xiao Ming, upon hearing this, took out his phone and dialed Lin Yuxi. Hello, Yuxi. What did you say? The boss is back. All right, I got it. After a brief conversation, Xiao Ming turned to Lu Tong and Zhang Zishan, declaring, the boss really is back, and he personally said he would come with sister-in-law to attend the anniversary. Moreover, recalling the message from his girlfriend, Xiao Ming swallowed hard before continuing. You might not believe this, but Yuxi said that both the boss and sister-in-law will be singing at the anniversary. Lu Tong and Zhang Zishan were struck dumb, their minds racing. Oh my goodness. Could it be that the boss is going to show off his love again? Undoubtedly, this was the first thought that crossed their minds. Are you kidding? Knowing their boss, if he wasn't flaunting his affection, they wouldn't believe it for a second. Coincidentally, similar discussions were unfolding across various corners of Tianhai University. The news of Yixian and Luo Tianyi attending the anniversary spread like wildfire. As students engaged in animated conversations, many who initially planned not to attend changed their minds. The following morning, Luo Tianyi rose early, adorning herself with care. After all, today marked her official return to school as her man's wife. And she couldn't afford to embarrass him. Although her natural beauty was already breathtaking, she felt it was not enough. That guy treated her like a daughter, making her the happiest woman in the world. Thus, she too wished to make Xuan the happiest man alive. She could be a delicate flower, yet she could also be a devoted wife. After putting in every effort to dress up, especially in a stunning black lace gown that accentuated her flawless complexion and long, graceful legs, along with her graceful arms, Luo Tianyi radiated beauty that could take one's breath away. Xuan, upon seeing his wife all dressed up, couldn't he help but stare in astonishment. This made Luo Tianyi smile, her lips curving into an enchanting arc. So what do you think? Isn't your wife beautiful? Hee. Indeed, quite beautiful. Xuan, gazing at Luo Tianyi's captivating appearance and unabashedly admiring her alluring figure, remarked, but no matter how stunning she is, she belongs to me. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean belongs to me? You're just rambling. Hearing his words, Luo Tianyi rolled her eyes. What was he saying? Here she was, planning to make him the happiest man in the world, and he was talking nonsense. With a creak, they opened the door and stepped into the living room, where the maids were struck by the sight of their master, especially the lady whose beauty was enough to make them envious. My goodness, the lady is so beautiful. Who knew the lady could look this stunning when dressed up? No wonder the young master dotes on her so much. I feel a bit envious. No, to be precise, I think I've developed a liking for the lady. Cough, cough. Me too. This is embarrassing. Am I sick for liking women? Oh no, what should I do? This is terrible. The maids chattered among themselves. If outsiders were to witness such a scene, they would surely be astonished. After breakfast, the maids eagerly awaited their master's next move. Evidently, the young ladies hoped that the young master would take them along. They had yet to visit his school, and it was rumored that he would perform a song at the school celebration. Xuan observed the expressions of the many maids, and at a certain moment, a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Very well. In gratitude for your unwavering care of this villa and the 3 little ones, I shall take you all to the celebration today, so you can unwind. The maids were momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized what was happening and fell into a frenzy of joy. Wow, young master, is this true? You're taking us with you? How thrilling. This happiness is utterly unexpected. Long live the young master. In the villa, the maids were filled with envy and excitement, their eyes brimming with anticipation and delight. They never imagined that the young master would actually take them all along. Enough with the excitement. You need to prepare. We depart in 10 minutes. Xuan waved his hand and addressed the maids. Although it was merely a casual statement for him, it was evidently a delightful surprise for the young ladies. All right, young master, what are we waiting for? Let us hurry and get ready. With that, 5 or 6 maids took off with graceful steps, dashing toward their rooms. Their elegant maid uniforms were quite a sight, and one couldn't help but feel uplifted at the sight of these charming maids. Chapter 287. Could this girl be a maid from Xuan's household? Tianhai University, with the school celebration approaching. At this moment, Tianhai University was unlike any other. What was once a routine celebration was now exceptionally grand, with students displaying remarkable enthusiasm. As they made their way to the school auditorium along the path, clusters of girls in short skirts occasionally caught the attention of nearby boys. However, the girls' focus was clearly elsewhere. Wow, we'll get to see Senior Xuan at the celebration today. Indeed, I'm already a bit excited even before it starts. The grand wedding from half a month ago was so magnificent. Senior Xuan was simply awe-inspiring. A rain of rose petals throughout the city, and the entire city transformed into a fairy tale kingdom that day. So romantic. I adore it. Oh no, even though Senior Xuan is married now and has children, why does my admiration for him remain undiminished? Sigh. Not to mention, Senior Xuan and Senior Tianyi held a wedding banquet that lasted 7 days and nights just half a month ago, and it reportedly cost over 10 million. The group of girls chattered away, their envy and jealousy palpable as they reminisced about the grand wedding. Goodness, that was the kind of treatment every girl dreams of. This conversation merely reflected a microcosm of the vast Tianhai University. Similar scenes unfolded throughout the campus, especially in the Tianhai University chat group, which was buzzing with excitement. As time passed, at a certain moment, in front of the auditorium entrance, squeak, a long Ferrari pulled up before the auditorium, and the door swung open, revealing a line of individuals emerging, including Xuan, Luo Tianyi, and the 3 little treasures, along with Aunt Shen and 6 maids. Wow, goodness gracious, what a lineup. So many beauties. Goodness, and they're in maid uniforms. Could they be the maids from Senior Xuan's household? My heavens, this is akin to a royal lifestyle. Such an impressive entourage. Each of these maids is stunning enough to be a school beauty. How is this even fair? I can hardly comprehend the joy of the wealthy now. Unsurprisingly, The arrival of Yi Xian and his entourage elevated the atmosphere to a whole new level. While the maids' looks couldn't quite measure up to Luo Tianyi, they were undoubtedly beauties in their own right, absolutely stunning. Lu Tong and Zhang Zixin, upon seeing the numerous maids accompanying their leader, were left gaping in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out as they stared at the enchanting maid ensemble. The 6 maids behind Yi Xian, hearing the students' discussions around them, wore faint smiles, basking in the compliments, a testament to their charm, though they had always been confident in their looks, particularly in the presence of those outside their household. Goodness, the boss must be out of his mind. If I had known he had so many maids, I would visit him every day, taking advantage of the proximity to win favor. Hee. With this thought, Lu Tong and Zhang Zixin discovered a rapid route to finding girlfriends. Just imagine, if they could woo one of the maids, even a brief romance would be utterly exhilarating. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. And they couldn't help but rush over to discuss life with the maids. Wow. Xiao Ming looked at the maids, whose beauty rivaled that of his own girlfriend, and couldn't help but click his tongue. His sister-in-law must have a big heart to allow the boss to be surrounded by such beauties. Tisk tisk. Cut it out. Lin Yuxi rolled her eyes at Xiao Ming, explaining, "You don't understand. That's called confidence. With a sister-in-law possessing such stunning beauty, even with numerous lovely women around the boss, she still shone brighter in comparison." The group continued their lively chatter while Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi entered the auditorium, drawing everyone's attention. Lu Tong and Zhang Zixin, seizing the moment, approached with flushed faces and trembling hands. "Boss, the 3 little treasures are growing more beautiful by the day. Come, let Uncle Lu Tong give you a hug. Let 4th Uncle give you a hug too." As they spoke, they picked up 2 little girls from the arms of 2 maids, inadvertently brushing against the maids and inhaling their delightful fragrance. Goodness! In that moment, they felt as if they might burst with happiness. The 2 maids, evidently inexperienced in romance, blushed furiously at the unexpected attention. Yi Xian shot a disapproving glance at the 2, warning, "I advise you both. They are the ones caring for the villa and the 3 little treasures. You may pursue romance, but it must be with their consent." Lu Tong and Zhang Zixin exchanged glances. Got it, boss. Do you take us for such people?" They chuckled, and the 2 maids blushed even deeper at their words. "All right, stop fooling around. You 2 can help them look after the little treasures now," Yi Xian said, smiling at them. Though these 2 were often a bit ridiculous, he found them generally reliable. Of course, he wouldn't force anything. Matters of the heart require mutual affection. Upon hearing their leader's words, Lu Tong and Zhang Zixin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Don't worry, boss. We will take excellent care of the little treasures and the lovely ladies." Luo Tianyi glanced over at Lu Tong and Zhang Zixin, but said nothing, knowing their character was good. As for matchmaking, she was more than happy to see it happen. It all depended on their mutual willingness. In that moment, Lu Tong and Zhang Zixin clearly felt the envious gazes directed their way, yet they remained unfazed, for their focus was solely on the little treasures. No, more accurately, on the beautiful maids from the boss's household. The 2 individuals involuntarily straightened their spines, as if presenting themselves for inspection, a sight that elicited a subtle smile from the young maid observing them. However, the enchanting smiles of the 6 captivated many onlookers, who found themselves swallowing their saliva in awe. Goodness, how exquisite, simply breathtaking. How fortunate must Senior Yi Xian be in his daily life. It's utterly astonishing. Oh no, it seems I have developed a fondness for Senior Yi Xian's maid as well. What to do? Woe is me. I wish I could take her home and shower her with affection. Chapter 288. Such displays of affection may lead to a swift demise. Moments later, as Lu Tong and Zhang Zixin engaged enthusiastically with the 6 maids, the 3 adorable little ones curiously observed the 2 uncles, their expressions seemingly questioning why the 2 had hardly spoken when they last visited, yet were now so loquacious in the presence of the beautiful aunts. Soon, the long-anticipated school anniversary performance commenced. Following Principal Su Ximon's speech, the much-anticipated festivities began. Almost immediately, a stunning girl graced the stage. She had previously collaborated with Yi Xian during his rendition of Deep Love in the Rain, serving as the host of the event. Having adapted over the past semester, she was now a core member of the literary club and had even earned the title of Campus Belle, subsequently being chosen as the host for the anniversary celebration. Her exquisite features radiated under the bright lights, making her appear even more enchanting. Furthermore, she was an ardent fan of Senior Yi Xian, a devoted one at that. Learning that he would attend the celebration left Wang Shiki so exhilarated that she could hardly sleep the night before, her excitement palpable. Taking a deep breath, Wang Shiki stepped onto the stage, surveying the crowd of over 30,000 students from all grades and departments. This marked her inaugural experience hosting such a grand event. It could be said that, aside from a few students unable to attend, All of Tianhai University's students were present, largely due to Yi Xian's influence. Wang Shiqi flashed a radiant smile that brought comfort to the audience. She then brought the microphone close to her beautifully crafted lips, warmly welcoming everyone to this year's anniversary gala, commemorating the 60th anniversary of Tianhai University. Additionally, she proudly announced that numerous esteemed alumni were present. After warming up the atmosphere, Wang Shiqi glanced at the announcement card and continued, "Next, let us invite our senior Luo Tinyi to grace us with her performance of White Moonlight and Vermilion Beauty. Please give her a warm welcome." Upon hearing Wang Shiqi's words, the audience was momentarily stunned before erupting into unprecedented excitement. "My goodness, the first act is none other than the goddess Tianyi? This is incredible. I adore you, Tianyi. Though my rival is senior Yi Xian, my affection for you remains undeterred. You are the best, go for it, goddess." The crowd buzzed with excitement, instantly captivated. Although Luo Tinyi rarely appeared before them, her beauty and talent were already widely recognized. As the lights focused, a resplendently dressed Luo Tinyi took the stage in a flowing white gown, resembling a celestial being. Her mere presence captivated the audience entirely. "Oh wow, mommy is so amazing!" exclaimed the three little ones, their youthful voices ringing out with a delightful charm that melted Lu Tong and Zhang Zishan's hearts. "My goodness, how fortunate we are to have such adorable nieces." The eldest must have accumulated a lifetime of good fortune. The melodious tune enveloped the audience, evoking a profound sense of comfort, especially enhanced by the unique hint of languor in Luo Tinyi's voice, elevating the song to new heights. Wang Shiqi, positioned at the edge of the stage, was momentarily entranced by Luo Tinyi's enchanting vocals. Heavens, this song is simply divine, and her performance is stellar. How could I ever measure up to her? No wonder Senior Yi Xian is so fond of her and dotes on her so much. With a distinctive voice and an uplifting melody that seemed to possess a magical allure, Luo Tinyi enchanted the audience of over 30,000 Tianhai University students, including many teachers who nodded in approval. To speak candidly, this song was genuinely delightful and resonated deeply. Xiao Ming and his companions, listening to their sister-in-law's performance, were equally stunned. This song seems addictive, even more melodious than the one she sang at the concert. Oh my goodness! The maids, listening to their mistress's song, sparkled with admiration. My heavens, Our Lady is remarkable. Indeed, this song is enchanting. No wonder the young master adores her so. If I were a boy, I would undoubtedly be infatuated with her. Absolutely, only someone as exceptional as her deserves our young master. The six maids chattered sweetly, their admiration sparking a delightful flutter in Lu Tong and Zhang Zishan's hearts. Oh dear, this is going to be the end of us. White moonlight illuminates. Only then do you recall her virtues. Vermilion beauty lingers long in the heart. Can you not perceive? The bright moon before the window shines. As you gaze longingly into the distance, white moonlight is youth, her laughter lingers. In that moment of fervent heartbeat, there was nowhere to escape. Like a blazing fire consuming all that stands in its way. With the song reaching a crescendo, the audience erupted in uncontainable applause, resonating with the very core of their beings. Oh my goodness! The cheers reverberated, and in the next moment, thunderous applause followed, as everyone envisioned the figure of Yi Xian. Heavens, is this song dedicated to our senior Yi Xian? How brazenly romantic. This is madness. Unbelievable. Are people truly this bold now, flaunting their affections so openly? This is a recipe for a swift demise. Oh wow, mommy, I love you, chimed the three little ones, their joy evident as they reveled in their mother's splendid performance. Xiao Ming, Lu Tong, and Zhang Zishan collectively gasped in awe. Sister-in-law, you're extraordinary. It's clear you have mastered the art from the young master himself. We are utterly impressed. In an instant, Luo Tinyi elevated the atmosphere of the anniversary celebration to a pinnacle of excitement, leaving the audience in a state of unprecedented fervor, with applause and cheers resounding endlessly. Chapter 289. The overindulgent father figure emerges. A change in fate? Backstage in the rest area, Yi Xian gazed at the link screen, observing the engrossed expression on Luo Tinyi's face, and a gentle smile graced his lips. This girl truly seemed to be lost in the emotions of the song. Although he had penned this piece for his beloved wife, it was undeniable that Luo Tinyi infused it with newfound vigor, expressing her affection for him. What a foolish girl. Her husband is well aware of her love for him. The atmosphere in the venue was electric, and soon enough, Luo Tinyi returned to the lounge, her cheeks slightly flushed. She had just poured her heart out in front of thousands, confessing her feelings through song. Despite their marital status, a sense of shyness lingered. Husband, I hope I didn't embarrass you, she murmured, looking at the man before her. Today marked a significant step for her. Foolish girl, what are you saying? Yi Xian affectionately ruffled Luo Tinyi's hair and pulled her into his embrace. You have always been my pride. Really? Luo Tinyi exclaimed, raising her swan-like neck and blinking her large, expressive eyes. At that moment, while the two were lost in their affectionate exchange, a group of roughly 10 uninvited guests had traversed vast distances from the Western world to arrive at Tianhai. From a distance, they could clearly see the entirety of Tianhai University. On one of the building's floors, a dozen formidable figures surveyed the university. Hades had vanished in Tianhai, and it was highly likely that Yi Xian was the individual supporting Wang Taizu and his cohort. A powerful warrior from the war god realm regarded Tianhai University with a grave expression. Regardless, today, Yi Xian must die. Only then can we appease Hades' spirit in the heavens. Another warrior from the war god realm, named Pluto, stood beside him, equally a guardian of the dark holy sea. The one who had just spoken was named Hercules. Both were among the 12 guardians of the sun god. Alongside them were 2 more warriors of the war god realm, Hera's guardian, Dika, and Poseidon's guardian, Thoth. The remaining 10 were all at the pinnacle of half-step war god strength. Such a formidable assembly was rare even within the dark holy sea. Clearly, the dark holy sea placed great importance on Hades' demise. As for Pluto's fall, the dark holy sea had yet to confirm the news, leaving them unaware that the sun god's foremost guardian had perished in a foreign land. 4 war god realm warriors, accompanied by 10 half-step war god pinnacle fighters, constituted the assassination squad targeting Yi Xian. Although they only had a 70% certainty that Yi Xian was indeed the one behind Wang Taizu, their motto was to rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one guilty go free. In this scene, the Dark Holy Sea's assassins were preparing to strike. Yet Yi Xian remained blissfully unaware. Even if he were to learn of their presence, he would likely dismiss it, for they were simply not worthy of his concern. As for their threat, ridiculous. Their menace to Yi Xian was, without exaggeration, approaching zero. The anniversary celebration progressed swiftly, and after roughly 15 minutes, it reached its crescendo. The reason was simple. Yi Xian was about to take the stage. At that moment, all eyes in the Tianhai University auditorium were fixed upon him. Wang Shiqi stepped onto the stage, taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart. Next, let us invite our senior Yi Xian to present a song. The great king asks me to patrol the mountains. Please welcome him. Though unsure of how the song would turn out, Wang Shiqi was filled with anticipation, as her idol had never disappointed her. The same was true for the multitude of students in the auditorium. A collective silence descended upon the crowd of over 30,000. As if drawn by an invisible thread, they all understood that the next moment would be the most exhilarating of the evening. At a certain instant, the bright lights focused, revealing Yi Xian's figure on stage. As he surveyed the sea of over 30,000 spectators, a charming smile played upon his lips, undoubtedly captivating countless young admirers. Then, his voice emerged from the microphone. This song is dedicated to my 3 little treasures, hoping they remain forever joyful. As the opening notes began to play, the rhythm quickened. The sun winks at me, the birds sing for me. I am a hard-working, non-clingy little sprite. Don't ask where I come from. And don't ask where I'm going. I want to pick the most beautiful flowers to present to my little princess. His warm, magnetic voice filled the hall, leaving everyone in attendance utterly spellbound. Oh my goodness, has Senior Yi Xian gone mad? He.s. pampering his daughters to such an extent. In the backstage lounge, Luo Tinyi's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the screen. This song is actually for the 3 little ones. My heavens, what is he trying to do? Wow, wow, wow. Xiao Ming and the others exclaimed in unison, marveling at Yi Xian's audacity. Their big boss was showering affection on his 3 nieces, and they couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the sweetness of it all. The 3 little girls, though silent, displayed their joy unabashedly on their faces. Daddy is singing for us. Yay, Daddy is the best. The maids, witnessing this heartwarming scene, felt their hearts flutter. Watching their young master serenade the 3 little ladies was akin to being hit by waves of affection. It was simply too wonderful. They couldn't help but envy the 3 little girls, wishing to be the daughters of such a splendid young master. How blissful that would be. In an instant, the auditorium was captivated by the affectionate melody, a resonance of shared joy sweeping through the crowd. And this was merely the beginning. The great king calls me to patrol the mountains. I turn the world upside down. I beat my drums, I strike my gongs. Life is full of rhythm. The great king calls me to patrol the mountains, catch a monk for dinner. As emotions simmered, they suddenly erupted, akin to a landslide devastating everything in its path. The audience of over 30,000 erupted in brilliance. Oh my goodness, this song is too sweet. How can we hold ourselves together? Lin Yuxi, listening to the incredibly affectionate song, gasped in awe. Oh my heavens, our big boss remains the center of attention, no matter what he does. But honestly, his excellence is becoming too evident. Meanwhile, in the backstage lounge, Luo Tinyi's expression twitched, and her eyelids fluttered uncontrollably. Is this guy really so brazenly showering affection on our daughter in such a blatant manner? Is this acceptable? Chapter 290. The Four Guardians in Bewilderment. An explosive wave surged through the audience as excitement erupted. Oh my god, Senior Yixian is a pampering maniac. This is just too sweet. Impressive. Our male idol is amazing. I love you, Ye. I can't help but want to be the daughter of such a male idol, to be spoiled by him. Am I ill? Male idol, stop singing and come home with me. Let us share sweet moments. Just you and me. I'm declaring it. Male idol. I want your superior genes. In the audience, the students of Tianhai University were in an uproar, utterly astonished by their idol's audacious display of affection. Over 30,000 students of Tianhai University were filled with an overwhelming sense of excitement at this moment, gazing at the idol on stage. Their eyes brimming with exhilaration and pride. The atmosphere exuded a sentiment that seemed to declare, behold, this is our Senior Yixian, our idol, our pride, and our legend. As the performance concluded, silence enveloped the area. When the crowd regained their composure, Yixian had already vacated the stage. Was it a jest? The reason Yixian attended the university's anniversary was not merely to display affection. Rather, it was to fulfill a mission. As participating in this celebration could yield a staggering 130 billion renminbi. Undeniably a lucrative endeavor. Ding dong. As Yixian made his way to the backstage lounge to cherish a moment with Luo Tinyi, a message notification chimed in. Upon opening the message, his brows furrowed slightly. The Dark Church, for Divine Guards. How intriguing. After reading the message, Yixian's gaze shifted to a towering building not far from Tianhai University, where the location indicated that the Dark Church's operatives had already arrived, poised to execute their assassination plan. So they linger on. Yixian had a fair understanding of the power hierarchy within the Dark Church. Their dominance in the Western world stemmed from the numerous formidable figures within the church. The leader of the Dark Church was Zeus, one of the 12 main gods, and apart from him, every other main god was at the pinnacle of the warrior god realm, each accompanied by 12 divine guards, 12 in total. This meant that the Dark Church had over 100 warriors of superior strength and at least 12 who stood at the apex of the warrior god realm. Since they have arrived, there is no reason for them to leave. With this thought, a smirk crept onto Yixian's lips. For the divine guards of the Dark Church constituted a formidable force. As he pushed open the door to the backstage lounge, he was greeted by the breathtaking beauty of his wife, Luo Tinyi. Upon seeing her beloved, joy radiated from her exquisite face, a charm that dimmed the very air around them. My dear wife, have you missed your husband in these few minutes apart? Originally intending to embrace her beloved, Luo Tinyi shot him a playful glare at his cheeky remark, retorting, miss you? Not at all. Are you not worried about your 3 little cotton jackets getting jealous from your public displays of affection? Luo Tinyi teased. Though she could not deny that Yixian's affectionate antics had indeed sweetened her heart, let alone the others around them. Yixian discerned the hint of jealousy in Luo Tinyi's tone and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, inhaling her delightful fragrance. With a voice rich in magnetism, he murmured, what is this? Is my precious getting jealous? Upon hearing this, Luo Tinyi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Who? Jealous? Certainly not. Before she could finish her sentence, her lips were captured, her wide eyes fixating on his face, so close that every pore was visible. She wished to struggle, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not break free. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Luo Tinyi shot him an indignant glare, clearly feeling that she had been unfairly taken advantage of, though she secretly reveled in the sensation. All right, darling, go attend to Sanbeo while I make a trip to the restroom. After indulging in their tender moment, Yixian concocted a reason to leave the backstage lounge, swiftly disappearing from the auditorium of Tianhai University. Minutes later, within a certain floor of the building not far from Tianhai University, everyone, conduct the final checks. The stakes of this assassination were monumental. The identity of Yixian remained unknown, and he must be eliminated swiftly before evacuating China. The second-ranked Sun God Guard, Pluo, who was also the leader of this assassination team and the strongest among them, spoke up, having previously escaped unscathed from a peak warrior god. Fear not, Pluo. Even if that kid did manage to kill Hades, with our multitude of experts, he is undoubtedly doomed. Indeed, if our 4 divine guards cannot subdue him, then his strength must be at least that of a peak warrior god. The 2 powerful warrior gods, Dika and Tors, echoed, clearly underestimating the young man who might have killed Hades, for Hades was merely the weakest among the sun gods, not worthy of comparison. Caution is paramount. Before Pluo could finish speaking, a shadow appeared ghost-like not far behind them, prompting Pluo to be on high alert. Dika and Tors also watched the newcomer warily. At that moment, Yixian smirked. What is this? Are you all here for me, yet you question my identity? The Dark Church indeed held me in high regard. It is a privilege to have 4 divine guards come for me. Huh. Upon hearing Yixian's words, Pluo's heart sank, and the expressions of the 10 or so surrounding him turned grave. Their mission had been compromised, and before them stood the very target of their assassination, Yi Xian. Indeed, this individual possessed formidable strength. There must be no mistakes. Pluo exchanged glances with his comrades, and the group cautiously encircled Yi Xian. They were no fools. The ability to appear silently behind them spoke volumes. Seeing Pluo and his entourage closing in, Yi Xian's smile deepened. I believe someone among you desires to see you even more than I do. As his words fell, two figures materialized into the arena, none other than Wang Baxia, who had been rescued days prior, and the peerless king of the underworld. The convergence of these two kings signified their awareness of the Dark Church's arrival. Wang Baxia, Li Wuxuan. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Pluo's pupils constricted in shock. How could this be possible? In his mind, these two should have been dead. Especially Li Wuxuan, whom he had personally poisoned over half a year ago. How could he still be alive? Pluo, it has been far too long. You shall pay for the massacre of my clan today. The murderous intent radiating from Li Wuxuan was unmistakable, his aura surging to the pinnacle of the warrior god realm. Pluo, sensing this, widened his eyes in disbelief. It was impossible. In less than a year, he had surpassed the warrior god realm and now exceeded Pluo's strength. The Dark Church remains as sinister as ever. If that is the case, you shall all remain here. Wang Baxia's calm voice resonated, followed by an eruption of energy as he unleashed his own peak warrior god aura. Pluo and all others stood dumbfounded. Another peak warrior god? This did not bode well for Pluo. Die. Without further ado, Wang Baxia and Li Wuxuan vanished, reappearing to slaughter several adversaries in an instant. Blood gushing and brains splattering. A brutal and devastating battle had commenced. Chapter 291, The Realm Beyond the Peak of the Warrior God. In a matter of moments, silence enveloped the building, which had transformed into a hellish battlefield. All 4 divine guards of the Dark Church, along with 10 semi-pinnacle warrior gods, lay lifeless, without exception. The faces of Pluo and his companions still bore expressions of shock and disbelief. They could hardly fathom the overwhelming strength of the two, who had dispatched them in mere seconds. Indeed, the 4 of them had been slain in an instant by Wang Baxia and Li Wuxuan. As for the 10 semi-pinnacle warrior gods, their faces reflected the final moments of their lives, having not even had time to react before becoming corpses. Phew. As Li Wuxuan gazed upon the scene before him, he exhaled deeply, feeling a fraction of the resentment that had been simmering within him dissipate. Compared to Wang Baxia, his loathing for the Dark Church was immeasurably more profound. It is vital to remember that the Dark Church had mercilessly slaughtered his entire Li family. Over 300 souls, in a brutal onslaught. For years, Li Wuxuan had been consumed with thoughts of vengeance, and now he had finally avenged himself by slaying Pluo, the one who had once struck against him. After calming his tumultuous emotions, Li Wuxuan turned his attention to Wang Baxia, regarding him with a newfound seriousness. Having gained some understanding of his formidable strength, with the blood feud avenged, Li Wuxuan felt a considerable lift in his spirits. He recalled an urgent matter and addressed the Lord of the Hall with respect. Esteemed Lord, we have received intelligence indicating that the Light Temple has dispatched powerful warriors to the northern frontier, intending to strike against the war god of the 5 elders of Huaxia. Nantan, we are yet to ascertain how the Light Temple acquired this information. Nantan, the war god, stands as one of the pinnacle figures among the 5 war gods of Huaxia, having forged a deadly enmity with the Light Temple in the past. Might we assist him? Li Wuxuan paused briefly before continuing. This gathering of forces from the Light Temple is quite substantial. It is estimated that 2 6-winged angels will be present, while the numbers of 4-winged and 2-winged angels remain uncertain. However, this operation undoubtedly marks the largest mobilization by the Light Temple in recent years. Oh. Upon hearing Li Wuxuan's words, Yi Xian glanced at the 4 divine guards of the Dark Church below, intrigued. The Dark Church had just been dealt with, and now the Light Temple was making its move. At present, Wang Taizu and his companions were closely collaborating with the War Department. Since the war god of Huaxia, Nantan, is in danger, you should lead your men in support. Yi Xian's gaze drifted towards the northern frontier of Huaxia, pondering the prospect of confronting the 6-winged angels. I am quite curious. Should the Light Temple lose 2 of their 6-winged angels, I wonder what other formidable entities might emerge from their ranks. Upon hearing these words, Wang Baxia's mind reverberated with disbelief. The implication of the Lord's statement was clear. He was suggesting the possibility of eliminating 2 6-winged angels at the pinnacle of the war god realm in the northern frontier of Huaxia. To any outsider, such a notion would surely seem mad. Yes, Lord. Li Wuxuan inhaled deeply, knowing that if King Lin Feng were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be exhilarated, for the Light Temple was Lin Feng's greatest adversary. By the way, Wang, what news from the Black Heaven organization? Yi Xian inquired, turning his attention to the now war god realm Wang Baxia. Upon hearing the Lord's question, Baili Wushuan also focused on Liang Basha, who grinned and replied, Lord, I have now become the leader of the Black Heaven organization. Shortly after my return, I broke through to the pinnacle of the war god realm. I intended to spar with my father, but to my surprise, I bested him, and he entrusted all matters of the Black Heaven organization to me. Without opposing my actions against the Dark Church, when the time is right, I plan to wage war against them. As he spoke, a fierce glint flickered in Liang Basha's eyes. He would never forget how the Dark Church had persecuted his sister. He was not like his father. Even if it meant exhausting the Black Heaven organization, he would ensure that the Dark Church paid a bloody price. 12 main gods. Over 100 divine guards. What does it matter? Baili Wushuan sighed, understanding Liang Basha's resolve. They were both, in a sense, victims of the Dark Church's malice. War. Is it? Yi Xian mused, fully aware of the blood feud both men shared against the Dark Church. After a moment's contemplation, he gazed out through the expansive window toward the picturesque horizon of the sea and sky. Then let us utilize your Black Heaven organization to probe the depths of the Dark Church. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, both Liang Basha and Baili Wushuan stiffened in surprise. Baili Wushuan quickly grasped the implication. Lord, are you suggesting? Nothing of the sort. Yi Xian chuckled, noticing Baili Wushuan's excitement. The Nether King Hall has been dormant for far too long. It is time to bring it forth for some training. Once matters in the northern frontier are resolved, gather everyone from the Nether King Hall and combine forces with the Black Heaven organization to launch a surprise attack on the Dark Church's headquarters. Send me the location of their stronghold, and I shall personally pay a visit. Boom. Upon hearing Yi Xian's directive, both Liang Basha and Baili Wushuan were shaken to their core. Without hesitation, they knelt on one knee, exclaiming, Thank you, Lord. The day for retribution against the Dark Church was finally upon them. Now, disperse, Yi Xian instructed after a few words. Before vanishing from the scene as if he had never been there, his speed so remarkable that even Liang Basha and Baili Wushuan failed to perceive his departure. With a sigh of relief, Liang Basha steadied his emotions and looked toward the spot where Yi Xian had disappeared. Baili, you have spent the most time with the Lord. How powerful is he truly? Upon hearing Liang Basha's question, Baili Wushuan's brow furrowed slightly before he offered a bittersweet smile. To be honest, I do not know. When I first encountered the Lord, I believed him to be at the War God realm. As I ascended to the War God realm, I thought he had reached its pinnacle. And now that I have reached the pinnacle myself, I realize he has transcended that realm altogether. As for the precise nature of his realm, I can only surmise that it is likely above the pinnacle of the War God realm, but beyond that, I remain unaware. Above the pinnacle of the War God realm? Liang Basha mused, recalling what his father had said about Zeus, the foremost of the 12 main gods of the Dark Church, who had also transcended the pinnacle of the War God realm, reaching what was known as the Heavenly King realm. The Heavenly King realm? Baili Wushuan echoed, skepticism coloring his tone. Could it be that the Lord is a Heavenly King powerhouse? As Baili Wushuan's words resonated, Liang Basha remained silent, his eyes glimmering with insight. If what his father had said was true, then the Lord was indeed comparable to the Heavenly King who controlled Zeus within the Dark Church. This realization bolstered their confidence for the impending confrontation with the Dark Church. Little did they know that soon, during their mission against the Dark Church, Yi Xian would nearly single-handedly obliterate it. A tale for another time. Chapter 292. I just want to pinch your cheeks. The Heavenly King realm. Indeed, this was Liang Basha's speculation. The two exchanged glances, both filled with anticipation for their forthcoming expedition against the Dark Church. With the Lord by their side, the once mighty Dark Church seemed less imposing. Let us go. Before the Dark Church meets its misfortune, we shall first eliminate those 2 six-winged angels from the Light Temple in the northern frontier. Baili Wushuan snorted coldly and vanished from the scene, followed closely by Liang Basha, whose expression hardened with determination. Soon, the area was left in silence. The remnants of their earlier confrontation merely ash scattered upon the ground, while the Light Temple and Dark Church remained blissfully unaware of the formidable presence that loomed over them. 10 minutes later, Yi Xian returned silently to the auditorium of Tianhai University. Daddy, Daddy, la la la. The 3 little ones beamed with excitement upon seeing their father return, their eyes sparkling with joy as they opened their tiny arms, clearly yearning for a warm embrace. Their playful and adorable demeanor drew envious glances from those around them. Goodness! Yi Xian must have accrued immense fortune over several lifetimes to be blessed with such a beautiful wife and 3 utterly charming little ones. Envy and jealousy abounded. Luo Tinyi was momentarily taken aback by the sweet, affectionate voices of the 3 little ones, casting a somewhat envious glance at a certain individual. Mildly reproaching him for taking so long in the restroom, Yi Xian playfully pinched Luo Tinyi's exquisitely delicate face. a scene that sent the surrounding audience of over 30,000 into a frenzy. My heavens, is this an unabashed display of affection and a showering of dog food? What are you doing? Luo Tianyi, acutely aware of the gazes from those around her, felt her cheeks flush crimson. For her skin was not as thick as that of certain others. Xiao Ming and the others watched their leader's reckless antics with twitching lips. Goodness. He is setting himself up to be pursued and possibly slain by everyone. How could he play like this? At that moment, they all wished they could deliver a swift kick to their leader. It was infuriating. While Uncle could tolerate it, Aunt definitely could not. Oh, nothing much. Just wanted to pinch your cheeks, he replied. The maids exclaimed, My goodness, young master is being too sweet and indulgent. This is a disaster. We like him even more now. How could Madame be so lucky? Though they had already consumed countless servings of dog food from the couple, they still craved more. Feeling insatiably hungry. I can't believe this, Yixian. This wave of dog food caught me off guard. It's so sour. You can't do this, male god. Tianyi goddess, step aside. Leave the male god to me. Is this what they call love? Goodness, such a sweet sensation. I'm doomed. I can't extricate myself from this feeling. Once, I had a friend as impressive as Yixian, and whenever he recalled the scene of being pursued by thousands, he would excitedly rise from his wheelchair. The atmosphere in the venue was undoubtedly electric, with cries of excitement echoing throughout the auditorium, compelling the school anniversary performance to come to an abrupt halt. Look at you, always seeking the spotlight, Luo Tianyi thought, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she feared the crowd might rush toward them. If that happened, it would be chaos. They needed to leave quickly. Casting a fierce glare at the certain individual, she clutched her precious treasure and prepared to depart. It was wise to exit this place of gossip as swiftly as possible. Amidst the crowd's attention, Yixian and the maid entourage left the auditorium and drove towards the villa. However, everyone present was oblivious to the fact that the 4 godly warriors of the Dark Church, who wielded power in the Western world, along with 10 peak semi-divine strongmen, had met their demise in this very place. Such strength was formidable enough to challenge the 4 top families even in the imperial capital. If the outside world were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly raise eyebrows. As Yixian's group made their way to the villa, a separate incident was unfolding in a private room far away in the imperial capital. Wang Taizu arrived at the room, bearing exquisite gift boxes, and shortly thereafter, the military chief Wang Zhantian arrived, marking their second meeting. Not only that, but Wang Zhantian also brought along the nation's top renowned appraisers, each a venerable antique expert of great repute, all of whom were trusted by Wang Zhantian. Commander Wang, it has been a while. I hope you have been well. Upon seeing Wang Zhantian, Wang Taizu greeted him with a smile, explaining that his personal visit was due to the significance of the items at hand. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Taizu got straight to the point. Commander Wang, these are gifts from young Master Yi for the Ministry of War and Huaxia. I hope you will accept them. Oh. Wang Zhantian raised an eyebrow at Wang Taizu's words. He was a busy man. Merely meeting Wang Taizu was already a notable occasion. Had it not been for Yixian, he would not have come in person, let alone with several appraisers. Let us begin. Without further ado, Wang Zhantian gestured to the appraisers, who nodded in agreement and approached the nearest gift box, carefully opening it. Although they were unaware of the contents within, the presence of Commander Wang alone indicated that these were no ordinary items. As the first box was opened, a long sword came into view. Its brilliance revealed after Yixian had stripped it of its embellishments. The cold, sharp glint seemed to drop the temperature in the vicinity, causing the aged eyes of the appraisers to widen in shock. How is this possible? The sword of the first emperor, the Teia's sword, a priceless treasure. With such quality and substance, it must be the Teia's sword. At this proclamation from the appraisers, Wang Zhantian, who had initially been unimpressed, straightened his expression, gazing at the ancient sword, the sword of the first emperor. It was an immensely valuable, priceless artifact, rich in both cultural significance and historical worth, making it particularly important to Huaxia. However, Wang Zhantian soon realized that if the first item was the Teia's sword, then the other boxes were likely just as significant. The thought of this made him regard the more than 10 gift boxes in the room with newfound gravity. The imperial seal of the nation, the He Shi Bai. At the mention of the imperial seal, Wang Zhantian's pupils constricted once more, but this was only the beginning. The original manuscript of the Lantingji Su, the Lializun of the Warring States, the Pharaoh's scepter of Egypt, the Dead Sea Scrolls, one priceless treasure after another was revealed by the appraisers, leaving Wang Zhantian utterly flabbergasted. Over 10 priceless artifacts. How could this be possible? Chapter 293. What kind of beautiful dream did you have last night, smiling so happily? The following morning, as the golden rays of dawn dispelled the last vestiges of darkness in the room, life surged anew, especially as the sunlight bathed the exquisite face before it, rendering it utterly enchanting. At a certain moment, the breathtakingly beautiful Luo Tianyi awoke from her slumber. Her enchanting eyes fluttering open to behold the familiar visage of her beloved, the comforting scent, and the well-known surroundings. All of which filled her heart with an overwhelming sense of peace. "You're awake, darling." A voice filled with tenderness and a magnetic timbre echoed in her ears. Especially the warmth of his breath sending shivers of delight through her heart. What kind of beautiful dream did you have last night, smiling so happily? Beautiful dream? Upon hearing her beloved's words, Luo Tianyi paused slightly, her cheeks flushing. Who had a beautiful dream? The stubborn Luo Tianyi protested, although she had indeed dreamt. And it was no ordinary dream at that. As for why she smiled, she could not quite articulate it herself. By the way, my dear wife, today I'll accompany you to the company to discuss some matters. Tomorrow, I'll take you and the three treasures to the best country. Xuan, recalling the gifts for their three little ones' first birthday, spoke with a slight smile, unaware of how his grin captivated Luo Tianyi. Too handsome, was Luo Tianyi's assessment of her man's smile. How had she never noticed how charming he was before? He was growing increasingly appealing. Clearly, after such a long time of admiration, Luo Tianyi was genuinely falling deeper in love with her husband, to the point where she could hardly imagine her life without him. For Xuan had quietly become an indispensable part of her life. Going to the company to discuss matters, taking us to the best country? What are you planning to do there? Luo Tianyi inquired, her brows slightly furrowing in suspicion. What are you up to, darling? Upon hearing Luo Tianyi's words, Xuan gently tapped his smooth, fair forehead, his laughter imbued with affection. My dear, have you forgotten that in just a few days, it will be the first birthday of Meng Meng and her two little companions? He continued. Taking them to the best kingdom serves two purposes, both as a delightful excursion and as I have prepared a special birthday gift for them. A special gift? Luo Tianyi, intrigued, furrowed her brows slightly. What kind of unique gift could you possibly prepare there? Clearly, her curiosity was piqued. Well, that's a secret, Xuan teased Luo Tianyi. My little treasure. Secret, you say? What a load of nonsense. She retorted playfully, casting him an exasperated glance. Xuan chuckled, but if you truly wish to know, it wouldn't be impossible unless... Unless what? Luo Tianyi inquired, her delicate brows knitting together. Hee, unless you share the dream you had yesterday with your husband. You looked so sweet and joyful. Who looked sweet? Who was happy? You stop spewing nonsense. Luo Tianyi huffed, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. In that moment, she felt as though he could see right through her dream from the previous night, the one she would take to her grave as her eternal secret. Is that so? Then let us see just how uninterested my little treasure truly is, Xuan teased as they finished their morning routines. As the maids observed their mistress's radiant expression of bliss, their hearts brimmed with envy. She looked utterly enchanting. Young master, madam, take care. After breakfast, Aunt Shen and the maids bid farewell to Xuan and Luo Tianyi. Xuan suddenly turned to Aunt Shen. By the way, please prepare some items today. Tomorrow, take the two children with us to the best kingdom to celebrate the three little ones' birthdays. Celebrating their birthdays in the best kingdom? Very well, young master. Aunt Shen replied with a nod, her enthusiasm contagious among the maids behind her. They buzzed with excitement at the prospect of traveling to the best kingdom to celebrate the little master's birthdays. Watching the young master and madam depart, the maids began to chatter eagerly. Aunt Shen, let me go. No, let me go. I can take excellent care of the little masters. Aunt Shen, please, let me go. While the maids clamored for the opportunity, two among them remained quiet, as they were busy chatting with the young master's two roommates. Listening to the girls' chatter, Aunt Shen decided to choose by drawing lots, ensuring fairness for all. Meanwhile, in the Lanjiao Group's vice president's office, a young man looked disdainfully at Li Ruobing. So, you are Li Ruobing. Since you are following me, once we acquire Lanjiao Group, you will become its president and marry into a wealthy family. Li Ruobing. Upon hearing Song Qing's words, Li Ruobing's expression turned icy. Young Master Song, I have said it before, Lanjiao Group belongs to young Master Yi and President Luo. I cannot make decisions on their behalf. Li Ruobing, do not overestimate yourself, a henchman beside Song Qing sneered, sizing up the graceful Li Ruobing. Young Master Song's interest in you is a privilege. I've heard you have a brother named Li Xiaokui. It's a dangerous world out there, and accidents happen every day. You dare. Li Ruobing's heart raced at the blatant threat, and she stood abruptly, seeing the near-bursting buttons on her blouse. Song Qing's gaze intensified. Li Ruobing, you are a smart woman. I imagine you wouldn't want your brother and family to come to harm. You. Li Ruobing's face darkened. She had not anticipated such underhanded tactics. With clenched teeth, she thought of young Master Yi, who had shown great kindness to her family. Betraying him was simply not an option. Just then, the door swung open, and two figures entered, accompanied by a commanding voice. How dare you threaten my people from Lanjiao Group? You have quite the audacity. To her astonishment, the newcomers were none other than Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi, marking the beginning of Song Qing's countdown to doom, as calamity descended upon the Song family. Young Master Yi, President Luo, you have arrived. Li Ruobing exhaled in relief, while Song Qing's gaze shifted to the girl beside Yi Xian, who outshone even Li Ruobing in beauty. His eyes gleamed with desire as he contemplated the prospect of claiming both women. Young man, how dare you speak to young Master Song in that manner? A top-tier expert among Song Qing's henchmen advanced menacingly towards Yi Xian, but Song Qing did nothing to stop him. In his eyes, no one was beyond his reach. Before the henchman could approach, Yi Xian swiftly struck him, sending him crashing into the office desk, which shattered into pieces, and the computer screen cracked like spiderwebs. What? Song Qing was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. He knew his henchman was a top fighter, easily defeated in one blow. And a sense of foreboding filled him. Yi Xian was not someone to be trifled with. What do you intend to do? I warn you, I am from the Song family. Before he could finish, Yi Xian slapped him to the ground, his head striking the floor hard, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Song Qing, once so arrogant, was now utterly humiliated. How dare you, you little brat? With a single slap, Yi Xian rendered Song Qing utterly stunned. A member of one of the four great families in the imperial capital, experiencing such disgrace for the first time. Young master. The top-tier expert rushed to assist the battered Song Qing, glaring fiercely at Yi Xian. You will pay for this. With that, the henchman helped Song Qing escape, leaving chaos in their wake and a startled Li Ruobing behind. Young Master Yi, enough, this is not your fault, Yi Xian reassured her. While Luo Tianyi approached and comforted Li Ruobing, though her beautiful eyes betrayed her concern for Yi Xian. Rest assured, I will handle this. Yi Xian replied before stepping onto the balcony to call Lung Fian, who remained in Tianhai, his displeasure evident as he surveyed the wrecked office. 15 minutes later, several kilometers away from the Longjia Group building, a screech of brakes echoed as a tree blocked the road. The henchman frowned. Young master, let me move it. In an instant, a shadow darted past, revealing none other than Lung Fian, one of the four kings of the underworld palace. Who are you? The unexpected appearance startled the henchman, but upon turning, he was met by the enchanting visage of a stunning woman. Who are you? Although the enchanting and exquisite cold concubine, Yan is a vision of beauty, the subordinates of Song Qing are utterly oblivious to her presence, indicating that her prowess far surpasses their own. Cold concubine Yan remains silent, and without any visible movement. In the next instant, one of Song Qing's subordinates collapses lifelessly, blood gushing from his neck. In his final moments, his eyes widen in horror and disbelief as he realizes that the woman before him is a formidable warrior of divine renown. Who on earth are you? Song Qing stumbles backward in terror and unease upon witnessing his subordinate dispatched in a single strike. Money. I can offer you a great deal of money. Just don't come any closer. Cold concubine Yin does not spare him a glance, instead delivering a ghostly palm strike directly to his heart. In the next heartbeat, Song Qing's heart explodes, his pupils narrowing in profound resentment as his life force dissipates at an alarming rate. After dealing with the corpse, she vanishes in a flash, leaving no trace behind, as if nothing had occurred. Thus, the second young master of the Song family, Song Qing, perished in Tianhai, unbeknownst to the Song family. It was only after several days of his disappearance that they sensed something amiss, but that is a tale for another time. The following day, having managed the affairs of the Longjia Group, Luo Tianyi, under the guidance of Yi Xian, boarded a plane with their family, destined for the Principality of Best. Daddy, where are we going? The sweet voices of the three adorable children chimed in the airplane. The flight attendants, enchanted by their cherubic tones, could hardly contain their envy. We're taking you to a wonderful place, Yi Xian replied affectionately, ruffling the hair of the three little ones, who clearly relished the attention, their faces glowing with joy. Daddy, I want to hear a story. Yes, Nyonya wants to hear too. Please tell us the tale of the tortoise and the hare. The trio clamored for his attention, knowing that every story from their father was captivating. The scene drew smiles from Aunt Shen and the maids, while the other passengers could only exclaim in awe, "Goodness, my heart is melting. These little ones are simply too adorable." All right then, Yi Xian smiled, pondering for a moment before stating, "Let me tell you the story of the tortoise and the hare. Once upon a time, in a forest, a hare mocked a tortoise for its slow pace. The tortoise replied, 'One day, I will win.' The hare scoffed, 'Let us race now.' The tortoise agreed. As Yi Xian tenderly narrated the fable, a gentle rain began to fall outside the airplane, creating a serene atmosphere as the droplets tapped against the windows. Within the cabin, only Yi Xian's soothing voice could be heard, while Luo Tianyi watched her devoted partner and then glanced at the three children, wondering what delightful gifts he had prepared for them. Chapter 295. All parties gather. the 3,000 strong of the underworld King's Hall arrive. Shortly after, the tale of the tortoise and the hare concluded, but the little ones were not easily satisfied and insisted on more stories, with their endearing antics melting the heart of their father. All right, I shall tell you the story of the wild swans. Yes, yes, go ahead, Daddy. The three little ones gazed at Xuan with wide, sparkling eyes, their adorableness inciting envy among the passengers. And so, Xuan began his rendition of the wild swans. Once upon a time, there was a king with 11 sons and 1 daughter. The king married a wicked woman, who sent the young princess, Elisa, to the countryside, while she transformed the princes into 11 swans, who flew into the dark forest. Days turned into years, and on her 15th birthday, Elisa returned to the palace, only to find herself the target of her stepmother's jealousy. Unbeknownst to them, the children gradually drifted off to sleep, lulled by the enchanting cadence of their father's voice. Luo Tianyi, observing the scene, couldn't help but roll her eyes, wondering why she had not received such treatment herself. As time passed in tranquil silence, the passengers suddenly recognized the storyteller. The charming man was none other than Xuan, who had held a grand concert over a month ago, inviting the creme de la creme of the music industry. Unsurprisingly, the plane erupted with excitement as passengers exchanged glances filled with awe. Oh my, I'm on the same flight as the idol Xuan. No wonder he looked familiar. He is my favorite artist. He is even more handsome in person. I want his autograph. Enthusiastic whispers filled the cabin, and even the flight attendants looked at Xuan with admiration, their envy toward Luo Tianyi unmistakable. After all, just over a month ago, the magnificent wedding ceremony in Yancheng, adorned with a rain of flower petals, was still fresh in their minds. And the fortunate bride, arguably the happiest woman in the world, was none other than Luo Tianyi. Meanwhile, as Xuan's family journeyed toward the Principality of Best, another significant event unfolded at the northern border of Huaxia. This event was none other than the assassination orchestrated by the Temple of Light against one of the 5 elders of Huaxia, the war god Nantian. The northern frontier of Huaxia shares borders with multiple nations, making the political landscape exceedingly complex. Even when Lin Feng was stationed there, he could barely keep the other nations in check. Following his retreat, the northern frontier became the most tumultuous region in Huaxia, a situation that changed only 6 months prior with the arrival of Wei Nantian, one of Huaxia's most formidable warriors. While Wei Nantian may not possess the strategic acumen of Lin Feng, his strength is at the peak of the war god realm. As one of Huaxia's top combatants, his mere presence in the northern frontier significantly weakened foreign forces, bringing about an unprecedented 6 months of peace. However, recent movements among the surrounding nations hinted at impending upheaval, spurred by the influence of the United States. Deep within the dense forest of the northern frontier, figures flickered in and out of sight, soon encircled by dozens of others, among whom were the powerful warriors from various nations, with Wei Nantian leading the charge for Huaxia. At this moment, Wei Nantian stood at the pinnacle of the war god realm, supported by 3 other war god-level fighters from the Wang and Ji families, as well as one from the covert forces of the War Department. The remaining dozens were all half-step war gods, the very reason why foreign nations feared to tread upon Huaxia's territory. Yet, today's confrontation was different. Today is your day of reckoning, Wei Nantian. A smirk crossed the lips of one of the war god-level combatants. Lord Ross, the next move is yours. With that ominous proclamation, Wei Nantian felt an unsettling premonition, and in an instant, 1,000 ambushers, previously hidden, surged forth. Without exception, these individuals were all at least half-step war gods, and the leader among them was a peak war god, perhaps even stronger than Wei Nantian himself. Wei Nantian, one of Huaxia's 5 elders, we meet again. The newcomer appeared to be an old acquaintance of Wei Nantian, who, upon hearing that voice, turned his gaze toward the visitor, his expression growing somber. It was none other than Los, the 6-winged angel of the Radiant Temple. To think it was truly him. The moment he heard Los's name, he had harbored some suspicions, yet he never anticipated that it would indeed be the case. This time, Los, the 6-winged angel of the Radiant Temple, had brought with him numerous formidable warriors. Not only did he himself stand at the pinnacle of the war god realm, but he was also accompanied by 6 other war god realm experts, along with over 50 at the peak of the half-step war god realm, and more than 100 at the half-step war god level. The array of forces was unprecedentedly powerful, evidently aiming to annihilate Wei Nantian and his companions. The commander of the Wang family shadow guards, Gui Ying, wore a grave expression. A peak war god, 6 war god realm warriors, over 50 at the peak of the half-step war god realm, and more than 100 at the half-step war god level. What a grand display from the Radiant Temple. Gui Ying narrowed his eyes, brimming with murderous intent. After all, the third young lady had treated him exceptionally well, He owed much of his current standing to her patronage. Thus, upon learning that the Radiant Temple was responsible for the assassination of the young lady, the fury within him ignited like a lit fuse. However, Los clearly did not regard Gui Ying as a threat. Instead, he mockingly remarked, "Ah, Gui Ying, the commander of the Wang family shadow guards. It seems you will meet your demise here today." "Humph, is that so?" Gui Ying was not the least bit surprised that Los recognized him. "Even in death, I will ensure that the people of the Radiant Temple accompany me." "Huh, you wish for the Radiant Temple to accompany you in death?" Such bold claims. A four-winged angel of the Radiant Temple, a formidable war god in his own right, chimed in with derision. Just as Gui Ying was about to respond, a series of piercing sounds filled the air, and in the next moment, 3,000 formidable warriors appeared on the scene. The sudden turn of events sent shockwaves through everyone present. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in everyone's ears. "The Radiant Temple truly holds great power. Since this place is so lively, how about we add the Underworld Palace to the mix?" Upon hearing that voice, both Gui Ying and Wei Nantian were taken aback, their gazes immediately locking onto a particular figure. "Lin Feng, is that truly you?" Chapter 296. Lin Feng, have you truly become a half-step heavenly king? Lin Feng. The name alone caused the strongest warriors from various nations to twitch with unease upon his arrival. Although Lin Feng's strength was not enough to instill outright fear, his cunning was unmatched by any of them. Back when Lin Feng was in the northern border, he had nearly outsmarted them to their doom. The harbinger of doom has arrived? The various nation's warriors felt a sense of foreboding upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, but as they sensed the aura radiating from him, their pupils dilated in shock. A peak war god? How is that possible? Seeing Lin Feng's realm, they were all struck as if they had seen a ghost. Even Wei Nantian was momentarily stunned, while only Gui Ying gasped in astonishment, realizing that their esteemed son-in-law had indeed reached the pinnacle of the war god realm, a level akin to that of their family head. As the commander of the Wang family shadow guards, he was well aware of how Lin Feng had single-handedly slain numerous war god realm experts of the Radiant Temple not long ago, an act that had brought great joy to them upon hearing the news. Underworld Palace. A war god from the Ji family, observing the sudden appearance of the group, could not help but lick his lips. Is this the Underworld Palace? 4 peak war gods, over 10 war god realm experts, more than 100 at the peak of the half-step war god level, and over 2,000 at the half-step war god level. What a terrifying force. Ji Yuming, the war god from the Ji family, gasped, feeling the unprecedented tremors and shocks of the situation. Traitor, Lung Fiyin. At that moment, a four-winged angel of the Radiant Temple, upon spotting Lung Fiyin, let out an incredulous shriek. A peak war god? How is that possible? What? Upon hearing the four-winged angel's words, the others from the Radiant Temple were shaken to their core. Although Lung Fiyin had only been at the half-step war god realm when she betrayed the Radiant Church, her name was known to all within the temple, as her survival was a source of shame for them. Yet, they could hardly believe that after several years, that individual had reached a level comparable to a six-winged angel. Humph! Lung Fiyin scoffed coldly, harboring no fondness for the Radiant Temple. Now, as a peak war god, she was more than capable of confronting them head-on. Her icy voice then resounded. The Radiant Temple will eventually be uprooted by our esteemed palace master. Leave Los to me. Everyone, unleash your full strength. Not a single one from the Radiant Temple shall remain. Show no mercy. With that proclamation, Lin Feng tore through the air with blinding speed, materializing beside Los in an instant, delivering a powerful punch that resonated with a dull thud, sending Los crashing to the ground. Yes, it is Lin Feng, the Heavenly King. The 3,000 warriors of the Underworld Palace, upon hearing Lin Feng's command, sprang into action, launching a merciless slaughter against the once feared Radiant Temple. Although the Radiant Temple had brought over 1,000 strong warriors, their numbers and quality paled in comparison to those of the Underworld Palace, especially considering that the Underworld Palace boasted 4 peak war gods. The outcome of the battle was all but certain. Wei Nantian, observing the scene, was left in stunned silence. 4 peak war gods, how swiftly the Underworld Palace had developed. That little fellow's powerful orange was indeed remarkable. You cannot be. Los, having been struck by Lin Feng's punch, struggled to rise from the ground in a pitiful state. You are not a peak war god. You are a half-step heavenly king. Oh, Lin Feng, pausing to regard the six-winged angel of the Radiant Temple with interest, mused. So above the war god realm lies the heavenly king realm? So this power of mine is classified as a half-step heavenly king. It appears there exists a half-step heavenly king within the Radiant Temple, or perhaps an 8-winged angel. Boom! Their exchange reverberated across the battlefield, leaving even Lung Fiyin, Bai Li Wuxuan, and Wiang Baxia in stunned silence as they gazed at Lin Feng. My goodness, a half-step heavenly king. surpassing even the peak war god realm. Initially, the three had believed Lin Feng's realm to be on par with their own. But they were astonished to discover that Lin Feng had transcended the boundaries of the peak war god realm, becoming a half-step heavenly king, a true heavenly king, indeed. Exchanging glances, they understood one another's thoughts. Clearly, their palace master was an authentic heavenly king, for Lin Feng had already reached the half-step heavenly king level. And the palace master was undoubtedly far superior to him. Everyone annihilate them. With a single command from Lin Feng, he once again unleashed a devastating punch upon Los. In the next moment, at least 8 of Los's ribs shattered, and his internal organs were nearly expelled from his body. In the face of Lin Feng, who had reached the half-step heavenly king level, Los was evidently devoid of any capacity for resistance. With a single blow, Los's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with resentment. Amidst the thick aura of vengeance, he became a lifeless corpse, while Lin Feng stood resolutely in place. The might of a half-step heavenly king was truly terrifying. 2 punches. In a mere 2 punches, the first severely injured Los, while the second delivered the fatal blow. Such a record, if it were to spread, would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire world. Thud, thud, thud. One corpse after another fell to the ground as the warriors of the underworld palace mercilessly dispatched the experts of the Radiant Temple. At that moment, the fighting spirit of the Radiant Temple's elites had evaporated. Some did not even have the chance to escape before being slain by Long Fian and her companions. Are you kidding? With all 3 of them sweeping through the battlefield, how could anyone from the Radiant Temple possibly escape? Their current peak war god strength rendered them as vulnerable as if they had simply collided with a block of tofu. 7 or 8 minutes later, as the formidable warriors of the 3000 Nether King Hall concluded their battles, the 6-winged angels of the Light Temple, including Ross, faced utter annihilation. This catastrophic event resulted in the loss of over 1,000 elite members from the Light Temple. One can only speculate how they will react upon learning of this calamity. Cultivating such a multitude of powerful beings demands an unfathomable investment of time and effort. Hiss. Upon witnessing the battlefield strewn with the remnants of the fallen, Ghost Shadow inhaled sharply. Has the son-in-law truly reached the threshold of half-step king? If that is the case, the accomplishments of a single individual could indeed overshadow even the esteemed Wang family of the imperial capital. It is noteworthy that, to his knowledge, no one in all of Huaxia has ever achieved the status of half-step king. Southern Sky War God, Ghost Shadow, I trust you are well. After obliterating Ross and his cohort, Lin Feng approached Wei Nantian and Ghost Shadow, who shared a rare moment of palpable tension. Lin Feng, have you truly attained half-step king? Despite the ironclad evidence before him, Wei Nantian struggled to fully grasp the reality of the situation. The news was overwhelmingly shocking. Fortuitously, Lin Feng offered a rare smile, attributing his success entirely to the efforts of the Hall Master. Thank you for avenging the young lady, Ghost Shadow spoke earnestly. Lin Feng, however, paid little heed to Ghost Shadow's words, for in his grand design, this was merely a minor beginning. The Light Temple had unwittingly entered a phase of accelerated decline, a fact of which they remained blissfully unaware, at least for the moment. Chapter 297. Daddy, what is a Dragon of Hope? Best City, Airport. An aircraft arriving from the direction of Huaxia descended gracefully onto the tarmac. The boarding ladder extended, and figures began to disembark. Wow, is this the renowned Best City Airport? How vibrant it appears, and the air here is absolutely invigorating. 2 maids stepped onto the ground, inhaling the fresh air with a sense of wonder. Little did they know that the entirety of the Principality of Best belonged to their young master. One could only imagine their astonishment. Young Master Yi, you have arrived. Awaiting them outside the airport was a long limousine, and the driver was none other than Luo Tian, the individual responsible for establishing the Tianquan Security Division in the Principality of Best. Is it a jest? Young Master Yi coming to Best City. How could he not come personally? Upon entering the vehicle, Luo Tian inquired, Young Master, Madam, shall we head to the hotel first? Indeed. Yi Xian glanced at Luo Tian, noting that the man played his role convincingly. Observing the scene, Luo Tianyi was evidently intrigued, as everything appeared meticulously orchestrated. Approximately 20 minutes later, after a brief respite at the Qinzhen Hotel, Yi Xian took Luo Tianyi and the 3 little ones to the Dragon Valley, a grand birthday gift that had been in the works for months. Squeak. As the business vehicle halted at the Dragon Valley amusement park, Luo Tian fittingly introduced, Madam, this is the birthday gift young master prepared for the 3 little masters. Yi Xian had commenced construction on this amusement park 3 months prior, investing a staggering 16 billion renminbi. The park featured a tropical rainforest, beach, technology exhibits, and caverns. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Luo Tianyi was momentarily stunned. What did you say? This is a birthday gift for the 3 little ones. Yi Xian Yu, gazing at the magnificent project, Luo Tianyi gasped in disbelief. To spend 16 billion constructing the Dragon Valley amusement park merely for a first birthday. Had that man lost his mind? Such extravagance for a mere 1-year-old birthday. Indulgent father. That rascal. Even if he was wealthy, could he not exercise some restraint? Aunt Xuan and the two maids were equally taken aback by Luo Tian's words, their minds reeling. My heavens, did we just hear that right? This amusement park was built by the young master as a birthday gift for the three little masters? Unbelievable. Indeed. It was astonishing. Such grand gestures shattered their previous understanding of the young master's affection for the three little ones, which far exceeded their expectations. How enviable. Especially for the two maids, who, if truth be told, found themselves yearning to leap into the young master's embrace and shower him with affection. Oh my, the young master is simply incredible, so doting and sweet. What a predicament. They seemed hopelessly infatuated with the young master, hoping that their mistress would remain oblivious. Otherwise, they feared they might face dire consequences. The maids pondered these thoughts, their eyes reflecting envy as they glanced at the three little masters. They even fantasized about pushing the little ones aside to be the ones embraced by the young master, imagining that it would bring them unparalleled happiness. Little treasures. Do you like it? The endearing voice of Yi Xian resonated, and Luo Tian watched in admiration. Young master truly exemplified a real man, merciless to his enemies, yet tender towards his family. Hee, it's super awesome. Daddy, this is our gift. Daddy moi. The three little ones chimed in with their adorable voices. Han Han affectionately pecked her father, while Ming Ming and Nyanyo expressed their discontent. I want some too. Daddy, don't forget me. After a prolonged display of affection, the three little ones, aided by Aunt Shin and the maids, excitedly began exploring the birthday gift their father had bestowed upon them. Observing the jubilant little ones, Luo Tianyi exhaled deeply, finally shaking off her astonishment. She cast a sidelong glance at that unrestrained rascal, her husband, and remarked, Dear, do you not fear that spoiling them so will lead to their ruin? Constructing a theme park worth hundreds of billions for a first birthday, how on earth did you conceive such an idea? Oh, hearing the enchanting words of his beautiful wife, Yi Xian smiled slightly and leaned in close to her ear. What, is our little darling jealous? When it's our darling's birthday, how about I build a theme park just for you? Luo Tianyi, upon hearing her husband's overly doting words, felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Who is jealous? I don't want your theme park. As she spoke, Luo Tianyi suddenly realized they were not alone. You should keep your distance. Ahem, young master. I have matters to attend to. Should you and madam require anything, do not hesitate to call. With that, the pressure-laden Luo Tian cleared his throat and discreetly exited the scene, nearly choking on the overwhelming display of affection between the young master and his wife. Yet, it was best to leave them to enjoy their family time. As an outsider, he had no desire to be a third wheel, though he could not deny his urge to escape the scene of such overt affection. Look at you. Luo Tianyi glared at the departing Luo Tian, evidently attributing the blame for their public display of affection to her husband. Blame me? You heartless little darling. You were the one who instigated it. Instigated? You big-headed fool. Do you dare try me? Luo Tianyi bit down on her silver teeth, her expression suggesting she was prepared to retaliate at any moment. Quack, Daddy, Mommy, come here. Hee. This dinosaur is so cute. The voices of the three little ones resonated throughout the Dragon Valley amusement park, while Aunt Shin and the two maids wore expressions of helplessness. The three little masters were truly a handful, leaving them feeling as if their delicate waists might snap under the strain. Oh, very well. Coming. Luo Tianyi yearned to keep her distance from a certain individual, jokingly pondering the potential flirtations that might ensue if the conversation continued. Daddy, what kind of dinosaur is that? The trio soon found themselves before a dinosaur with a gaping, fearsome maw, yet they exhibited no signs of trepidation. Oh, that's a Tyrannosaurus Rex, Yi Xian patiently explained, glancing at the diminutive creature before him. Daddy, what is a bawinglong? Ming Ming tilted her head, gazing curiously at the adorably small Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus Rex. Do you see its extremely small forelimbs? In stark contrast to its massive body and hind limbs. Those forelimbs appear quite diminutive, akin to an adult's arm. Moreover, it is the largest member of the theropod family, measuring approximately 11 to 14 meters in length. With an average hip height of around 4 meters. The maximum hip height can reach about 5.2 meters, and its head can be nearly 6 meters high, with an average weight of about 9 tons. As Yi Xian elaborated, the three little ones looked up at him with eyes aglow with admiration. Wow, Daddy is so amazing. He knows everything. We admire him so much. Chapter 298. Darling, I intend to finish all the couple cards today. What about this one, Daddy? Urbeo no. With her rosy little finger pointed at another dinosaur beside them, one adorned with wings. Yi Xian turned to look at that creature and continued. This dinosaur is called a pterosaur or pterodactyl. A typical pterosaur has a tail shorter than other pterosaurs and boasts a cranial crest. Some pterosaurs are comparable in size to ordinary birds, while others can reach dimensions akin to small aircraft, with the largest pterosaur's wingspan measuring up to 39 feet. And so, he continued his detailed explanations. This is the velociraptor, also known as the dromaeosaur. It is a small theropod dinosaur, roughly the size of a peacock, living during the late Cretaceous. This is a stegosaurus, a pterodactyl, a therizinosaurus, and a triceratops. Yi Xian's discourse left the two maids utterly astounded. Master is so knowledgeable, they thought. Although had they accompanied him to the aquarium earlier, their impressions might have differed. The scene unfolding before them was but a mere drizzle compared to their previous aquarium visit. Listening to her partner flaunt his erudition, Luo Tianyi shot him a sidelong glance. That fellow consistently sought the spotlight, as if knowing a tad more than others was a grand achievement. The group then ventured into a tropical rainforest, followed by a beach, technological marvels, and caves. The Dragon Valley amusement park, built at a staggering cost of 16 billion, housed an unimaginable array of attractions. One could assert that it encompassed over 90% of the dinosaurs and various creatures from the Jurassic period. Such extravagance was undeniably astounding. Yet, all these efforts were for the delight of his three little darlings. He would not flinch even if it required 160 billion or even 1.6 trillion. As long as the trio were happy. Along their journey, Yi Xian provided detailed explanations of every dinosaur, plant, and animal that piqued the little one's curiosity, flowing seamlessly in his narrative. This display of knowledge left the maids in profound admiration. They had never encountered anyone as learned as him. However, they were left wondering how he retained such vast knowledge, as simply listening made their heads spin. Time flew by, and as night fell, they had explored nearly half of the amusement park. They enjoyed dinner, ordered by Yi Xian, amidst the bright lights of the park, which remained aglow regardless of the hour. Little treasures, are you happy? He asked, watching the trio of little ones, their bellies full. We are so happy. They chirped. Hee daddy, I love you. The little one's exuberance made the maids envious. This birthday celebration was truly romantic. Hearing her partner address the children affectionately made Luo Tianyi blush, realizing that, by extension, she was the big treasure. As she pondered this, Yi Xian's lips curled into a smile. Daddy loves you all too. However, there is still one more surprise. With a snap of his fingers, fireworks erupted from all directions. A cacophony of sounds filled the air. In an instant, hundreds of fireworks illuminated the night sky above Dragon Valley Amusement Park, their brilliant colors casting a daylight-like glow over the surroundings for miles, visible even from several kilometers away. Wow! Fireworks! Such beautiful fireworks! The trio exclaimed, their faces alight with excitement. Daddy loves us so much. Luo Tianyi gazed at the brilliant display, incredulous that the festivities had not yet concluded. My goodness, this man truly spends money without a second thought. The grand celebration for the trio's first birthday was indeed monumental. One could only imagine how extravagant it would be in the future. The two maids clasped their hands together, gazing at the dazzling fireworks with admiration, utterly enamored by their master. After nearly half an hour, the firework display came to a close, and Yi Xian drove Luo Tianyi and the three little ones back to the Qinzhen Hotel. This night would undoubtedly be etched in the memories of Luo Tianyi and the maids forever. Aunt Xuan and the two maids tucked the three little ones into bed, while Luo Tianyi, already washed and pristine, awaited her partner. Darling, I feel so fortunate to have met you. It was the best decision of my life. The day's experiences replayed in her mind like a sweet, blissful dream, enveloping her in warmth, and her lips involuntarily curved into a smile. Darling, I love you. I love you so very much. In a moment of deep affection, Luo Tianyi tilted her graceful neck, offering him a tender kiss, which soon escalated into a passionate French kiss. Is that so? Yi Xian smiled, observing the enchanting woman before him. Let me see just how much my darling loves her husband. Humph, she playfully huffed. Darling, I intend to finish all the couple cards today. You must be joking. He replied. It was evident that this night would be sleepless. After conquering one milestone after another, Luo Tianyi eventually nestled against Yi Xian, drifting into a serene slumber. As he gazed at the beautiful woman in his arms, Yi Xian felt a profound sense of gratitude. Just over half a year ago, he could scarcely have imagined this life. Now, it had all come to fruition. He couldn't help but feel excited for the future of their three little darlings. Chapter 299. The Duchy of Best transformed into a kingdom? In the room, Yi Xian gazed tenderly at the sleeping beauty, bestowing a gentle kiss upon Luo Tianyi's soft, delicate cheek, a scene that would undoubtedly evoke envy in many. Sensing his kiss, the slumbering Luo Tianyi stirred slightly, adjusting her position comfortably before sinking back into peaceful sleep. Observing the playful demeanor of his stunning wife, Yi Xian's lips curved into a smile, realizing that she must have truly exhausted herself. He then rose and exited the room. Soon arriving at a prearranged chamber, the two soldiers who had been waiting for some time straightened their backs upon seeing Yi Xian standing at attention as if undergoing inspection. Not for any other reason than the fact that the man before them was the esteemed lord of the Duchy of Best, their supremely noble duke. While outsiders might be unaware, the two, as trusted confidants of the Earl of Pucis, certainly understood the significance of the moment. It was this very duke who had single-handedly vanquished their former neighbor, the greatest adversary, the Duchy of Missy, which had now become part of their territory. Furthermore, not only was the Earl of Pucis present, but the Earl of Will was also in the room. The gathering of these two most respected earls to confer with the duke signified that the matters at hand were of immense importance. As the two guards' expressions registered their reverence, Yi Xian smiled slightly. Upon entering the room, they were met with the sight of Pucis, the prince of the Eagle Nation, and the uncle of the current king, alongside the Earl of Will, the supreme commander of the War Department in the Duchy of Best. Together, they constituted the highest officials of the duchy. "Greetings, your grace." Pucis and Will rose from their seats as Yi Xian entered, bowing respectfully. The fact that the duke had summoned both of them indicated that the forthcoming discussion would be of utmost significance for the duchy. "Rise," Yi Xian commanded, observing their solemnity. He felt no surprise. It was only natural, given the weight of the tasks he was about to assign them, which were indeed quite substantial, at least for Pucis and Will, though they were of little consequence to him. "Thank you, your grace," they both exclaimed, straightening up, yet their hearts brimmed with utmost vigilance. Determined not to miss a single moment of the proceedings, "I have summoned you both for one specific purpose." His calm voice resonated, causing Pucis and Will to focus intently. "Your grace commands. We shall go through fire and water for your grace." Both Pucis and Will affirmed, their loyalty unwavering. Previously, they might not have expressed such fervor, but they had recently learned that this very duke had directly aided William in ascending to the throne, a gesture that had left them in awe for days. No need for such extremes. However, the coming period will certainly keep you occupied, Yi Xian remarked, satisfied with their resolve. "What I require of you is quite simple, to alter the designation of the Duchy of Best, officially renaming it the Kingdom of Best." Boom. The moment these words were uttered, both Pucis and Will were taken aback, their minds reeling from the implications. "Your grace, you wish to elevate the Duchy of Best to a kingdom?" This revelation struck them like a thunderbolt, leaving them shocked and bewildered. Was it not too soon? Indeed, this thought echoed in unison in their minds. While they had entertained the possibility of such a transformation, they had anticipated it would take at least 3 to 5 years. They had only just begun to stabilize the territory of the Duchy of Missy, and even that was merely a tentative achievement. Pucis and Will exchanged deep breaths. Their gazes synchronized with a shared determination. "We shall dutifully execute your grace's orders," they declared, placing their right hands on their left shoulders and bowing respectfully. However, their astonishment was merely the beginning. Seeing the resolute expressions on their faces, Yi Xian nodded slightly and continued, "Furthermore, from this day forth, it shall be announced nationwide that all citizens within the Kingdom of Best will be exempt from taxes for a decade. Additionally, a general amnesty will be declared, and the borders of the kingdom shall be flung wide open to allow refugees from various nations to enter the Kingdom of Best. All who enter shall be granted citizenship, along with land and housing, for a period of 1 month. Boom. The magnitude of this announcement sent Pucis and Will into a state of utter astonishment. Gazing at the man before them, their Lord of Best, who might soon become the king of the Kingdom of Best. Good heavens! The decision to open the borders, attract refugees with promises of land and housing, and exempt them from taxes for a decade was unprecedented, although not yet officially declared. Both earls could already envision a future where countless refugees flooded into the Kingdom of Best, for indeed, people were the foundation of a nation's prosperity. "Your grace, your wisdom is unparalleled." They both bowed deeply, recognizing that the duke's plan surpassed their own ideas, with effects anticipated to be exponentially greater. Having occupied high positions for many years, they understood the hopes of the populace. Often, it was not the identity of the ruler that mattered to them, but rather how their lives could improve. In the interest of preserving their livelihoods, they would naturally fight fiercely against any adversaries threatening their stability. This virtuous cycle, allowing the people to thrive, would undoubtedly bolster their national strength manifold within just a few years. As excitement surged within them, Pucis and Will exchanged glances and, in unison, exclaimed, "We pledge to follow your grace. No, your majesty." In that moment, their allegiance transcended mere words, resonating from the depths of their souls. They fully recognized that the Kingdom of Best was destined to witness an unprecedented era of prosperity, where delegations from all corners could very well arrive. Indeed, strive diligently, my friends, Yi Xian remarked with a serene smile. Should this venture succeed and the kingdom be set on the right path, you shall be hailed as the founding fathers of the kingdom of Best, and I shall bestow upon you both titles of duke and landed estates. Boom. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Pucis and Will felt their hearts racing, their eyes sparkling with unprecedented fervor, their very souls trembling with excitement. Thank you for your grace, your majesty. We shall not betray your trust and expectations. Thud. In that moment, they knelt once more, the sound echoing like the beating of war drums in the chamber. Should this scene be witnessed by the Duchy of Missy, it would surely incite a deluge of conspiracies against the Duchy of Best. Chapter 300. You might not believe it, but the Duchy of Best is about to be elevated to a kingdom. Farewell, your majesty. Shortly thereafter, Pucis and Will respectfully saw Yi Xian off. While the two soldiers guarding the door, loyal confidants of Pucis, were left in a state of shock, their composure shattered. Good heavens, am I dreaming? One of the confidants swallowed hard, his astonishment and disbelief palpable in his expression. Did the two earls just refer to the Duke as His Majesty the King? Exchanging incredulous glances, they both recognized the disbelief mirrored in each other's eyes, a bold hypothesis forming in their minds. Could it be that the matter being discussed by the Duke and the two earls is the elevation of the Duchy of Best to a kingdom? Without a doubt. This notion simultaneously flickered in the minds of both individuals, and their hearts swelled with unparalleled excitement. If this were indeed true, then the time for them to achieve their ambitions had arrived. They exchanged a glance and subtly smacked their lips, clearly having made a silent yet resolute decision. At that very moment, in the room, both Count Pucis and Earl Will remained in a state of profound astonishment. Count Pucis, is this truly happening? Is His Grace the Duke truly elevating the Duchy of Best to a kingdom? Earl Will's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Although he had served as the highest commander of the War Department for over a decade, he had only previously witnessed the trivial affairs of the duchy. Now, if the Duchy of Best were to become a kingdom, the burdens upon his shoulders would multiply at least tenfold. Ahem. Hearing Will's exclamation, Pucis cleared his throat, acknowledging the abruptness of the news, which had caught them entirely off guard. Nevertheless, since His Grace the Duke, nay, His Majesty the King, had made such a determination, he must have devised a comprehensive strategy. All that remained for them was to execute it to the best of their abilities. Upon hearing Pucis's words, Will pondered for a moment before nodding silently. They had no other choice. As for Yi Xian, upon returning to his room, he embraced his exquisite wife and drifted into a peaceful slumber, leaving the subsequent matters to others, for he had already informed Luo Tian and Xiao Tink in advance, ensuring their unwavering support for this endeavor. The following day, as dawn broke, the official website of the Duchy of Best announced a momentous decree. Henceforth, the duchy would be rebranded as the Kingdom of Best. The moment this news broke, it sent shockwaves throughout the realm. What on earth? The Duchy of Best is becoming a kingdom? This is utterly unexpected. Wasn't it said that Best was leaderless? Amidst the cacophony of disbelief, exclamations of excitement erupted. Oh my goodness, our nation is ascending to kingdom status. How impressive. Thank you, Count Pucis. Thank you, Earl Will. The comment section of the official website was ablaze with fervent discussions, and this was merely the beginning. The website further declared that, in light of the public's overwhelming desire, the Duchy of Best would be consigned to history, replaced solely by the Kingdom of Best. By royal decree, from this day forth, all refugees were permitted entry into the kingdom's borders. Once within, they would be granted full citizenship rights, complete with housing provisions. And all taxes would be waived for the next decade. Boom, boom. With this announcement, the already fervent discussions among netizens escalated to new heights, especially among the citizens of the Duchy of Best, who were on the verge of ecstatic eruption. Excitement, pride, and a myriad of emotions coursed through their hearts. It was only natural for them to feel this way. After all, their nation had grown powerful, and henceforth, they would no longer be looked down upon. Although the difference between a duchy and a kingdom was a mere word, the implications were vastly different, representing a chasm of distinction. In a hotel room, as the vibrant morning light illuminated Luo Tinyi's exquisite visage, she stirred, her beautiful eyes fluttering open. To her surprise, she found herself in the embrace of a certain individual, who was affectionately cradling her as he slept. Memories of last night's couple's card game flooded her mind, scenes flashing before her like a cinematic reel. She could scarcely believe they had completed a full third of the game just the day before. Ding dong. Lost in her thoughts, a notification chimed from her phone, and Luo Tinyi glanced at the screen, her eyes widening in shock. In the early hours of last night, the official website of the Duchy of Best declared that it will henceforth be renamed as a kingdom. Staring at the news on her phone, Luo Tinyi froze, clearly taken aback by the significance of their visit to the duchy coinciding with such a monumental event. The elevation of a duchy to a kingdom was indeed a momentous occasion. Wife, What captivates your attention so? Just then, a deep, magnetic voice broke into her reverie, and she instinctively rolled her eyes at the individual who was playfully taking advantage of her distraction, clearly accustomed to his antics. Oh, you might find it hard to believe, but the Duchy of Best is becoming a kingdom. She held her phone up before her husband, and upon reading the news, Yi Xian's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. This revelation did not surprise him in the least. Though he was fully aware of the circumstances, he feigned ignorance, expressing mild astonishment at the prospect of the duchy's elevation to a kingdom. How intriguing. Ding dong. Just then, another notification chimed, and Luo Tianyi glanced at her phone once more, her brow furrowing in curiosity. How strange. The nations of Huaxia and Eagle Country have expressed their full support right away. Does the Duchy of Best possess such formidable influence? She continued, noting that not only Huaxia and Eagle Country but other nations had also shown solidarity. Really? That is indeed peculiar. Yi Xian replied with a calm demeanor. After all, he had anticipated these developments. As for the other nations, it was clear they were those with strained relations with the United States. The U.S. had coveted the Duchy of Best for quite some time, yet their attempts had always been thwarted. Previously, they had sought to use Missy as a means to restrain Best. But who would have thought that Missy would be swiftly vanquished by Best? Upon learning of the duchy's elevation to a kingdom, the upper echelons of the U.S. were infuriated, exclaiming, "Is the Duchy of Best courting death?" The announcement of Best's elevation sent shockwaves through various nations, especially among the refugees and citizens from neighboring countries, who, upon hearing the enticing conditions presented by the newly established kingdom, flocked to Best like moths to a flame. The unprecedented phenomenon unfolded rapidly. Within an hour, tens of thousands had crossed the borders into the kingdom of Best. The nightmare for neighboring nations had thus begun, and for a prolonged period. Under the incitement of the United States, one nation after another would find themselves absorbed into the territory of the kingdom of Best, though that was a tale for another time. Chapter 301. The counterattack begins. Are the 5 elders of Huaxia coming? Oil. Gold mines? Undoubtedly. These are the most prosperous resources of the Duchy of Best, as well as the Missy Duchy, and they constitute the primary economic pillars aside from tourism, accounting for around 40% of the national income. These are also among the most lucrative resources internationally, which is precisely why the United States has sought to intervene repeatedly. Now that the Duchy of Best is poised to become a kingdom, it will undoubtedly experience qualitative advancements across all fronts, something the United States is most unwilling to witness. In an immediate response, the U.S. dispatched countless assassins and mercenaries to the Duchy of Best. Their objective, glaringly clear, to execute a decapitation plan to thwart the duchy's elevation to a kingdom. Yet, all of this was well within Yi Xian's expectations. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Best, Luo Tian and the others had long been on standby, and Luo Tianyi had also stepped into the realm of the war god. Alongside him, 5 others, including Wolf Fong and Poison Blade, had also ascended to this level, with numerous others at the pinnacle of the semi-war god stage. 6 formidable war gods, dozens of peak half-step war gods, and hundreds of half-step war gods, all of which remain shrouded in secrecy from the outside world. This is the greatest secret of Tianquan security. While Wang Taizu oversees matters in Huaxia, the other powerful beings have all gathered in the Duchy of Best, unbeknownst even to the high echelons of the United States, including Count Puxis and Count Weir. After all, a surprise attack can yield unexpected results only when deployed strategically. At this moment, the Duke's mansion of Best, nay, it should now be referred to as the Royal Palace of Best, was surrounded by the elite forces of Tianquan security. Puxis and Weir had a vague awareness of this, but the precise number of experts remained unknown to them, as these individuals had been personally assigned by His Majesty the King. Aware of the royal protection surrounding them, both could devote their full attention to the upcoming affairs. Finally, we can let loose. Wolf Fong licked his lips, the aura of a war god surging around him, a strength he had never dared to imagine before. Not only Wolf Fong, but also Poison Blade and the others shared this sentiment. Among them, Luo Tian was the strongest, nearing the pinnacle of the war god realm, serving as the commander to protect Puxis and Weir, ensuring the smooth elevation of Best to a kingdom. Wolf Fong, this is a critical moment. Do not let your love for battle jeopardize young Master Yi's grand plans. No one will be able to save you if you do. Luo Tian cautioned Wolf Fong, who was known for his fiery temper and penchant for combat. Rest assured, Brother Tian, I understand the gravity of the situation. I would never dare delay young Master Yi's grand affairs. Wolf Fong tempered the ferocity in his gaze. I know what is at stake. Luo Tian let out a deep breath. I just received news that the United States has dispatched at least 1,000 assassins, not to mention no fewer than 3,000 mercenaries. In total, We can roughly estimate that over 4,000 killers and mercenaries have come forth from the U.S., all of whom are elite professionals. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, everyone shed their previous underestimations and became fully alert, patiently awaiting the perfect opportunity to strike. In the capital of Huaxia, within the War Department, Commander Wang had confirmed the situation. The Northwest Border's war god, Long Aotin, gazed towards the Duchy of Best, no, the Kingdom of Best now, and spoke solemnly. The United States has sent a total of 2,000 assassins and over 3,500 mercenaries to thwart the elevation of the Duchy of Best into a kingdom, among which are no fewer than 10 war gods and 50 peak half-step war gods, with hundreds of half-step war gods remaining, and the rest are all elite masters. With a crack, Commander Wang Zantian's teacup shattered in his hand upon hearing Long Aotin's report. The United States is truly audacious. Do they believe they can manipulate everything? What shall we do, Commander Wang? Long Aotin pondered before inquiring. Aware that even though they recognized Yi Xian's formidable influence, there could be no room for error. I will report this to the 5 elders and let them decide. Wang Zhantian replied. Shortly after Wang Zhantian left, he pondered for a moment before dialing his father, Wang Xuanyu. The head of the Wang family was just one of his identities. He was also one of the 5 elders of Huaxia, a peak war god. Father, what? You intend to intervene personally? Very well, I will make the arrangements. After hanging up, Wang Zhantian's lips twitched slightly, and his eyelids began to twitch as he understood that once his father intervened, the casualties would be far from trivial. What would transpire during Wang Xuanyu's journey to the Kingdom of Best remained uncertain, but a devastating slaughter was inevitable. Wang Xuanyu, under the weight of the powerful orange, was but a step away from the half-step Heavenly King realm. Moreover, not long ago, the Temple of Light had failed in their assassination attempt on South Heaven, and Wang Xuanyu had been seething with rage since. Now, with the United States targeting the Kingdom of Best, Wang Xuanyu saw an opportunity for retribution, and thus, the response from Huaxia commenced. Half a day later, on the border of the Kingdom of Best facing the United States, a shadow appeared in the forest, followed by 2 others. All 3 were elders, their auras resonating with the peak of the war god realm, with Wang Xuanyu exuding the strongest presence. Beside him stood South Heaven, one of the 5 elders who had been previously targeted, and the current head of the Ji family, Ji Woody. The Ji family's involvement stemmed from a prior grievance when a Ji family member offended a young tycoon in the United States, resulting in the Ji disciples' untimely demise abroad, which only fueled their hatred towards the United States. Furthermore, many young Ji family members currently served in the War Department, making Ji Woody's involvement unsurprising. Suddenly, thousands of figures emerged, each a half-step war god at the very least, with no fewer than 20 war gods among them. A truly unprecedented assembly. The Temple of Light has assassinated our South Heaven war god. This time, we shall leave no one alive among the invading forces from the United States. Obey the orders of Elder Wang. As Wang Xuanyu's voice resonated, over 1,000 powerful individuals bowed respectfully, including many from the Ji family, illustrating Wang Xuanyu's esteemed status within the War Department and the Ji family. Unbeknownst to the more than 5,000 assassins and mercenaries from the United States, their countdown to demise had begun. Chapter 302. Yi Xian subdues Haishan. 1 hour later, the sound of piercing air echoed through the forest, yet no birds took flight. All the wildlife had been mercilessly slaughtered by the intruders. Wherever they passed, they left devastation in their wake. This group comprised over 2,000 assassins and more than 3,500 mercenaries dispatched by the United States, a force capable of toppling a nation. They had come merely to assassinate 2 individuals, and if this scene were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly astonish countless observers. The United States' arrogance had always been evident, yet at this moment, they remained blissfully unaware that they had crossed an insurmountable line by targeting the 5 elders of Huaxia, conspiring with the Temple of Light. Wang Xuanyu radiated an aura of vengeance. His actions were motivated not only by a desire for retribution for South Heaven, but also by the murder of his daughter. The cherished princess of the Wang family, the Temple of Light was guilty of unforgivable crimes. Elder Wang, the assassins and mercenaries are still 1 kilometer away, reported a peak half-step war god from the capital's War Department, showing utmost respect, as he dared not be presumptuous in front of Elder Wang, a hero of Huaxia. Excellent. Prepare everyone to engage and annihilate them in the shortest time possible, commanded Wang Xuanyu, and as he spoke, both South Heaven and Ji Woody grew solemn, their eyes glinting with a fierce determination, clearly harboring no goodwill towards the Americans. At that moment, over 5,000 powerful individuals advanced with a sense of impending slaughter. With over 5,000 of us, why not simply eradicate the Kingdom of Best altogether? Haha, I find this idea quite appealing. Why not engage in a contest to see who can claim the most lives? This time upon returning, There is a bounty of $1 million at stake. And from any perspective, it is an assuredly profitable venture. The formidable warriors laughed and made their way towards the city of Best, evidently dismissing the events that had transpired here. With over 5,000 powerful individuals joking amongst themselves, if they could not eliminate those two ordinary people, they might as well find a block of tofu to throw themselves against. Attack! A chilling voice resonated, and in the next instant, over 1,000 formidable auras surged forth. Akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep, directly entering slaughter mode. The 5,000 warriors, caught off guard, found hundreds of their number slain almost instantly. Not good. They're in ambush. No, how could there be so many powerful beings? Those are peak war gods. It's impossible. Damn it. 3 peak war gods, run. In an instant, the situation collapsed like a house of cards, especially for Xuan, who perceived the 5,000 as mere assassins targeting his daughter from the Temple of Light. With each step he took, at least a dozen lives fell to his hand. The iron-blooded war god Xuan had carved his path through battles in the past, and this scene was but a mere shadow of his former exploits. Kill. The warriors of the Wang family were consumed by rage. Their esteemed young lady had been murdered, a stain upon their honor. Now that the enemy was at hand, they all had to perish. No, we must escape. They're too strong. And those foes were madmen, utterly reckless, their strength overwhelming. Fighting back seemed futile, as they were clearly on an entirely different level. Yet escape? It was evidently futile, for on the periphery lay over 100 semi-peak war gods waiting to pick off any fleeing enemies. From the outset, Xuan had no intention of allowing anyone to leave. How many years had it been? A white-haired man mourning a black-haired one. None knew how Xuan had endured these years, nor how many times he was jolted awake by nightmares. Had it not been for the heavy burdens he bore, he would have long since ventured alone into the Temple of Light. Die. Boom. A fist shattered the ribs of a peak war god, delivering a devastating blow that left onlookers in shock. Before the injured warrior could comprehend his fate, he was summarily dispatched by another from the Wang family. Without a hint of hesitation. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, silence returned to the battlefield, devoid of any traces of combat. Only over 1,000 warriors remained, panting heavily, evidently drained from the high-intensity skirmish. Yet, the toll was undoubtedly worth it. The ground was awash with blood and corpses, the nauseating stench of blood rising to the heavens. Anyone with a weak stomach would surely regurgitate upon catching even a whiff. Even the battle-hardened elites of the War Department felt their stomachs churn violently. Phew. G. Woody let out a sigh of relief, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he surveyed his surroundings. Haha, splendid. It's been ages since I've had such a vigorous release. Observing the scene before him and the fatigued warriors, G. Woody's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he thought of something and gazed towards the direction of the American Temple of Light. Brother Wang, now that the 3 of us have finally gathered, why not we storm the Temple of Light together? That group has certainly caused enough trouble for our great China. Hearing G. Woody's words, Wei Nantian's lips twitched slightly. G. Woody was not one of the 5 elders of China, and he had never expected him to make such a proposal. Xuan, upon hearing G. Woody's suggestion, felt a stirring in his heart. Assaulting the Temple of Light had long been his cherished aspiration, yet his remaining reason reminded him that even with 3 peak war gods, their strength might still be insufficient. I yearn to attack the Temple of Light, but its mysteries have thwarted all who have attempted. I never imagined that the once iron-blooded war god would exhibit such composure. Just as Xuan's voice faded, a figure appeared amidst the crowd. None other than Wiang Ruoshan, the former leader of the Black Heaven organization and father of Wiang Ba. Here stood a peak war god, and notably, he was not far from the realm of Semi-King. The Black Heaven organization, Wiang Ruoshan. Wei Nantian's pupils constricted upon seeing the newcomer. This was a renowned force from abroad, and the Black Heaven organization had played a significant role in China's founding. In return, it had thrived remarkably in recent years. A peak war god and 5 others at the war god level spoke volumes. To be frank, my ungrateful son has become one of the kings of the Xuan underworld palace, and now the Black Heaven organization has pledged allegiance to Xuan. Oh no, to the palace lord. I come here at the palace lord's behest. Boom. Wiang Ruoshan's declaration sent shockwaves through the hearts of all present, including Xuan. That Xuan had subdued the entire Black Heaven organization was an astonishing revelation. The over 1,000 elite warriors from the War Department widened their eyes, overwhelmed by the news. The Black Heaven organization had been subjugated? That Xuan was truly extraordinary. Chapter 303. The 8-winged angel quick from the Temple of Light. Xuan has subdued the Black Heaven? As Wiang Ruoshan's words echoed, silence enveloped the venue. The news of the Black Heaven organization's submission sent ripples of shock through the crowd. Just how powerful was that Xuan's underworld palace now? G. Woody, the head of the G family, gazed at the multitude of Black Heaven warriors and reflected aloud. Upon hearing G. Woody's remark, the elite warriors of the War Department and the Black Heaven organization perked up, clearly intrigued. Just recently, the Underworld Palace had detained the six-winged angels of the Temple of Light at the northern frontier, indicating that the legendary Xuan's influence was indeed formidable. Moreover, they were also beneficiaries of the powerful oranges, well aware of how they had emerged from Xuan's hands. The reason for their mobilization of such elite forces was undoubtedly to repay that debt, for it was of paramount importance to them. How powerful? Upon hearing G. Woody's inquiry, Wang Ruoshan, sensing the attention of the thousands around him, replied without hesitation, a knowing smile adorning his face. I cannot say precisely how powerful, but I do know that my ungrateful son is now at the peak of the War God realm, and prior to this, that brat had already become the leader of the Black Heaven organization. The Underworld Palace, including Lin Feng, has 4 kings, all at the peak of the War God realm. What? Wang Ruoshan's words detonated in the minds of the crowd like a cannonball. The only one who remained composed was Wei Nantian, for he was the sole person in the War Department and the G family who was privy to this information. However, due to the secrecy surrounding the Underworld Palace, he had not disclosed it, not even to Wang Xuanyu. Just then, another wave of powerful figures burst forth, and among them were over 1,000, led by none other than Luo Tian and his entourage. Luo Tian's aura was a mere step away from the peak War God realm, accompanied by 5 or 6 war gods, with numerous semi-peak war gods in tow. Old Wang, I have long admired your name. As he approached, Luo Tian smiled slightly. We come at the behest of young Master Yi to assist you. Youth Master Yi? Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Wei Nantian momentarily froze. But then realization dawned upon him. Could the young master you speak of be? Haha, you're correct, Nantian War God. Our young Master Yi is none other than Xuan. We are the force under the command of Lord Yi, known as Tianquan Security. Boom. A seemingly mundane sound reverberated through the crowd, yet it left everyone in stunned disbelief. Tianquan Security. Is this the other faction associated with that foul brat serving the Lord of the Underworld? Tianquan Security. Could it be the same security company that collaborated with the War Department in the Imperial capital, igniting a bloody storm? Good heavens. G. Woody licked his lips, clearly taken aback by the revelation that besides the Underworld Palace, Yi Xian commanded such formidable power. With a deep breath, Wang Xuanyu, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Temple of Light, exuded an aura of murderous intent that enveloped the surroundings. Old Wang, I believe it is prudent to inform you of something beforehand. Just as Wang Xuanyu prepared to set forth, Luo Tian's voice resonated, undoubtedly capturing everyone's attention, with thousands of piercing gazes directed towards him. Oh, what is it? Wang Xuanyu, recognizing the significance of the young man's words, showed no dismissiveness. For Luo Tian's strength was not far from the peak of the War God realm, a fact that warranted his respect. An hour ago, I hacked into the Temple of Light for a brief moment and gathered some scattered information, which mentioned the 8-winged angel Quick, though I cannot ascertain its accuracy. Nonetheless, it is wise to make preparations, just in case. The mere mention of the 8-winged angel caused a solemnity to descend upon all present, including Wang Xuanyu. The 6-winged angels of the Temple of Light were already at the pinnacle of the War God realm. If the 8-winged angel existed, it would surely transcend that level, verging on the realm of the half-step heavenly king. 8-winged angels, you say? Fortuitously, I have brought heavy weaponry. Leave the restraint to our Black Sky organization, Wang Ruoshan declared. After exchanging a few words, they set forth towards the Temple of Light, which remained blissfully unaware and utterly unprepared. Time passed swiftly. As night fell, over 3,000 formidable warriors led by Wang Xuanyu appeared on the outskirts of the Temple of Light, approximately 5 or 6 kilometers from their stronghold. Beyond lay the temple's sentinels, and they needed to eliminate all watchmen to breach the temple with minimal cost. Wang Xuanyu employed high-tech thermal imaging and radar, rendering the numerous experts of the Temple of Light visible and vulnerable. Positions assigned. Show no mercy. The air crackled with the overwhelming aura of the peak War God realm, and a tide of bloodlust surged forth as Wang Xuanyu, consumed by vengeful fury, shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed towards the distance, intent on exacting a swift and brutal reckoning. This was a day he had awaited for far too long, and he could not afford a single misstep. Yes, old Wang. In response, the half-step War God realm warriors sprang into action, and soon the forest echoed with the muffled thuds of bodies falling. With each sound, a sentinel met their demise. 5, 10, 50. In less than a minute, over 500 sentinels were slain, their defenses crumbling under the relentless assault. And this was merely the beginning. After dispatching the last of the sentinels, They finally arrived before the headquarters of the Temple of Light. Wang Xuanyu inhaled deeply. Remembering the blood feud, it was a vendetta that could not be forgiven. Today, he would make the Temple of Light pay a grievous price. With that, disguised Wang Xuanyu surged forward, unleashing his full power at the pinnacle of the war god realm, charging towards the stronghold to wreak havoc. Chapter 304. The Temple of Light faces severe damage. Kill! A cold voice rang out, and Wang Xuanyu's blade swiftly severed the neck of a two-winged angel of the Temple of Light, whose strength barely reached the half-step war god realm. This individual had not even stepped into the war god realm and was utterly no match for Wang Xuanyu's strike. Blood sprayed forth as the two-winged angel let out a scream that never escaped his lips, his eyes wide with disbelief as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Not good. We are under attack. Impudence. How dare you wreak havoc in the Temple of Light? You seek death. Two more two-winged angels shouted just before their lives were extinguished, splattering blood as they fell, their bodies growing cold at an alarming rate. Battle resolved. Wei Nantian glared at the members of the Temple of Light, fury blazing in his eyes. Had it not been for the intervention of the Underworld Palace, he would surely have been a corpse by now. Fools! You seek death. Quickly! Someone inform Lord Quick. Hold your ground. If we can just withstand until Lord Quick arrives, all invading foes shall be annihilated. Boom! In the ensuing chaos, a six-winged angel, tasked with organizing the defense, was struck by Wang Ruoshan's fist, sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth, his aura waning. What? His power exceeds that of the peak war god realm. Impossible. The six-winged angel was astounded, unable to fathom the strength of his assailant. Meanwhile, concealed beneath their disguises, Wang Xuanyu and his entourage remained unrecognized. Their concealment was necessary, for they were not yet prepared for an open confrontation with the Temple of Light, whose true strength remained unknown to them. Die! Wang Ruoshan, eager for a full-scale battle, seized this opportune moment to unleash his fury, and with a swift, deadly strike, he plunged a dagger into the heart of the six-winged angel. No! The anguished cry, laden with despair, pierced through the din of battle. And as the numerous experts of the Temple of Light witnessed their six-winged angel fall, a wave of hopelessness swept through them. What? The six-winged angel has been slain. It cannot be. I must be dreaming. This is impossible. The realization that a being at the pinnacle of the war god realm had been killed sent shockwaves of terror through the ranks. Who are these people? And how can they possess such terrifying power? It's over. If this continues, we shall only meet our doom. No, I cannot die here. I must flee. Yes, everyone retreat. The clamor of panic resonated from within the Temple of Light. Wang Ruoshan's decisive action in eliminating the six-winged angel had proven extraordinarily effective. He, as the leader of the Black Sky organization for over 30 years, understood the impact of such tactics all too well. Kill. Having dispatched a six-winged angel, Wang Ruoshan charged towards the next target, while Wang Xuanyu similarly felled another six-winged angel. The swift demise of two six-winged angels plunged the previously hesitant warriors of the Temple of Light into utter despair, prompting them to flee in terror. Yet how could Wang Xuanyu, fueled by a deep-seated vendetta, allow his enemies to escape? The warriors of the War Department unleashed their formidable might, even at the cost of their own injuries, to inflict severe damage upon their adversaries. This reckless approach instilled profound fear in the hearts of the Temple of Light's elite. Clang! The sound of clashing weapons and gunfire echoed relentlessly, as blood splattered and brains burst forth. There was no denying it. The ambush was resoundingly successful, catching the Temple of Light completely off guard. Most importantly, the formidable warriors led by Wang Xuanyu were exceptionally powerful. Even the presence of several six-winged angels at the temple's headquarters proved insufficient. Bodies fell like rain, 5, 50, 500. Within moments, the casualties among the temple's elite surpassed 1,000. Such a level of loss was unprecedented, even greater than during their previous full-scale conflict with the Dark Church. It must be noted that the weakest among them were top-tier experts, with the majority being half-step war gods. Scoundrels! You dare to slay those of the Temple of Light? You seek death. Amidst the fierce battle, the five-stationed six-winged angels dwindled to 3, with half of their number fallen. Witnessing this, the hastily arriving eight-winged angel, Quake, wore a grim expression, his face contorted with rage. You seek death. Boom. A terrifying aura surged forth from him, unmistakably emanating from a half-step king realm. Without hesitation, Quake unleashed a punch towards Wang Xuanyu, who reciprocated with a punch of his own. The collision resulted in Quake taking a step back, while Wang Xuanyu was forced to retreat 5 or 6 steps, clearly indicating the disparity in their strengths. Wang Xuanyu was no match for Quake. Huh, a half-step king realm. Is it? Eight-winged angel, receive my punch. At this moment, Yang Ruoshan seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, landing a blow that forced the hastily defending Quake back 3 or 4 steps, although Yang Ruoshan himself was also pushed back several steps. However, exchanging glances with Wang Xuanyu, they both charged towards Quake, moving with a speed that seemed almost ghostly. In mere seconds, the three engaged in a flurry of lethal exchanges, each strike aimed at ensuring the other's demise. Brother Wang, retreat. The two simultaneously struck Quake, forcing him back, just as Yang Ruoshan's trusted aide, who had long been prepared, shouted, "Fire the rocket launcher." Damn it, die! The aide's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he fixated on the retreating Quake, unleashing a barrage of over 100 rockets upon him. What could a half-step king realm do against such an assault? They were about to witness just how formidable he truly was. Boom. The catastrophic attack unleashed a fiery wave that sent both Yang Ruoshan and Wang Xuanyu, who had not fully retreated, flying. As for Quake, his fate was even more dire. The overwhelming shockwave obliterated the Temple of Light's grand hall, leaving it in utter disarray. As the smoke cleared, a figure appeared, looking as ragged as a beggar, draped in tattered cloth yet exuding an aura of undeniable strength. Truly, a half-step king realm could only sustain injuries? Everyone retreat, Wang Xuanyu declared, having achieved his objective of severely wounding an 8-winged angel and killing 3 6-winged angels. It was more than sufficient. Moreover, if Quake retained his fighting capability, it would pose a significant threat to them. With Wang Xuanyu's command, thousands of prepared warriors dispersed in unison, vanishing within mere seconds. Damn it, stop right there. A severely injured 6-winged angel from the temple attempted to pursue, but was halted by Quake. Stand down. No one is to pursue. Before Quake could finish his command, he coughed up a copious amount of blood. Though he was a half-step king, surviving a volley of over 100 rockets was nothing short of miraculous. The remaining elite of the Temple of Light could only watch in disbelief, their hearts racing with anxiety. Who were these assailants that even Lord Quake was gravely wounded? They were ruthless beyond measure. Chapter 305. Good heavens, isn't that the superstar Yi Xian? In the aftermath of the intense battle, devastation lay everywhere. The Temple of Light had undeniably been brought low, once a fearsome entity that sent shivers down the spine of any who uttered its name. It was truly hard to believe that Yang Ruoshan had prepared over 100 rockets for this long-range strike. Ji Woody smacked his lips, pondering the intelligence of carrying such heavy weaponry over a long distance. Yet the outcome was surprisingly effective. Yang Ruoshan had managed to slay 6-winged angels, and yet he was still unqualified for the throne of the underworld. Yi Xian was indeed a remarkable individual, Wei Nantin murmured softly, while Wang Xuanyu felt a complex swirl of emotions. Just days prior, he had attended Yi Xian's wedding. Yi Xian had also been a benefactor to their family. Without him, Lin Feng might still be languishing in a state of despair. Having avenged part of his daughter's grievances lifted a weight off Wang Xuanyu's heart, making him feel rejuvenated, as if he had shed years. Ding! Having just celebrated the first birthday of the triplets, Yi Xian was on his way back when he received a message. Lord, the ambush on the Temple of Light has concluded. 8-winged angel Quake is gravely injured. 3 6-winged angels have perished, and over 100 4-winged angels are dead or wounded. Glancing at the message from Luo Tian, Yi Xian dismissed it with a flick of his finger, erasing it from memory. Daddy, hurry up. The sweet, adorable voices of the 3 little ones chimed in, and Yi Xian's face softened with paternal affection. Coming. Upon hearing his joyful demeanor, Luo Tian rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, knowing that only the triplets could provoke such unrestrained delight. Daddy, what are you doing? Hurry up. Sanbeo pouted adorably, having just turned a year old and able to stand with some effort, bringing immense joy to Yi Xian and Luo Tian. Unbeknownst to them, the triplets had grown significantly, and their memories of the past, when they could only lie helplessly, faded away. As the triplets developed their abilities, they were increasingly becoming their father's little darlings, often seeking closeness with him. On occasion, Luo Tian found herself enviously musing that it was no wonder they said daughters were their father's little cotton jackets. At just 1 year old, the triplets were already adept at winning their father's affection, leaving Luo Tian feeling a mixture of joy and worry. The 2 maids, listening to the children, chuckled softly, their beautiful faces lighting up with joy. Only the 3 little ones would dare to openly complain about the master, who, with no temper to speak of, clearly indulged them. All set. We must head to the airport to return home. Yes, 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 Daddy, drive. The 3 little ones eagerly urged their father to start the car, already seated and ready. Drive quickly. Luo Tian rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, who seemed oblivious to the world, urging him to move. It was clear that the sweetness of their little family moments was almost overwhelming. Aunt Xuan, overhearing Luo Tian, smiled knowingly, her lips curving into a gentle smile, as everything was understood without the need for words. Virum, with a press of the accelerator, Yi Xian demonstrated his driving skills, not particularly fast, but undoubtedly steadier than any seasoned driver of 20 years. What a joke. Rather than racing at breakneck speed, wouldn't it be more delightful to ensure that the three adorable little ones are seated comfortably? Clearly, in contrast to the thrill of excitement, our comrade Yi Xian is far more attuned to the feelings of the three little treasures, for his devotion to his daughters is no mere whim. After approximately half an hour, a vehicle came to a halt in the parking lot. Yi Xian, accompanied by his family, made their way towards the airport entrance. However, at that very entrance, another event was unfolding. Wow, Qi Xiu is so handsome. Oh my, Qi Xiu, I love you, moi. Qi Xiu, my favorite. Dozens of fans gazed eagerly at a young man who emerged from a luxurious Bentley, flanked by 5 or 6 bodyguards devotedly safeguarding their young master. Indeed, Qi Xiu is the heir of his family, and the only son of Qin Haiming, the second largest shareholder of the Jingxiu Corporation in Korea, who is also a significant shareholder in ST Entertainment. Qi Xiu's foray into the entertainment industry is merely for amusement, as he relishes the attention from these mindless fans, which fills him with an overwhelming sense of superiority. Make way. The domineering bodyguards, selected with great care by Qin Haiming, each command exorbitant salaries, and they certainly would not allow these commoners to disrupt their young master. With a shove, a few excited female fans were sent stumbling backward, some even taking advantage of the situation, yet these fervent fans seemed unfazed by the commotion. Meanwhile, one of Qin Xiu's bodyguards, noticing Luo Tianyi's stunning figure, discreetly attempted to take advantage of the moment. Step aside, step aside. Clearly, this bodyguard regarded Luo Tianyi as just another fan. And just as he was about to make his move, a sharp crack echoed from his wrist. Hiss, kid, you, before the bodyguard could utter another word. He was swiftly knocked to the ground by Yi Xian's resounding slap. Luo Tianyi's delicate face paled slightly. She was acutely aware of the bodyguard's intentions. And so were Aunt Shen and the maids, who were watching intently. The commotion immediately caught the attention of reporters from various outlets, all eyes turning towards the scene, particularly those from Chinese media, who were momentarily stunned upon recognizing Yi Xian. My goodness, isn't that the superstar Yi Xian? That bodyguard's wrist just got broken by him. Does he have a death wish, daring to lay a hand on Yi Xian's woman? The reporters were quick to voice their disdain, their impressions of Qin Xiu crumbling dramatically. Initially thinking that the bodyguard's rudeness towards fans was exaggerated, they were taken aback by the severity of the situation. Upon witnessing his bodyguard being struck, Qin Xiu felt a wave of panic. If word of this got out, how could he maintain his standing? He strode forward, ready to confront Yi Xian. Who are you? Why did you hit me? Slapped by Yi Xian in a fit of anger, Qin Xiu was sent flying several meters, crashing against the side of a luxury sports car, instantly transforming his handsome visage into that of a bruised mess. The crowd erupted in shock, and the reporters from China immediately zoomed in for a close-up. My goodness. The protective husband superstar Yi Xian has taken action. Qin Xiu is doomed. Chapter 306. Defaming my Yi Xian. What is Qin Xiu even worth? Indeed, they sensed the potential for a sensational story that would set the internet ablaze, promptly documenting the priceless footage, eager to showcase Yi Xian's remarkable prowess. Naturally, they also anticipated a handsome bonus. Although they were ultimately motivated by the prospect of that bonus, the immediate events took precedence. Qin Xiu is a top-tier actor in Korea, and his public humiliation at the hands of Yi Xian was a significant boost to national pride. It was essential to capture this moment, especially considering the rampant toxicity posed by many Korean actors to their Chinese counterparts. Young master, the remaining bodyguards, witnessing their master being so decisively struck down, were thrown into a frenzy. Their sole duty was to protect him, yet now he lay unconscious. If their employer found out, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. We must take this brat down. The burly bodyguards exchanged glances, uniting in their resolve to make Yi Xian pay for his audacity, disregarding the media presence, as their focus remained solely on their duty. With reckless abandon, they charged at Yi Xian, clearly underestimating him. Truth be told, if the area had been devoid of witnesses, even a single hair from Yi Xian could have dispatched these bodyguards with ease. In mere moments, several bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, fear evident in their eyes as they contemplated how this man could be so formidable. In that instant, they found themselves utterly caught off guard, unable to mount any form of resistance. Wow, daddy is amazing, giggled the three little treasures, their faces alight with joy. The surrounding fans of Qin Xiu, jolted from their stupor by the children's exclamations, began to regain their composure, while various media outlets captured the trio in a heartwarming close-up. Let us go? Yi Xian wrapped an arm around Luo Tianyi's waist, confidently leading her into the airport. leaving the throngs of spectators and reporters in utter bewilderment. A gust of cold wind swept through, prompting the reporters to shiver as they quickly realized the implications. Tomorrow's headlines are set. We need to prepare, they thought, clutching their cameras tightly, which, at this moment, represented not just equipment but the potential for a lucrative payout. As Xuan and his party entered the airport, at Best Palace, Persis was buried under a mountain of documents, seated alongside Count Wilbur, who had come to discuss matters concerning the kingdom's borders. Just as he finished one document and was about to consult Wilbur, a phone call interrupted him. Upon seeing the caller ID, Persis hesitated, signaling Wilbur to wait, and then promptly answered the call. "Oh, what did you say?" His Majesty, the King, had a confrontation at the airport with the top-tier star Jin Shishio from ST Entertainment. The Jingxiu Corporation will certainly not let this slide. Understood. After hanging up, Wilbur looked at Persis in surprise. What transpired? His Majesty had an altercation at the airport. Persis replied with a slight smile. A foolish individual has offended the king. Should we not take action? Wilbur pondered, considering the incident occurring within the borders of Best. Forget it. Persis responded, if the king desires. There are at least 100 ways to make that person disappear without a trace. Let us instead discuss how to advance the kingdom's agenda. Very well. Wilbur agreed. Recognizing the strength of their king, he realized that it would be more prudent to focus on their own affairs rather than worry about the king's conflicts. However, as time went on and news of Yi Xian's slap against Korea's star Jin Shishio spread across the media, it ignited a frenzy among Jin Shishio's fervent fans. What? The illustrious Qi Ziyun has been assaulted? Which scoundrel dares to lay a finger on my idol? Damn it. It must be that rascal Yi Xian. What nonsense is this? Just because he sang a few songs, he thinks he can attack my god? Such a person deserves to be banned. Banned. He should be expelled from the music industry. All his works should be taken down. Disgraceful. In an instant, Qi Ziyun's fans erupted across the internet. As a top-tier star, Qi Ziyun is one of the most popular figures both domestically and in Korea. And one can only imagine the size of his fan base, albeit some of them are rather fanatical. Within less than 10 minutes, the number of comments skyrocketed to over 100,000, with shares exceeding 300,000, propelling the topic to trending status. However, just as Qi Ziyun's ardent fans were reveling in their outrage, the legion of Yi Xian's devoted followers rose in opposition, flooding the internet with their rebuttals like a tidal wave. What the hell? How dare you tarnish our Yi Xian? That Qi Ziyun is nothing. Damn it. Are you all blind? Don't you see that it was that bodyguard trying to take advantage of our sister-in-law? Damn it. You lot have lost your minds. That Qi Ziyun, with his effeminate demeanor, has long been an eyesore to me. Fanatics. A bunch of brainless fools. Our Yi Xian is leagues ahead of that pretty boy. Bah. Even to insult them feels like a blow to my intelligence. The fervent comments from Qi Ziyun's fans were swiftly obliterated by the overwhelming charm of Yi Xian's loyal supporters, and this was merely the beginning of the unfolding chaos. Approximately half an hour later, Tianhai University also felt the repercussions. As the war of words escalated, the university's chat groups ignited with fervor. What? There's senior Yi Xian. Their pride at Tianhai is being ridiculed online. Without delay, the spirited young women of Tianhai University formed a battalion to retaliate. Damn it. We may be killed, but we will not be insulted. Those brainless fans dare to slander our senior. This cannot be tolerated. Sisters, charge. Chapter 307. Mr. Yi Xian is our new boss at Tianlai Music. In Korea, the Jingxiu Group. With a resounding bang, Jeans Hyman, the stern-faced middle-aged man and the second-in-command of the Jingxiu Group, was interrupted in his office by a subordinate bursting in with great force. What? Jeans Hyman, who has navigated both the legal and criminal worlds with strict discipline, was about to unleash his fury when his trusted aide spoke up urgently. Boss, we have a major situation. The young master has been hospitalized by a boy from Huaxia, and the internet is in an uproar. As he spoke, the aide swiftly presented the trending news to Jeans Hyman. Upon reading the information on his subordinate's phone, Jin's countenance darkened significantly. How dare that wretch? Who is this Yi Xian to harm my son? He is courting death. The aide, anticipating Jin's reaction, gulped nervously, then continued. Boss, we've investigated. This Yi Xian is a singer from Huaxia, hailing from a modest background, but he possesses formidable skills. What? Upon hearing that his beloved son had been attacked by a mere singer from a humble family, Jeans Hyman's rage boiled over. An insolent star like him is asking for trouble. Immediately, mobilize all our connections. I want that ignorant brat to be utterly disgraced. Yes, boss. I will arrange it at once. The aide, knowing the gravity of the situation, wasted no time in setting the wheels in motion to ensure that the young man would suffer irreparable damage to his reputation. Watching his aide depart, Jeans Hyman crushed the wine glass in his hand, seething, you will wish you were never born. With that thought in mind, he dialed a number. Hello, Viper. I want the head of a Huaxia man for $100 million. Send your best operatives. I want him turned to ashes to quench my fury. Shortly after hanging up, Jean sent the information about the insolent Huaxia boy to the Viper organization and immediately transferred the $100 million. Upon receiving the sum, the Viper organization, a top-tier criminal syndicate in Korea, was thrown into a frenzy. They promptly dispatched a gold-level assassin, 10 silver-level assassins, and 100 bronze-level assassins, with thousands of black iron-level assassins on standby. Though they were unaware of Yi Xian's true identity, the mere offer of $100 million was sufficient to compel their action. Concurrently, orchestrated by Jean's Hyman's aid, the internet was flooded with a deluge of malicious commentary, the likes of which no one could quantify, certainly over 1 billion in total. Jean's Hyman was well versed in such tactics, having employed them against countless adversaries. He knew that public opinion could ruin a person before he delivered the final blow. Clearly, simply eliminating the boy would be too lenient. What kind of person is Yi Xian? I have a cousin who knows. You wouldn't believe what that heartless Yi Xian has done. Hey, do you know how he fathered 3 children? That Yi Xian is nothing but a beast. Don't be deceived by his handsome appearance. He is filled with malice and has harmed countless girls. I have the evidence. Damn it. I can't believe that scoundrel is such a person. I must have been blind. An unprecedented wave of negative information surged forth like a cataclysm, appearing online in an instant. The once dominant fans of Yi Xian vanished without a trace. In a flash, Yi Xian found himself at the center of a media storm, with more and more onlookers joining the fray to slander and defame him. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, returning to Tianhai on a plane, remained blissfully unaware. At that moment, at the Azure Blue residence, Chen Xiaoan was furious upon witnessing the detrimental public discourse surrounding her son. It was clear that that Korean scoundrel was attempting to take advantage of her daughter-in-law. This incident was no trivial matter. Yi Pengfei's expression was equally grim. He knew his son's temperament all too well. Although his son's actions were somewhat extreme, he was not in the wrong. It seems that the individual behind Chi Ziyun has targeted our son. With capital and connections, that person's intentions are malicious. They aim to ruin our son. Yi Pengfei felt the weight of the situation deeply, fully aware of the implications of the current public sentiment. Hearing his words, Chen Xiaoan's expression darkened further. If that sinister individual succeeded, their son would be utterly finished. But wait. Yi Pengfei glanced at the swirling rumors online. That brat had once orchestrated a wedding that filled the city with rose petals, attended by many prominent figures in Tianhai. Their son was not to be underestimated. Perhaps a turning point would arise. Upon hearing Yi Pengfei's words, Chen Xiaoan pondered briefly. It would be best if that were the case. Otherwise, she would take on those blind followers of the Water Army herself. At the Azure Blue residence, a palpable tension filled the air. They instinctively knew that their little Yi had offended someone formidable. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of Tianlai Music, in Su Yutong's office, she remarked, "What ruthless tactics." Su Yutong immediately discerned the ulterior motives of the adversaries, who clearly sought to eliminate Yi Xian. However, given that Yi Xian had played a pivotal role in the success of Tianlai Music, she could not allow such events to transpire unchallenged. Dingling. As Su Yutong pondered the situation, her phone rang, and upon seeing it was the CEO calling, she swiftly answered. However, she was soon left utterly bewildered. What? Yi Xian? No, Mr. Yi Xian, is the new owner of Tianlai Music? Hiss, understood, Mr. Qian. I know what to do. Beep beep beep. After the call ended, Su Yutong was left in a daze. My goodness, what have I just heard? The owner of Tianlai Music is Jiang Ran, who is none other than Yi Xian. When did this happen? Oh my, this is monumental. Swallowing hard, Su Yutong's gaze fell upon her computer screen. It seemed that Tianlai Music would be gearing up for a confrontation with ST Entertainment. Yet, why did it feel as though ST Entertainment was about to face a significant crisis? Chapter 308. The counterattack begins. Jean's hymning in shock. Lost in thought, Su Yutong was jolted by a statement appearing on her refreshed webpage. The proclamation came from none other than the reigning queen of the music industry, Luo Bingxian, who spoke with resolute conviction. I guarantee with my integrity that Mr. Yi Xian is not as described by certain individuals online. He is indeed an exceptionally rare talent in the music realm. What is this? Upon reading Luo Bingxian's official statement, Su Yutong was momentarily taken aback. Well. The queen of the music scene is vouching for him. Such weight carries significant influence. However, Luo Bingxian's declaration was merely the beginning. To Su Yutong's astonishment, a succession of prominent stars began to lend their voices in support. The music king, Long Xiu, stated, I have seen the comments online, and they are nothing but slander orchestrated by certain entertainment companies against Mr. Yi Xian. I vouch for his character. The legendary singer, Ho Jun, added, the innocent shall remain untainted. And there is irrefutable video evidence. No amount of online trolls can alter the truth. Netizens, do not be manipulated by those with ulterior motives. One after another, the stars who had once shared the stage with Xuan during his concerts issued their official statements, collectively dismantling the malicious narrative and even pointing fingers at ST Entertainment. Moreover, as the music industry's elite rallied in support, Su Yutong and Tianlai Music exerted every effort to join the fray, with numerous top-tier stars from the entertainment industry stepping forward to express their solidarity. Meanwhile, the countless hired trolls employed by Jeans Haiming's underlings were effectively thwarted, for the influence of numerous Chinese stars and top celebrities was not to be underestimated. As the situation escalated, the Tianhai University chat group buzzed with excitement over the overwhelming support from the stars and celebrities. Goodness, this is insane. Wow. The music industry and entertainment world are on fire with this move. Ha ha ha. This is going to be a spectacle. The influence of these stars far surpasses that of those trolls. A small stool was promptly set up, ready for the show. Huh. They think just because they are ST Entertainment from Korea, they can bully our senior Xuan? Let them reap what they sow. Bring it on. Music industry and entertainment world, let the storm intensify. Indeed, the male idol was still the same male idol, even before making his appearance. He had already amassed such a formidable support network. Tisk tisk. Tianhai University, dormitory. With a resounding clap, Lu Tong slammed his desk, exclaiming, "Damn, this is exhilarating. Our boss is incredible. So many stars and celebrities rallying behind him. His influence is immense." Xiao Ming and Zhang Zixin exchanged glances, each taking a sip and acknowledging. This counterattack is undeniably powerful. It's ruthless. How could those trolls even compare to the queen and the top stars in the industry? They exist on entirely different levels. How can they possibly compete? Yet what astonished them further was the fact that ST Entertainment was a powerhouse from Korea, wielding significant influence even domestically. Yet, despite this, these stars and celebrities showed no deference to ST Entertainment. If one were to assert that this situation had nothing to do with their boss, they would be met with disbelief. However, one question lingered. Why hadn't their boss made an appearance yet? Zhang Zixin gazed at the fervent online activity and remarked, "This doesn't seem to align with our boss's character." Xiao Ming pondered Zhang Zixin's words and contemplated a slight possibility. Do you think our boss might not even be aware that ST Entertainment has targeted him? Lu Tong and Zhang Zixin exchanged skeptical glances. No way, right? Our boss has been mercilessly targeted by that ST company. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Capital's War Department, in the military leader's office. What a brilliant tactic. This farce should come to an end. Wang Zhantian smirked slightly, then commanded his subordinates. Xuan has rendered significant contributions to our nation. Dispatch my orders. Every public figure must rally in support. Yes, Commander. One of Wang Zhantian's subordinates promptly acknowledged the order, setting about organizing the counterattack. Champions from the sports world, renowned scholars, corporate magnates, all without exception, swiftly issued official statements, collectively dismantling the narrative crafted by Jeans Haiming's subordinates, obliterating it in an instant. On the other side, within the office of the Jingxiu Foundation, the subordinate of Jeans Haiming, who had intended to check the online developments, found himself spluttering his tea as he saw the overwhelming support from public figures across various fields in China. His eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the computer screen. How is this possible? That Xuan is merely a star. How could he possess such immense influence? Damn it, this is catastrophic. Jeans Haiming's subordinate, witnessing the deluge of support, felt his heart plummet. Even he, despite his ignorance, understood the implications. This could only mean one thing. Their intelligence was grossly inaccurate. Without delay, Jeans Haiming's subordinate exited the office, intent on reporting this news directly to his boss. Minutes later, in Jeans Haiming's office. What did you say? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Jeans Haiming's composure shattered, and he leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "You bunch of fools. What on earth are you good for?" Undoubtedly, Jeans Haiming erupted in fury, realizing that not only had the public opinion failed to tarnish Xuan's reputation, but it had instead ensnared them in a precarious predicament. The situation was dire. Jeans Haiming's subordinate, his face flushed with embarrassment, had just confirmed that their investigation was sound. The only issue was that Xuan had concealed his true identity so well that they had failed to uncover his true nature. One thing was certain. Xuan's identity was undoubtedly formidable. Otherwise, how could he achieve such influence? After unleashing a tirade of expletives, Jeans Haiming seethed at his subordinate, eventually shooing him out of the office. He took a deep breath, gazing out the large floor-to-ceiling window at the distant scenery. Since this is the case, I shall have to settle for second best. Let's eliminate that little brat. Chapter 309. I shall not squander my time on meaningless matters. At Tianhai Airport, a passenger aircraft approached from the direction of the Kingdom of Best. The arrivals were none other than the Yixian family. The plane descended smoothly onto the tarmac, marking the conclusion of their journey to the Kingdom of Best, which had only recently been a principality, with Yixian being its principal architect. Upon reaching the ground, a maid behind him promptly unlocked her phone, only to be greeted by an astonishing sight. "Oh my goodness, is this real? Young master, you've gone viral. So many celebrities and singers are supporting you against that star from the Kingdom of Goryeo." Surprised by the maid's words, Yixian glanced at her phone and was taken aback to see the endorsements from Luo Bingxian, Long Ziyu, and various champions from diverse fields. Unsurprisingly, the public sentiment overwhelmingly favored Yixian, sparking his curiosity. "It seems that handsome fellow from Goryeo is not to be underestimated," he mused, though he remained indifferent to the matter. After a brief look at the news headlines, he chose not to linger on them. At that moment, the airport exit was bustling with numerous media personnel, all poised with cameras to capture Yixian's emergence. How they discovered his itinerary was trivial for seasoned professionals in the media industry, yet Yixian remained oblivious. Eventually, Yixian and his family approached the exit. "Look, Yixian is here," a voice among the journalists erupted, and in an instant, dozens of reporters surged forward like droplets of water hitting a hot pan, creating a frenzy. "Oh my, it's really him. Hurry, let us get an interview." With the sound of clicking shutters echoing, they crowded around him, though they dared not get too close, aware of his formidable presence. "Mr. Yixian, what are your thoughts on the online discussions?" "Mr. Yixian, when you intervened in the Jinxi show, did you foresee this situation?" "Mr. Yixian, will your fallout with ST Entertainment impact your career?" The cacophony of questions filled the air, and even some fans could not approach closely. Meanwhile, the two maids watched their young master basking in the limelight, their eyes brimming with admiration and pride. "Oh my, young master is so handsome. If only I could inherit his exceptional genes, how blissful that would be." Aunt Shen was momentarily lost in thought, while Luo Tinyi remained dazed, unable to comprehend how events had unfolded to this extent, particularly since it all stemmed from her actions. As the media's inquiries persisted, Yixian remained largely unperturbed, offering a singular response: "I appreciate your concern, but my time is invaluable, and I shall not waste it on trivial matters. Instead, I would much prefer to spend that time with my 3 adorable treasures." As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled the hair of his 3 children, and amidst the bewildered expressions of the reporters, he proceeded to walk away, with the journalists and fans parting to create a path. "Come, my darlings, let us head home." With that, he made his way towards the parking lot, leaving the crowd of reporters and fans in a state of disarray. A moment later, as a gentle breeze swept through, many reporters shivered, snapping back to reality. "Wow, Yixian is truly impressive. To declare that he won't squander his time on meaningless matters. Does he consider the current situation trivial? Incredible. This is a display of confidence and vision. It seems Yixian never regarded that Jinxi show seriously." On another note, I find myself admiring Yixian. He is indeed a true man. This act could potentially curb, or even alter, the detrimental influence of Goryeo's top star on the Chinese populace. The journalists engaged in animated discussions, while nearby fans watched their idol depart with his family, feeling a surge of pride and admiration. "He truly is our idol. This is the epitome of greatness." However, Yixian and Luo Tinyi did not return to the Zheulong villa, but instead instructed Aunt Shen to take the 2 maids home, while he and the 3 children headed to the Azure residence in Yangqing. It had been nearly a month since their honeymoon, and they still hadn't visited her parents. In the car heading to Yangqing, Luo Tinyi began to regain her composure, her expression becoming complex. She felt relieved that her man was unharmed, yet guilt lingered within her. "I'm so sorry, it's all because of me." But before she could finish, Yixian interrupted. "Hey, what with the apologies? This is what I ought to do, as your man. If I can't even protect you, what kind of man would I be? Besides, that little fresh meat from ST Entertainment is hardly worth worrying about." Yixian waved his hand dismissively, and while he did believe so, Luo Tinyi did not share that sentiment, as she was unaware of her man's true capabilities. She had no idea that the entertainment giant, ST Entertainment, was nothing more than an insignificant ant in Yixian's eyes, an ant that he could easily crush. The reason he chose not to obliterate them was simple. He had already stated that he would not waste his precious time on meaningless endeavors. He would much rather spend that time playing with his 3 adorable children, or discussing life with his wife, or even deliberating on billion-dollar business ventures. If Luo Tinyi were to discover her man's thoughts at that moment, she might roll her eyes and exclaim, "Who talks business with this big buffoon? Ugh, he is so full of himself." Chapter 310. Old Yi, isn't that the kid who blew up the internet from your family? Inside the extended Ferrari, as she listened to her man's nonchalant remarks, Luo Tinyi felt a slight sense of reassurance, though guilt still gnawed at her. Regardless, She felt a significant weight of responsibility for the situation. However, after some contemplation, she looked at her man with suspicion and asked, "Aren't you going to issue a statement?" "A statement?" Yi Xian smiled at her. "If a dog bites you, would you bite it back?" Luo Tianyi was taken aback. What kind of analogy is that? With Yi Xian's playful banter, the remnants of her guilt dissipated. He regarded the whole incident as merely a farce orchestrated by ST Entertainment. Engaging in a war of words with them would only diminish her man's intellect. Upon hearing her man's words, Luo Tianyi felt a headache coming on. If the people from ST Entertainment were to hear this, they might very well be driven to the brink of madness. Was he joking? Engaging in trivial banter with them can indeed diminish one's intellect, for heaven's sake. Such insolence is utterly unacceptable. In the vibrant city of Yangcheng, at the prestigious Wulan residence, a moment of excitement unfolded. Suddenly, a striking Ferrari roared into the neighborhood, instantly capturing Aunt Wang's attention. Lo and behold, isn't that the car belonging to young Yi from the old Yi family? She exclaimed. My goodness, young Yi has certainly made quite a name for himself lately. Aunt Wang smacked her lips, and the inquisitive eyes of her nearby friends sparkled with curiosity. They were all too aware of Yi Xian's recent encounter with a top K-pop star at the Best Kingdom airport. It was no laughing matter. The incident was still making waves online, and it would be surprising if they were unaware of it. This was precisely why they were so astonished to see Yi Xian's vehicle. Such a luxurious car had not graced their neighborhood in ages, and they had etched its last visit into their memories. Young Yi, Aunt Wang called out loudly, having watched him grow up. As her voice rang out, her friends turned to look, equally intrigued. Look, it's parked. Just then, one of Aunt Wang's friends, her eyes gleaming with excitement, declared, "It must be that young man from the Yi family. Let us go over." Spurred on by curiosity, a group of over 10 people made their way towards the Ferrari. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had parked the car and, wanting to show his respect, stepped out, followed closely by Luo Tianyi. "Ah, it's truly you two," someone exclaimed. "The stars of last month's grand wedding are back in the neighborhood." At this proclamation, many residents turned their heads in astonishment, their hearts racing. They were indeed astonished. After all, that magnificent wedding from over a month ago remained fresh in everyone's memory. Many had even collected rose petals from the event, which they kept at home, still fragrant after all this time. No one knew the exact cost of that lavish affair, but it was undoubtedly an astronomical figure, at least in their eyes. "Aunt Wang, it's been a while," Yi Xian greeted, a smile curving his lips. This instantly captivated the surrounding young ladies, including many high achievers and esteemed individuals. Truth be told, the dreamlike wedding from over a month ago was an image they could hardly fathom. The Yi Xian from their neighborhood was doting on that girl, and they were immensely envious. On the night of that splendid wedding, they too had dreamt of being the brides, with the groom being none other than Yi Xian himself. Though it was merely a dream, since then, they realized they had silently and hopelessly fallen for Yi Xian. No, to be precise, it was a one-sided infatuation. Meanwhile, returning from a chess game, Yi Pengfei and the neighbor, Old Wang, also witnessed the bustling scene. "Oh my, Old Yi, isn't that your son? The one who caused quite a stir online?" Old Wang remarked upon seeing Yi Xian. "Your boy certainly knows how to make waves. Taking on a top K-pop star and coming out unscathed. Impressive." Yi Pengfei smiled slightly, never expecting the tide of public opinion to shift so rapidly. His son, who had been at a disadvantage, had managed to dispel all the slander in no time. As he gazed at his son surrounded by neighbors, Yi Pengfei felt an overwhelming sense of pride. With such an outstanding son, it was hard not to feel elated. He promptly dialed his wife, Chen Xiaoan. "Hello, Xiaoan. Our son and daughter-in-law have come over today, so please prepare a few more dishes for lunch. All our granddaughters are here." "What? Oh, wonderful," came the delighted response from the other end. "All right, everyone disperse. Move along," Old Wang called out, noticing his wife stirring up excitement. "You're blocking the way. Can't you see little Yi can't even get home, and there are 3 little ones with him?" "Oh, right," the crowd murmured, suddenly realizing their oversight. Yi Xian spotted his father, Yi Pengfei, but before he could speak, the 3 little ones became restless. "Grandpa, hello. We missed you so much." The 3 adorable children dashed towards Yi Pengfei, their endearing antics eliciting smiles from onlookers. "Oh dear, be careful not to fall," Yi Pengfei exclaimed, his heart melting at the sight of his beloved triplet granddaughters. He hurried over to protect them, fearing they might tumble. This touching scene filled the hearts of the surrounding crowd with envy. After all, who wouldn't want such precious granddaughters? Indeed, if they could have 3 of their own, that would be even better. Savoring the unabashed admiration and envy from those around him, Yi Pengfei felt a surge of joy, his expression boldly proclaiming, "See, this is my granddaughter. Envious, aren't you?" Hee. As they settled into the Wulan residence, the doorbell rang, prompting Chen Xiaoan, who had been busy in the kitchen, to set aside her cooking and hurry to the door. After all, her son and daughter-in-law were visiting with their three little treasures for the first time since their grand wedding, and it was essential to prepare something special. She had taken every culinary skill she learned from her son to heart. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing her longed-for triplet granddaughters. "Grandma," their sweet voices chimed, their innocent exuberance melting Xuan's heart. "Oh, my three little treasures. Come here, let Grandma give you a hug." She rushed to embrace them, her face radiating joy. I love Grandma's hugs." They squealed in delight. "All right, let's head inside and continue our cuddles," Yi Pengfei suggested, glancing at Xuan with a smile. As they couldn't linger at the entrance forever. "Oh, yes, come on in with Grandma." Xuan finally realized and quickly ushered her granddaughters inside, completely ignoring Yi Pengfei and Yi Xian, who were left out of the affectionate embrace. It was said that grandparents had a special bond with their grandchildren, and Xuan exemplified this beautifully. After a long embrace, she reluctantly released the little ones and returned to the kitchen to finish preparing lunch. "Daddy, we want to hear a story." "Yes, a really long one." "Can we have a story, Daddy?" The three little ones chimed in, their voices filled with a playful eagerness that caused a subtle twitch at the corner of Luo Tinyi's mouth. Ever since they discovered that a certain someone was a master storyteller, it seemed as though they had become utterly addicted, frequently urging their shameless father to regale them with tales. "Oh, is that so?" Upon hearing his granddaughter's request, Yi Pengfei eyed his son with skepticism. "You, my boy, can tell stories?" Clearly, in Yi Pengfei's memory, his son was more adept at brawling with the village's stray dogs than spinning yarns, and he was quite dubious about the latter skill. "Of course, Grandpa, you don't know how wonderfully Daddy tells stories." One of them chimed in. Yes, that's right." Another added, "Daddy, hurry up," they urged, shaking Yi Xian's large hand with their charmingly high-pitched voices that could melt even the coldest of hearts. Chuckling, Yi Xian felt a surge of joy in his heart. He lovingly pinched the adorable cheeks of his three little treasures. "All right, my darlings. Daddy will tell you a super-duper long story right now." Upon hearing this, the little ones' faces lit up with anticipation, their sparkling eyes seeming to plead, "Please begin, Daddy. We're ready." Luo Tinyi observed the trio's expressions, shaking her head in disbelief as she shot a playful glare at her husband. This man, truly. What shall I tell you? Yi Xian successfully captured the children's attention and continued. "How about I narrate a lengthy tale from the wonderful Wizard of Oz? It is sure to delight you, as it is Daddy's favorite fairy tale." "Really? Daddy, you are the best," they exclaimed, showering him with affection, which inevitably led to Yi Pengfei and Luo Tinyi being inundated with their sweet words. In that moment, Yi Xian felt a happiness that surpassed even the triumph of vanquishing the forces of darkness. "Now listen closely. Daddy is about to begin," he announced, and with an almost magical cadence, he began to weave the tale. Dorothy and Uncle Henry, Aunt Em, lived in the heart of Kansas. Uncle Henry was a farmer, and Aunt Em was his wife. Due to the difficulty of transporting timber for their house from miles away, they resided in a modest dwelling, comprised of 4 wooden walls, a roof, and a dirt floor. Inside, there was a rusted stove for cooking, a cupboard for plates and dishes, a table, 3 or 4 chairs, and 2 beds. Dorothy's small bed was tucked in one corner. The house had no attic or basement, only a little hole that led underground, known as the Cyclone Cellar. As Yi Xian's voice carried the children into the enchanting world of the wonderful Wizard of Oz, they listened intently, captivated by the unfolding narrative. Luo Tinyi, too, was taken aback. It was clear she hadn't anticipated her husband would recount such an extensive story so fluently. Could this have been something he crafted on the spur of the moment? Yet, it seemed improbable for someone to recount such a long tale with perfect logic. Yi Pengfei was equally astonished, though the story was simplistic. The ability to narrate it with such grace and vivid imagery was no small feat. This kid, who would have thought he had a gift for fairy tales? As Dorothy rested her chin on her hand, she gazed dreamily at the scarecrow, whose head was a small cloth sack stuffed with straw, adorned with painted eyes, a nose, and a mouth, creating a face. He wore a tattered, blue-pointed hat reminiscent of a munchkin, and his body was also filled with straw, dressed in a faded blue outfit. Wait, what? How can this be? As Yi Xian's story unfolded, Luo Tinyi sensed something was amiss. Indeed, something was very wrong. It was not the content itself, but rather the intricate details he described, which were flawless. Chin resting on hand, painted eyes, nose, and mouth on a cloth bag, dressed in blue. How could he recall such specifics effortlessly? Could it be something he had written himself? Yet, even if it were, how could he remember it so clearly? In an instant, a giant question mark loomed in Luo Tinyi's mind. She was utterly curious about how her husband, this doting father, had managed to accomplish such a feat. Just as Dorothy was intently observing the scarecrow's face, she was startled to see one of its eyes slowly blink at her. Initially, she thought she must be mistaken. As in Kansas, scarecrows do not blink. As they turned and walked through the woods, not long after, Dorothy noticed something glimmering in the sunlight, shining through the trees. She ran over to investigate and suddenly stopped, exclaiming in surprise. It was a large tree, part of it cut away. And beside it stood a man entirely made of tin. The lengthy fairy tale continued to unfold in an orderly manner, and despite the ongoing narrative, the three little ones showed no signs of drowsiness. Instead, they were brimming with energy, eager to discover the next wondrous experience awaiting Dorothy. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes. A quarter of an hour. After what felt like over 10 minutes, Xuan was still engrossed in his extended retelling of the wonderful Wizard of Oz. Luo Tinyi was completely astonished. If he had been reading from a book, she wouldn't have been surprised. But at present, he was recounting it entirely from memory, and the tale must have already exceeded 8,000 words. All right, it's time for dinner, came Chun Zion's voice, interrupting Xuan's storytelling. The three little ones reluctantly returned to reality, having momentarily imagined themselves as Dorothy from the story. Wow, Daddy, that story was amazing. One exclaimed. I knew Daddy was the best. Another added. Hee. Daddy, can we continue after dinner? The trio, clearly unsatisfied, wore expressions of excitement that piqued Chun Zion's curiosity. What story could have made our three little princesses so happy? Cough, cough. Yi Pengfei cleared his throat, adjusting his stiff jaw. Zion, you won't believe it. Our son is incredible. He just told a story of several thousand words without missing a beat. If you hadn't interrupted, I wager he could have gone on for 10,000 words. At that moment, Yi Pengfei was filled with a profound sense of admiration. Though he hadn't kept track of the exact time, it must have been at least 10 minutes. Wasn't his son's memory a bit too extraordinary? Is that true? Chun Zion, taken aback by Yi Pengfei's words, cast a skeptical glance at Xuan and then turned her gaze to Luo Tinyi. Tinyi, is what your dad said true? Luo Tinyi hesitated, though reluctant to admit it. She conceded, yes, what Dad said is indeed true. Having long since adjusted to calling them Mom and Dad before their marriage, it felt utterly natural now. You, my boy, are quite impressive. After dinner, I look forward to hearing the story you tell, so I can listen to the fairy tales narrated by my own son, Chun Zion said with a laugh, causing Yi Pengfei to break into a cold sweat, while Luo Tinyi smiled gently. Xuan, observing the three little ones with amusement, said, you three must eat well, or your father might not share the story after dinner. No way. Daddy, we promise to eat well. The three little ones protested vehemently, their hearts filled with a million unwilling thoughts at the mere suggestion of not hearing a story. Then let us eat quickly, Xuan encouraged. The three little ones obediently picked up their spoons and began to eat with delight, clearly not wanting to miss out on the tales their father would share due to poor eating habits. Half an hour later, dinner came to an end. Chun Zion and Luo Tinyi, as mother and daughter-in-law, washed the dishes together before returning to the sofa. The family's collective gaze turned to Xuan, especially the three little ones whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager for their father to continue the enchanting tale of the wonderful Wizard of Oz. In the woods surrounding them, birds were scarce, as they preferred open and sunlit spaces. However, beasts lurked within, occasionally emitting deep, resonant roars. These sounds weighed heavily on the heart of the little girl, who did not know what creature was calling. She asked the Tin Woodman, how much farther do we have to go before we exit this forest? He replied, I cannot say, for I have never been to the Emerald City. As Xuan spun the tale, Chun Zion found herself momentarily stunned, regarding her son with suspicion, reflecting on how this clever boy truly was wasted not being a kindergarten teacher. Yet she mused, had he really recounted thousands of stories before? How lengthy could this tale of the wonderful Wizard of Oz truly be? As she listened to her son narrate, she wondered. Now nearly 7 or 8 minutes had passed, and with the previously recounted thousands of words, it must surely have exceeded 10,000 words by now. It was hard to fathom, even reading from the storybook. One could scarcely achieve such a feat. After another 5 or 6 minutes, Yi Pengfei was thoroughly impressed by his son's talent, or more accurately, his memory. Could this truly be his son? At one moment, Yi Pengfei even doubted whether this was his real child, as he seemed to operate on an entirely different level of capability. Before long, the three little ones had been lulled to sleep by Xuan's storytelling, coinciding with their afternoon nap time. Son, Tinyi, you two should also rest, she suggested, watching as her three granddaughters slumbered, their faces still adorned with smiles, clearly dreaming beautifully under the influence of their father's tales. Surely, their dreams would be magnificent, as they felt as though they had become Dorothy's companions, experiencing wondrous adventures together. Shortly thereafter, within the room, the sound of water splashing could be heard as Xuan emerged from the bathroom, cradling a beautiful woman, clearly having enjoyed an intimate encounter. They embraced, cherishing their private moment, a serene and lovely feeling that, if time could pause, It would be the most splendid gift from the heavens. The following day, early in the morning, after a delightful afternoon spent exploring Yangqing, Xuan called for her son. By the way, you rascal, today is the anniversary of Yangqing Middle School. Principal Su has called me multiple times, hoping you could return to your alma mater to set an example for the current students. As Xuan recounted Principal Su Fang's calls, it was evident that, without her accomplished son, they would have had little reason for interaction. After all, compared to the principal of Yangqing Middle School, Xuan's role as a mother carried significantly more weight. Upon hearing his mother's words, Xian was momentarily taken aback, when suddenly, the long-absent voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has triggered a selection task. Take the family to visit your alma mater and uphold the name of Yangqing Middle School. Task Option 1. Accept the task for a tenfold return, capped at 150 billion renminbi. Task Option 2. Decline the task and forfeit 30 of the host's wealth. As the system's voice resonated in his mind, Xian rolled his eyes, accustomed to its unscrupulous dealings. All right, I will visit Yangqing Middle School shortly. A smile graced his lips. A visit to his alma mater with the promise of a capped return of 150 billion was an offer too good to refuse. Then I will notify Principal Su, Xuan said, promptly calling the principal. Observing Xuan, Yi Pengfei grinned as he suggested. Why not take Tianyi along to visit your alma mater as well? Oh, Luo Tianyi's interest piqued at her father-in-law's words, as she realized they had never visited his school since they had become a couple. After some discussion, Yi Pengfei and Xuan decided to head to the market for supplies, while Xian drove Luo Tianyi and the three little ones in a stretched Ferrari toward Yangqing Middle School. Meanwhile, at the anniversary celebration, the student council president Wang Jin was wrapping up the arrangements when he received a call from the principal. Hello, principal. What? Some seats in the VIP section have opened up, and senior Xian is coming to our school? Oh my goodness. After hanging up, Wang Jin was anything but composed. Equally flustered was the student council's cultural committee member, Chen Yenner. Hearing Wang Jin, her eyes widened in disbelief. Did you just say my cousin is coming to school? Boom. The news struck like a thunderclap, causing her mind to momentarily go blank, as if all her brain cells had fallen into an unprecedented stupor. I need to confirm this, she exclaimed, dialing her cousin's number in front of Wang Jin and the other student council members. Hello, cousin. Are you really coming to our school? She asked. After a brief conversation, Chen Yenner ended the call. Wang Jin and the others fixed their gazes on her, to which she shrugged. My cousin returned to Yangqing yesterday and is already on his way to our school. Gasp. Chen Yenner's revelation caused a collective intake of breath among her peers, including Wang Jin, who understood that Xian had become a true idol at Yangqing Middle School, admired by all, regardless of gender, particularly with the recent online uproar, where he had outshone top-tier celebrities from Korea. Their admiration for him only deepened. Oh my goodness, it's real. The idol Xian is coming to our school, they exclaimed, excitement and disbelief coursing through them. He was a legendary figure, having once drawn half of the music industry to his concert. Goodness gracious. If this news were to spread, it would surely turn the entire school upside down. Amidst the animated chatter of numerous student leaders, Wang Jin let out a sigh of relief and broadcasted the news, ensuring that this year's school anniversary would indeed be extraordinary. Various departments collaborated meticulously, leaving no stone unturned to guarantee the success of the celebration. Understood, President. Upon learning that their school's idol was to attend, the students were galvanized into action, brimming with enthusiasm. Moments later, the school intercom reverberated throughout Yangqing High School. Attention, students. We have an important announcement. During today's anniversary performance, we will be graced by a remarkable guest. This esteemed individual is none other than our most exceptional student, and the cousin of our beloved campus flower, Chen Yenner. I am certain many of you have already guessed. Yes, the one joining us for the anniversary celebration is none other than our senior, Xian. The announcement struck the school like a thunderclap, leaving students in a state of disbelief. What? Am I dreaming? The idol is coming to our school. Is this real? The incredulity was palpable, and excitement surged through the crowd. I was planning to play some video games, but now it seems the anniversary is far more enticing. Hey, I heard senior Xian's wife is stunningly beautiful. The buzz of chatter erupted, swiftly spreading across classrooms, playgrounds, and libraries like spring bamboo shoots sprouting after rain. Inevitably, the news of Xian arriving at Yangqing High School with his breathtaking wife was akin to a hurricane sweeping through every corner of the campus. Of course, the most significant aspect was Xian's recent sensational exploits, where he had decisively bested the top star of South Korea, Jin Shixiu, a celebrity currently in high demand. The sheer audacity of his actions left them in awe and admiration. As time passed, the number of students gathering on the playground grew, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a grand concert. With 3 grades, 30 classes per grade, and 60 students per class. The total attendance exceeded 5,000. At this moment, everyone had assembled, amplifying the festive spirit. Soon enough, a luxurious extended sports car glided into view, entering the school grounds as the gatekeeper raised the barrier. Well aware that only one person could arrive in such an opulent vehicle, today's highlight, the illustrious Xuan. A grand concert? A city adorned in a rain of rose petals for a magnificent wedding? The spectacle of a top South Korean star retreating in defeat? One by one, these extraordinary events unfolded before their eyes, each narrating the formidable prowess of Xuan. Even the security personnel at Yangqing High School felt a sense of pride in association with him. At that moment, the extended sports car appeared at the playground entrance, and two striking figures emerged, Xuan and Luo Tianyi. Countless gazes converged on Xuan, and when they beheld Luo Tianyi's enchanting beauty, they were momentarily stunned. Oh my heavens! Is there truly such a breathtakingly beautiful girl in the world? Oh no, I think I've developed a crush on Senior Xuan's wife. The admiration was overwhelming. She is not merely the school flower. She is akin to a celestial being descending to earth. Senior Xuan is so fortunate. If I could have such a wife, I would gladly sacrifice 10 years of my life without hesitation. The students erupted into fervent admiration, especially the boys, who found their standards of beauty radically redefined upon witnessing Luo Tianyi. Cousin. As the duo disembarked, Chen Yin'er rushed forward, her face radiating pride, as if the spotlight was meant for her rather than her cousin Xuan. Hello, sister-in-law. After exchanging greetings, she affectionately linked her arm with Luo Tianyi, a scene that left many boys envious. Yin'er, it's been a while. You've grown even more beautiful, Luo Tianyi remarked, her demeanor relaxed upon seeing a familiar face. Not at all, Chen Yin'er replied modestly, aware that despite being the campus flower, she paled in comparison to her sister-in-law. I could only dream of being as stunning as you when I grow up. Even if I am pretty, I cannot compare to you, sister-in-law, Chen Yin'er said candidly, her gaze then shifting to three adorable little girls standing nearby. Wow, all three of my little nieces can walk now. Let me see. You are the eldest, Mingming. You are the second, Nyanyo, and you are the youngest, Hanhai. Am I right? Yay, Auntie Yin'er is correct. The three little girls, though not frequently in contact with Chen Yin'er, were quite fond of her. Auntie, pick me up. Upon seeing Chen Yin'er holding Hanhai, Mingming and Nyanyo pouted in jealousy. All right, Xuan chimed in, scooping up the two girls into his arms, a heartwarming sight that drew admiration from onlookers. Wow, Senior Xuan is incredibly loving. Indeed. His smile radiates warmth. I have a strong feeling that the daughter of such an idol must be exceedingly happy. Happy? Isn't that an understatement? If my future boyfriend could be half as good as Senior Xuan, I would consider myself fortunate. Not to mention, Senior Xuan is not just a doting father. He is also a devoted husband. The animated chatter of students surrounded the three little girls, their faces beaming with delight as they basked in the admiration for their father. Xuan made his way to the VIP section, where Principal Su Fangzhou and the three grade directors stood in unison. Welcome back to your alma mater, Xuan. Principal Su Fangzhou was the first to extend a warm welcome, having given the command to raise the barrier. The directors echoed his sentiments. Thus, the anniversary celebration at Yangqing High School commenced as scheduled. Next, please enjoy a choral performance from Class 1 of the senior year, titled Ode to the White Poplar. As the melodious voices of the talented girls filled the air, the students in attendance felt their spirits lifted. Mom, they aren't as good as Dad, are they? Chen Yin'er remarked, her lips twitching slightly. Xuan affectionately ruffled Nyanyo's hair. Sweetheart, let us not say that. I'm not saying anything wrong. Nyanyo pouted, while Mingming and Hanhai sought to align with her, but were gently restrained by Luo Tianyi. Otherwise, one cannot predict what these two innocent little ones might utter. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Half an hour. Time swiftly elapses, and the atmosphere in the venue has undoubtedly been elevated significantly with the entrance of the superstar. At a certain moment, the female host on stage glanced at the announcement card, her gaze shifting fluidly, and declared, "Now, let us take a brief respite. Next, shall we invite our esteemed senior, Xuan, to come up?" A chorus of ecstatic cheers erupted, resonating through the hall, confirming that Senior Xuan was indeed the center of attention. Idol, idol, idol. The fervent cries soared, interweaving and rising to the heavens, dispersing the clouds above in their wake. The momentum was unparalleled. Xuan, look at these little ones. Su Fangzhou remarked to the host, a hint of reproach on his face, yet internally quite pleased. No worries. Xuan was well aware of Su Fangzhou's thoughts. But that was of little importance. What truly mattered was completing the system task, for in comparison to 130 billion, Su Fangzhou's personal intentions were utterly insignificant. Just stepping onto the stage, I happen to have prepared a special gift for my junior peers. This fellow, Luo Tinyi, observed the individual stepping forward. A sense of foreboding creeping over her. Was he about to steal the spotlight again? A special gift? She found it hard to believe that he had such good intentions and suspected he was up to something mischievous. As she pondered this, Yi Xian remained blissfully unaware of her thoughts. One could only wonder how he would react if he knew his beautiful wife harbored such suspicions. Chapter 3:15. Talent. It truly can be this formidable. Yi Xian rose, becoming the focal point of the entire school celebration, with everyone eagerly anticipating what their idol, the most outstanding senior from their high school, would say next. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Xian approached the stage. The atmosphere reached a crescendo as he faced the over 5,000 students from Yangqing High School. During my leisure, I composed a lengthy poem entitled Encouragement of Learning. Today, I would like to share it with all of you, my juniors. He then produced a USB drive and handed it to the host beside him, requesting her to deliver it to the vocal music teacher. Certainly, Senior Yi Xian. The petite host accepted the USB. Feeling as if her heart and lungs were gripped by an invisible hand, her heart racing with excitement at being addressed by her idol and entrusted with a task. With small, hurried steps, she delivered the USB to the vocal music teacher. Luo Tinyi shot a glare at Yi Xian, clearly perturbed by the scene, as it bore a striking resemblance to romantic entanglements, and she couldn't help but wonder how many little rivals she had inadvertently acquired. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the celebration hall hushed, for they knew that their senior would recite poetry next. The entire venue fell silent, and Yi Xian savored the moment, a slight smile gracing his lips as the large screen behind him illuminated, displaying the powerful character's encouragement of learning in the upper right corner. Then, Yi Xian's calm and resonant voice, seemingly imbued with a certain magic, echoed forth. The gentleman says, learning must not cease. Blue is derived from indigo, yet is bluer than indigo. Ice is formed from water, yet is colder than water. A wood that is straight aligns with the cord, while its curves conform to the compass. Though it may wither in the sun, it does not lose its strength. It is made thus. Therefore, when wood is guided by a cord, it becomes straight. When metal is sharpened, it becomes sharp. A gentleman who is well-read and reflects upon himself daily gains wisdom and acts without fault. Chen Yenner exclaimed, goodness, my cousin he. Hearing her cousin recite his own poetry, though she could not fully grasp its meaning, she instinctively recognized its brilliance. Such literary talent. Remarkable. Principal Su Fangzhou gasped. And other teachers were similarly astounded, as Yi Xian seemed to transform into a literary master of a bygone era. The over 5,000 students were first taken aback, then filled with awe. Learning must not cease. Blue is derived from indigo, yet is bluer than indigo. Ice is formed from water, yet is colder than water. A wood that is straight aligns with the cord, while its curves conform to the compass. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Luo Tinyi sighed internally, rolling her eyes once more, fully aware that he was basking in the limelight, and it appeared he was garnering even more attention. Wow, Daddy looks so impressive, cheered the trio of little ones, their voices chiming in unison. Principal Su Fangzhou felt his heart swell with joy. Yi Xian's triplets were simply adorable. Yet, Yi Xian was indeed extraordinary. No wonder he could create such masterpieces as The Joy of Wandering. Unbeknownst to Su Fangzhou, this was merely an appetizer. If one does not ascend the high mountain, one cannot know the heights of heaven. If one does not approach the deep ravine, one cannot know the depths of the earth. If one does not hear the words of the former kings, one cannot comprehend the vastness of knowledge. The children of the Gan, you, and Yi share the same voice at birth but grow up with different customs. This is due to their education. In the south, there exists a bird named the Mengjiao, which builds its nest of feathers, binding it with hair and securing it with reeds. When the wind blows and the reeds break, the eggs are shattered and the young perish. The nest is not flawed, it is the bindings that fail. In the west, there grows a plant called the Shigan, with stalks 4 inches long, flourishing atop high mountains and overlooking deep abysses. The stalks do not grow of their own accord, but are supported by their surroundings. Weeds grow amidst hemp, standing straight without support. White sand in the black mud turns black along with it. The roots of the orchid tree are known as ji, and its gradual decline is avoided by gentlemen, while commoners do not revere it. Its essence is not lacking in beauty. It is the gradual decline that renders it so. Thus, a gentleman must choose his dwelling carefully and associate with virtuous individuals, to ward off evil and remain aligned with righteousness. Boom. As Yi Xian recited, the hall fell into stunned silence, the students' faces reflecting shock, their admiration and reverence for their idol swelling like an unending tide, akin to the floodwaters of the Yellow River. They could scarcely imagine how their senior conjured such eloquent words. Each seemed meticulously crafted, flawless in delivery. This display of talent could rival that of the literary giants of antiquity. Talent, it turns out, can indeed be this formidable, this captivating. Such was the sentiment of the assembly. Principal, this moment, your earnest invitation for Yi Xian to participate in the school celebration was utterly worthwhile. The head of the senior class remarked, recognizing that such an exemplary figure was far more effective than 100 lectures from them. Indeed, after this, the academic atmosphere of our school will undoubtedly soar. Not only that, we should engrave this poem of Yi Xian's and place it prominently at the entrance of the school. It will surely have a profound impact. Other grade directors echoed, while Su Fangzhou wore a subtle smile, already resolved, envisioning the vibrant academic spirit thriving at Yangqing High School. Anticipation swelling within him at the mere thought. In that moment, Yi Xian stepped forward, his voice resonating with greater intensity. Mountains are formed by the accumulation of earth. Storms arise from the gathering of winds and rains. Waters deepen into abysses, giving rise to the mighty dragon. Virtuous deeds cultivate character, and thus the divine is attained. And the heart of the sage is prepared. Therefore, without the accumulation of small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Without the gathering of small streams, one cannot form rivers and seas. A swift steed cannot leap 10 steps. A slow horse, with perseverance, can cover 10 journeys. To carve and then abandon leads to a decayed wood that cannot be split. To carve and persist can engrave even gold and stone. The worm, devoid of claws or teeth, yet sustains itself by consuming earth above and drinking from the yellow springs below, is singular in its purpose. The crab, with 6 legs and 2 pincers, has no place to dwell but the holes of snakes and eels, for its heart is restless. Oh my heavens! My cousin is truly remarkable. Is this really my cousin? Chen Yenner exclaimed, her composure shattered. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at her cousin on stage, who seemed to radiate an extraordinary brilliance, as if she were in a dream. No, she couldn't even believe that her cousin possessed such prowess. Indeed, he was worthy of admiration. The hall fell silent as Yi Xian delivered a timeless poetic masterpiece, providing the students of Yangqing High School with an unparalleled lesson, one that they would cherish for a lifetime. The 3 little ones beamed with joy as they looked up at their impressive father, their eyes filled with adoration, as the echoes of his words lingered in the air. Akin to the bells of dusk and dawn resonating in the minds of the students, they felt an awakening. They realized that the very abandonment they yearned for was, in fact, a sign of childishness. They were even inferior to some animals. In a fleeting moment, their vanity and sense of superiority vanished. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. As time passed, everyone, including the lovely host, forgot that it was supposed to be a break, completely engrossed in extracting the precious essence from the verses. Finally, as the poem concluded, the hall plunged into silence. Not a sound was heard. All remained immersed in the profound meaning of the recitation. The lingering melody resonated in their ears, and the encouragement and impact of the poem were monumental. Phrases such as without the accumulation of small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles, and without the gathering of small streams, one cannot form rivers and seas. Alongside the worm has no claws or teeth, yet it thrives, and the crab, with 6 legs and 2 pincers, has no place to reside, rang clear and enlightening. Applause erupted as Principal Su Fangzhou was the first to regain his senses, standing to applaud Yi Xian, exclaiming, "Well said. A splendid lesson indeed." Following suit, the 3 grade directors and numerous teachers and students joined in the applause, particularly the girls in the audience whose admiration was unabashedly evident. What a scene! How many boys would envy this moment? My goodness, the senior's talent is astounding. They whispered, "I've never seen such a remarkable boy before. Is our senior truly a celestial being, capable of composing such verses?" The atmosphere surged with fervor as over 5,000 people erupted into an unprecedented wave of excitement. The charming host took a deep breath and stepped onto the stage, ready to share another announcement. Do you all remember the viral song Carefree Journey, which has even been included in the Tianhai Museum? She continued, I still recall the lines. In the northern abyss, there resides a fish named Xuan. Its size is unfathomable. Transformed into a bird, it is called Peng. With wings that stretch across the sky, this carefree journey has crafted a unique world for us, and many may not have paid attention to its author, but I once did some research. The illustrious author of Carefree Journey is none other than our esteemed senior, Yi Xian. The revelation sent shockwaves through the audience. The senior composed Carefree Journey? And it's displayed in a museum? Goodness, we have indeed underestimated the extraordinary talent of our senior. Observing the audience's reaction, Luo Tinyi sighed softly, realizing that the brilliance of that individual's other work had also been uncovered. Chen Yenner, noting this, smiled knowingly. She was aware that Carefree Journey was penned by her cousin, having been present at the celebration for their grandfather. Reflecting on it now, it was no wonder her cousin could compose such verses. However, The charming host was not about to let the senior off easily. With sparkling eyes, she proposed to the crowd, "Since Senior Yi Xian is here on stage, how about we have him sing a song for us?" Cheers erupted in unison, yes? The atmosphere intensified as the students eagerly anticipated their senior's performance. Having long wished to hear him sing, with a gentle smile, Yi Xian replied, "All right, I shall sing a song." He had anticipated this moment and had made preparations, requesting the vocal teacher to play the accompaniment for Days of Yangqing East Road. He looked out at the eager faces of his peers and declared, "Now, I dedicate this song to every one of you." The charming host, taken aback by his willingness, felt a surge of excitement. As she and T expected him to acquiesce so readily, the students erupted in elation, for they had long awaited the opportunity to hear their senior sing. And now he was performing just for them. The vocal teacher signaled an okay, and soon the delightful melody began to play. In the beginning, we are all children. In the end, we long to become angels. The song carries the shadows of fairy tales. Where should the children go? His melodious voice, akin to a warm ray of sunshine, enveloped the audience, instilling a sense of comfort and healing. The simple yet enchanting melody evoked nostalgia and beautiful memories. And in that moment, every student's heart resonated with the song, particularly the bonds of friendship, which unfolded like scenes from a cherished film. Among them, the high school seniors felt the most deeply, as they were on the verge of taking their college entrance examination and inevitably would soon part ways. In an instant, their thoughts drifted away, carried by the melodious voice of their senior idol. Chapter 317, The Guardian of the Underworld Palace. The joyous song resonated, touching the hearts of all. The three little ones, watching their father bask in the limelight on stage, wore beaming smiles that blossomed like flowers, radiating pure joy and sweetness. Their expressions seemed to proclaim to everyone, "Look, this is our father." Listening to someone singing, Luo Tianyi couldn't help but cast a glance in his direction. Evidently, that fellow was stealing the spotlight once again. Yet, truth be told, the song was quite delightful. She couldn't fathom how that guy's mind worked. Completely oblivious to when he composed it, with no prior indication whatsoever. Alas, it seemed she had gained quite a few rivals for affection. Of course, Luo Tianyi noticed the admiration and adoration emanating from the multitude of adorable girls around her, all of whom were infatuated with none other than her man, her husband. Deep within, she felt an unexpected twinge of insecurity. "That scoundrel, it's all his doing," Luo Tianyi murmured, while beside her, Chen Yin'er had her eyes filled with infatuation and adoration. If only he weren't her cousin, she would undoubtedly snatch him from her sister-in-law, even willing to be a stepmother to the three little treasures. Of course, such thoughts were merely fanciful. Indeed, her cousin was extraordinarily handsome. On a certain day, if you happen to hear someone speaking those peculiar words. On a certain day, if you see notebooks filled with melodies. On a certain day, as the song is sung, you may wonder in which corner it might be heard. On a certain day, as you step into the campus, which leaf might fall. The climax of the song surged forth, the enchanting notes seemingly transformed into sprites, dancing upon the hearts of the audience, plucking at their emotional strings, evoking a resonance that filled the venue with thunderous cries. Undoubtedly, Yi Xian's song Days of East Yangqing Road ignited the school celebration in Yangqing. As the cries intertwined in the air, dispersing the clouds above, at a certain moment, a graceful figure rose from her seat, and this was merely the beginning. One by one, excited figures sprang from their seats, feeling the fiery atmosphere. When King Qian's eyelids twitched slightly, that guy would never remain calm, no matter where he was. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of Yangqing High School, a man disguised as a maintenance worker coldly observed the scene, wondering if this kid was truly worth $1 billion. It was hard to believe. This foreigner named Jimmy smacked his lips, finding this task surprisingly easy. He could handle it himself without needing to deploy a gold-tier assassin. Jimmy, a silver-tier assassin from the Korean organization known as the Serpent, had come to observe and monitor his target. Yet, upon seeing the target, his interest waned. There was no sense of challenge. After all, his strength was at the half-step war god realm, and dealing with an ordinary person was akin to squashing an ant. Just then, as Jimmy pondered, a chilling voice echoed, and he suddenly felt a presence behind him. Startled, he drew his knife, sensing a strong aura of danger emanating from the mysterious figure. Although he couldn't gauge this person's strength, it was undoubtedly far beyond his own. "Who are you?" "I'm someone you are not worthy to know." With a flash of the knife, the ghostly figure appeared beside Jimmy, who felt a sudden spray of blood from his neck. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had no opportunity to react against this individual. The assailant was indeed one of the guardians of the Underworld Palace, specifically chosen by the cold and formidable Feng Yinyan for Yi Xian's protection. The one who had struck was the 9th guardian, known as Wei Jiao. These guardians, totaling 36, were solely responsible for Yi Xian's safety, all at the war god realm, making them the strongest force in the underworld palace aside from the 4 heavenly kings. Skillfully obliterating Jimmy's remains, Wei Jiao dialed a number. "Hello, boss. The target has been eliminated. We can reel in the net." After hanging up, Wei Jiao cast a cold glance at the ashes on the ground, a smirk creeping onto his lips. The Serpent Organization truly had the audacity to target the palace master. There would be no mercy. With a chilling laugh, he vanished from the scene, leaving behind an eerie silence. As if everything had never happened. Not far from the school celebration stood an unfinished building, where over 1,000 members of the Serpent Organization had gathered. Among them stood a burly man, exuding a powerful aura, unmistakably a war god. He was the commander of this operation, one of the few gold-tier assassins within the Serpent, known as Brun. "Sir, Jimmy hasn't returned." A subordinate, also a silver-tier assassin, said with a furrowed brow, expressing concern as he had a good relationship with Jimmy. "Oh, it's been over 10 minutes without news. Could something have gone awry?" Brun's brows knitted with worry, as various ominous possibilities flooded his mind. The Serpent Organization boasted gold-tier war god assassins and over 1,000 strong warriors, quite the formidable force. Just as Brun's anxiety peaked, a figure appeared in their midst. It was Wei Yi, the leader among the guardians, the strongest of the chosen protectors. However, he was not alone. With a swift motion, 3 figures emerged beside him: Wei Jiao, Wei Lu, and Wei Ba, alongside over 100 half-step war god peak fighters. These were all guardians. What? Brun was taken aback, particularly regarding the 3 war god level figures among them. His heart sank. He focused intently on the leader, whose strength was at the war god peak. This is impossible. Brun's eyes widened in disbelief. "Who are you?" Brun's expression turned grave. Although their numbers were fewer, their combat power was at least 10 times greater. If a fight broke out, they wouldn't last 5 minutes. No, perhaps even less. Wei Yi glanced at Brun with a mocking smile. "How amusing. You come to assassinate our palace master, yet inquire about our identities." "Assassinate your palace master? Are you perhaps subordinates of that Xuan?" The thunderous revelation struck Brun like a bolt of lightning. He could hardly believe it. According to intelligence, Xuan was merely an ordinary person. How could he possibly have subordinates at the peak of the war god realm? This was disastrous. Chapter 318. "Father, we want to hear Green Wilderness." Xuan's subordinates. Realizing this, Brun's expression turned grave. "Retreat." Without a moment's hesitation, Brun ordered a withdrawal. What a joke. 1 peak war god and 3 war god level fighters. There was no chance of victory. Moreover, he was acutely aware that remaining here would lead to nothing but a dead end. However, it soon became evident that such a notion was profoundly naive and childishly simplistic. "Let us go." Upon hearing Bruin's words, Wei Yi's lips curled into a sinister smile. The Lord of the Hall had nurtured his warriors for 1,000 days to unleash them in a single moment. "Just as I have recently ascended to the pinnacle of a war god, I shall offer your blood as a sacrifice in the name of my Lord's loyal guardians." At this juncture, Wei Yi's smile morphed into a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." "Yes, boss." A chorus of fervent voices erupted from the loyal guards behind him. They had not had the opportunity to stretch their limbs for quite some time, and now, they were eager to seize this chance to exercise their prowess. With a swish, the air was filled with the sound of over 100 figures transforming into streaks of black, unleashing an inhumane slaughter akin to a tiger among sheep. Indeed, it was a massacre. Clearly, in the hands of Wei Yi and his companions, the elite members of the Poison Snake Organization stood no chance of resistance. "No, I don't want to die. Escape." The scene quickly devolved into a hellish battlefield, blood splattering everywhere, the nauseating stench of gore saturating every corner of the dilapidated building. As for the reason behind this carnage, it was no joke. There were over 1,000 elites from the Poison Snake Organization who had met their demise here. If there were not such a thick scent of blood, it would have been truly astonishing. "Boss, every single member of the Poison Snake Organization has been eliminated. None have survived." Wei Jiao reported the tally to Wei Yi, having witnessed the recent events in vivid detail. The organization's ace assassin had struck down Bruin with a single blow, leaving Bruin with no chance to resist. His face still frozen in shock at the moment of his demise. Indeed, he was utterly astonished. Although he had encountered war gods at their zenith, he had never witnessed such a formidable force in action, clearly underestimating the vast disparity in strength at the pinnacle of the war god realm. Wei nodded in acknowledgement. Ever since he was chosen as the captain of the elite guard by the 4 kings, it was his fate to safeguard both the elite guards and the hall master. The audacity of the Poison Snake Organization was remarkable. Wei should be in South Korea right now. Have him lead a team to annihilate the Poison Snake Organization and that Kim Jimayong of the Jingzhou Consortium. As the Hall Master's elite guard, it is our duty. Understood, boss. I'll notify the vice captain immediately. The battle at the dilapidated building had gone unnoticed by anyone. Meanwhile, the students at Yangqing High School were in a fervor. Incredible. The male god's performance is extraordinary. I love you, male god. Moi? Oh no. I feel hopelessly in love with the male god. What should I do? Senior male god, your singing is fantastic. I adore this song. It's so heartfelt. If I were a girl, I would marry the male god without hesitation. The atmosphere was electric as Chun Yen-er's excitement radiated from her charming face. Her admiration for her cousin flowing like an unending river. Hee, I knew it. Daddy is amazing. The three little ones blinked their big, expressive eyes at their father on stage. Oh my, Daddy must be the most handsome and coolest person in the world. Goodness. Su Fangzhou, observing this scene, couldn't help but marvel at the undeniable influence and charm he exuded. Male god, I love you. As Su Fangzhou felt a swell of emotions, several cute girls in the audience openly expressed their affection, prompting Luo Tinyi to cast a disapproving glance at a certain individual, who seemed only interested in stealing the spotlight rather than remaining composed. Hee, don't mind him, Xiao Luo. Children don't know any better. Su Fangzhou coughed lightly, addressing Luo Tinyi beside him, as such occurrences were unprecedented at Yangqing High School. It's fine. Luo Tinyi smiled gracefully, her charm captivating many boys around her. If only their future wives could be as beautiful, they would not hesitate to trade 20 years of their lives for such a treasure. Mommy, look how amazing Daddy is. Hee. The three little ones chimed in sweetly, their voices dripping with pride, which made Luo Tinyi genuinely envious. Rather, it was an overwhelming sense of envy. Well, it's all right. Responding somewhat dismissively to the trio, Luo Tinyi's casual reply made the children believe she was praising their father, causing their smiles to shine even brighter. Sister-in-law, Chun Yen-er remarked, observing the frenzied reactions of the girls in the crowd. Cousin is quite a sensation now. You need to keep a close eye on him. I bet there are at least 8,000 beautiful lowlies who have their eyes on him. Naturally, Chun Yen-er wouldn't admit that if she weren't his cousin, she too would be smitten. I understand. Luo Tinyi responded lightly, wishing to conclude the topic. But the school anniversary performance continued, though the students' attention was clearly elsewhere. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, over 1,000 elites from one of South Korea's top 10 dark forces, the Poison Snake organization, had perished. Had they known about the recent events, they would have been either astounded or celebrating. After all, the previous battle between Yi Xian and South Korea's top celebrity, Jin Chixiu, had left them with a deep-seated aversion to the country. The school anniversary soon concluded, and Yi Xian heard the system's voice in his ear. Ding! The host has completed participation in the school anniversary and gained fame for Yangqing High School, receiving a tenfold reward, capped at 13 billion renminbi. As the system's voice reached his ears, Yi Xian's lips curved into a slight smile as he browsed the system's store, contemplating what items could be exchanged. Daddy, we want to hear a super long story. Just like that tale of the wonderful Wizard of Oz. Inside the extended vehicle, the three little ones clamored excitedly, their adorable, sweet voices melting hearts. Seeing the attention this certain individual received, Luo Tinyi felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy, realizing that she was enviously competing with her own daughter and partner. Oh no, it seems I am indeed feeling jealous of my own daughter and my man. Chapter 319, 40 Shares of the Jingxiu Consortium. The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. Hearing the children's pleas, the doting father, Yi Xian, smiled fondly, affectionately ruffling their hair while narrating the story of the Wonderful Wizard of Oz. Now, where did I leave off last time? He looked at the three little ones with a smile, his voice dripping with affection that even made Luo Tinyi roll her eyes at him. That tone was something else entirely. She never received such treatment. Hee, Daddy, you want to stump us? Yes. I know. Daddy, last time you told us about Dorothy climbing onto the lion's back and grasping its mane. The adorable Sanbeo, with her big, sparkling eyes, looked up at her father, seeking praise. Daddy, did I get it right? Yes, we all remember it very clearly. Meng and Nyanyo chimed in, their voices ringing harmoniously like three melodious larks in the jungle. Truly, they were the beloved treasures of their father, remembering every detail with remarkable clarity. Yi Xian observed that the three little ones remembered the tale so vividly, clearly harboring a great fondness for the Wizard of Oz. Subsequently, Yi Xian shamelessly resumed his role as a storyteller. To reward his precious trio for their remarkable recollection, he announced, "Today, I shall narrate until you are completely satisfied. Shall we?" The response was an exuberant chorus of, "Wow, really, Daddy. Long live Daddy, we love you." Upon hearing their father's words, the children's faces lit up with excitement, for they understood that he would regale them with this story for as long as they desired. We love you so much, Daddy. With that, he began, gathering his thoughts while driving with one hand, his enchanting voice resonating throughout the car. They soon realized that the forest surrounding them was dense and shadowy. After the lion had rested, they set forth along the yellow brick road, enveloped in silence. Each of them pondering whether they could escape this forest and reach a sunlit place. Before long, deep within the woods, they heard a peculiar sound. The Tin Man sprang into action, wielding his axe with great ferocity, and soon the tree was on the verge of toppling. The lion then pressed its powerful foreleg against the trunk, exerting all its strength to push. Gradually, the massive tree leaned, crashing down with a resounding thud into the ditch, its leafy crown spilling over the edge. As Yixian's storytelling reached its zenith, the little ones, who had been bubbling with excitement all day, began to feel drowsy. By the time they arrived home, their lovely eyes had fluttered shut, resembling 3 slumbering beauties. Fortunately, at that moment, Yixian's parents returned home, and the family embraced the trio as they ascended the stairs. Once the children were settled, Luo Tianyi let out a sigh of relief. Taking care of them felt akin to waging a battle. After lunch, Mai Mei took a refreshing bath, having fought valiantly for 300 rounds, and soon fell into a peaceful slumber in Yixian's embrace. He held her close, enchanted by the fragrant scent wafting from her hair, utterly captivated. Leaning back against the alluring presence beside him, Yixian casually accessed the system panel and returned to the marketplace he had previously browsed. Before long, he stumbled upon an intriguing item, shares in the Jingxiu Corporation, specifically 40. These shares belong to the family of the current chairman of the corporation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully exchanging 40 shares of Jingxiu Corporation, consuming 13 billion renminbi. Ding. The host has spent 13 billion renminbi and receives a 10-fold rebate, totaling 130 billion renminbi. Upon hearing the system's announcements, Yixian promptly brought up his attribute panel. Host, Yixian. Age, 21. Physical constitution, 61. Average person, 10. Charisma, max. Skills, ultimate musical talent, ultimate fatherhood, ultimate massage skills, ultimate martial arts, ultimate culinary arts, ultimate driving skills, ultimate calligraphy, ultimate medical skills, ultimate beast mastery, ultimate killing skills, ultimate instrument mastery, ultimate gaming skills, ultimate lightning control, ultimate chess skills, ultimate treasure appraisal. Items: energizing watermelon juice, X3, soundproof card, X2, endurance capsule, X4, set of gold needles, X1, healing potion, X50 drops, black hacker card, X2, wealth, 452, 309 billion. Gazing at the newly added sum of 130 billion in wealth on his attribute panel, a smile crept upon Yixian's lips. Yet, what delighted him even more than the wealth was the 40 stake in the Jingxiu Corporation, signifying that he was now the owner of the corporation, holding the largest share among all directors. As he looked at the contract for the 40 shares of Jingxiu Corporation, his spirits lifted considerably, and he soon drifted into slumber, cradling Luo Tianyi. Outside, a gentle drizzle began to fall, enveloping the world in a serene and beautiful stillness. While Yixian rested in blissful repose with his beloved, the Jingxiu Corporation found itself embroiled in unprecedented turmoil. In a lavish office within the Jingxiu Corporation, Jean Heiming was diligently attending to corporate affairs when his phone rang. His eyes brightened at the caller ID, and he swiftly answered the call. However, upon hearing the news on the other end, he shot to his feet in disbelief. What did you say? You sent over 1,000 assassins to eliminate Yixian, and not a single one returned. Jean Heiming's gaze froze, his eyes wide with incredulity as he stared out the large floor-to-ceiling window, though his mind was clearly elsewhere. Is this a joke? The Serpent Organization's 1,000 assassins couldn't take down that kid, and not one survived? It's evident that Yixian's identity is anything but ordinary. As this realization struck him, Jean Heiming's heart plummeted. Just then, the office door burst open with a loud bang. Boss, something terrible has happened. The largest shareholder of the corporation has changed hands, acquired by a mysterious individual. Caught in a moment of dread, Jean Heiming's mind raced at the implications of his subordinate's words. The corporation changing ownership? How could that be possible? Chapter 320. The Annihilation of the Serpent Organization. The Jingxiu Corporation was thrown into a state of unprecedented shock, and soon the news spread throughout the entire Jingxiu Corporation building. In one of the work areas, an employee exclaimed, "What did you just say? The largest shareholder has changed? This can't be true. How could the chairman possibly sell such a significant stake? Could there be a problem within the corporation? Otherwise, why would the chairman act so suddenly? My intuition tells me that something unspeakable must have transpired among the higher-ups. Otherwise, this wouldn't be happening. But that's not what's important. What truly piques my curiosity is who our new boss is, to whom the chairman has yielded." The Jingxiu Corporation was abuzz with excitement. The change in the largest shareholder represented monumental significance. And they were acutely aware of the most alarming fact. No one knew the identity of the individual who now held the majority of shares in the Jingxiu Corporation. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Serpent Organization, one of the top 10 dark organizations in Korea, a multitude of figures appeared, numbering at least in the thousands. The leader among them exuded an aura of immense power, nearing the pinnacle of a war god, and he regarded the scene before him with a serious expression. Deputy Captain, everyone is in position. A warrior of the war god realm stepped forward respectfully. This individual was none other than Wei Er, the deputy captain of the King of Hell's personal guard, while the one speaking was Wei 12. Together with Wei Er, a total of 18 elite warriors from the personal guard had arrived, coinciding with their mission in Korea. Additionally, there were over 100 warriors on the brink of the war god peak, and more than 800 half-step war god realm fighters. Such a force was several times that of the Serpent Organization. Excellent. Wei Er nodded upon hearing Wei 12's report, feeling relieved. This is our first mission as the personal guard of the Hall Master outside. We must conclude the battle in the shortest time possible. Understood, Deputy Captain. The 17 elite warriors responded solemnly, while the remaining 1,000 warriors readied themselves, alert and prepared to strike at a moment's notice. The Dark Serpent Organization's sentinels change shifts every 8 hours, and it is during these transitions that they are at their most vulnerable, making it the opportune moment for an attack to yield maximum results with minimal cost. Although Wei Er and his companions boast combat prowess several times greater than that of the Dark Serpent Organization, the guiding principle of the Underworld Palace has always been to achieve the greatest victories at the least expense. Strike now. At a precise moment, Wei Er's icy voice resonated, and in the next instant, 1,000 piercing sounds surged forth in unison, transforming into a torrential wave that ruthlessly assaulted the Dark Serpent Organization. Not good. We're under attack. Quickly, defend yourselves. Panic-stricken cries erupted within the Dark Serpent Organization, only to be swiftly engulfed by a chilling silence. In an instant, over 1,000 members of the Dark Serpent Organization lay lifeless on the ground, caught completely off guard. The disparity in strength between the two sides was insurmountable, and Wei Er's group had seized the opportunity to strike. With a swift motion, a formidable warrior of the Dark Serpent Organization, caught unawares, was dispatched by Wei Er with a single blow. Until his last breath, he stared wide-eyed in disbelief, exclaiming, "How could this be possible?" As a fellow warrior of the same caliber, he could not fathom that the adversary before him possessed such overwhelming power. It was astonishing, especially for one who held the esteemed title of a Golden Assassin within the Dark Serpent Organization, a position from which he had never witnessed such prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Er understood the value of speed in warfare. The Dark Serpent Organization, being one of the 10 most notorious factions in Goryeo, undoubtedly had more than 1 or 2 elite assassins. Thus, to minimize harm to the royal guardians of the Underworld Palace, he aimed to eliminate all powerful members in the shortest time possible. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a quarter of an hour. After a brief period, the headquarters of the Dark Serpent Organization was enveloped in a suffocating stench of blood, transforming the premises into a veritable hell on earth. Littered with corpses and splattered with blood, a sight made even more chilling by the cool breeze that sent shivers down one's spine. In the end, not a single one of the Dark Serpent Organization's over 3,000 members, from the Golden Assassin-level warriors to the top-tier killers, escaped the onslaught. They were all mercilessly slain by Wei Er and his companions. As expected, the Dark Serpent Organization faced complete annihilation. Withdraw. Wei Er observed the scene with a detached gaze. He understood that this was merely their first battle beyond their borders, but certainly not the last. Moreover, they had to return to Tianhai to covertly protect the palace lord and his family, which remained their paramount mission. The following morning, as dawn broke, Xuan opened his eyes to behold the beauty nestled in his embrace, fast asleep. A smile graced his lips. The joy of waking up to such a vision each morning was ineffable. Dingling. At that moment, the sound of a phone ringing broke the tranquility. Noticing the caller ID was Count Pusis, Xuan effortlessly answered the call. "Hello, Count Pusis." On the other end, the voice was filled with urgency and respect. "Your Majesty, I hope I am not disturbing your rest." "Not at all." Holding the lovely figure close, he inhaled the delightful fragrance of her hair. "Is there something you need?" "Indeed. Your Majesty, the influx of citizens into the best kingdom has surged alarmingly, creating opportunities for other nations to exploit. The overwhelming number of personnel and workload has resulted in the emergence of numerous spies within the kingdom. While the situation is manageable for now, it poses a significant risk if it continues unchecked." Pusis expressed his concerns, recognizing that the matter had escalated beyond his capacity to resolve. The implications were vast, and any misstep could jeopardize the grand strategy of the best kingdom. He dared not act unilaterally. "Oh, hearing this, I had planned to bolster the intelligence system of the best duchy in due time, but it seems this initiative must be expedited. I will handle it. After a brief conversation, Xuan hung up the phone. Without any hesitation, he proceeded to the system marketplace. He had previously formulated ideas for the best kingdom, and he had found a remarkably suitable item for exchange. Intelligent Skynet. Indeed, this was the item Xuan had discovered in the system marketplace. The so-called Intelligent Skynet could encompass the entire territory of the best kingdom. It would leverage hacker capabilities on par with deities to steal and collect all information within the realm. Under the aegis of the Intelligent Skynet, no individual or spy would be able to evade detection. With this thought, a mysterious smile crept across Xuan's lips. Let the endeavor commence. I am eager to see what effects the emergence of the Intelligent Skynet will yield. Chapter 321. Intelligent Skynet by Yuna, a transcendent ability. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging for Intelligent Skynet, consuming 100 million renminbi. The system's voice echoed in Xuan's ears, heightening his anticipation. For the cost of 100 million was indeed substantial. Use. With a hint of eagerness, Xuan silently commanded, and the exorbitantly priced Intelligent Skynet began to activate, binding itself to him. Before him, a luminous screen materialized. Greetings, Master. The Skynet is delighted to serve you. A sweet voice emanated, the virtual projection appearing incredibly lifelike, rivaling even the beauty of Luo Tianyi. Yet, upon seeing her visage, Xuan was taken aback. Wait, is this not the Yuna from the previous life in Fuzhang? No. More accurately, it is an upgraded version of that maid. Goodness, what is this? Hello, Master. The Skynet has beautified the projection based on your memories. If you are unsatisfied, you may modify it at any time. The sweet voice was irresistibly charming, making it hard for anyone to harbor ill feelings. Xuan cleared his throat, contemplating, from now on, you shall be called Yuna. As he spoke, the Skynet manifested girl transformed into a maid's attire of exceptional quality, far superior to that of any villa maid. Should Yuna enter the entertainment industry, she would undoubtedly amass countless admirers. Thank you for naming me, Master. Her voice was adorably high-pitched, and were it not for Xuan's strong composure, he might have fainted from delight. Hearing Yuna's words, Xuan smiled faintly, recalling the purpose for which he had summoned her. By the way, Yuna, from now on, assist me in monitoring the intelligence within the best kingdom. How long will it take for you to identify the spies currently present in the kingdom? Upon hearing her master's request, Yuna delicately tapped her slender fingers, her brows slightly furrowed, exuding an adorable charm. All right, Master. Before long, her voice rang out, accompanied by a flurry of information. Master, here are the spies from various nations currently within the best kingdom. There are a total of 13,285 individuals. Yuna took 0.001 seconds. Hee. Master, isn't Yuna impressive? The projected Yuna giggled sweetly, her endearing demeanor making it hard to resist the urge to kiss her. However, Xuan's focus lay on the intelligence Yuna had gathered. Over 13,000 individuals, and she had accomplished this in merely 0.001 seconds. Such speed was astonishing, surpassing even that of a supercomputer. Well done. Xuan smiled slightly, offering praise. Thank you for your kind words, Master. Yuna replied with a sweet voice, her delight evident. If this scene were to be witnessed by outsiders, they would surely be left speechless. To gather information on over 13,000 spies in just 0.001 seconds was nothing short of remarkable. By the way, Yuna, Xuan chuckled, a thought striking him as he looked at her. How long would it take you to infiltrate the U.S. defense system? The U.S. defense system? Upon hearing the words of his master, Yuna commenced an exceedingly rapid computation. After a brief pause of several seconds, she reached her conclusion and replied, Master, the defense system of the United States is quite remarkable. I will require 30 seconds. 30 seconds? Goodness! Exclaimed Xuan. May I inquire, Master, if I should proceed to infiltrate the U.S. defense system? I am exceptionally skilled and can assure you that they will remain oblivious to my actions. Clears throat, however. Let us set that aside for now, as the United States has not committed any egregious acts against me. Xuan pondered for a moment and added, nevertheless, should they continue to overstep their boundaries in the future, I cannot guarantee that they will not experience the prowess of our Yuna. He indeed. Yuna chuckled in response to her master's words. At that moment, as Xuan conversed with Yuna, the sentient network, the lovely Luo Tianyi, who had been peacefully slumbering, awoke, her eyes landing on her beloved, whose lips had curved into a blissful smile. She was unaware of the reason behind his laughter. However, it was evident that whenever she beheld him, such joy was inevitable. Perhaps this was the essence of love. Honey, who were you just speaking to? Xuan's dialogue with Yuna had transpired solely within his mind, while Luo Tinyi referred to a recent call from Pusis. Oh, it was nothing, just a friend. Yi Xian replied evasively, for he could not disclose the existence of the sentient network Yuna to Luo Tinyi. Even if he did, she would likely find it hard to believe. Oh, is that so? I was a bit dazed earlier and didn't catch it clearly, she acknowledged, seemingly uninterested in pursuing the topic further. She then lifted the covers without hesitation, donned her clothes, and declared, I'm going to check on Sanbao. With that, Luo Tinyi exited the room, leaving Yi Xian alone. However, he was not idle. He promptly transmitted the espionage information gathered by Yuna to Pusis, and then reclined on the bed, relishing the rare tranquility of the morning light. A delightful return to sleep. Indulging in a languorous moment was indeed a form of enjoyment. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Best, within the royal palace, Pusis was attending to state matters. Shortly after concluding a call with His Majesty the King, his phone chimed with a new message. Recognizing it was from the king, Pusis could not afford to be negligent. He immediately set aside his work to investigate. To his astonishment, upon reading the message, Pusis was overwhelmed and could no longer maintain his composure. He stood abruptly, his eyes filled with disbelief as he stared at the document sent by the king. It contained information about 13,285 spies. Heavens, how is this possible? Indeed, Pusis was utterly astounded. What? Why? It was scarcely 10 minutes since he had spoken to the king, and yet, he had managed to procure the details of over 13,000 spies with such remarkable speed. It was terrifying. Swallowing hard, Pusis scrutinized the names, aliases, true identities, nationalities, and the purposes of their missions contained within the document. How could His Majesty achieve this? After a brief moment, Pusis's gaze shifted from his phone towards the direction of Huaxia, his heart surging with boundless waves of emotion. The king's capabilities far exceeded his expectations. With such an extraordinary monarch, who in the kingdom of Best could they possibly fear? In an instant, Pusis held his head high, feeling a newfound confidence even in the face of the Americans. Impressive, my king. Chapter 322, The Grand Purge of Espionage in the Kingdom of Best Shakes Nations. In Best Kingdom's capital, within a Western restaurant, a loud crash announced the intrusion of over a dozen armed soldiers who swiftly surrounded a couple seated in a booth. Apologies, but we have received reports that you are spies sent by Fuzu. Please come with us. Everything you say will be used as evidence. With a signal from the commanding officer, the armed soldiers aimed their weapons at the two individuals, effectively apprehending the spies from Fuzu. An exercise? What a coincidence. But there was no time for further contemplation. The two were handcuffed and taken away. Within a minute, the soldiers exited the restaurant, leaving chaos in their wake. What just happened? I heard they were spies from Fuzu. Spies from Fuzu? How frightening. Goodness, I never imagined spies would be so close. But they don't seem very formidable. As the soldiers, equipped with increasingly advanced weaponry, apprehended the Fuzu spies without mercy, the citizens of Best observed, feeling a profound sense of the kingdom's strength. After all, in the days of the former principality, such decisive actions against Fuzu might have led to international disputes. This scene was merely a microcosm of the vast kingdom of Best. Similar events were occurring in thousands of locations, illustrating the magnitude of Pusis's actions, clearly aimed at establishing national prestige. This move undoubtedly signaled to other nations that while sending spies to Best was permissible, they would be met with unwavering resolve. Without such measures, other countries would only grow bolder. Shortly thereafter, news of Best Kingdom's arrests of foreign spies spread like wildfire among various factions, particularly following Pusis's official announcement of over 13,000 names. This revelation captivated countless citizens of Best Kingdom. What does over 13,000 spies signify? Moreover, the simultaneous execution of such actions and the public announcement served as a bombshell that detonated in the minds of many. What did they witness? The revelation of over 13,000 spies contained a wealth of information, such as how Best Kingdom uncovered these agents, who had meticulously arranged to infiltrate its borders. This alone was enough to prove that Best Kingdom was not to be trifled with. After all, we are no longer in the era of cold weapons. We now inhabit an age of information. Mastering intelligence is tantamount to securing half of the victory. Moreover, the military strength of Best Kingdom far surpasses that of its contemporaries. With military might coupled with precise intelligence, these two elements are the most critical conditions in today's international landscape. As long as both are sufficiently robust, conflicts with adversaries are sure to yield favorable outcomes. A grand operation to apprehend spies unfolded in the Kingdom of Best with great fervor. Half a day later, in the War Department of Huaxia's imperial capital, within the military leader's office, Wang Zhantian was diligently addressing matters from various war departments as well as responses from different factions. Ding ding ding. Just as Wang Zhantian concluded a case involving a major external fraud ring, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he promptly answered the call. However, upon doing so, Wang Zhantian immediately stood up from his seat. What? Best Kingdom has suddenly announced over 13,000 spies from various nations? Such a significant action cannot be understated. Wang Zhantian's astonishment was far greater than the reactions around him, because they are incapable of achieving it. One must recognize that this involves over 13,000 individuals, not merely a herd of swine, but rather an extraordinary assemblage of elite spies. Such a maneuver undoubtedly catches nations off guard. This initial display of power is genuinely formidable. All right, I understand, Wang Zhantian vocalized, before abruptly terminating the call. Yet, despite disconnecting, the astonishment in his heart only intensified. He subsequently rose from his seat, gazing out through the expansive floor-to-ceiling window towards the direction of the Best Kingdom. How did Yi Xian accomplish this? Indeed, this feat is not something an ordinary person could achieve, even with their department's utmost efforts, mobilizing all available manpower, resources, and finances. It would be unfathomable. A conservative estimate would suggest it would take at least a year, and Yi Xian, it was evident, had not required anywhere near this amount of time, certainly not even 6 months, or even 3. After all, Yi Xian had only recently become a duke in the Best Kingdom, a duration of less than 3 months. After a brief moment, Wang Zhantian regained his composure. That Yi Xian truly is full of surprises. Moreover, his power is terrifying. Even if he were to dominate Huaxia, the 5 elders would likely not stand a chance. Wang Zhantian made this statement because, just half a day prior, he had received a call from his father, Wang Xuanyu. It was this very call that left Wang Zhantian shaken, as his father informed him that Yi Xian commanded formidable allies, including their family's son-in-law, Lin Feng, totaling 4 peak war gods. Of course, this was merely Wang Zhantian's assumption, as he was unaware that Wei Yi had also ascended to the pinnacle of the war god realm. Those, like Wang Zhantian, who were privy to the inside information, could only click their tongues in disbelief, including the current king of the Eagle Nation, William. As nations were left astounded by the wave of attacks from the Best Kingdom, after breakfast that day, Yi Xian bid farewell to his father and mother, embarking in his car towards the Zhulong villa. The following morning, the travelers of this small group awoke, rejuvenated and filled with hope. Dorothy's breakfast consisted of peaches and plums plucked from the trees by the riverbank, reminiscent of a meal fit for a princess. Behind them lay a dark forest. Although they had encountered many perils there, they had emerged safely. Initially, their journey progressed smoothly, but upon reaching the middle of the river, a swift current swept their raft downstream, distancing them further from the yellow brick road. The water gradually deepened, making it impossible for the long wooden pole to touch the riverbed. As Yi Xian's enchanting voice continued weaving tales, the 3 little ones listened intently, while Luo Tinyi was taken aback, pondering how this individual could concoct such a story about the wonderful Wizard of Oz. Chapter 323, The Peculiar Calm Before the Great Battle. Wow, Daddy, please continue. Yes, we want to hear more. The 3 little ones chirped, their enthusiasm unabated. Luo Tinyi sighed in exasperation, realizing this individual had truly left her at a loss for words. Judging by the current word count, he must have spun at least 30,000 to 40,000 words. Clearly, Luo Tinyi could not fathom how he achieved this. Just as the Tin Man prepared to respond, a low growl interrupted, prompting him to turn. His hinges were meticulously crafted, and behold, a peculiar beast bounding across the grass towards him. Indeed, it was a large yellow wildcat. The Tin Man speculated that it must be in pursuit of something. As it approached, he noticed a small gray field mouse scurrying ahead, even without a heart. He understood that it was wrong for the wildcat to seek to harm such a beautiful and innocent creature. The Tin Man raised his axe and, as the wildcat dashed past, he swiftly swung down, severing the beast's head from its body, which then flailed and split into 2. As Yi Xian eloquently narrated, Luo Tinyi's eyes widened further, and her incredulity deepened. This fellow, does he ever cease? Luo Tinyi was utterly convinced that this was the longest story she had ever heard, surpassing any fairy tale she had previously encountered. It completely transformed her understanding of fairy tales. Along the journey, the elongated luxury vehicle was filled solely with Yi Xian's captivating storytelling, while the 3 little ones listened with utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, Luo Tinyi's astonishment grew more pronounced. However, one could hardly blame her. Any adult subjected to such an extensive tale would likely be equally amazed. Until, at last, a moment arrived. Screech. The sound of brakes echoed, and the luxury vehicle came to a halt before the villa. Quick, hurry and tell Aunt Shun, the young master is back. The instant the car stopped, it drew the attention of the maids, who immediately erupted into delightful exclamations, and soon the Zhulong No. 1 villa was abuzz with excitement. Wow, the young master has truly returned. It has been such a long time. We missed him. Indeed, that top star from Goryeo was terribly uncouth. Daring to lay a hand on Our Lady, it's only right that the young master dealt with him. Hee. The three little masters seemed to have grown even more beautiful. The chattering of the maids rang out, though they did not neglect their duties, swiftly gathering to assist. Welcome home, young master and lady. Aunt Xuan led the procession of maids, all of whom bowed gracefully, accentuating their elegant figures. If this scene were witnessed by outsiders, they would surely be envious. For they could scarcely imagine the treatment afforded to this individual, truly outrageous, utterly beyond comprehension. Little masters, come over here. Upon seeing the three little ones walking steadily, the maids, enchanted by their adorable demeanor, swiftly swooped in, as if they were long-lost friends. It was evident that the maids had completely fallen under the charm of the three little ones, transformed into childlike beings themselves. Aunt Xuan observed the maids reveling in their play with the little masters, smiling gently. Everything was unspoken yet understood. The atmosphere was serene, harmonious, and beautiful. Subsequently, Aunt Xuan took two of the maids to shop for groceries, while the remaining maids tended to the three little ones, playing with the ferret, Little White, and the panda, Little White Rabbit. On the sun loungers by the pool at the back of the villa, Xian and Luo Tinyi basked in the sunlight, enjoying a tranquil moment while sipping drinks, observing the lively scene on the lawn. Master, Xuan has sent a message. They have begun their journey to the Western Dark Church and wish to know when you will depart. Oh. Upon hearing the sweet voice of Yunai resonate in his mind, Xian paused momentarily. The Dark Church. He had almost forgotten about this matter. This time, the Underworld Palace and its subordinate, the Black Sky Organization, would strike against the Dark Church, and this battle was destined to be brutal. What is it? Luo Tinyi inquired, noticing her man's reaction with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. There's an issue at the Qinjun Hotel that requires my intervention. It may take some time. Considering the need to head to the headquarters of the Western Dark Church, it was clear that he would not return in the short term. Then you should go. Luo Tinyi did not dwell on it, nodding in agreement, for after all, the time he had spent with her was already ample. He could not delay in addressing important matters. Well then, my dear, I must take my leave. Xian lovingly pinched Luo Tinyi's cheeks and planted a gentle kiss on her delicate, rosy lips before rising to depart. Left behind was a stunned Luo Tinyi. Her face suddenly flushed with a soft crimson hue. Go ahead, she said tenderly, her demeanor far from the domineering image she often projected in the Dragon Domain group. This side of her was only revealed in the presence of her beloved. Subsequently, Xian exited the villa and vanished from sight in the secluded area of the Nine Dragons Villa. In the west, at the headquarters of the Dark Church, a powerful figure seethed with rage. Incompetent fools, a bunch of useless wretches. A super strong man, exuding an overwhelming aura, shattered a specially reinforced glass panel with a single punch, sending shards cascading to the ground. The culprits behind the murder of Hades remained at large. A week has passed, and you have achieved nothing. This formidable individual was named Chris, one of the 12 chief gods of the Dark Church, known as the Sun God. He was also the superior of Hades' two divine guards. Chris, as the Sun God of the Dark Church, ranked just below the King of Gods, Zeus, and the Queen, Hera, standing merely a step away from the threshold of the half-step Heavenly King realm. Although Chris remained at the pinnacle of the war god level, his combat prowess had surpassed that of a mere war god. Lord Chris, one of Chris's subordinates, trembled in fear, fully aware that as the third-ranked chief god, losing two divine guards without a trace would jeopardize Chris's standing within the Dark Church, as well as his honor in continuing to serve as the Sun God. Thus, anyone daring to lay a hand on Chris must face death. Chris clenched his fists, his aura intensifying as it approached the half-step Heavenly King level. His subordinate, feeling the overwhelming pressure from Chris, could not help but swallow hard. Meanwhile, over 90% of the elite from the Underworld Palace had converged here with the members of the Black Sky Organization, preparing for an unprecedented surprise attack against the Dark Church, though at this moment, none within the Dark Church were aware of the impending doom. Chapter 324. When the time comes to strike, the Hall Master will appear. In the distance, within a dense forest near the Dark Church, several figures emerged, their gazes fixed upon the headquarters of the Dark Church several kilometers away. Among them, Xuan and Wiang Basha bore the gravest expressions, their eyes turning a fiery red as their nemesis loomed near. Previously, they lacked the confidence to confront the behemoth that was the Dark Church, but now, having both ascended to the pinnacle of the war god realm, and with the Hall Master backing them, it was finally time for revenge. Bailey, what did the Hall Master instruct? Lin Feng's gaze fell upon Xuan, also glancing at Wiang Basha. The two harbored an insatiable vendetta against the Dark Church, and Lin Feng fully empathized with their urgent sentiments, mirroring his own hatred for the Temple of Light. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Baili Wuxuan let out a sigh of relief. The Hall Master had arrived. The time to act was nigh, and the Hall Master would undoubtedly make his presence felt. Observing Baili Wuxuan's expression, Lin Feng exchanged glances with Lung Fiyan. Given your deep-seated enmity with the Dark Church, you too shall lead the charge, Lin Feng declared. And although Lung Fiyan remained silent, her nod of agreement spoke volumes. Wang Basha's fists were tightly clenched. The members of the Dark Church deserved death. Baili Wuxuan and Wang Basha exchanged a knowing glance, their bodies radiating an overwhelming intent to kill, which soon transformed into a dark streak hurtling towards the Dark Church headquarters. Within the domain of the Dark Church, there will be no mercy. In an instant, Baili Wuxuan and Wang Basha vanished from sight, leaving behind only the chilling echoes of their voices. Kill. The next moment, the Underworld Palace and the numerous elites of the Black Sky organization unleashed a wave of murderous intent, causing the very clouds above to scatter under the weight of their terrifying presence. Before the sentinels of the Dark Church could react, one of them was pierced through the heart by a blade, his eyes wide with disbelief as he realized that, as a top-tier expert, he had no chance to resist. The assailant was none other than Wang Basha, the current leader of the Black Sky organization and one of the 4 kings of the Underworld Palace. Coldly regarding the fallen sentinel, Wang Basha did not pause for a moment before continuing his assault on the Dark Church headquarters, intent on exacting bloody retribution. On the other side, Baili Wuxuan had also dispatched a top-tier sentinel, his eyes ablaze with fury, clearly harboring a profound hatred for the Dark Church. After all, the vendetta for the annihilation of his clan was one that could not be forgiven. Thus commenced an unrelenting battle, one that would unfold with the ferocity of a tempest. As the Dark Church faced an unprecedented crisis, such a large-scale conflict was not something even the Temple of Light would dare to initiate lightly. Yet, under the relentless assault of Baili Wuxuan and Wang Basha, the casualties among the Dark Church's sentinels swiftly escalated into the thousands, and the numbers continued to surge. Meanwhile, deep within the headquarters of the Dark Church, in the conference room, bang, the door was forcefully kicked open, and one of Poseidon's divine guards rushed in, his face grave as he addressed the gathered chief gods. My lords, we have a grave situation. The headquarters is under attack by unidentified strongmen. Preliminary estimates suggest that there are no fewer than 4 at the pinnacle of the war god realm. The guard swallowed hard, shaken by the formidable presence of the oncoming foes. Taking a deep breath, he continued, moreover, our casualties have already exceeded 2,000. At the guard's words, Poseidon furrowed his brow, while the sun god Chris's eyes gleamed with cold fury. For at the pinnacle of the war god realm, and over 2,000 of our elite have fallen? Such audacity! I shall see who dares to act with such impunity. With that, Chris vanished from the conference room, prompting the 8 chief gods to exchange worried glances before swiftly following him. For at the pinnacle of the war god realm, were they seeking to provoke them? If so, their lives would surely be forfeit. As they considered this, a wave of murderous intent surged from the 8 of them. Despite their internal rivalries within the Dark Church, they were united in purpose, each victory and loss intertwined with their fates. This time, no matter who it was, they must be made to pay in blood, even if they were at the pinnacle of the war god realm. However, they remained blissfully unaware of the naivete of their thoughts. Nor did they know that half of their number were already on borrowed time. Minutes later, who dares to offend the Dark Church? A terrifying aura surged forth, and in the next moment, Chris lunged at Wang Basha with a furious strike, his attack surpassing the pinnacle of the war god realm. What? Wang Basha, sensing the incoming assault from Chris, was taken aback, clearly not expecting the Dark Church to possess an entity whose strength surpassed that of the war god realm. Boom. Yet before Chris could close the distance, a figure stepped in front of Wang Basha, none other than Lin Feng, who had already reached the half-step Heavenly King realm, the strongest among them in the Underworld Palace. A dull thud echoed as the clash of energies erupted, their garments billowing in the tumult. The sun god Chris retreated several paces, while the figure before him remained utterly unmoved, a scene that stunned all present. What? Lord Chris has been repelled. This is inconceivable. The dark clergy's powerful figures widened their eyes in disbelief, their faces etched with shock and horror. Indeed, they could scarcely believe their own eyes. After all, this was Lord Chris, the second strongest after Lord Zeus and Lady Hera, and now even he had been forced back. The strength of this individual must be extraordinary. Not only the dark clergy's elite, but even the other 8 pinnacle war gods were filled with incredulity, their gazes toward Lin Feng shifting completely. This person could so effortlessly drive back Chris. Could it be that he had already stepped into the realm of the semi-divine? At this thought, an overwhelming sense of unease surged within them. With both Lord Zeus and Lady Hera absent, they feared they would struggle to manage the situation. A semi-divine expert? How is this possible? Chris regarded Lin Feng with grave concern. How could this individual possess such formidable strength? Damn it, I will confront this person. You must swiftly eliminate the others and then join me in taking him down. With a deep breath, Chris transformed into a shadowy projectile, launching himself at Lin Feng. While the other 8 dark clergy gods approached by Li Wuxuan and the others with utmost seriousness. Thus commenced a fierce battle. Chapter 325, The Dark Clergy's Waterloo. The fall of 4 divine masters. The battlefield erupted with fervor, energy surging through the air. Under Chris's full exertion, he could vaguely hold his ground against Lin Feng. Yet Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly, as the situation had become somewhat unfavorable for them. Alongside Wang Ruotian, they had only 4 peak war gods, while their adversaries boasted 8, a twofold advantage. It seemed the only way to alter the tide of battle was to await their lord's timely intervention. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a quarter of an hour. Approximately 20 minutes passed, and the two sides were locked in a fierce struggle when, at a certain moment, Poseidon launched a surprise attack. Die! A cunning strike aimed directly at Lung Fian's heart. If this hit, she would suffer grievous injuries, if not death. Having just engaged in combat with the fire god Toph, Poseidon's timing was impeccable. However, this move, while somewhat underhanded, was inconsequential. Watch out, Fian. Quick dodge. The denizens of the underworld palace saw Poseidon's malicious sneak attack and quickly warned her, but it was evidently too late. Amid the warnings, Poseidon's razor-sharp dagger was already upon her. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the anticipated scene of blood splattering did not unfold, but rather a dull thud resonated. Unbeknownst to anyone, a man in black robes had appeared before Lung Fian, a terrifying aura radiating from him. With a single palm, he struck Poseidon's heart, causing it to burst. Poseidon's pupils constricted in disbelief. She could not fathom that she had been slain in an instant, without even the time to react. Impossible. With a profound sense of resentment, Poseidon, one of the 12 divine masters of the dark clergy, was eradicated by the mysterious man in black with a single blow. This scene instantly stunned the entire battlefield into silence. What? Everyone in the dark clergy was rendered speechless by the astonishing sight before them. Could this be a dream? The spectacle was far beyond their wildest expectations. Was this a joke? Lord Poseidon, one of their 12 divine masters, had been inexplicably slain by a mysterious figure in black. Most significantly, they had no idea how this enigmatic figure had executed such a feat. His power was terrifying. Lord Poseidon had already reached the peak of the war god realm, and this mysterious figure's ease in dispatching him suggested he was on par with Lords Zeus and Hera. A semi-divine being? At that moment, despair flooded the hearts of the dark clergy. Damn it, how can we continue fighting? No wonder they dared to be so bold. Openly ambushing the dark clergy, they must have someone as strong as Lord Zeus among them. Lung Fian gazed blankly at the black-robed man before her, recognizing the familiar aura emanating from him. This was undoubtedly their lord. Yet, could the lord's strength be so formidable? With just one strike, he had annihilated a divine master of the dark clergy. His combat prowess was astounding. The realm of the semi-divine. Lin Feng's mind replayed the moment their lord had intervened. Without a doubt, his power far exceeded his own, a true master of the semi-divine realm. Incredible, truly incredible. The denizens of the underworld palace and the members of the Black Heaven organization swallowed hard. The shock they felt was unprecedented. After all, to them, a peak war god was an existence they could scarcely hope to surpass in their lifetime. Yet their lord had effortlessly dispatched such a being with a mere flick of his wrist. The magnitude of this impact was unparalleled. Damn it, retreat. Everyone, leave the headquarters. The sun god Chris wore a grave expression, his fists clenched tightly. He had never felt so constrained. The sudden appearance of the mysterious black-robed man had far surpassed the limits of what he could contend with. If they lingered any longer, it was likely that all the elite members of the dark clergy would be wiped out. Such losses were beyond what the dark clergy could endure, prompting Chris to issue a retreat order without delay. Trying to escape? Li Wuxuan heard Chris's words and declared, "Leave him to me." He exchanged a glance with Wang Ba, and they both charged at Chris. Wang Ruotian's eyes glimmered with determination. Since they had engaged, they might as well settle the score. The 3 peak war gods unleashed their assault simultaneously. Although Wang Ruotian's strength was slightly inferior to Chris's, he was not far behind. Chris found himself in a dire predicament. Soon, under the relentless onslaught of Li Wuxuan and the others, Chris was gravely injured, blood saturating his form, and his internal organs severely damaged. Chris. The surviving 4 divine masters united to fend off Li Wuxuan and his companions, facilitating Chris's escape. The remaining 3 divine masters, however, were not so fortunate. After Yi Xian eliminated 2 of them, Lin Feng dispatched another. As for the divine guardians of the war god realm, at least 70% of them had perished. In summary, the dark clergy suffered catastrophic losses in this battle, their peak strength decimated by more than half, a truly calamitous blow, particularly among the war gods. Nearly all had fallen. No one knew how the rulers of the dark clergy, Zeus and Hera, would react to these staggering losses. A moment later, Xuan removed his black robe, revealing a familiar face before everyone. Undoubtedly their lord. For who else could possess such extraordinary power? Lord, the results have been tallied. The dark clergy has lost a total of 4 divine masters, and 86 divine guardians have been slain, along with over 300 semi-war gods. Upon hearing Wei Yi's report, everyone gasped in shock, and the crimson in by Li Wuxian and Wang Ba's eyes faded slightly in response to the news. In this battle, the Dark Holy See witnessed the downfall of 4 peak war gods, 86 war gods, and over 300 pinnacle half-step war gods. They have avenged their grievances. Even though the Lord of the Gods and the Queen of Heaven still remain, along with a total of 8 lords. Nevertheless, this achievement is enough to inspire pride. What is even more alarming is that the Dark Holy See may not even be aware of their true identities. Bai Li Wuxian and Wang Baxia felt the surging energy within them, sensing that they were significantly closer to the half-step king realm. It will not be long before they can stride into the half-step king realm, heralding the demise of the Dark Holy See. Chapter 326. Hera's arrival at the mysterious Dark Holy Sea's back mountain. Half a day later, a group of formidable warriors approached the headquarters of the Dark Holy See from afar. A woman at the forefront caught a whiff of a pungent and overwhelming scent of blood, which unmistakably emanated from the direction of the Dark Holy Sea's headquarters. We must go. A sense of foreboding gripped her heart as she transformed into a shadow and vanished from her spot, soon arriving at what resembled a hellish battleground at the Dark Holy Sea's headquarters. An aura of fury radiated from her being, unmistakably revealing her as a peak half-step king, merely a step away from the king realm. This woman was none other than Hera, one of the 12 lords of the Dark Holy See. Damn it! Hera's icy words sent shivers down the spines of the 4 lords and 10 divine guards behind her, who swallowed hard, knowing well that Hera's wrath was far beyond what they could withstand. Just then, several figures materialized in the arena, including the severely injured sun god, Crius, the surviving 4 lords, and over 20 divine guards. As for the half-step war gods and top-tier experts, there were barely 1,000 left. Crius, what transpired? The love goddess, Lodi, inquired gravely, her aura imbued with a palpable killing intent, unable to fathom the scene before her. This, Crius responded, bitterness etched on his face. Lady Hera, I am incompetent. I failed to safeguard the headquarters. Please punish me. Lady Hera, this is not Crius's fault. The enemy was simply too powerful. They sent not only one half-step king, but also a mysterious man in a black robe whose strength surpassed that of a half-step king. With a single strike, he killed Poseidon, the god of the sea, spoke Moses, one of the 10 lords closely associated with Crius. Upon hearing Moses' words, the expressions of the 4 lords behind Hera shifted dramatically, half-step king, and a mysterious figure beyond that. Hera's brows furrowed deeply. Could it be the peak of the half-step king? No, Moses had yet to voice his thoughts when Crius, with a grave expression, interjected, that man has already slain 3 of our lords with ruthless precision. It felt as if they had no chance to resist. Reluctantly, I must admit that his realm may very well have crossed into the king realm, Crius asserted, the events that unfolded at the headquarters replaying in his mind like a vivid film. The strength of that individual was unlike anything he had ever encountered, even surpassing that of Hera. Is that so? Hera's expression turned serious, yet her brow furrowed even tighter. You mentioned that this mysterious figure killed 3 lords. What is the extent of our losses? Upon hearing Hera's inquiry, the 4 lords, including the love goddess, fixed their gazes on Crius, their instincts warning them that the situation was dire. Indeed, Crius sighed heavily. We have lost 4 lords, 86 divine guards, and over 300 pinnacle half-step war gods. Boom. At Crius's words, Hera's terrifying aura of peak half-step king surged, forcing the love goddess and others to stagger back several paces. What did you say? Hera's composure shattered. 4 lords, 86 divine guards, and over 300 pinnacle half-step war gods. Moments later, a fierce snarl twisted Hera's face. What audacity! To inflict such losses upon my Dark Holy See, whoever it may be, must perish. I will venture to the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. No one is to approach without my command. With her words, Hera soared towards the forbidden grounds, and upon arrival, she produced a diamond key to fit into a recess. The ground trembled as massive stones, weighing over 10 tons, rose, and Hera slipped inside. At that moment, an array of terrifying auras emanated from within, each one far surpassing Hera's own strength. Meanwhile, in the War Department of the Huaxia Imperial Capital. Commander Wang Zhantian was engrossed in departmental affairs when he received a phone call. Just as the commander was answering, Long Aotian, the war god of the northwest border, entered the office. Upon seeing Wang Zhantian spring to his feet, Long Aotian was taken aback. What did you say? The Western Force, the Dark Holy See, has suffered unprecedented devastation. 4 lords have fallen, 86 divine guards slain, and over 300 pinnacle half-step war gods lost. Understood. Wang Zhantian concluded the call. The shock on his face unmasked. This was no mere jest. It was akin to piercing the very heavens of the Dark Holy See. 4 of the 12 lords had fallen. What did this signify? Such a calamity had never before occurred in the annals of the Dark Holy Sea's history. Dark Holy See. What is this about, Commander Wang? Long Aotian queried, his brow furrowing in suspicion as he sensed something grave had transpired. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Zhantian relayed the information he had received. Upon hearing it, Long Aotian's pupils constricted sharply. Commander Wang, what did you say? The Dark Holy See has lost 4 lords, 86 divine guards, and over 300 pinnacle half-step war gods? This. Long Aotian inhaled deeply, while Wang Zhantian's gaze drifted through the large floor-to-ceiling window towards the horizon. Aotian, this is not even the most critical part. The most significant detail is that after my father departed the bright divine palace with the Southern Sky War God, numerous powerful individuals from the Yi Xianming Palace and the Black Sky Organization headed towards the Dark Holy See to execute a certain task. Do you think this task might have involved launching a surprise attack on the Dark Holy See? At this revelation, Long Aotian's mind erupted in a cacophony of thoughts, as if struck by a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily dazed. Commander Wang, surely not. If this were true, revealing that Yi Xian had instigated the attack would spell trouble. Indeed. Wang Zhantian exhaled deeply. The Dark Holy See is far more complex than it appears. Decades ago, the previous 12 lords of the Dark Holy See vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated from existence. This is an enigma. No one knows whether those ancient figures are alive or dead. As the two conversed, the atmosphere in the office grew increasingly tense, and both men found themselves worrying for Yi Xian and the Ming Palace. Chapter 327. Feng Chen arrives. Kneeling to become a disciple. The Dark Holy See lies in ruins, having fallen from grace. In a certain sense, the Dark Holy See has become a laughingstock for various factions, mere fodder for idle chatter. Beaten so severely, yet completely unaware of the assailant's identity. It is indeed a source of ridicule, and the Light Temple finds itself in a similarly unfortunate predicament. This incident has not escaped their notice. Deep within the Light Temple, a shocking report from a 4-winged angel reached Quake, an 8-winged angel. Upon receiving the news, he sprang up from his seat, but the sudden movement exacerbated his injuries, causing him to cough up a mouthful of crimson blood. Clearly, Quake had not yet recovered from the grievous wounds inflicted upon him by Wiang Ruotian, especially considering the barrage of hundreds of rocket artillery he had endured. Simply surviving was already a considerable feat after a few deep breaths. He managed to calm his tumultuous emotions. Just hours prior, the Dark Holy See had suffered an unprecedented ambush, resulting in the fall of 4 main deities, including Poseidon, and the death of 86 divine guardians, with over 300 at the pinnacle of the semi-war god level perishing. The assailants were equally enigmatic powerhouses. With a resounding thud, Quake slammed his fist onto the specially reinforced steel table, leaving a noticeable dent in the otherwise unyielding surface. Damn it! Those mysterious individuals must be the attackers. What fools they are, seeking their own demise. A cold glint flickered in Quake's eyes, and he felt grateful that the news of his being struck by hundreds of rocket artillery had not leaked. Otherwise, he would have faced greater embarrassment than the Dark Holy See. How absurd. His prowess at the semi-war god level had failed to capture even a trace of the enemy, marking an unprecedented humiliation. Humph. I see the ones courting death are you. As soon as Quake's words fell, a figure imbued with a sinister aura materialized in the room. Upon seeing her, Quake instinctively tensed, inquiring, "Who are you?" It was evident that this was Quake's first encounter with the newcomer. However, the significance of her appearance, a fallen woman, sent chills down his spine. Didn't he, the Lord of the Light Temple, mention my presence? She cackled, her gaze fixed on Quake. But then again, we were never meant to be seen by the public. You may refer to me as the fallen angel, or perhaps as the dark side of the Light Temple. However, to be frank, the current Light Temple is rather lacking. How dare you? Quake, though ignorant of her identity, could not tolerate such disparagement. He immediately summoned his semi-war god level strength. Yet before he could react, he realized how grave the situation was. It was too late to evade. With a thunderous crash, the fallen angel struck him, sending him crashing into a wall several meters away. Cough. Quake was utterly incredulous. disregarding the intensifying severity of his injuries. A peak semi-war god? How is this possible? Quake could scarcely believe it. He had previously boasted that aside from the Lord of the Light Temple and perhaps 2 other 8-winged angels, no one could rival him. Yet now, this woman had incapacitated him with a single blow. When had such a powerful being emerged from the Light Temple? And why was he completely unaware? Do not presume that merely stepping into the semi-war god realm grants you any superiority before me. Should there be a next time, I shall personally see to your demise. The fallen angel's sinister smile sent shivers down Quake's spine. He felt a palpable aura of death emanating from her, and he had no doubt that she would kill him without a second thought. Why are you not incensed? The fallen angel mocked, her right hand slightly curling into a fist, her chilling gaze causing Quake to gulp nervously. Goodness, could this woman truly be affiliated with the Light Temple? No, I dare not think so. Quake took a deep breath, fully aware that any hint of disrespect would certainly lead to his untimely demise at her hands. He understood well that this woman could not be judged by ordinary standards. Who knows what she might do if provoked? From this day forth, I shall take command of the Light Temple. You have no objections, I trust? The fallen angel smiled ominously, her tone unmistakably commanding rather than negotiable. Damn it. Do I have any choice? Quake was acutely aware that any sign of reluctance would result in his immediate execution by the woman before him. Though he was known for his ruthlessness, he was not a fool. Of course, I have no objections. Quake suppressed his urge to strangle the fallen angel, his gaze flickering with potential schemes. Were it within his power, he would surely make her aware of the true nature of a flower's vibrant hue. The following day, in the early morning, Xuan had returned to the villa the previous night, indulging in a fierce battle before embracing his beloved in sleep. He was oblivious to the repercussions of the underworld palace's actions that had left the dark holy see in tatters, nor did he have any interest in discovering them. Were Luo Tinyi to learn of her partner's remarkable feats from the previous day, one could only imagine her reaction. After a brief moment of tenderness, the tranquil and beautiful world they shared passed swiftly. Once refreshed, Xuan made his way to the villa's living room, where 3 little ones were playing with the maids. Ding dong. At that moment, a melodious doorbell rang out from outside the villa. A maid, stepping gracefully, approached the door and opened it with a click. Before her stood a youthful boy, one whose handsome features were marked by an air of confidence. May I ask who you are? Ah. Upon seeing the beautiful maid, Feng Chun felt a flush of warmth on his cheeks. Hello, I am Feng Chun, here to seek my master and become his disciple. The maid hesitated. Seeking a master? To become a disciple? Her eyes widened in realization, and she turned toward the living room, her sweet voice ringing out. Young master, a boy is at the door, claiming he wishes to become your disciple. Before she could finish, Feng Chun had already dashed into the living room. Without hesitation, he knelt before Xuan, proclaiming, Master, please allow your disciple to pay his respects. Who are you? Do I know you? Xuan was taken aback by this unexpected display of devotion so early in the morning. The 3 little ones, hearing their father's words, tilted their heads in curiosity, observing the handsome older boy kneeling before their dad. What game was this big brother playing with their father? It seemed quite amusing. Chapter 328. Daddy, you're amazing. I love you lots. Who are you? Do I know you? Xuan's inquiry left Feng Chun bewildered, his face contorting in dismay. Master, this isn't fair. I have video evidence. It seemed Feng Chun had come prepared, quickly pulling out his phone to play a video of his recent sparring match at the Azure View residence with the skilled Fuzi master, Zhui Ichai. Luo Tinyi's eyes widened in understanding, realizing that this young man had taken her husband's casual remark to heart and had sought him out. Also, master, I have already defeated Zhui Ichai. Here's the video. Feng Chun proceeded to showcase another clip of his arduous victory over Zhui Ichai. Master, please consider accepting me. Feng Chun was uncertain whether Xuan would agree, but he was resolute in seizing this opportunity, convinced that under his master's guidance, his future would be limitless. Cough. Cough. Hearing Feng Chun's plea, Xuan felt a bittersweet smile tug at his lips. You, my young friend, are quite persistent. However, since I made that promise, I shall not go back on my word. Really. As Feng Chun heard his master's words, he immediately knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Disciple pays respects to master. The young maidservants observed this clever boy closely, and Feng Chun, seizing the opportunity to build rapport, turned his gaze to the 3 little ones, grinning. Master. These must be my 3 junior sisters, right? Come, I have a modest gift for you. This is a precious jade personally consecrated by the abbot of Xuan. I present it to you. He. Wow, it's so beautiful. Thank you, big brother. The trio gazed at the jade in their hands, their cherubic faces radiant with joy as they played with it, their delighted expressions utterly adorable. From Xuan's perspective, He regarded Feng Chen's crafty attempt to win over the three children with mild amusement, choosing not to comment. Having such a clever disciple might not be a bad thing after all. Feng Chen, is it? Yes, master, Feng Chun replied, bowing respectfully, fully embodying the deference owed to a teacher. As it happens, I intended to teach these three little ones Tai Chi today. You shall act as my sparring partner, allowing them to observe closely. Really, master? That would be splendid. Feng Chen's face beamed with excitement, yet he was unaware of the treatment that awaited him. And for a fleeting moment, he even felt a twinge of regret for having taken on a master. Hee, Daddy is going to spar with Big Brother. How exciting. Go for it, Big Brother. Daddy is the best. The three little ones chirped, while Luo Tianyi rolled her eyes at her partner, exasperated by his incessant need to show off. Undoubtedly, she understood that Feng Chun was no match for her man. The maidservants watched in awe, their beautiful eyes fixed on their young master on the lawn. Wow, this is the first time I've seen the young master spar with someone. Yes. I've heard the young master is incredibly skilled. I can't wait. But the young master is looking more handsome by the day. I'm genuinely afraid I might fall hopelessly in love with him one day. Madam is so lucky, getting to shower the young master with affection every day. I wish I could have a young master like that. Look, it's about to start. The excited chatter among the maidservants filled the air as they took out their phones to capture the precious video, eagerly anticipating the chance to enjoy their young master's impressive display later. This is bound to be extraordinary. Just thinking about it makes my heart race. Master, I shall not hold back, Feng Chun declared, taking a deep breath as he faced his enigmatic master. He dared not underestimate him, summoning all his focus and employing rapid footwork as he launched a palm strike at Xuan. The speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon him. Despite being merely 14 or 15 years old, Feng Chen's strength had already reached the pinnacle of a second-rate master, just a step away from a first-rate one. With that in mind, Xuan decided to offer him a lesson in humility. Thud. Without any visible effort, Xuan swiftly executed a Tai Chi push, sending Feng Chun flying several meters away, landing with a thud. Feng Chun was momentarily dazed, thinking, wow, another Tai Chi push. But this one was even more impressive. Goodness, my master is more formidable than my own father. I chose the right master, he thought, not exaggerating when he mused that his master could easily overpower his father. Master, watch out, Feng Chun shouted, charging once more. Thud. Before he even got close, Xuan delivered another Tai Chi strike, sending him flying once again, landing just as far. Thud, 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 thud. Thus, Xuan tailored his teaching to Feng Chen's abilities, leaving the maidservants in a state of astonishment. Goodness, how powerful must each strike be? This guy, Luo Tianyi thought, rolling her eyes at her partner who was relishing the spotlight, yet her heart swelled with pride, as if to say, see, this is my man. Luo Tianyi. Wow, Daddy is so amazing. Go, Daddy. Knock down Big Brother. Daddy, you're the best. The three little ones cheered, seemingly forgetting the jade Feng Chun had just gifted them. Hearing their words nearly made Feng Chun spit out a mouthful of blood, lamenting, alas. The precious jade I painstakingly obtained from the Shaolin abbot is going to waste. Thud. A quarter of an hour later, Feng Chun was once again sent flying, his face bruised and battered, yet he felt an undeniable change within himself. He could sense his skills had improved significantly. Staring at his hands in disbelief, he exclaimed, Master, you are truly incredible. Daddy, I want to learn too. Me too. Hee, I want to learn as well. It looks so fun. The three little ones giggled, clearly captivated by their father's display of prowess. Is that so? Then I will teach you right now. Xuan affectionately pinched the cheeks of the three little ones. And in that moment, he transformed into a doting father, inevitably showering them with love and joy, overwhelming the maidservants with an abundance of sweetness in the air. Oh no, our three little masters are too fortunate. Chapter 329. The video goes viral. Tai Chi Master Feng Xiaoyao enraged. Alright, let us begin. Xuan commenced teaching the three little ones Tai Chi, and their clever, adorable attempts at mimicking him brought Luo Tianyi close to bursting with laughter multiple times. You know, they're doing quite well in their imitation. Of course, our little masters have always been exceptionally bright. If I could have such delightful little ones in my life, I would be overjoyed even if I only had one. Just imagining it brings a smile to my face. Indeed, the three little masters are too adorable, and the young master and madam are so blissfully happy. The maidservants chattered excitedly, while Feng Chen practiced alongside his master and the three little sisters. Discovering a newfound understanding of Tai Chi, this revelation sent a jolt through him, realizing, my goodness, my master's proficiency in Tai Chi surpasses my father's by at least 180 streets. If his father were present, he would be utterly speechless. Thus, in the golden morning light, Xuan diligently taught the three little ones Tai Chi, and they quickly grasped the moves. Feng Chen could only watch, his mouth twitching in disbelief. Goodness, it took me nearly a week to learn these moves, while they seem to have mastered them effortlessly. Wow. Are my little sisters martial arts prodigies? No wonder they are my masteress daughters. Despite being just over a year old, the three little ones left Feng Chen astounded. Unbelievable. I could hardly even talk at that age. Young master, breakfast is ready. Aunt Xuan emerged from the villa, having prepared a delicious meal. Observing her young master practicing Tai Chi on the lawn, one word came to mind: irresistible charm. Not to mention the odd expressions on the faces of the mesmerized maidservants, which spoke volumes. Phew, let us call it a day for now. Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief, then turned to Feng Chen beside him. You shall stay here for the next few days. I will subject you to a week of intensive training. As for how much you can master, that depends solely on you. Truly, thank you, master. Feng Chen exclaimed, his heart brimming with excitement and exhilaration upon hearing his master's words. However, Yi Xian revealed a knowing smile, as if the young man had yet to comprehend the trials that awaited him in the coming week. The gratitude expressed was indeed premature, for the forthcoming experiences would instill an intense and profound fear of his own master within Feng Chen. But that was a matter for another time. The group then proceeded to the villa for breakfast, where, unsurprisingly, an additional person was present: Feng Chen himself. Gazing at the lavish spread before him, he felt as though he were dining like royalty, at least in his eyes. Gulp. As he swallowed hard, Feng Chen's eyes widened with delight. Masteress wife. And my three little junior sisters, I shall not be polite. He was utterly captivated by the delectable breakfast laid out before him. Aunt Xuan, your culinary skills are simply marvelous. Feng Chen praised, giving a thumbs up, while Aunt Xuan merely smiled in response, knowing her culinary prowess paled in comparison to that of her young master. As Yi Xian and the others enjoyed their breakfast, the maids were engrossed in their phones, repeatedly watching videos of their young master with the three little ladies, their smiles widening in admiration. Our young master is truly dashing, and those three little ladies are irresistibly adorable, they remarked. Soon after, the maids posted the precious videos online, accompanied by an eye-catching title: The Sweet Moments Between Our Young Master and the Three Little Ladies. So adorable. Upon release, the video garnered an avalanche of comments. OMG. Isn't this Yi Xian our idol? Wait, am I seeing this correctly? Is he publicly displaying affection with those little princesses? How could he do this to us? What have I done to deserve this? He is too charming. I'm determined to claim his superior genes. So beautiful. Those three little cuties are just too delightful. I wish I could have one too. Within mere minutes, the number of comments soared past 1,000, and the view count skyrocketed to over 100,000, with shares exceeding 10,000. The video's popularity surged like a phoenix taking flight, reaching unprecedented heights. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. As the numbers continued to climb, there was no denying the video had gone viral. The adorably sweet moments, although somewhat torturous, had an undeniably impressive effect. Before long, the video made its way to Tianhai University, where gossip thrived. The school's chat group was the first to fall under its spell. Goodness, has Senior Yi Xian lost his mind? But he looks incredibly suave while doing Tai Chi, and those three little treasures. Oh my heart is melting. Publicly flaunting their affection, I wholeheartedly embraced this wave of sweetness. The chatter buzzed with excitement, and it was evident that Xiao Ming and his companions in the dormitory were also aware of the situation. Upon witnessing their leader's display of affection with his nieces, they were consumed with envy. Goodness, is our leader really going to go down this path? What if someone comes after him with a sword? Simultaneously, within the Tai Chi sect, the atmosphere erupted, not due to the sweetness of the video, but because their young sect master had referred to the young man in the video as master. This was an absolute disgrace for the Tai Chi sect. If other sects were to find out, it would be catastrophic. Bang! In the room of Feng Xiaoao, the sect master of Tai Chi, he was engrossed in sect affairs when a loud crash interrupted him. His senior disciple, Xiao Luo, burst in hurriedly. Master, we have a major problem. Our junior disciple has taken a brash young man as his master. What? Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoao halted his tasks and focused on the video on his disciple's phone. When he saw his son bowing and scraping in deference to the young man, his entire demeanor shifted. That scoundrel! Feng Xiaoao slammed his hand down on the table, fury boiling within him. Call the 6 elders. I must confront this young man and uncover his capabilities. When I return, I shall strip that little rascal of his skin. Chapter 330. What kind of food did that boy grow up on? In the backwoods of the Zhulong villa, a young man was sent flying by Yi Xian's forceful strike. Again, the calm voice echoed in the ears of the boy, whose lips twitched in response. The one being tossed about was none other than Feng Chen, who had only recently become Yi Xian's disciple. Today marked the first day of his intensive training. If you cannot endure, speak up. I shall not blame you. Yi Xian observed Feng Chun struggling to rise with a smile. The so-called intensive training could be succinctly described as beatings. Indeed, it was an ingrained practice of discipline. Yet its effectiveness was astonishing, much like the previous training endured by Lin Feng and Lung Fian, who had also faced severe trials. Yi Xian's gaze drifted to a particular spot in the woods, a smirk forming on his lips as he noticed that someone had been observing him for no less than 10 minutes. The onlookers harbored hostility, but no murderous intent. That boy, Feng Xiaoyao of the Tai Chi sect, was seething, his eyes ablaze. That is my precious son. I have never laid a hand on him. And that little brat dares to beat him so mercilessly. Unable to contain himself, he bellowed, "Attack! Take down that young man." In a moment of desperation, he wished he could tear apart the one who had dared to hang his son up like that. Even if it was his son's master, such treatment was unacceptable. With a swift motion, Feng Xiaoyao vanished from his location, his aura comparable to that of a half-step war god, moving with speed that was lightning fast. Followed closely by 6 elders, each a top-tier expert, just a step away from attaining the status of half-step war gods. "Master, be careful!" Feng Chun shouted in alarm as he noticed the sudden attack. However, before his warning could fully escape his lips, Yi Xian retaliated with a swift palm strike towards one of the attackers. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Yi Xian feigned a retreat, while Feng Xiaoyao was sent flying backwards several steps, blood surging in his veins, his complexion alternating between pale and flushed as he forced down a mouthful of blood. Swoosh! Swoosh swoosh! 6 consecutive strikes followed, and with a smirk on his lips, Yi Xian unleashed 6 Tai Chi pushes, sending the 6 elders of the Tai Chi sect flying more than 5 meters away. Uft, uft, uft. Blood spewed forth as the 6 elders staggered back. Disbelief etched on their faces, their pallor indicating they had sustained significant injuries. However, that was not the most crucial part. Their attention had shifted back to the young man across from them, and their expressions transformed entirely. Feng Xiaoyao observed the scene before him, his lips twitching and eyelids fluttering uncontrollably. Good heavens, who is this young lad? With a mere glance, the 7 members of the Taiji sect were utterly vanquished. Father, 6 esteemed elders? What is the meaning of this? Feng Chun stood dumbfounded at the sight of the 7 individuals, his overwhelming fury evaporating into sheer astonishment. Moreover, what left Feng Chun even more astounded was the revelation that his father and the 6 elders were so weak enough to be subdued with a single gesture from their master. If his father, Feng Xiaoyao, were to discover his son's current thoughts, he might very well hang him up for a beating. Weak? Nonsense. It was that young man who was undeniably formidable. Good heavens! What did he consume to grow this powerful? Is it the essence of the righteous source? If so, bring me 100 pounds of it. Of course, Feng Xiaoyao would never fathom his son's inner musings. Upon hearing Feng Chen's words, he and the 6 elders couldn't help but flush with embarrassment. They had originally been eager to reprimand someone, but now, having been so easily suppressed, it was only natural that they felt a tinge of shame. This was utterly humiliating. They had lost face beyond measure. Gentlemen, are you here to test my skills? Feng Xiaoyao coughed lightly, forcing himself to maintain composure. How could we dare? Your strength is truly admirable, and it is indeed my son's fortune to be accepted as your disciple. In that moment, Feng Xiaoyao dared not utter another word. His previous near full-force strike had been effortlessly crushed, and the 6 elders had simultaneously coughed up blood. He hadn't even had the chance to discern how that man had executed his moves. Regardless of how confident Feng Xiaoyao was, he recognized that this individual's power far exceeded his imagination, and that his son's enrollment under such a master was not merely a stroke of luck for the boy, but also a significant boon for the Taiji sect. Furthermore, the techniques employed by that man were all Taiji forms, albeit wielded with a depth of mastery that was beyond their comprehension. In a certain sense, Yi Xian's might had transcended their understanding of Taiji boxing. Feng Chun. Although young, Feng Chun was not dim-witted. After a moment of hesitation, he provocatively remarked, "Father, esteemed elders, you do not harbor objections to my apprenticeship under master, do you?" Feng Xiaoyao and the 7 elders exchanged glances, bewildered. How could that be? Feng Xiaoyao vehemently denied, and the 6 elders echoed in agreement. Indeed, we merely wish to pay tribute to your master's renown. Is that truly the case? Feng Chun scrutinized his father and the 6 elders with skepticism. Of course it is, Feng Xiaoyao replied nonchalantly, though internally he was in a state of turmoil. Good heavens! This little rascal has quite the discerning eye. After exchanging a few more words, Feng Chun then inquired of his father, "By the way, father, is my master's strength satisfactory? Perhaps we could have him hold a symbolic position within the Taiji sect, so that he may be recognized by name." Although his father might not admit it, Feng Chun was eager to test the waters. Upon hearing this proposal, Feng Xiaoao and the 6 elders were taken aback. They were acutely aware of the young man's mastery of Taiji. Should he join the Taiji sect, he would undoubtedly elevate its status. Feng Xiaoao found himself genuinely tempted. To be frank, if the young man before him were willing to join the Taiji sect, he would even consider relinquishing the position of sect leader. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze toward Yi Xian and asked, "My young friend, what are your thoughts on this proposition?" At that moment, Feng Xiaoao adopted a notably humble demeanor. For in a certain sense, this could be regarded as a pivotal opportunity for the Taiji sect, and he naturally sought the opinion of the individual concerned. "I am amenable," Feng Chun replied, accepting the gesture of apprenticeship without hesitation, for to him, it merely added another layer to his identity. "Truly, that is splendid." Upon hearing Yi Xian's response, a smile spread across Feng Xiaoao's face, mirrored by the 6 elders. For the prospect of such a formidable individual joining their ranks heralded the dawn of a new era for the Taiji sect. Chapter 331. Unexpectedly Overpowered. Becoming the chief elder of the Taiji sect? The hearts of Feng Xiaoao and the 6 elders brimmed with exhilaration. Were they jesting? With such profound expertise in Taiji, their proximity to him would undoubtedly propel their own strength to new heights, allowing them to wield greater influence. The thought of being envied by other sects sent shivers of excitement down their spines as they envisioned the scene. How delightful! However, merely granting the title of elder would be too much of a slight to young friend Yi. Indeed, why not nominate young friend Yi as the chief elder of the Taiji sect? One elder suggested. Oh, upon hearing this, everyone, including Feng Xiaoao, brightened at the prospect of the chief elder position, an ideal title. They understood well that with Yi Xian's caliber, even if they offered him the position of sect leader, he would likely decline. The title of chief elder, however, would solidify their relationship without imposing any burdens upon him. This arrangement was remarkably astute. "I believe that is a splendid idea." Feng Xiaoao nodded in agreement, relieved of his earlier concerns. After all, based on Yi Xian's prowess, relegating him to a mere elder position would not adequately convey the respect owed to him. The chief elder title elegantly sidestepped this awkwardness. Feng Xiaoao then turned his attention to Yi Xian and inquired, "What do you think of this arrangement?" After a moment of apprehensive discussion, seeing Yi Xian's acquiescence, Feng Xiaoao and the 6 elders felt an immense sense of elation. Sensing that the Taiji sect might soon soar to new heights thanks to this remarkably young, yet immensely skilled individual, now their chief elder. "By the way, Chief Elder Yi," Feng Xiaoao continued, "tomorrow marks the International Martial Arts Exchange Conference in Tianhai. I wonder if you would be interested in attending?" The mention of the International Martial Arts Exchange Conference caused Yi Xian to pause, just as the system's voice resonated in his ears. Ding. Host has triggered a selection task. Attend the Martial Arts Exchange Conference and defeat opponents from various nations to gain renown in the martial arts community. Task Selection 1. Accept the task and receive a 10-fold reward, capped at 150 billion renminbi. Task Selection 2. Decline the task and suffer a 10-fold decrease in stamina. Having grown accustomed to the system's mercilessness, Yi Xian exhibited no visible reaction, contemplating the matter briefly. "Very well. I am curious to witness the grandeur of the Tianhai International Martial Arts Exchange Conference." Yi Xian smiled calmly. Yet his words ignited a spark of excitement in the eyes of Feng Xiaoao and the others. "That is splendid news. Your attendance will greatly bolster our chances at the conference, as we have received word that the martial arts representatives from various nations do not come with good intentions. If you could preside over the event, our chances of success would increase significantly. Then we shall await your esteemed presence at Tianhai Square tomorrow." Feng Xiaoao inhaled deeply, casting a meaningful glance at his son. "You little rascal, make sure to learn well from Chief Elder Yi." "Rest assured, Father," Feng Qin chuckled, knowing full well that he would seize this opportunity, for he was no fool. Missing out on such a chance would be akin to finding a rock to crash against. After a brief exchange, Feng Xiaoao led the 6 elders of the Taiji sect away, the air tinged with a hint of embarrassment. While others might not know the true purpose of their visit, they were all too aware of it themselves. Good heavens! Originally, they intended to teach that little brat a lesson, yet unexpectedly, they found themselves on the receiving end of a thorough beating, a humiliation quite severe. Ding dong. Not long after Feng Xiaoao and the others departed, Feng Xiaoao's phone received a message. Upon opening it, he was met with a document sent by his son, accompanied by a string of words. "Old man, don't say I'm not considerate. This is the Tai Chi wisdom my master wants me to study. Enjoy it in secret." Reading the message from his son, Feng Xiaoao couldn't help but twitch his lips. That little rascal was becoming increasingly audacious. However, Elder Yi's insights on Tai Chi were indeed valuable. Filled with curiosity, Feng Xiaoao opened the document, and the moment he did, he was taken aback. This was an extraordinarily profound summary. No wonder Elder Yi wielded Tai Chi with such finesse. Feng Xiaoao couldn't contain his exclamations. The insights within were immensely impactful, even reshaping some of his understanding of Tai Chi. Incredible. Truly incredible. Hearing Feng Xiaoao's expressions of astonishment, the 6 elders turned their gazes towards him, their eyes filled with skepticism. Master, what is this? Clearly, they were momentarily bewildered by the usually composed leader's unusual demeanor. I'm sharing this with you all. Take a look. Feng Xiaoao, of course, would not keep it to himself. As he spoke, he forwarded the insights to the 6 elders, also expressing his thoughts. You might find it hard to believe, but Elder Yi is truly extraordinary. Upon hearing the Master's words, the 6 elders glanced at the forwarded insights, and soon they were left in stunned silence, evidently taken aback by the profoundness of the content. Is this what Elder Yi summarized? Good heavens, this is no ordinary brilliance. A prodigy, Chief Yi is undoubtedly a great asset to the Tai Chi sect, the 6 elders exclaimed, fully aware that this newfound understanding would elevate their grasp of Tai Chi to new heights, benefiting them immensely. Their anticipation for the upcoming martial arts exchange conference grew significantly. Feng Xiaoao's profound gaze wandered towards the depths of the room, his mind already envisioning their Tai Chi sect gaining renown across nations, quelling all challengers. Of course, Yi Xian remained blissfully unaware of how, without realizing it, his image had grown increasingly grand in the hearts of Feng Xiaoao and the others. Watch out. In the depths of the jungle, Feng Chun launched another exquisitely cunning attack towards Yi Xian, yet once again, with a swift motion. Yi Xian sent him flying with a resounding thud. Unsurprisingly, Feng Chen found himself on the receiving end of yet another thrashing from his master. Too slow, too weak. And your reactions are excessively sluggish. Again, Feng Chen, swoosh. The sound of slicing through the air echoed, yet with another thud. He was once more sent sprawling to the ground, crashing heavily, causing a noticeable tremor in the earth within a 10-meter radius, akin to a minor earthquake. Hiss. At that moment, Feng Chun gritted his teeth as he rose from the ground, his gaze towards his master now transformed. He could clearly sense that his master's speed and power had significantly increased. Good heavens, is my master a devil? Chapter 332, The Weakness of the Fuzu Dwarf. The next day, in the early morning, golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing the Zhulong Villa in its glow, casting elongated shadows across the villa complex. At this moment, on the lawn of Zhulong Villa, 2 adults and 3 children, a group of 5, were practicing Tai Chi. The 2 adults were none other than Yi Xian and Feng Chun, while the 3 little ones were Yi Xian's 3 darling daughters. Come, Ming Ming, Nianyo, and Han Hang. Today we shall engage in practical training. Use the moves your daddy taught you to strike him. On the lawn, Yi Xian addressed the 3 little ones. While watching this scene, Luo Tianyi couldn't help but chuckle. These 3 little ones were just over a year old, barely able to walk, and here they were, learning Tai Chi and preparing for a spar. Was this a joke? Uffed. The maids looked on, amused by the sight of the 3 little darlings surrounding their young master. They were simply too adorable. Hee hee, Daddy, if we knock you down, you mustn't cry. That's right, that's right. The 3 little ones chattered, causing Feng Chun to break into a silly grin. His master truly did not follow conventional practices, engaging in playful combat with his 3 little disciples. If this got out, it would surely astonish countless people. Is that so? I eagerly await it. Hee hee, charge. Knock down, Daddy. The 3 little ones, imitating their father's moves, boldly advanced towards him, flailing their tiny arms and legs, and surprisingly, they appeared quite convincing. Thump, thump, thump. At one moment, the 3 little ones were sent tumbling onto the lawn by a Tai Chi push from their father. Normally, a child just over a year old would have burst into tears, but these 3 little ones instead pushed themselves up with their tiny hands on the ground, cutely climbing back up, and then, in perfect unison, charged at their father once more. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. The scene quickly shifted as the 3 little ones began to tickle their father, and Yi Xian, not to be outdone, joined in the playful tussle, leading to a lively frolic on the lawn. Feng Chun, is it really certain that master is sparring with his 3 little disciples? After breakfast, Yi Xian, Luo Tianyi, and Feng Chun headed towards Tianhai Square, while the 3 little ones were not taken along, as the upcoming sparring session would involve scenes unsuitable for them. It would be quite unfortunate if they were frightened. Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived near Tianhai Square, where there was still some time before the event began. Master, Mistress, I know a delightful dessert shop nearby. Shall we stop by? Feng Chun, evidently familiar with the area, suggested with a smile. That sounds good. Glancing at the crowd gradually arriving, it was clear they had at least an hour to spare before the event commenced. With that time, it would be better to relax at the dessert shop. Welcome. Guided by a beautiful and graceful employee, the 3 arrived at a booth by the window. Oh, look. It's a Chinese pig, how unfortunate. Just as they settled in, a mocking voice came from nearby, the source being a young man from Fuzhou, around 20 years old. Fuzhou dog, say that again. Hearing Feng Chen's words, the Fuzhou karateka, a third-degree black belt, smirked. What, Chinese pig? Slap. Before the Fuzhou master named Jinkawa could finish his taunt, Feng Chen swiftly slapped him to the ground. Feng Chen himself didn't realize the force behind his blow. In an instant, the Fuzhou master's head struck the ground with a resounding thud, causing everyone to momentarily feel as though the earth had trembled beneath them. With a dull thud, Jinkawa didn't even have time to scream before he fell unconscious. Feng Chen, what the heck? Is the Fuzhou dwarf really this weak? Feng Chen stared in disbelief at his own right hand, exclaiming internally, good grief, I didn't even use much strength. How did that Fuzhou dwarf get knocked down so easily? Unbeknownst to Feng Chen, the oranges he had been consuming lately were specially prepared by Yi Xian, extra potent ones. At present, although Feng Chen's prowess may not rival that of his father, the esteemed Tai Chi master Feng Xiaoyao, he is still more than capable of contending with experts of elder rank. In other words, Feng Chen's abilities allow him to withstand the onslaught of top-tier fighters, effortlessly enduring 100 exchanges without defeat. Bastard. Chinese pig, seeking death. With a loud crash, several of his classmates surged toward Feng Chen, evidently intent on avenging their fallen comrade. They had not anticipated that this Chinese madman would dare to strike at their companion from Fuzhang, with a series of sharp slaps. The next moment echoed with dull thuds as three of Akawa's companions were swiftly knocked to the ground without any hesitation. So this is what it feels like to slap someone. No wonder my master relishes it so much. Feng Chen felt a surge of exhilaration, and he found himself yearning for more, his palms itching to continue the fray. Meanwhile, a commotion arose as other competitors from Fuzhang stood up from their seats, shouting, "You are reckless. Everyone, take him down and cripple him." Chapter 333, The Intentions of Various Nations, Acting Ostentatiously. A throng of at least a dozen Fuzhang fighters charged forward, unwilling to stand idle while Akawa and his companions were so brutally beaten. Come at me. Feng Chen, undaunted by the approaching horde, boldly advanced to meet them. With each step, he struck a foe, leaving no room for escape. In an instant, the resounding slaps echoed as over a dozen Fuzhang fighters were sent sprawling to the ground by Feng Chen's single-handed assault. The exhilaration coursed through him. What a delightful experience. Incredible. This young man is truly formidable. Curse those Fuzhang dogs, they deserve it. How dare they act so arrogantly in our homeland? Bewildered, they were left speechless, stunned into silence. How about that, you insolent fools? Show me another leap. He chuckled, contemplating the psychological impact this would have on the Fuzhang fighters. Good lad. Heroes arise from youth. Indeed. Our great China is brimming with hidden talents. As for Yi Xian, he was dressed quite ordinarily and rarely appeared in public, hence no one recognized him. Which was precisely his intention. After all, public figures inevitably attract a plethora of troubles, so he preferred to remain out of the public eye. Amidst the heated discussions among the crowd, a group entered from outside the hall, led by none other than Tai Chi master Feng Xiao, Feng Chen's father, accompanied by 6 elders and elite disciples of the Tai Chi sect. What is going on? Upon entering the arena, Feng Xiaoyao was taken aback to see his son standing amidst a dozen downed Fuzhang fighters. He understood that the individuals participating in the martial arts exchange from Fuzhang were all exceptional elites. It was astonishing that his son had managed to defeat so many. These individuals openly insulted the people of China. It was all me. Feng Chen boldly claimed responsibility for his actions. Feng Xiaoyao had heard the murmurs of the crowd and recognized how outrageous the Fuzhang fighters had been, especially since they had insulted his son. By heavens, this is intolerable. Quickly, ensure that our friends are taken to the hospital and receive the utmost care. Feng Xiaoyao's eyes glinted with determination, emphasizing the need for proper attention. The numerous elite members of the Tai Chi sect understood their master's intent without question. Yes, master. Immediately, the elite disciples of the Tai Chi sect escorted Akawa and his companions to the hospital, although they could not avoid some bumps along the way. When Akawa and his group regained consciousness, they discovered multiple bruises and pains, but that was a matter for another time. In the dessert shop's private room, Elder Yi. How have you been? Feng Xiaoyao greeted Elder Yi Xian, bringing confusion to the side where Luo Tianyi stood. Elder Yi? When did this fellow become an elder? Moreover, witnessing this distinguished man show such respect to her husband only deepened her skepticism. Indeed, it is thanks to our esteemed chief that Xiao Chun has become so formidable. The 6 elders chimed in, their eyes gleaming with admiration, recognizing the chief elder's remarkable ability to train their young master so effectively in such a short time. Luo Tianyi was clearly perplexed. What is going on here? Feng Chen seemed to sense his master's wife's confusion and laughed. Forgive me for not introducing you sooner. This is my father, the master of the Tai Chi sect, and these 6 are the elders of our sect. Furthermore, his gaze shifted to Xuan. Our master is also the chief elder of the Tai Chi sect, second only to my father. Luo Tingyi was taken aback, her expression turning peculiar. When did you become the chief elder of the Tai Chi sect? It's a long story. I will explain when I have the chance. Xuan dismissed the question with a casual remark, finding the matter unimportant. It was merely another title. Of course, one could only imagine the reactions from the outside world if they were to learn of this. Meanwhile, on the other side at Tianhai Square, the Fuzhang delegation was preparing to enter. What did you say? The leader of this martial arts conference, Takaizawa Kazuo, seethed with anger upon hearing his subordinate's report. Our 10+ fighters were defeated by a Chinese youth. Absurd. With a snap, Takaizawa's teacup shattered in his grip. Who was that? The ominous tone in his voice left no room for doubt, and the subordinate revealed, Lord Takaizawa, that individual is named Feng Chun, the young master of the Tai Chi sect and son of Feng Xiaoao. Oh, the young master of the Tai Chi sect? Interesting. Upon learning that the assailant was affiliated with the Tai Chi sect, a plan began to form in Takaizawa's mind. After all, they were operating without any formal backing, and targeting that young Tai Chi master could serve as an excellent opportunity. With this thought, Takaizawa made a decisive call to his subordinate. Go. Inform the representatives from various nations. We shall take aim at the Tai Chi sect. Anyone who dares to strike at Fuzhang shall pay tenfold. Their objective, along with the other nations, was quite straightforward: to decisively defeat the Chinese martial arts community, thereby undermining China's national prestige. The timing of their strike was particularly insidious, as the Chinese martial arts community was evidently in a state of transition. The collusion among the nations was marked by a sinister intent. Shortly thereafter, responses began coming in from the various national delegations, all expressing their willingness to support the Fuzhang team. After all, as long as the Chinese martial arts community was utterly humiliated, and with the Fuzhang team leading the charge, there was no reason for them to refuse. On the Chinese side, the leaders of various sects gathered together, their expressions grave. This martial arts conference does not bode well for us, remarked Li Tianxi, the head of the Kongtong sect, regarding the ill intentions of the foreign representatives. Master Xiaoao, I just heard that your son defeated over 10 members of the Fuzhang delegation. They will not let this go easily, voiced Zhou Hailan, the head of the Imei sect, her eyes filled with concern for the impending situation. The other sect leaders shared similar sentiments, fully aware of the Fuzhang delegation's notorious tactics. However, at that moment, Feng Xiaoao remained unfazed, casting a meaningful glance toward Xuan, who was situated in the area of the Tai Chi sect. There is no need for concern, esteemed colleagues. The Tai Chi sect will handle this matter with utmost competence. Feng Xiao spoke confidently, exuding an air of assuredness that left the leaders of various sects momentarily stunned, clearly perplexed by the source of his conviction. They were well aware that uniting against the representatives of various nations was a formidable challenge, let alone for just the Tai Chi sect. Very well. I hereby declare the Martial Arts Exchange Conference to commence. The resonant voice of the Baguazhang sect leader, Feng Tian, echoed throughout the arena, marking the official beginning of the event. I shall go first. At that moment, the representatives from Fuzhang could no longer contain their eagerness. A skilled Taekwondo practitioner, holding a 6th-degree black belt, leapt onto the stage. Without any embellishment, he fixed his gaze intently upon the direction of the Tai Chi sect, stating that just hours earlier, they had learned of the injury inflicted upon one of their competitors by the Tai Chi sect's young master, Feng Chun. He demanded that Feng Chun come forth for a duel. As anticipated by his master, Feng Chun regarded the raucous representatives from Fuzhang with a respectful nod towards his mentor, Xuan. Master, I shall take my leave. Indeed. Xuan responded with little reaction, understanding that, whether for personal or professional reasons, it was imperative to fulfill their mission and gain renown. As Feng Chun stepped towards the central arena, he reflected on his master's admonition. This was his inaugural battle since joining the sect, and he was determined to give it his all. Taking a deep breath, he focused on the Fuzhang contestant before him, his resolve solidifying. In that case, I shall exert my utmost effort. Master, I promise not to disappoint you. Chapter 334, Sakura's Okada Ichiro faces a devastating defeat. In the square, on the martial arts stage, stood Feng Chun of the Tai Chi sect. Please enlighten me. His calm voice resonated, and despite Feng Chun's tender age of 14 or 15, he emanated the presence of a master. No one in the audience dared to underestimate him, for it was evident that he had single-handedly bested over 10 representatives from Fuzhang, which spoke volumes about his prowess. A prodigy, a once-in-a-century talent in martial arts. One could only imagine the heights he might reach in a few years. Upon witnessing the youthful Feng Chun, The sixth-degree black belt from Fuzang narrowed his eyes with malicious intent. Initially, he only intended to teach the boy a lesson. But now he was determined to inflict serious harm. I am Itza So, representing Fuzang. Beware, for my fists are merciless. No sooner had he spoken than Itza executed a spinning kick aimed at Feng Chen's head, his speed and angle both sharp, causing the audience to gasp in apprehension. In a flash, Feng Chen, employing the art of Tai Chi, deftly sidestepped and delivered a swift palm strike to Itza's side, toppling him onto the stage. Itza, momentarily dazed, struggled but failed to rise. Is this the prowess of the son of the Taiji sect's leader? The heads of the various sects exchanged astonished glances, their surprise palpable. They had recognized Feng Chen's martial talents, but this performance far exceeded their expectations for someone of his youth. That lad is fortunate, Feng Xiaoyao mused. Observing his son's impressive display, his gaze subtly shifting towards Yi Xian of the Taiji sect. It appears he has found a remarkable mentor. A remarkable mentor? The leaders of the various sects raised their eyebrows in skepticism, pondering what kind of master could elevate Feng Chen's abilities to such heights in such a short span of time. I shall give it a try. A 7th-degree black belt in jiu-jitsu from the Fuzang team approached the stage, assuming a defensive stance. He executed a swift move towards Feng Chen's wrist, unwilling to underestimate the 14-year-old before him. With little surprise, the jiu-jitsu expert too was swiftly dispatched by Feng Chen's palm strike, leaving the representatives from Fuzang in a state of disbelief. This cannot be happening. How is that boy so formidable? Itza, once regarded as their top contender, had fallen, and it was becoming clear that their ambitions to humiliate the Chinese martial arts community would not materialize as easily as they had hoped. Observing the unfolding events, the Fuzang team leader, Takaizawa Kazuo, wore a grim expression, realizing that the situation had surpassed his expectations. However, he remained undeterred, knowing they had more than just Itza So up their sleeve, capable of competing at a high level. His gaze fell upon a young Fuzang fighter beside him, whose eyes glinted with interest at the sight of Feng Chen on the stage. Okada-kun, it seems we may need your assistance now. Takaizawa's tone was earnest, tinged with blatant flattery. Though Okada Ichiro might not be Takaizawa's equal, he held the backing of the Sakura group, with his father being a key member and the captain of its 12th division. As for his father's strength, that was beyond Takaizawa's comprehension. But he was certain it surpassed all expectations, conservatively estimated to be at least on par with a half-step to God level. Upon hearing Takaizawa's words, Okada Ichiro glanced at Feng Chen on the stage, a smirk playing on his lips. Since I have accepted this task, I shall fulfill it with all my might. Rising from his seat, he declared, allow me to engage with you. With that, Okada Ichiro appeared on the stage, prompting Feng Chen to take him seriously, as an instinctive warning signaled that this opponent was indeed perilous. Okada Ichiro, please enlighten me. Upon reaching the stage, Okada Ichiro regarded Feng Chen with keen interest, his confidence apparent as a top-tier fighter. In an instant, Okada became a blur, his speed catching Feng Chen unprepared. What? The leaders of the various sects stood in unison, eyes wide with astonishment. This youth possessed combat abilities rivaling those of seasoned elders. This is troublesome. With a powerful kick, Feng Chen attempted to defend himself, but he was no match for Okada Ichiro, who sent him reeling backward, blood rising in his throat. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Feng Chen, gracefully redirecting his momentum with a gentle clockwise motion, safely placing him back on the stage. Master. Feng Chen exhaled in relief upon recognizing the figure at his side, fully aware of the formidable strength of his mentor, who could easily best even the elders within their sect. However, it was clear that such a gesture was beneath his master's notice, for his master was the kind of person who could subdue his own father with a mere flick of the wrist. Well done, step back. Yes, master, be careful. Feng Chen cautioned, though he knew his mentor was more than capable of handling the situation. Below the stage, Luo Tinyi observed the unfolding drama, perplexed by the sudden appearance of a formidable individual. Who was that person? How did he manage to so effortlessly neutralize the threat? The Taiji sect, Yi Xian, he replied, casting a calm gaze at Okada Ichiro, effortlessly revealing his identity. Once again, is it one of the Taiji sect members? Okada Ichiro gazed at Yi Xian with a mocking smile, declaring, if that is the case, then I shall accept it all. With a wide grin, Okada Ichiro unleashed even greater force from his hand, aiming a devastating blow at Yi Xian's forehead. Should this strike land, it would undoubtedly result in a severe concussion, showcasing the brutality of his intent. Since that young man has exited the arena, I shall establish my authority by dealing with you. With a cold snort, Okada Ichiro envisioned the scene of this young upstart's skull shattering beneath his fist, and the mere thought sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him. If he could vanquish this audacious prodigy here, it would provide him with ample material to boast about for at least half a year. With this in mind, The smile on Okada Ichiro's face grew even more radiant. Just as Okada Ichiro reveled in his fantasies, a sharp slap echoed through the arena, followed by an agonizing pain in his face, as his head crashed violently onto the stage. In that fleeting moment before losing consciousness, disbelief flooded his mind. He could hardly fathom that someone as formidable as himself could be defeated in an instant, without even the opportunity to react. Chapter 335, The Slap of Takaizawa Kazuo. A single strike, and the entire venue trembled. Hiss. Witnessing his master's extraordinary prowess, Feng Chun was nearly propelled from his seat in excitement, as the Elder's level expert was rendered unconscious by a mere slap from his master. Had his master not been merciful, that Okada Ichiro would have surely met a far worse fate. Yet, Feng Chun found the nature of his master's slap rather peculiar. However, the leaders of the various sects were in an uproar, including Feng Zhaoao, as shock painted their faces. How could this be possible? Was it certain that they had not misjudged the scene before them? The leaders exchanged incredulous glances, utterly astounded by what had transpired. A fleeting flash of golden light. The powerful Vajrapalm, the abbot of Shaolin, Sitong, wore a face of utter astonishment. And the shadow of my Bagwazang, the Taiji footwork, with a single palm strike. He overturned an opponent on par with elder-level combatants. Takaizawa Kazuo, the leader of the Fuzang representative team, crushed the teacup in his grip, incredulous at the impossibility of the situation. This is dire. Gazing at the unconscious Okada Ichiro on the stage, one might believe he had been struck dead by Yixian's slap, were it not for the faint rise and fall of his chest. Damn it. If the Sakura Society's Okada Motohito were to lay blame, the ensuing wrath would be unbearable. However, Okada Ichiro's current state of unconsciousness was an unalterable fact, one that could not be changed unless he possessed some supernatural ability to turn back time, an ability he evidently lacked. Eliminate this brat. Indeed, only by incapacitating this young man could his culpability be minimized and the fury of Captain Okada Motohito from the Sakura group be assuaged. Naturally, this was merely the first step. Once the exchange conference concluded, the ideal course of action would be to bring this young man back to Fuzang for Okada Motohito to personally decide his fate. As for Yixian's life or death, it was of no concern to them. What mattered was absolving themselves of responsibility, and that alone sufficed. The fates of others were, frankly, of little importance. If even the lives of their own comrades were inconsequential, then the plight of an unimportant young man from Huaxia was even less relevant. Let the sparring cease. Yixian regarded the Fuzang delegation with a smile, contemplating the system's task. Achieving renown in the martial arts realm was hardly a daunting feat with this thought. He hesitated no longer. How many from the Fuzang delegation remained? Let them all come at once. Wow. Upon uttering these words, the entire arena fell into a stunned silence. Who am I? Where am I? What just transpired? Even Feng Chun's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the scene unfolding before him. Good heavens, what is my master doing? One person challenging an entire national delegation. This was monumental. Feng Chun understood well that despite the numbers, the members of the Fuzang delegation posed no threat to his master whatsoever. Hearing Yixian's audacious declaration, Takaizawa Kazuo's eyes brightened, signaling to the 50 or so individuals around him. The members of the Fuzang delegation understood his cue. Arrogant brat. How audacious. I shall show you what I am capable of. With a sudden rush, under Takaizawa Kazuo's tacit approval, 50 or more individuals surged towards the stage, clearly intent on overwhelming Yixian with sheer numbers. Delegates from various countries gasped in disbelief. What madness is this? Fuzang, you disgraceful scoundrels. To gang up on one. Where's your honor? The martial arts community from Huaxia seethed with rage at the Fuzang representatives' blatant underhandedness, their actions shattering their understanding of shamelessness. What disgrace! 50 or 60 individuals attacking a single person. This was an unprecedentedly vile act in any major competition. Smack! Just as the crowd worried for Yixian, a crisp slap resonated from the stage, followed by an elite member of the Fuzang delegation being sent flying, collapsing in a heap with shattered facial bones. Unconscious on the spot. And this was merely the beginning. Smack! 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 The sounds of slaps echoed continuously, as members of the Fuzang delegation were sent hurtling through the air like cannonballs, crashing violently against the ground. Each impact felt akin to a minor earthquake. 3, 5, 10. In no time, every single representative from the Fuzang delegation was toppled by Yixian alone. Delegates from various nations were left utterly bewildered, gulping down their disbelief. Good heavens, how can this continue? Particularly as they observed the tragic state of the Fuzang delegation, the desire to jeer at them swiftly dissipated. After all, the previous scene remained fresh in their minds, and they had yet to engage with this individual. Otherwise, they might not even know how they would perish. Should they intervene, the total annihilation of the Fuzang delegation would be their own just desserts. That individual. The various representatives observed the young man on the stage, their faces filled with shock and incredulity. Good heavens, we cannot afford to offend this individual. His wrath is beyond what we can withstand, and certainly not something we wish to endure. You brash young man. Takizawa Kazuo trembled with rage, his face ashen. He could never have anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. I will see just how arrogant you truly are. At that moment, Takizawa Kazuo could no longer afford to maintain his dignity. He launched an unprovoked sneak attack on Yi Xian, intent on incapacitating him in the shortest time possible. This is bad. Takizawa Kazuo, such ruthless tactics. Fool. Stop this immediately. Surrounding witnesses were utterly astonished by Takizawa Kazuo's actions, which epitomized shamelessness. As the leader of a national delegation, his behavior was nothing short of disgraceful. Clearly, in that moment, Takizawa Kazuo was resolute in his intention to eliminate Yi Xian, willing to risk his own reputation without hesitation. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he was contending with an adversary of unparalleled caliber, and his own life had now entered a countdown to destruction. Bang! Crack! A dull thud reverberated through the air as Yi Xian struck Takizawa Kazuo squarely in the chest. The sound of shattering bones echoed ominously as Takizawa was propelled backward like a cannonball, eliciting gasps of disbelief from the onlookers. The leaders of various national delegations swallowed hard, their minds racing. Could this truly be happening? Chapter 336. Is everyone from the Sakura Society so audacious? With a splatter of blood escaping from Takizawa's lips, his vitality waned, his complexion as pale as parchment. Internally, his organs were grievously injured, and his stomach churned violently. Observing this, Feng Chun smirked slightly, remaining unfazed by the spectacle. After all, his master S might had previously outmatched his father and 6 elders combined, making Takizawa's defeat inconsequential. However, the other sect leaders were visibly shaken, with the exception of Feng Xiaoao, who understood that his son's extraordinary master possessed the power to obliterate him in an instant. Thus, witnessing the effortless defeat of Takizawa was not so difficult to fathom. Good heavens! Takizawa, whose strength rivaled ours, was effortlessly vanquished by that young lad. Remarkable indeed. The sect leaders exchanged glances, particularly those who recognized the subtle hints of their respective techniques within Yi Xian, their eyes glinting with intrigue, their thoughts inscrutable. Let us depart. Henry, the leader of the neutral Eagle Nation delegation, cast a meaningful glance at Yi Xian before leading his group away from Tianhai Square, while others remained oblivious. He was acutely aware of Yi Xian's significance, a noble duke of their nation, his estate second only to the royal city of Nicolo. The king had expressly instructed that they must not antagonize Huaxia, especially not allow Duke Yi Xian to be offended. After all, Duke Yi had rendered great service to the present-day Eagle Nation, and the flourishing of their martial arts society was largely due to the king's unwavering support. Had Prince Paul ascended the throne, their circumstances would have been far less favorable. Thus, in a certain sense, Yi Xian could be considered their benefactor. Upon witnessing the Eagle Nation's departure, a subordinate of the Griot delegation turned to their leader, solemnly stating, "Captain, the Eagle Nation has left. What should we do now?" "Oh, let us go," sighed the Griot delegation leader, fully aware that the individual on the stage possessed immense strength. Even if he were to step in himself, he would likely fare no better than Takizawa, let alone these participants who could scarcely withstand 10 moves against him. As representatives from various nations followed suit in leaving, the previously ominous atmosphere of the Huaxia martial arts scene concluded dramatically. Were they jesting? The delegations were not foolish. The moment Yi Xian defeated Takizawa with a single strike, they recognized the futility of their plan to humiliate Huaxia's martial arts community. They felt like mere jesters. Takizawa's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Malevolence etched upon his features. That brat was courting death. Since it was your actions that led to this, you shall pay with your life. He growled as he watched the members of the Fuzang delegation being escorted to the hospital. Retreating to a shadowy corner of Tianhai Square, he dialed a number. "Hello. A disturbance has occurred at the event. Okada has been severely injured. Please execute the contingency plan." "What? Okada is injured? Useless fool." The voice on the other end hung up abruptly. Nearby, within a towering building, a Fuzang man scowled, realization dawning that the Martial Arts Association was utterly unreliable. If Captain Okada pursued this matter considering the terrifying nature of Captain Okada, Hayata Muraya's expression soured. "I shall see just how formidable that Yi Xian truly is. To dare harm Captain Okada's son, he is seeking death." Dark intentions swirled in Hayata's eyes. As a peak half-step warrior and Okada's trusted aide, he understood his captain's temperament well. If this matter was not resolved properly, he too would suffer dire consequences. Is that so? Just as Hayata spoke, a cold voice echoed nearby, followed by a figure appearing on the scene. With a crash, over 100 soldiers burst through the windows. Their weapons aimed squarely at the group of more than 10 individuals. Without exception, they were the elite of the combat division. Is everyone from the Sakura Society so audacious? The words hung in the air, prompting all eyes, including Hayata-S, to turn toward the newcomer. Upon recognizing him, Hayata was momentarily taken aback. It was Li Yehan, the commander of the Tianhai Combat Division. Word travels fast, but for the sake of a mere rookie, Commander Li personally intervenes? You truly hold me in high regard. Hayata Mureya, he sneered. Li Yehan cast a glance at him, unfazed. From the moment you laid hands on Yi Xian, it was clear you would not be leaving this place unscathed. Oh, it seems that your prowess has not diminished, but your words have improved. As a peak half-step warrior, Hayata dismissed Li Yehan. To him, the presence of armed soldiers was inconsequential. Is that so? Li Yehan paid no heed to Hayata Mureya, instead issuing commands to his elite soldiers. Engage. Without further ado, he had not partaken in serious combat for years since returning from the northern borders. Finally encountering a substantial target, he felt exhilarated. With that, Li Yehan was the first to strike, his form vanishing like a specter, reappearing to deliver a powerful punch to Hayata's chest. What? This is bad. Hayata's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing the sudden assault. Disbelief etched across his face at Li Yehan's incredible speed. He raised his hands to defend, but a resounding crack echoed as his bones shattered under the force. An excruciating pain coursing through his arms. It was no joke. Li Yehan's strength was genuinely that of a warrior god. How could Hayata hope to withstand it? Ugh. Struggling to rise, Hayata attempted to speak, only to spew a mouthful of crimson blood, staining the pristine floor. Thud. He knelt on one knee, blood continuing to flow from his mouth, disbelief washing over him. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could you possess the strength of a warrior god? Undeniably, at that moment, even someone as obstinate as Hayata realized the truth of Li Yehan's might. With one punch, he was rendered powerless. With a resounding thud, over a dozen figures collapsed, their pallid faces swiftly subdued by the combat division's elite. As Hayata beheld the fallen warriors, his eyes widened in incredulity. 10 half-step warriors. In this mere Tianhai? This is impossible. Chapter 337. If I were a woman, I would surely compete with the master's wife for you. Impossible. Hayata Mureya could scarcely fathom the scene before him. What had he witnessed? 10 half-step warriors? How could this be? It was merely a small Tianhai. It is essential to recognize that this is not the ever-changing capital city. If one were in the capital, even a mere 10 individuals on the brink of becoming battle gods would be regarded with utmost credibility, let alone 100. Take them away. Li Yehan glanced at the astonished inhabitants of Fishan village, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk. These individuals likely remain oblivious to the terrifying prowess of Yi Xian, a figure whom even Feng Gu holds in high regard. Furthermore, Li Yehan is among the few who are aware that Lin Feng has transcended the boundaries of the battle god level, stepping into the legendary realm of the half-step king. This revelation marks his first encounter with the notion that there exists a tier above battle gods. However, for Li Yehan, these matters are of little consequence. What truly matters is that Tianhai now has Tianquan security, transforming previously arduous tasks for the War Department into unexpectedly smooth endeavors with their cooperation. In an instant, the high-rise was devoid of any presence, as if nothing had ever transpired. Li Yehan took it upon himself to escort the group from Fishan village back to the Tianhai War Department, while Yi Xian remained blissfully unaware. At this moment, he found himself encircled by the heads of various sections. Chief Elder of the Taiji sect, my respects. Indeed, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves onward. We, the old guard, are destined to be washed away upon the shores. Chief Yi, to possess such a wealth of martial knowledge at such a tender age is truly remarkable. The heads of the sects chimed in, their words laced with flattery. Yet each had their own ulterior motives. If they could glean insights beneficial to their respective sects from Yi Xian, it would serve them for a lifetime, even bringing glory to their factions. Amitba, Chief Yi's skills are unparalleled. Why not appoint him as the president of our martial arts association? Proposed the abbot of Shaolin, Zhitong, his hands raised in reverence. Upon hearing the abbot's suggestion, the eyes of the sect leaders brightened. After all, based solely on his strength, Yi Xian was more than qualified. Moreover, following today's display, they had come to appreciate his commendable character, strength, and virtue. These two attributes are undoubtedly the core prerequisites for assuming the presidency of the Martial Arts Association, and Yi Xian embodies them perfectly. Although their respective sects had long vied for this position, The prominence of individual ambitions now seemed to pale in comparison to the collective esteem for Yixian. Lu Tianyi. The words of the sect leaders caught Lu Tianyi off guard. What? The president of the Martial Arts Association? This guy? The mere thought of this individual in such a prestigious position brought a smile to Lu Tianyi's face, the image almost too absurd to bear. Upon hearing the sect leader's remarks, Yixian was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such thoughts from them. However, the notion of becoming the association's president was utterly out of the question. Enough. Yixian declined without further contemplation. I prefer to remain unbound, yet I appreciate your goodwill. At this point, Li Tianxi, the leader of the Kongtong sect, was about to step forward but was halted by Feng Xiaoao, who shook his head, prompting Li Tianxi to refrain from speaking. Each to their own aspirations, Feng Xiaoao chuckled. Since Chief Yi is the head of our Taiji sect, should any of you wish to exchange a few techniques, Chief Yi would naturally not refuse. At this juncture, his gaze fell upon Yixian. Is that not correct, Chief Yi? Indeed, Yixian nodded with a smile, having surmised the intentions of the sect leaders. Very well then. Henceforth, we shall impose upon Chief Yi, the sect leaders chimed in unison, evidently seeking to establish a rapport with Yixian in advance to avoid any awkwardness in future encounters. After a brief exchange, the sect leaders took their leave. After all, it was no small feat for them to carve out time from their busy schedules to attend the Martial Arts Exchange Conference. Although they could not persuade Yixian to assume the presidency, they were nonetheless content with the prospect of future sparring opportunities. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the task of attending the Martial Arts Association and gaining notoriety in the martial arts community, you have received a tenfold reward, capped at 1.5 billion renminbi. The system's voice echoed in Yixian's ears, and an imperceptible smile graced his lips. While he was not in dire need of money, the exhilarating sensation of earning wealth was undeniably addictive. On the journey back, Feng Chun exclaimed, Master, you were incredibly impressive today, as he gazed out at the fleeting scenery. The events of the earlier exchange conference replayed in his mind like a film, his excitement palpable, as if the one showcasing extraordinary prowess was not Yixian, but rather himself, Feng Chun. Upon hearing Feng Chen's words, Lu Tianyi raised an eyebrow in surprise. She had only just learned that her Shimu was the son of the Taiji sect's leader. Naturally, she was also astonished to discover that her husband's abilities far exceeded her expectations. Unbeknownst to Lu Tianyi, this was merely a fraction of her husband's undisclosed capabilities. If she were to learn that her husband is the sovereign of the underworld and single-handedly vanquished 3 deities from the Dark Church, one could only imagine her reaction. Shimu, don't you think Master was amazing today? Feng Chun chirped excitedly, completely oblivious to Lu Tianyi's eye rolling at her husband. Lu Tianyi nodded slightly. Not bad. Her words were perfunctory and insincere. It was clear that she felt conflicted, constrained by the presence of her husband's disciple, and unwilling to undermine his pride. He right? Feng Chun failed to perceive the nuance in his Shimu's tone, which was laden with more derision than praise. Honestly, Master, Shimu is incredibly fortunate to have found such an exceptional man like you. If I were a girl, I would certainly compete with Shimu for your affection. While the first half of his statement was commendably flattering, the latter half was decidedly inappropriate. Yixian's expression darkened. Scram. He could hardly bear to envision such a scenario. Although his disciple was not unattractive, it was an entirely different matter. Uffed. Seeing Yixian's thunderous expression, Lu Tianyi couldn't help but laugh heartlessly. A moment etched into Yixian's memory, promising a thorough reprimand upon their return home. Chapter 338. Daddy, we want to listen to the Green Wild Immortal Jar. Inside the car, Feng Chun's unabashed words undoubtedly foreshadowed a more intense training regimen awaiting him, a fitting retribution from Yixian. However, this would ultimately benefit Feng Chun rather than harm him. After more than half an hour, the car screeched to a halt in front of Villa Julong No. 1. As the door swung open, 3 little figures scampered forward, their faces alight with joy upon seeing their daddy. Wow, Daddy, you're back. Hee Daddy's home. Daddy, did you miss us? The trio's excited chatter resonated, filling the eyes of the accompanying maids with envy. Of course I missed you. As Yixian beheld the adorable expressions of his children, paternal affection radiated from him, his smile akin to a ray of sunshine penetrating the hearts of the maids. Oh no. This feels just like falling in love. What if my wife finds out? She might just hang me up for a beating. The maids, engulfed in their thoughts, could not help but smile whenever they glanced at their young master, their lips curving upward in an uncontrollable arc, the reason for which remained a mystery even to themselves. Daddy, where have you been? You're only just back now. In the living room, the 3 little ones puffed out their cheeks, feigning irritation, as if seeking to coax their father into comforting them. This adorably endearing scene, if witnessed by outsiders, would undoubtedly evoke a tidal wave of maternal affection from countless young women and stir the hearts of many young men. Naturally, father had been off battling the wicked, upholding peace and justice. With a nonchalant air, Yi Xian uttered this fib, leaving Luo Tinyi with a furrowed brow and his disciple Feng Chun twitching at the corners of his mouth. Goodness, master has quite the thick skin. How shameless. Of course, should Yi Xian ever learn of such treasonous remarks, one could only wonder how much harsher the subsequent special training would become. The three little ones, however, were thoroughly convinced by their father's words, their curious eyes filled with admiration and adoration, resembling that of smitten fans. Clearly, in a few years, these three would undoubtedly be their father's most devoted admirers. Daddy, you're amazing. Yay, Daddy loves us. He, I knew it. Daddy must be off saving the world. Luo Tinyi and the maids exchanged glances. Well, it seems the three little ones are hopelessly smitten. Diagnosis complete. Listening to their words, Yi Xian affectionately ruffled the hair of the three little treasures. To make up for the time I couldn't spend with you, my three princesses, whatever you wish for, Daddy will grant it all. Luo Tinyi thought, does it really have to be this way? Honestly, it's just a half day away from the villa. Is he really going to spoil them like this? I wonder if this is right or wrong. Feng Chun, observing his master's hidden side, felt an overwhelming envy. If only master treated me like that, I'd be over the moon. Wow, really? The three little ones' eyes sparkled like stars upon hearing their father's promise, blinking adorably. Such a scene delighted the maids, who felt an impulsive desire to possess their master's superior genes, dreaming of having daughters of their own. Surely, that would bring them immense happiness. With a gentle pinch to the little one's chubby cheeks, Yi Xian reassured them, when have I ever lied to you? Speak freely. He. Long live Daddy. The three little ones chattered excitedly, quickly reaching a consensus, their adorable gazes fixed upon their omnipotent father. Daddy, we want to hear the wonderful Wizard of Oz. Yes, Daddy, please continue the story. After a brief discussion, it was evident that they were yearning for the enchanting tale. Luo Tinyi was taken aback, rolling her eyes at the trio, as if to say, look at your pitiful aspirations. The maids, hearing the young lady's wishes, covered their mouths with smiles, clearly aware of their preferences. Hence, when the three little ones asked for the wonderful Wizard of Oz, they were not surprised. How about I tell you a different story instead? No, Daddy, please, we want to hear the wonderful Wizard of Oz. Don't change it. Daddy, the wonderful Wizard of Oz is so delightful. The little ones' chattering voices echoed throughout the villa, and upon hearing the suggestion of a different story, their discontent was immediate. Uncertain why, Feng Chun felt as though he was indulging in a sweet, yet torturous feast of dog food, a feeling that was both painful and blissful, akin to being caught between ice and fire. Ahem, well, all right then. Yi Xian had intended to offer a change in flavor. Yet the trio's fascination with the wonderful Wizard of Oz was undeniable. Nevertheless, there were plenty of tales left to tell, enough to last for quite some time. Then, let's continue from where we left off. With indulgent paternal love, he gazed at the three little ones, ready to fulfill their every wish. The cowardly lion slept among the poppy fields, and before awakening, a long time had passed, for he breathed in the deadly fragrance. But when he opened his eyes and rolled off the great cart, he realized he was still alive and exceedingly happy. Dorothy exclaimed, we must go and find the yellow brick road, so we can reach the Emerald City. Thus, Yi Xian's voice, rich and magnetic, seemed to possess a magical quality, transporting the three little ones once more into the world of the wonderful Wizard of Oz, experiencing delightful adventures alongside Dorothy, their eyes brimming with anticipation and joy, clearly enchanted by the unfolding tale. Time flowed quietly and beautifully, and as Luo Tinyi observed the harmonious atmosphere around her, she found herself smiling unknowingly, her expression illuminating the surroundings like a soft glow. Chapter 339. Darling, how much money do you really have? Time slipped by silently. In the quiet living room of the villa, only Yi Xian's voice, imbued with a certain magic, resonated. The following morning, as soon as the sun began to rise, they set out on their journey. Before long, they spotted a green light shimmering in the sky ahead. As they traveled, the green light grew brighter, indicating they were finally nearing their destination. Upon reaching the towering, thick green walls of the great city, it was still afternoon. The fantastical experiences of the wonderful Wizard of Oz. Oh, no, the wonderful Wizard of Oz almost led the author into a pitfall thanks to the three little ones. Clearly, there was a reason for their fondness for this tale. The afternoon passed swiftly, especially while listening to the captivating and colorful fairy tale. After dinner, as Yi Xian leisurely played on his phone, contemplating the 150 billion renminbi task rebate, he proceeded to transfer a sum to Luo Tinyi. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 15 billion renminbi. Tenfold rebate, 150 billion renminbi. As expected, the system's voice chimed in, confirming that Yi Xian had generously transferred 15 billion renminbi to Luo Tinyi. He then accessed his attribute panel, Host, Xuan. Age, 21 years. Physique, 61. Normal person, 10. Charm, max. Skills, ultimate musical ability, ultimate daddy ability, ultimate massage ability, ultimate martial arts ability, ultimate culinary ability, ultimate driving ability, ultimate calligraphy ability, ultimate medical ability, ultimate beast mastery ability, ultimate killing god ability, ultimate instrumental ability, ultimate gaming ability, ultimate thunder control ability, ultimate chess mastery ability, ultimate treasure appraisal ability. Items: refreshing watermelon juice, X3, soundproof card, X2, endurance capsules, X4, set of golden needles, X1, restoration potion, X50 drops, black hanger mastercard, X2. Wealth, 602. 309 billion. Gazing at the staggering sum of over 600 billion, Xuan could not help but lick his lips. This figure was undeniably tempting. It is worth noting that this wealth alone could rival 2 Marriott groups, not to mention that the Marriott group does not possess such a substantial amount of liquid assets. To even produce 60 billion would be an extraordinary feat. Only the 4 prominent families of the imperial capital could casually dispense such wealth. Indeed, even a first-rate family in the imperial capital may lack this capability. Thus, it can be concluded that Xuan, based solely on his wealth, could easily overpower a first-rate family in the imperial capital. Ding dong. At that moment, Luo Tianyi, nestled in her husband's embrace, received a notification on her phone. Upon opening the message, it read, "Dear Construction Bank user, Mr. Xuan, with account ending in 5438, has transferred 15 billion renminbi to your account ending in 2496 on 200816. Please check your account." What? Staring at the information on her phone, Luo Tianyi was momentarily stunned. She raised her swan-like neck to gaze at her husband beside her, exclaiming, "Have you gone mad? Transferring such a vast sum to me?" Undoubtedly. She was astonished by the audacity of this man, for 15 billion was no trivial amount. "What is this money to me?" Xuan affectionately ruffled Luo Tianyi's hair. Inhaling the delightful fragrance wafting from her tresses, his unsettled heart instantly calmed. "You can keep 10 to 20 billion as pocket money. The rest will serve as the liquid assets for the Longjiao group." Luo Tianyi, truly feeling as if she were in a dream, found the situation surreal. 15 billion. Could it be that her husband was that affluent? "Dear, just how much wealth do you possess?" She couldn't help but inquire. Considering that to easily part with 15 billion, her husband must have at least several hundred billion, or perhaps even over 1,000 billion. As she pondered this, her brows slightly knitted together, clearly skeptical. After all, to produce over 1,000 billion, one's total assets must be at least 5 to 6,000 billion. However, on the other hand, her husband was indeed a duke of the Eagle Nation and the lord of Necro City. So it wouldn't be entirely impossible for him to have such wealth. "Well, that's a secret," Xuan replied playfully, seeing her husband's intriguing demeanor. Luo Tianyi felt a flush creep across her cheeks. "Why should I give you any benefits? Speak if you wish." She shot back, rolling her eyes at Xuan, her mind conjuring images of granting favors to this man, finding it almost unbearable to imagine. "I could just bite him to death. What should I do?" she thought, her teeth gently grinding together in frustration, resembling someone about to devour Xuan whole. Meanwhile, while Xuan was engaged in his endeavors, at another hotel in Tianhai, a figure stood in the living room, holding a high-stemmed glass filled with red wine. After taking a small sip, he furrowed his brow, gazing into the distance while occasionally checking his phone, clearly awaiting news. However, as time passed, his phone remained silent. "Damn it, what is going on?" Takaizawa Kazuhiko's expression darkened, each passing second amplifying his unease, as every moment indicated a worsening situation for him. Ding-ling-ling. Just as Takaizawa Kazuhiko was consumed by anxiety, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he immediately answered, and upon receiving the information from the other end, his mind exploded with disbelief. "What did you say? The Sakura Society's mission has likely failed, and everyone has perished? This is impossible." After hanging up, Takaizawa Kazuhiko stood dazed, unable to comprehend how this could be. The first reaction to hearing that the Sakura Society's members had all fallen was disbelief. More accurately, he found it unacceptable. Surely, he was aware of the formidable capabilities of the individuals sent by the Sakura Society, especially the prowess of Lord Facian Murano. It is no exaggeration to say that if Lord Facian Murano wished to kill him, he would stand no chance against even 10 of him. Utterly invincible beneath the god of war realm. Yet, under the command of such a powerful figure, it was unfathomable that the Sakura Society could face total annihilation. However, the reality stood before him, leaving no room for doubt. Yet who could have done this? While deep in thought, Takaizawa Kazuhiko felt an inexplicable chill sweep over him from behind. With a swift turn, he was confronted by a shadowy figure that had appeared without him noticing. Instinctively, he swallowed hard. Who are you? His voice trembled, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This person's strength was beyond his imagination. Yet, why would such a formidable individual come after him? At that moment, Takizawa Kazuhiko steeled himself, his senses heightened, focusing intently on the unexpected visitor, certain that this person was the strongest he had ever encountered in his life. A dangerous aura surged from within him, overwhelming like a torrential flood. You may call me Wei Sanliu, the newcomer intoned nonchalantly. From the underworld palace, Wei Sanliu. With that, a slender cut appeared on Takizawa Kazuhiko's neck, as Wei Sanliu seemingly materialized at his side. Takizawa Kazuhiko's pupils widened in shock, filled with disbelief and astonishment. A god of war expert. How could it be that the very person who had just taken his life was a god of war expert? Takizawa Kazuhiko, who had never imagined dying at the hands of a god of war, now found himself grappling with whether this was a privilege or a tragedy. Those who lay hands on the palace lord deserve to die. Wei Sanliu cast a cold glance at the lifeless body of Takizawa Kazuhiko. In the fleeting moment before consciousness faded, Takizawa Kazuhiko grasped a realization. Lay hands on the palace lord? The underworld palace? Could it be that the young man from Huaxia, Yi Xian, is the palace lord? As this thought crossed his mind, bitterness surfaced at the corners of his mouth, and his awareness disintegrated. In his final moments, he comprehended the folly of his previous actions and the magnitude of the individual he had offended. Alas, life is but once. The moment Takizawa Kazuhiko contacted the Sakura Society, his fate was sealed. Meanwhile, as Takizawa Kazuhiko's soul departed for the underworld, fierce battles concluded on another front. Embraced in each other's arms, they savored the tranquility of their private world. Wife, Upon hearing her husband's voice, Luo Tinyi raised her elegant neck, gazing at her beloved, inhaling the unique scent that enveloped him, a fragrance so delightful that it left her utterly defenseless against it. How about we indulge in something thrilling? An idea flickered in her mind as she teased Luo Tinyi. Thrilling? She echoed, intrigued. Upon hearing her man's words, Luo Tinyi's brows furrowed slightly. What could be more exhilarating than flipping a card? Curiously, she pondered this notion, wondering if Yi Xian would be stirred to engage in yet another round of fervent competition if he were to discover her current thoughts. This girl certainly seemed to be growing increasingly dismissive of her own stature. What thrilling stories did he have to share? Clearly, Luo Tinyi felt a flicker of interest. Although she was well aware that a certain someone might be concocting mischief, she couldn't help but admit that she found some delight in the suspense of his scheming. How about this? My dear husband, shall I regale you with a few ghost stories? As she witnessed her stunning wife being drawn into the intrigue, Yi Xian shifted into storytelling mode. Luo Tinyi chuckled upon hearing that he intended to tell ghost stories, retorting, Do you truly believe I am as timid as Meng Meng and her friends? Ghost stories, you say? Very well. I am curious to see if your tales can truly frighten me. Her laughter indicated her skepticism regarding Yi Xian's ability to deliver a compelling ghost story, and she was entirely unconvinced that he could evoke any fear in her. All right then. But don't be surprised if you find yourself seeking refuge in your husband's embrace. He teased. Luo Tinyi scoffed as if, I wouldn't dream of diving into your arms. Clearly, she possessed an unwavering confidence in herself, utterly dismissing the possibility that his ghost stories would compel her to seek comfort in him. Absolutely not. Is that so? Then let us wait and see, Yi Xian replied, undeterred by her bravado, mirroring her confidence with a firm belief in his storytelling prowess. Now, darling, your husband is about to begin. Hurry up, stop stalling. Luo Tinyi rolled her eyes at his playful demeanor, eagerly anticipating what ghost story he might conjure. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have exchanged for Ultimate Immersive Sound Card X1. Consuming 100 renminbi. As the system's voice faded, a smile crept onto Yi Xian's face. He had been eyeing this item for quite some time, and now he had the perfect opportunity to test its effects on his beloved. Use. Without hesitation, he activated the Ultimate Immersive Sound Card, and the system's voice echoed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully using the Ultimate Immersive Sound Card. 80,000. Observing the countdown initiated by the card, a captivating smile formed on Yi Xian's lips, one that countless girls would find irresistible. 8 hours was more than sufficient. Darling, I shall commence now, so prepare yourself. With the activation of the card, Luo Tinyi felt a tightening in her chest, inexplicably anxious at her husband's words, sensing an ominous foreboding that caused her to frown slightly. Why did she feel this way? It was quite peculiar. Little did she know, it was all part of her husband's cunning plan, and the ensuing ghost story would undoubtedly have her at a disadvantage, though that was a tale for another time. Chapter 341. I have an even more intriguing ghost story. Darling, would you like to hear it? As Luo Tinyi's unease burgeoned, a chilling voice emanated from Yi Xian's lips, causing her heart to race. A doctor. having completed an emergency shift, was preparing to head home at midnight. Upon reaching the elevator, he noticed a nurse and decided to ride down together. But the elevator continued descending past the first floor. As Yi Xian's haunting voice narrated, Luo Tinyi's heart began to race, as though she were the doctor making the solitary journey home at midnight, descending in the elevator. A chilly breeze seemed to sweep through her, prompting an involuntary shiver. The effects of the ultimate immersive sound card were evidently in full swing at that moment, unbeknownst to her. Noticing that his beloved had tightened her grip on his hand, Yi Xian smiled slyly. So you're frightened, This is just the beginning. As the elevator reached B3, the doors opened to reveal a little girl standing there. Her head bowed, asking to join them. The doctor, startled, quickly closed the elevator doors. The nurse, puzzled, inquired, "Why didn't you let her in?" The doctor replied, "B3 is our hospital's morgue. Every corpse has a red ribbon tied to its right wrist. That girl's right hand has a red ribbon." Gasp. Luo Tinyi couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, clutching her husband's hand tighter as she sought a semblance of safety. The implication of the girl's red ribbon settled heavily upon her, and just as she began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, Yi Xian's ominous voice continued. The nurse reached out her right hand, baring her fangs with a sinister smile, asking, "Is this the red string you mean?" A chilling realization struck Luo Tinyi. Her pupils dilating in shock, she hadn't anticipated such a twist. The ghost story revealed that the girl in the morgue wasn't the only specter. The nurse accompanying the doctor in the elevator was also a ghost. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, and she found herself instinctively burrowing into her husband's embrace, an action entirely beyond her control. It was clear that she was already succumbing to the eerie allure of the ghost story. "Well, how do you feel, darling?" Yi Xian teased, relishing the sight of his wife seeking solace in his arms. "Luo Tinyi, how was that? Not too bad, right?" Although her heart raced with alarm, she maintained an exterior of nonchalance, determined not to let him see her fear. "Is that so?" Observing her stubbornness, he remarked, "I have an even more captivating ghost story. Would you like to hear it?" Luo Tinyi's heart quickened at his words, anxiety tightening her throat. Could he have seen through her facade? She chastised herself for not being more convincing. Nevertheless, she steeled herself and replied, "All right." The struggle between pride and fear was palpable within her. "Very well, then. Allow me to share another tale." As Yi Xian's mischievous voice continued, the tension in the air thickened, and once again, the haunting narrative enveloped Luo Tinyi. This story is titled, Midnight Terror, The Last Bus. The sinister tone reverberated in her ears, causing her heart to tighten once more. Yi Xian observed her every reaction with a knowing smile. Continuing his ghostly tale, a young man awaited the bus late at night. Uncertain if any vehicles remained to take him home, and unwilling to walk the long distance to his remote abode. As he waited for the last bus, Luo Tinyi listened intently, attempting to calm her racing heart, but the harder she tried, the more her anxiety mounted. In her mind, scenes from ghost stories involuntarily flickered, and even Luo Tinyi found herself enveloped in the eerie atmosphere of a midnight bus station. The stark, fluorescent lights illuminated the station, creating a jarring contrast with the surrounding pitch-black night, where malevolent spirits could emerge at any moment. Luo Tinyi's reactions were keenly observed by Yi Xian, who couldn't help but smile as he continued narrating his ghost tales. As they waited, Yi Xian felt certain that no bus would arrive, only to suddenly spot one in the distance. Filled with excitement, he hurried to signal the bus. Upon boarding, he noticed that this last bus of the night was rather peculiar. Typically, the final bus would have few passengers due to its remote route. Yet this one was fully occupied. There was only one empty seat, and a profound silence hung in the air, with not a single person speaking. At this point, Luo Tinyi's heart grew heavy with unease. The last bus was strange. Many passengers, an empty seat, no one was talking. The ominous feeling intensified, prompting her to snuggle deeper into her partner's embrace. As the chilling narrative continued, she felt an unsettling eeriness, yet she still approached the solitary vacant seat beside a woman. As soon as she sat down, the woman whispered to her, "You shouldn't be on this bus." Intrigued, Luo Tinyi listened as the woman continued, "This bus is not meant for the living." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian distinctly sensed Luo Tinyi's body stiffen momentarily before she composed herself again. Although it was fleeting, Yi Xian's keen perception did not miss it. "Once you board, the other passengers will seize you to serve as a scapegoat," the woman warned. Fear coursed through Luo Tinyi, and she felt utterly helpless. Yet the woman reassured her, "Don't worry, I can help you escape." With that, she grasped Luo Tinyi's hand, pulled open a window, and jumped out. As they leapt, Luo Tinyi could hear the frantic screams of the deceased passengers within the bus, a cacophony of terror that echoed in her ears. Gasping at this juncture, Luo Tinyi clearly felt the weight of the story's impact. However, it was not over yet. just when she thought the tale had concluded. Another shocking twist unfolded, nearly causing her to faint from fright. Chapter 342. Is this wretch demanding a life for three? Witnessing his beloved's anxious demeanor, Xuan couldn't help but smile wickedly. Fortunately, at that moment, Luo Tinyi remained unaware. Or else he might have ended up with a series of small bite marks on his shoulder, or perhaps elsewhere. Yet the ghost story was far from its conclusion. The chilling voice continued, and when he regained his footing, he found himself on a desolate hillside. He exhaled in relief and hurriedly thanked the woman, only for her to reveal a menacing grin, baring her fangs. Now, no one is competing with me. In that moment, Luo Tinyi felt a cold wind whip past her, sending shivers down her spine. This creature was surely doomed. Until Xuan finished recounting the ghost story, it was evident that Luo Tinyi had been thoroughly unsettled by the experience. No one could truly grasp the visceral realism of the tale. This effect was hers alone to endure. Whether it was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. How about this? Buy one, get one free. Darling, I shall gift you another ghost story. Recently, an elderly man had appeared in the village. He looked exceedingly haggard and dispirited, but perhaps due to his anonymity, no one paid him any mind. Consequently, one evening, he was discovered hanging from a tree in the woods. The very spot where he had hanged himself was conveniently located just behind Xiao Jing's house, and one could even see the old man clearly through the bathroom window. Thus, the midnight ringing of death, eerie happenings in the kitchen, and the secrets of the morgue. One ghost story after another was recounted by the unscrupulous Xuan. An utterly outrageous display of insensitivity. As for the enchanting woman nestled in his embrace, she had likely been tempted countless times to sink her teeth into him. How infuriating! How could this scoundrel treat her so? Did he not feel a twinge of conscience? How could he act in such a manner? If it were possible, she would truly struggle to restrain herself from throttling the man she held. Moreover, this impulse surged with unprecedented intensity. Well, how do you like it? Xuan teased, observing his anxious wife. Your husband tells pretty good ghost stories, don't you think? Luo Tinyi huffed in response, clearly using this as a means to express her dissatisfaction. Really? This wretch aims to scare me to death, does he? Is he seeking to monopolize three little ones through such means? She mused. Hee. Today your husband is in a good mood. Allow me to share a few jokes. Not overly concerned about his wife's displeasure. Xuan recalled a series of humorous anecdotes that involved a young man who, burdened with existential queries, sought wisdom from a Zen master. Upon asking the master how to cope with being mocked for his dark complexion, the master silently opened the door, allowing sunlight to stream in. I understand now, master. You wish for me to open my heart and not care about others' opinions, correct? The master, gazing at the young man, replied, not at all. I simply wanted to see where you were speaking to me from. With an unexpected twist, Luo Tinyi burst into laughter, caught off guard by the punchline. It was truly a surprise. Who would have anticipated such a turn of events? The young man, already ridiculed for his skin tone, received an unanticipated jab from the master. However, her smile quickly faded, returning to a pouty frown, as if to say, that story was not funny at all. Xuan was hardly surprised by this reaction and continued with his storytelling. Back in the mortal realm, the young man soon encountered another dilemma, returning to the Zen master to inquire about his unrequited love. Why can't I seem to win the heart of the girl I admire? The master pointed to a snail laboriously climbing a tree trunk. The young man had an epiphany. Master, are you saying that if I persist like this snail, I will eventually succeed? Upon hearing this, the master struck the young man with a wooden fish, exclaiming, persist? You need to first have a decent home like it. With the memory of the previous experience still fresh, Luo Tinyi suppressed her laughter, her cheeks flushed with suppressed mirth. This was her last shred of dignity, and she would not let it slip away. Xuan, noticing her restrained demeanor, smirked, wondering if her self-control would prove effective. Seeing this, Xuan seized the opportunity to share another hilarious tale. After half a month had passed, the young man found himself troubled by life's trivialities once more and sought the Zen master again. Why, despite my efforts, does the wealthy man refuse to befriend me? The master sat in contemplation for a long while before pulling a bar of soap from behind him and tossing it to the ground. The young man suddenly understood. So, master, you wish for me to recognize that I will miss many things in life, and that true friendship is not worth clinging to. What cannot be retained will ultimately be lost. The master gazed at the young man, who had come to him multiple times, and sighed. No, I meant for you to pick up the soap when it falls in front of the wealthy man. Luo Tinyi exclaimed, picking up soap in front of the wealthy man? A scene of profound visual impact shattered Luo Tinyi's worldview, as if it were the last straw that broke her resolve. A soft chuckle escaped her lips, ultimately causing her composure to falter. She shot a scathing glance at a certain individual, fully aware that this rascal had acted with intent. Indeed, it was deliberate. Humph. Was it so difficult to apologize? Truly, how unprincipled. Luo Tinyi directed a fierce glare at him. In that moment, the lingering dread from the ghost story they had just encountered dissipated, leaving her with a complex blend of affection and annoyance for this man. Alas, it seemed she was destined to remain within the grasp of this particular individual for all her days. What do you mean by unprincipled? Come on, darling. Give it another go. Speaking of which, this young man had once again encountered the mundane world. Before Yixian could finish his sentence, Luo Tinyi shot him a reproachful look and interjected. Who wants to hear your story? Humph, hurry up and hold me. I want to sleep. After snuggling against the man beside her for a while, Luo Tinyi soon drifted off into slumber, while Yixian perused the system's marketplace. Soon captivated by a particular item, 100 shares of Dousha live streaming platform. Upon seeing the exchange value of 30 billion, Yixian couldn't help but smile. It was noteworthy that the market capitalization of Dousha live streaming soared into the hundreds of billions. As the largest live streaming platform in China, it was no trifling matter. To exchange 30 billion for shares worth several hundred billion in Dousha live streaming was undoubtedly a lucrative deal. After all, Dousha commanded over 80% of the domestic live streaming market, with daily revenues reaching several hundred million. Without further contemplation, Yixian proceeded with the exchange, his lips curving into a smile. Such a splendid opportunity could not be missed. Chapter 343. Daddy, do you think we should start a live stream? Ding. Congratulations, host, for exchanging 100 shares of Dousha live streaming platform, consuming 30 billion renminbi. As the system's voice echoed in his ears, a contract for 100 shares of Dousha live streaming appeared among Yixian's possessions. He then accessed his attribute panel. Host, Yixian. Age, 21 years. Physique, 61. Normal person, 10. Charm, max. Skills, ultimate music ability, ultimate parenting ability, ultimate massage ability, ultimate martial arts ability, ultimate culinary ability, ultimate driving ability, ultimate calligraphy ability, ultimate medical ability, ultimate beast control ability, ultimate killing god ability, ultimate instrument ability, ultimate gaming ability, ultimate thunder control ability, ultimate chess ability, ultimate treasure appraisal ability. Items: revitalizing watermelon juice, X3, soundproof card, X2, durable capsule, X4, gold needles set, X1, recovery potion, X50 drops, black hacking mastercard, X2. 100 shares of Dousha live streaming platform. Wealth, 57, 230. 9 billion. Gazing at the system panel, a subtle smile graced Yixian's lips. From this moment forth, Dousha live streaming had a new proprietor, and that proprietor was none other than Yixian himself. If the outside world were to learn of this spectacle, it would undoubtedly stir up a tempest, for Dousha live streaming was a premier enterprise nationwide, far surpassing even the Marriott Group. Securing Dousha live streaming for a mere 30 billion would certainly provoke envy to the point of combustion. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Yixian embraced his beloved wife and drifted into a sweet slumber. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dousha live streaming was in an uproar. In the capital, at the headquarters of Dousha live streaming, inside President Sun Wanli's office. Bang! Just as Sun Wanli was working overtime to address company matters, the office door was forcefully flung open, and his assistant, Xiao Fan, burst in. Before Sun Wanli could furrow his brow, Xiao Fan's hurried voice rang out, President Sun. Something big has happened. Taken aback by Xiao Fan's urgency, Sun Wanli's brow creased with concern. What happened? He knew his assistant well. Such a reaction was reserved for matters of true significance. Gulp. Hearing his superior's question, Xiao Fan swallowed hard, then took a deep breath to speak. President Sun, the owner of Dousha has changed. And no, to be precise, from today onwards, Dousha live streaming has only one owner. Upon hearing this, Sun Wanli's brow furrowed deeply. What do you mean, only one owner? Xiao Fan's words only deepened Sun Wanli's confusion as he struggled to grasp the implications. Please refer to the details, President. With that, Xiao Fan activated his tablet and pulled up a joint letter issued by the board of directors. As he read, Sun Wanli could no longer remain seated. He stood up from his chair, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief. How could this be possible? The revelation that someone had acquired all the shares of Dousha live streaming's board of directors left him utterly flabbergasted. This scene was far beyond Sun Wanli's expectations. How could it happen? Shock, astonishment, and disbelief surged within him all at once, ultimately leading his gaze to the information regarding the new chairman, the new owner of Dousha live streaming. Yixian, a student of Tianhai University, a renowned musician. As he examined the details of the new owner, Sun Wanli found himself even more perplexed, feeling an eerie familiarity with the name. Yixian, where have I heard that before? Sun Wanli's brow knitted in concentration as flashes of names and faces danced through his mind. Suddenly, clarity struck him. Yixian. Could it be that this individual was the hidden owner of Tianquan Security? In that moment, Sun Wanli seemed to grasp something profound. The more he pondered, the more plausible it appeared. Yet, was that not merely a rumor? If the new owner of Dousha truly was Yi Xian, then Tianquan Security must indeed belong to him. The implications were chilling. Previously, he had inadvertently learned that the entity currently collaborating closely with the Ministry of War in the capital was none other than the hidden owner of Tianhai Tianquan Security. Of course, he had no solid proof, just hearsay. Yet now, this individual named Yi Xian had effortlessly acquired Dousha live streaming, thereby validating everything. After all, Dousha live streaming was a coveted asset, with various powerful families coveting it. However, due to the chairman's unwavering stance, it had not been acquired by those families. Yet now, it had fallen into Yi Xian's hands, and he held all the shares. This was akin to a fantastical tale. That night was undoubtedly a sleepless one for Dousha live streaming. The following morning, as the first rays of dawn pierced through the heavy clouds, dispelling the last remnants of darkness within the villa, the entire villa complex was adorned in a golden veil. Upon emerging from his room, Yi Xian heard three little ones chattering excitedly, their voices filled with delight. What are they talking about? A voice brimming with paternal affection inquired, prompting the three little ones to turn their wide eyes towards their father, and then they scampered over with tiny footsteps. Daddy, Daddy, you're awake, they exclaimed, giggling. Hee, Daddy. Do you think we should start a live stream? Yes, we heard there are many handsome boys and pretty girls on live streams. It must be super fun. The three little ones had seen numerous attractive faces while browsing on their phones the previous day. Luo Tianyi, taken aback, murmured, live streaming? Hearing her daughters, she felt a bit bewildered. What were these three little rascals up to? Oh, upon hearing the words of the three little ones, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. Just yesterday, he had acquired shares in the Dousha live streaming platform, and today, these three little rascals were clamoring to go live. Was it mere coincidence? It seemed rather too fortuitous, did it not? Undoubtedly, the headquarters of Dousha Live must have already recognized his identity. Whatever the three little treasures adored, their father would wholeheartedly support. Luo Tinyi and the maids, listening to their young master, wore expressions of helplessness before curving into smiles. The young master's indulgence towards the three little masters was boundless. Yet, truth be told, they were incredibly envious of the trio. They were merely a year old, and already they were expected to earn their own milk money. Whatever the three little treasures cherished, their father would wholeheartedly support. The affectionate words drifted into the ears of the three little ones, causing their faces to blossom into radiant smiles. He, Daddy truly dotes on them. They adored how he pampered them so. The three little ones thought to themselves, indeed, Daddy, you are wonderful. Love you lots. As expected, another wave of sweetness ensued, causing the maids to feel a pang in their hearts, their lips involuntarily curving upwards. Goodness, the young master was truly adept at indulging. His affection for the three little masters knew no bounds. It was utterly maddening, yet they could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of envy. What to do? The three little ones chattered animatedly, their eyes brimming with pride and admiration as they gazed at their father. By the way, Yi Xian remarked, noticing the adorable demeanor of the three little ones, Daddy happens to have a special surprise for you. Just a moment, please. With that, Yi Xian made his way to the study, his eyes filled with affection as he exchanged for a particular item. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully redeeming the invisible drone. 50,000 RMB has been deducted. The system's voice echoed in his ear, and then, with a flick of his wrist, a drone appeared in his hand. Master, the AI Unai has linked to the invisible drone and has designated you as the primary user. You can control the drone using your thoughts. The intelligent AI's voice resonated in his mind, and Yi Xian's consciousness expanded to encompass the functionalities of the drone, allowing him to command it to perform various intricate maneuvers in midair. This invisible drone was indeed fascinating. Through his understanding, Yi Xian realized that with Unai's assistance, the three little ones, who would soon become secondary users, could seamlessly connect to the live stream. Such advanced technology was at least 3 centuries ahead of contemporary innovations. Should outsiders catch a glimpse, they would surely be astounded. Feeling quite pleased, Yi Xian maneuvered the drone back into his grasp before wearing a smile as he headed to the villa's living room. Is that a drone? Luo Tinyi exclaimed in surprise, taken aback at the sight of her partner holding the device. She had been unaware of his acquisition. Wow, it's so cool. Hee, Daddy. Is this our gift? The three little ones gazed at the drone in their father's hands, their eyes sparkling with delight and excitement. The maids observed the sleek design of the drone, instantly recognizing its high value. This was no ordinary drone, after all. As Yi Xian manipulated it with his mind, the drone vanished before the astonished gazes of those present, as if performing a magic trick. What? This? The three little ones stared in wonder, their eyes wide as they watched their father, their faces reflecting pure astonishment. Luo Tianyi was equally mesmerized. Is this magic? However, it soon became clear that she was overthinking. As the drone reappeared in Yi Xian's hand, restored to its original position. Am I dreaming? His apprentice Feng Qin's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly astonished by his master's prowess. This is an invisible drone. How incredible! This is indeed a high-tech marvel. But where did Daddy acquire it? The maids murmured amongst themselves, speculating whether this was a gift from Yi Xian for the three little masters to use during their live stream. The three little ones, listening to the maids, gazed at the drone with wide, expectant eyes, as if they could speak, looking up at their omnipotent father. Daddy, is this real? Their innocent and adorable expressions made it impossible for anyone to feel exasperated. Of course, it's real, Yi Xian replied, his affection evident as he lovingly ruffled their hair. A smile gracing his face, his eyes filled with adoration. Little princesses, why don't you register an account? Daddy will teach you how to use the drone. Really? Yes. The three little ones beamed with joy, their faces lighting up brighter than if they had just tasted candy, thrilled by their father's enthusiasm for their live streaming venture. Subsequently, Yi Xian helped the three little ones download the Doxia software, creating an account under the nickname Little Fairy Treasure, and connected it to the drone with Yunai's assistance. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the drone began to ascend and quickly became invisible in the air. Wow, look, the live stream is on. As the drone concealed itself above the villa, the live stream displayed its visuals, evidently connected through Yunai. Meanwhile, Yi Xian half-jokingly presented each of the three little ones with a wristband, claiming it was to help them control the drone. Wow, such beautiful wristbands. Daddy, love you lots. Yes, we love it. The three little ones chattered excitedly, and at that moment, a few fans had already entered the live stream, instantly captivated by the trio's cuteness. Wow, what adorable little lolies. Oh my goodness, are they triplets? I love them. If only I had such a super cute daughter, I'd be over the moon. The name Little Fairy Treasure is as enchanting as the children themselves. How impressive. Wow, I just want to know whose daughters these little treasures are. That guy must be the luckiest. Wait, did anyone else notice the lavish villa behind the three little treasures? They must come from a wealthy family. My goodness, I truly cannot comprehend the world of the rich. They're barely over a year old, and yet, are they already expected to earn their own milk money? Chattering comments erupted like mushrooms after rain, and the number of fans in the live stream quickly surged from a few to dozens, soon surpassing 100. All thanks to the trio's irresistible charm. Zhou Jinwei gifted Little Fairy Treasure with fish balls X666. Chongqing family's young master Yi Yushin gifted Little Fairy Treasure with shark fins X888. AI She gifted Little Fairy Treasure with airplanes X66. May 14th gifted Little Fairy Treasure with rockets X88. Without a doubt, the three adorable little treasures, beneath their charming expressions, have attracted a plethora of adoring fans eager to shower them with gifts. It is evident that many fans have become staunch supporters of these three little darlings. Observing this scene, Luo Tianyi was momentarily taken aback, gazing in astonishment at her three daughters, realizing that these little ones are indeed quite popular. Chapter 345. How incredibly cute are the three little fairy treasures. Sob. Inside the villa. Wow. A maid's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the live broadcast of the three little masters, and upon witnessing the gifts appearing on the screen, her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her phone, astonished to see so many people sending gifts to the little masters. Oh, hearing the maid's words, the other maids gathered around, their eyes fixed on the phone. Wow, there are planes and rockets. How impressive. I never expected the three little masters to be so well liked. 200, 300, my goodness, have the fans already surpassed the 500 mark? That was remarkably fast. What? The fan count has reached 500 already? It seems the broadcast hasn't even been live for 10 minutes. At that moment, the surrounding fans erupted in excitement, their astonishment evident as they had not anticipated such high popularity for the three little masters. This scene could potentially overshadow countless new streamers. If those new streamers were to learn that the three little masters started with a fan count of 500, one could only imagine their dismay. And this was merely the beginning. Suddenly, an unexpected wave of gifts poured in. Your Majesty, bestow upon the adorable Little Fairy Treasure, Dreamy Starry Sky X66. Your Majesty, bestow upon the adorable Little Fairy Treasure, Dreamy Starry Sky X66. Your Majesty, bestow upon the adorable Little Fairy Treasure, Dreamy Starry Sky X66. Your Majesty, bestow upon the adorable Little Fairy Treasure, Dreamy Starry Sky X66. The sudden spectacle arrived without warning in the live broadcast room, transforming the entire background into a profound starry sky, the visual impact so overwhelming that it seemed to draw one in completely. Ah, the maids, catching sight of this scene, were momentarily stunned, not for any other reason than the 10 waves of dreamy starry sky, with each wave comprising 66 gifts, amounting to a staggering total of 660 gifts. However, the critical aspect was not merely the quantity, but rather that each dreamy starry sky gift was valued at 10,000, culminating in a jaw-dropping total of 6 million renminbi. Indeed, that is 6 million. Oh my goodness, is this real? Am I dreaming? A wealthy person? No, this is undoubtedly a godly patron. Could it be that the dosha system malfunctioned? How could anyone bestow such a vast amount in one go? Wait, look at the name of the person sending the gifts. Ah, Your Majesty? Could it be that the generous benefactor is the young master? With this speculation, the maid's gazes swiftly turned to the young master's phone, which was indeed tuned into the live broadcast of the Three Little Masters, and the young master's dosha livestream nickname was none other than your daughter. Boom. Upon witnessing this scene, the maids' minds collectively reeled, their thoughts a blank slate, and the singular notion in their heads was that the generous donor was truly their young master. 6 million? No wonder. It makes perfect sense now. As for the Three Little Masters, one could say that not only would they not doubt the 6 million in gifts, but even a staggering 66 million wouldn't raise any eyebrows, for they were well aware of the young master's spoiling tendencies. Subsequently, the maids gazed at the young master with admiration, their envy for the Three Little Masters unmasked. What a joke! The Three Little Masters must have done something extraordinarily good in their past lives to have such an impressive and doting father. OMG! Behold the wealthy patron. How remarkable! 660 gifts of dreamy starry sky. That amounts to a whopping 6 million. Oh my goodness! The world of the affluent is truly beyond comprehension. To lavish 6 million on the adorable little fairy treasure is an operation that leaves one speechless. Wait, did you all see the name of the generous benefactor? Ah, Your Majesty? Could it be that this benefactor is the father of the 3 little fairy treasures? It's not far-fetched to consider that possibility. Given the living conditions of the little fairy treasures, their father must indeed be quite well off. Ah, Your Majesty, are you in need of a pendant? I humbly request to be taken along. Sob, sob, sob. The fans in the Little Fairy Treasures live broadcast room erupted in excitement, as evidenced by the rapid increase in the number of viewers, which soared from 600 to 800, then to 1,000. With the young master's extravagant 6 million gift, he successfully claimed the top spot on the gifting leaderboard and even earned the title of Duke. As for the fan count, it surged even faster after surpassing the 1,000 mark. The 3 little darlings, listening to the maid's words, looked at their father with their beautiful, sparkling eyes, beaming with joy, clearly thrilled by the gifts bestowed upon them. What a beautiful, dreamy, starry sky. Hee, thank you for the gifts, Daddy. I love you. Mwah. Thank you, big brothers and big sisters. Love you lots. The 3 little treasures chirped sweetly, their endearing voices melting hearts, causing the number of fans in the live broadcast room to spike dramatically. Zhou Jinwei gifted the adorable little fairy treasure a rocket X666, the heir of the Chongqing family. Yi Wuxian gifted the adorable little fairy treasure a plane X888. She gifted the adorable little fairy treasure a super rocket X66. May 14th gifted the adorable little fairy treasure a royal cannon X88. Accompanied by the young master's wave of generosity, one by one, patrons began to emerge. Zhou Jinwei, Yi Wuxian from the Chongqing family, and She all claimed the 2nd to 4th spots on the gifting leaderboard, while May 14th and several others earned the title of Count, with a multitude of others receiving the title of Viscount. Alright, what shall we do next? The little ones tilted their heads, exchanging glances with each other. And Nyo and Han suggested, Daddy taught us Tai Chi before, so how about we perform Tai Chi for the big brothers and big sisters? Oh, how did I not think of that? The 3 little treasures whispered to each other. And can you believe these are toddlers not yet a year and a half old? Observing the 3 little ones, Luo Tianyi felt a wave of exasperation. Were these 3 little ones truly going to drive her mad? The maids, upon hearing the words of the 3 little masters, were filled with anticipation, clearly eager to witness the adorable Tai Chi performance, which they could watch endlessly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 3 little darlings made their way to the lawn outside the villa, basking in the morning sunlight, and began to perform Tai Chi with their little arms and legs in a rather charming manner. The fans in the live broadcast room, witnessing the 3 little ones adorably practicing Tai Chi, began to murmur among themselves. Is that? Oh my goodness, is that really Tai Chi? My goodness. Can you believe it? Toddlers under 2 years old performing Tai Chi with such grace. Could it be that these little ones are the martial arts prodigies of legend? This display has sent my inner romantic soaring. Oh my goodness, The three little fairy treasures are just too adorable. Sob, sob, sob. I want to shower the little fairy treasure's father with kisses. What should I do? If only I could inherit his exceptional genes. As the three little ones performed their endearing Tai Chi, the expressions of the fans in the live broadcast room grew increasingly enamored, with many wishing they could take one of these little treasures home immediately. Chapter 346. The adorable little fairy treasures are simply marvelous. Beneath the dawn's first light, the golden sun rose. Three little ones diligently practiced their Tai Chi, and simultaneously, in the vibrant city of Yangcheng, at the Azure residence, Xuan, engrossed in the live stream of Dosha, was taken aback. Upon refreshing her phone screen, she inadvertently spewed her tea, followed by a fit of intense coughing. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the familiar silhouettes on her screen. The three adorable figures in the live stream were none other than her precious triplet granddaughters from the Yi family. Had these little ones embarked on a live streaming venture? Xuan, who often indulged in watching live streams during her leisure time, never anticipated that she would stumble upon her own granddaughters today. Old Yi, come quickly. Our three precious granddaughters are live streaming, Xuan exclaimed, promptly sharing this delightful news with Yi Pengfei. Hearing her voice, Yi Pengfei emerged from his study, perplexed. What is going on? Which granddaughter is live streaming? You must be joking. They are far too young for that. Yet before he could complete his sentence, he caught sight of the three little darlings on Xuan's phone, abruptly swallowing his words. What? When did these little ones learn Tai Chi? Yi Pengfei was utterly taken aback, his expression a mix of shock and awe as he observed the trio executing their moves with surprising grace. They were barely over a year old, yet their Tai Chi was impressively executed. However, he soon succumbed to the charm of his delightful granddaughters, a proud smile spreading across his face. Truly remarkable, they are my granddaughters, after all. Xuan shot him an exasperated glance. You have a knack for seizing the moment to boast, don't you? As if these little ones weren't also my granddaughters. Ah, Yi Pengfei exclaimed, his attention drawn back to the live stream as he noted the comments from fans. Xuan, this doesn't seem right. Look at these comments. It appears our son has rewarded the little ones quite generously. 6,060,000. Is that for real? The disbelief in his voice was palpable as he read the words First Princess at the top of the donation leaderboard, his lips twitching and eyelids fluttering in surprise. At that moment, Xuan too noticed the comments, her expression mirroring Yi Pengfei's astonishment. That scoundrel, spending over 600,000 in one go, what a spendthrift. Although she didn't follow Dosha's financial workings closely, she was aware that most streamers split their earnings with the platform, meaning that the 660,000 would yield only 330,000 for their granddaughters, revealing the platform's exploitative nature. This served as a primary reason for her frequent complaints about her son's reckless spending. Little did she know that the entire Dosha platform belonged to her son. One could only imagine her reaction if she found out. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Dosha Live, in the president's office, son Wanli was captivated by the live stream of the adorable little fairies. He couldn't conceal the envy in his eyes as he watched the three little darlings. He had always longed for a daughter, yet fate had bestowed upon him a son instead. Now, witnessing his boss with three charming triplets, it was easy to imagine the complexity of son Wanli's emotions. However, he acknowledged that the boss's daughters were undeniably sharp, at just over a year old. They performed Tai Chi with remarkable flair. What a testament to their esteemed lineage. They are certainly not ordinary children. Long before Yi Xian acquired Dosha Live, son Wanli had already surmised that Yi Xian was connected to an illustrious and powerful family, and the current spectacle only confirmed his suspicions. Nevertheless, he resolved to handle the situation with caution. Observing his boss generously tipping 660,000 for his daughters, he pondered deeply. Although the live stream was indeed managed by his boss's little ones, he knew it was wise to refrain from overstepping his bounds, fearing that his interference might displease his boss. After all, Dosha had just been acquired, and he was still unfamiliar with his boss's temperament. Moments later, as the three little ones concluded their Tai Chi session, they exhaled in relief, their endearing expressions evoking an irresistible urge to shower them with affection. Wow, the little fairies are amazing. I adore them, they're so cute. I wish I could take one home. They're just too precious. A wave of excitement surged among the viewers, many expressing a newfound desire to settle down and have their own little princesses, not for the sake of marriage, but for the joy of having an adorable daughter. Surely, their parents must have performed countless good deeds in their past lives to be blessed with such fortune. One fan mused. As the audience engaged in fervent discussions, the number of viewers skyrocketed past 10,000, propelling the stream into the trending spotlight on Dosha. All without any promotional assistance from son Wanli. This underscored just how captivating the three little ones were. Oriental Vying tipped the little fairies a rocket X666. Kinhua tipped the little fairies an airplane X-888. Mamaha tipped the little fairies a super rocket X-66. That night in spring tipped the little fairies a royal cannon X-88. Unsurprisingly, another wave of affluent patrons surged in, predominantly comprising wealthy women and cute girls, along with a few men, all of whom were undeniably charmed by the trio's looks and performances. Following this influx, the number of dukes and earls in the chat increased significantly. At the Azure residence, Yi Pengfei and Chun Xiaoan watched in disbelief as their granddaughter's live stream garnered an overwhelming number of gifts, both swallowing hard in amazement. Goodness, our granddaughters, at just over a year old, are earning more in a single stream than we have in our entire lives. It's simply astonishing. Chapter 347. My goodness. I feel like I might be sweetened to death. After their concluding gesture, the three little ones sighed contentedly. Hee hee. All right, big brothers and sisters. It's time for us to eat. Goodbye now. Don't miss us. They mimicked the charming tones of their favorite streamers, and with a shared thought, they turned off the live stream. The maids, witnessing the end of the live stream, erupted into conversation. Oh my, you won't believe it. The little lady stream just hit 15,000 fans. What? 15,000? Is that for real? Indeed. How is that even possible in such a short time? In less than an hour, the three little ones had indeed outdone themselves. But really, what does a child just over a year old know about this? It's a miracle they don't add to your burdens. As the maids chattered, Luo Tinyi couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. She had not expected the trio to be so well received, which certainly surpassed her expectations. After closing the live stream, the three little ones exchanged gleeful glances at their father, eager to bask in their success. Hee, Daddy, how are you? Did we perform well? So many gifts. The three little ones exchanged excited words, their small faces brimming with anticipation, yearning for their father's praises. They absolutely adored the feeling of being complimented by him. Of course, you were splendid. Yi Xian, filled with affection, gently ruffled the hair of the three little darlings. Our three treasures delivered the best performance. Really, they exclaimed in unison. Thank you, Daddy. With a chorus of sweet kisses. Oh no, 3 kisses. The little ones affectionately pecked their beloved father's cheek, expressing their adoration for him. Fengchun, on the other hand, was overwhelmed. Oh my goodness, this is so sweet. I feel as though I might be suffocated by the sweetness. What should I do? As he consumed the dog food provided by his master and the 3 little apprentices, a complex sensation stirred within him, painful yet joyful. Although it was somewhat stifling, he could not resist the urge to indulge further. Listening to someone's doting words, Luo Tinyi shot a sharp glance at him, unsure of what to say. After all, with her daughter maintaining such a close relationship with a man, what could she possibly say? Meanwhile, at a villa in Tianhai, have you found anything? In a luxurious villa by the window, a young man in his late 20s sat sipping red wine from an ornate glass, a single glass worth at least 10,000. This individual was none other than Song Yu, the eldest son of the Song family in the capital, and also the older brother of Song Qing. As the eldest grandson of one of the 4 prominent families in the capital, it was almost certain that Song Yu would ascend to power within the Song family in due time. Despite his youth, he had already attained semi-divine combat prowess, endearing himself to his grandfather, Song Yunlong, and currently wielded nearly a third of the family's influence, enjoying greater prestige than his father. Song Yunlong was, indeed, one of the few peak masters of martial prowess in the capital. However, the Song family acted with considerable might. Regarded by other factions as the most formidable of the 4 great families in the capital, whom they preferred not to antagonize. Yet, ever since Song Qing mysteriously vanished after arriving in Tianhai, Song Yu, who had shared a close bond with him since childhood, set out for Tianhai with his entourage upon hearing the news. Despite the passage of time, the Song family had been unable to uncover the truth, partly due to Song Yunlong's disdain for Song Qing. After all, compared to the eldest grandson, Song Qing appeared far too ordinary, almost dispensable. Not only did the family head, Song Yunlong, feel this way, but Song Yu's parents also viewed their younger son as a burden. In their eyes, apart from his brother Song Yu, Song Qing felt no familial affection within the Song family. Young master, we have found something. One of Song Yu's subordinates took a deep breath, clearly understanding the purpose of their visit. Young master Song Qing stayed overnight at the West Hotel in Tianhai and then went to the Lanjiao Group, intending to negotiate for its acquisition. However, it seems the talks fell through, and the owner was present at the time. The owner of Lanjiao Group was likely Yi Xian, the star. Upon hearing this, Song Yu's brows knitted together. Seeking death. How dare anyone touch my brother? No matter who you are doomed, he declared. I want you to keep a close watch on that Yi Xian and investigate everyone associated with him. If I do not make that brat pay the price, I shall no longer be called Song Yu. At this moment, a fierce expression overtook his previously humble demeanor. Anyone involved must die today. Not just Xuan, but all his loved ones must suffer dire consequences. This was the only way for Song Yu to vent his overwhelming hatred. Bring everyone. I shall personally confront Xuan to see what makes him so remarkable. As he spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from him, a semi-divine combatant-esque presence. Unbeknownst to him, hidden in the shadows were powerful protectors assigned by the Song family. Only the head of the family had the authority to command such experts. After Song Qing's disappearance, Song Yunlong had equipped Song Yu with even more formidable bodyguards. After breakfast, the maids took the three treasures out for a stroll, while Luo Tinyi went to the company to handle necessary affairs. In the villa, only Xuan remained with a few men who occasionally glanced toward the balcony, lounging in chairs while observing the outdoor swimming pool. Suddenly, Xuan's phone rang. Seeing it was a call from Lung Fiyin, he promptly answered. Hello? Oh, someone intends to assassinate me, and they plan to target those around me as well. All right, I understand. You handle this matter. If anyone dares to resist, show no mercy. No need to report back. After hanging up, Lung Fiyin promptly notified Wei Yi, who, upon receiving the news, swiftly made his way towards Song Yu's direction, armed with a location. This journey would inevitably lead to the downfall of formidable opponents. And at this moment, Song Yu's life entered a rapid countdown. Approximately 10 minutes later, at the Zhulong Villa, in a nearby dense forest. Young master, we have arrived. Ahead lies the residence of that brat. Shall we strike immediately, or shall we take our time to torment him? One of the Song family's elite warriors pondered aloud. I heard that brat's wife is extraordinarily beautiful. The experience will undoubtedly be delightful. However, the Song family was oblivious to the impending crisis that was rapidly approaching. Chapter 348. Leave no one behind. Just as Song Yu and his dozen or so men were confident in their plans, a chilling voice echoed from a distance near the villa, and a man appeared mysteriously on the scene. Who are you? The two godly warriors assigned to protect Song Yu immediately focused their attention on the newcomer, while the other men hastily shielded Song Yu. As their primary mission was to ensure his safety, not to engage in combat. Protect the young master. This person is ours to deal with. The two godly warriors stepped forward, enveloped in a terrifying aura, their senses heightened as they scrutinized the man before them, instinctively aware of his formidable strength. Yes, my lords. The dozen or so elite warriors from the Song family responded in unison, preparing to guard Song Yu while seeking an opportunity to retreat. Do you think you can protect your master when you choose to strike at the palace, lord? The newcomer's lips curled into a mocking smirk. He was none other than Wei Yi, a peak godly warrior. As his voice fell, over a dozen more figures materialized around them. Indeed, over a dozen. To the astonishment of the two godly warriors from the Song family, they realized that the newly arrived figures were equally formidable, all at the godly warrior level. The two stood there, stunned, their faces reflecting shock and disbelief. Over a dozen godly warriors? This is impossible. In despair, the two warriors from the Song family felt as if they were staring death in the face. They could hardly believe that such a multitude of powerful fighters could exist in a mere Tianhai. After all, if these numerous godly warriors were joined by the unfathomable individual they feared, even the combined might of all the Song family's warriors would likely fall short. Damn it! Who are you? At this moment, the two formidable warriors felt genuine fear, fully aware that in the presence of these individuals, they had no chance of escape. You are not worthy of knowing. Wei glanced at Song Yu and his entourage before him. Although these individuals hailed from the illustrious Song family of the imperial capital, they posed no threat to the palace of the underworld. After all, they had previously vanquished 4 of the Church of Darkness's divine beings, terrifying existences at the pinnacle of war. Eliminate them all, leave no one behind. A chilling voice echoed, and in the blink of an eye, over a dozen war gods unleashed their power. Song Yu could no longer maintain his earlier composure. A voice filled with terror escaped his lips. No, you cannot kill me. I am the future ruler of the Song family. If you dare harm me, my father will not spare you. Utterly foolish. With a swift motion, a blade flashed. And before Song Yu could utter another word, his throat was severed. Blood gushed forth, and in a state of disbelief and reluctance, he transformed into a lifeless corpse, his consciousness crumbling like a mountain. Young master, no? In an instant, the villa became a scene of carnage, with Song Yu and his entourage, including the 2 war gods of the Song family, all falling to their demise. The overwhelming stench of blood engulfed the air, enough to make any ordinary person retch uncontrollably. Dispose of the bodies, then retreat. Wei observed the sprawled bodies of the Song family's elite on the ground, his expression as unyielding as before, devoid of any emotion. Minutes later, Wei departed with his entourage of palace guards, and within the villa, not even a trace of blood remained. illustrating the extraordinary skill of Wei's subordinates in handling the aftermath. It was as if nothing had transpired. Moreover, the most astonishing fact was that this entire scene unfolded in less than 10 minutes. The slaughter of Song Yu and his group went unnoticed. In fact, Song Yunlong remained oblivious to Song Yu's arrival in Tianhai. This was due to Song Yu's awareness of his grandfather's disdain for Song Qing, and he did not wish to leave a negative impression on Song Yunlong. Consequently, for a significant period, the Song family remained ignorant of the identity of Song Yu's murderer, rendering them a laughingstock among the four great families of the imperial capital and various factions. Is this a jest? The illustrious Song family, one of the four great families of the imperial capital, has seen two of its young masters assassinated. Yet they remain clueless about the identity of the perpetrator. This is nothing short of absurd. Naturally, some began to realize that the Song family must have offended a power they should not have. For the manner in which the two young masters were eliminated without a trace was beyond even the capabilities of the four great families. Half a day later, in the Song family estate. What did you say? In the study, an elderly man in his 60s, deep in contemplation regarding the situation in the imperial capital, was none other than Song Yunlong, the head of the Song family. Upon hearing the news from his subordinates, he felt as if struck by lightning. The young master is unreachable. The situation is the same as the second young master. Upon receiving this news, Song Yunlong could no longer maintain his composure. After all, Song Yu was not like that ungrateful second grandson. He had dedicated years to nurturing this grandson as the next family head. Over the years, he had invested immeasurable effort into Song Yu, who had never disappointed him, excelling in every aspect and, at a young age, had already reached the threshold of a war god. His future potential was limitless. Yet now, his eldest grandson had vanished as if he were the second grandson. How could he remain calm? Should anything happen to Song Yu, the Song family would face extinction. This was a fate he would never allow to occur. If Song Yu were truly harmed, he would dig 3 feet into the earth to exact vengeance on the perpetrator and avenge his beloved grandson. If Song Qing were to learn of this, one could only imagine whether he would rise from the depths of despair to confront this old man, aghast at the disparity in treatment between their respective grandsons. The repercussions of this event also extended to the family of the eldest young master of the Song family. This was due to the fact that Song Minjiayu was the father of both Song Yu and Song Qing. In the villa where Song Minjiayu resided, his wife, Sun Qinmei, stirred from her stupor, her gaze falling upon the countenance of Song Minjiayu, which seemed to have aged a decade. It was evident that they both had received the news of their eldest son's mysterious disappearance, and none of the entourage could be contacted. According to the usual pattern, this situation indicated that their eldest son, Song Yu, had likely met with foul play, and this was the reason for Sun Qinmei's earlier fainting spell. Qinmei, how are you feeling? Are you all right? The worry was palpable in Song Minjiayu's eyes. With 2 sons in peril, it was natural for his spirits to plummet. Upon seeing Song Minjiayu, Sun Qinmei's expression twisted into one of fury. Song Minjiayu, I warn you, regardless of who laid a hand on our sons, I will ensure they are ground to dust, in honor of Xiao Yu and Xiao Qing's souls. Sun Qinmei's face was filled with venomous anger, and the Sun family was, apart from the 4 great families, the most powerful clan in the imperial capital. Currently, the head of the Sun family was Sun Qinmei's father. No one knew what this grieving mother, having lost 2 beloved sons, would do in her frenzy, and her subsequent actions would drag the Sun family into a bottomless abyss. Chapter 349. The situation grows treacherous, the Zhao family in peril. The atmosphere in the imperial capital was fraught with intrigue and turmoil. The Song family desperately sought to conceal the incident of Song Yu's disappearance. However, it did not take long for the other 3 great families to catch wind of the situation, with the Zhao family being the most pleased. After all, the Zhao and Song families had a long-standing enmity, engaging in countless confrontations, both overt and covert. It could be said that both families wished to see the other utterly destroyed, and the Zhao family had the most motive to strike against the Song family, as their downfall would significantly benefit them. The conflicts between the 2 families were intense, and now, with Song Qing and Song Yu both facing dire straits, the Zhao family reveled in their misfortune. The Zhao family had long coveted the Song family's various business interests throughout the imperial capital, and now, particularly with Song Yu's demise, they seized the opportunity to strike, quickly acquiring 30% of the Song family's holdings within half a day. When the Song family finally regained their composure, they erupted in furious retaliation. In the imperial capital, at the Dragon's Palace, a furious middle-aged man, filled with murderous intent, glared at the Dragon's Palace, which had once belonged to the Song family. Zhao family, you are courting death. This man, exuding an aura of war god-level power, charged towards the Dragon's Palace, killing 1 person every 10 steps, leaving no survivors in his wake. With a swift motion, a blade gleamed, and in an instant, a Zhao family expert was sent reeling backwards. When that and the clashing sounds of metal reverberated through the dragon's club, where blood splattered in all directions, transforming the venue into a veritable hellscape. With a resounding thud, Song Minjiu, driven by rage and a desire for vengeance for his son, launched a powerful punch that sent the peak half-step war god of the Zhao family flying. The sickening crunch of shattered bones echoed in the air, as the Zhao family's expert suffered a catastrophic fracture, spewing forth blood, clearly outmatched by Song Minjiu's formidable strength. The expert was hurled back several meters, his pallid complexion and weakened breath indicating that he was not just incapacitated but struggling to rise. The enmity between the Song and Zhao clans ran deep, a legacy of animosity that had deterred them from intervening in the past, for fear that any confrontation would lead to losses among their ranks, leaving them vulnerable to retaliation. In the face of such tensions, they had opted to remain spectators. Just as the Zhao family expert found himself in dire straits, a figure materialized before Song Minjiu, delivering a punch that forced both men to stagger back. The middle-aged man who had intervened cast a disdainful look at Song Minjiu, mockingly noting his imposing presence. "Isn't it enough that you've lost 2 sons?" This individual was none other than Zhao Qingyun, the patriarch of the Zhao family, a formidable war god in his own right, and a rival of Song Minjiu from their youth. "Zhao Qingyun, you seek death." Song Minjiu, already incensed, felt his fury boil over upon hearing the taunts, launching himself at Zhao Qingyun with lethal intent. "Seek death? Huh, is that what you believe?" Zhao Qingyun sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. "You should be grateful your sons did not perish at my hands. Otherwise, I would have ensured they suffered a fate worse than death. Their remains scattered to the depths of the sea." Zhao Qingyun bore a deep-seated grudge against Song Minjiu, who had previously sabotaged his missions, nearly costing him his life. "I will kill you." Song Minjiu's eyes blazed with fury, determined to exact revenge on this scoundrel. "Kill me? Do you think I fear you?" Zhao Qingyun was not intimidated. His desire for vengeance rekindled by old grievances, eager to eliminate Song Minjiu and weaken the Song family. Suddenly, a brilliant firework erupted from the direction of the Zhao family, illuminating the night sky. "What?" Zhao Qingyun's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the distress signal, while a cold smile crept across Song Minjiu's face. "What do you think, Qingyun? Are you pleased with this gift?" With a glance at Zhao Qingyun, he continued, "Qin Miai's father has just entered the pinnacle of the war god realm. Let us see how composed you remain. Perhaps your son has already become a corpse." The tension escalated as Zhao Qingyun's countenance darkened. "The Sun family is courting death. If I do not perish, I will ensure both your clans pay dearly." With a disdainful scoff, Song Minjiu retorted, "It seems you are the one who shall meet death today. Brother Xinming, let us join forces and eliminate Zhao Qingyun." "Very well," came the reply. At that moment, a figure emerged in the fray, Song Minjiu's brother-in-law, Sun Xinming, a powerful war god in his own right, and the elder brother of Sun Qinmiai. Such audacity from the Sun family. Zhao Qingyun's spirits plummeted upon recognizing his adversary. Although Sun Xinming may not have matched him or Song Minjiu, he was still a genuine war god, and underestimating him could lead to dire consequences. "Foolish scum, everyone retreat." Without hesitation, Zhao Qingyun commanded, his form vanishing as he fled the dragon's club, knowing he could not afford to linger lest he fall victim to an ambush. Exchanging glances, Song Minjiu and Sun Xinming launched themselves at Zhao Qingyun, their eyes filled with determination, knowing a fierce battle was inevitable. Chapter 350. Chaos unfolds. The Cherry Blossom Society emerges. With a resounding crash, Zhao Qingyun, overwhelmed, found himself vulnerable to Sun Xinming's assault, who struck him in the chest, causing blood to spew forth and leaving him pale, clearly injured. "Now's our chance." Song Minjiu seized the moment, channeling all his strength as a war god into a decisive blow aimed at Zhao Qingyun's forehead, his speed and ferocity intent on claiming a life. Sun Xinming, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a smirk tug at his lips as visions of Zhao Qingyun's demise danced in his mind. The Sun family's decisive actions were aimed at eradicating the Zhao clan, positioning themselves to ascend as one of the new 4 great families of the imperial capital. While Sun Taiming had recently reached the pinnacle of the war god realm, his prowess was unmatched, far beyond that of an ordinary clan's war god. "Die." To ensure success, Sun Xinming struck without mercy. "Curse you." Zhao Qingyun's expression darkened as he sensed the gravity of the situation. "Song Minjiu, Sun Xinming, if I do not perish today, I will make you both pay 100-fold." Before he could finish his threat, a spurt of blood erupted from his lips, his pallor worsening. Were he an ordinary person, he would have succumbed to death by now. Yet his war god status allowed him to endure. "Ha ha ha, if you do not die?" Song Minjiu taunted, relishing Zhao Qingyun's struggle. Do you really believe you can escape the Dragon's Club today? How naive. Why waste words? Just kill him. Sun Xianming was impatient. Understanding that with every Zhao family warrior who fell, the Sun family drew closer to their goal. Indeed, Song Minjiu agreed with his brother-in-law, eager to see Zhao Qingyun perish, viewing him as no different than the murderer of his own sons. Then let Zhao Qingyun meet his end. With a swift motion, Song Minjiu and Sun Xianming appeared beside Zhao Qingyun. Despair filled Zhao Qingyun's eyes. In his prime, he would have faced both men with utmost caution, but now, severely wounded, he stood no chance. The air crackled with tension as their strikes approached with the swiftness of lightning. Just when it seemed blood would spill, a figure cloaked in black appeared on the scene, exuding a powerful aura not far from the pinnacle of the war god realm. With a series of strikes, he repelled both Song Minjiu and Sun Xianming, causing their expressions to shift in disbelief as they regarded the mysterious figure, their hearts heavy with apprehension. Who are you? One step away from the pinnacle of the god of war, Song Minjiu and his companion immediately halted their onslaught. Not just the two of them, but the entire conflict at the Dragon's Haven also ceased. A hoarse voice emanated from beneath the black cloak. Zhao Qingyun, is it? Return and inform Zhao Tingjun that the favor from a decade ago has been repaid today. These two shall be entrusted to me. Now go. The raspy voice left no room for doubt. Zhao Qingyun's face lit up with exuberance. Thank you, elder. I will certainly inform my father upon my return. With that, Zhao Qingyun bowed to the cloaked figure and then turned to his clan's formidable warriors. Retreat. How dare you? Leave them to me. Upon witnessing this, Song Minjiu and Sun Xianming decisively launched another attack. However, the black-cloaked figure's hoarse voice rang out. What? Do you pretend I do not exist? Thud, thud. Two resounding thumps echoed, and in the next moment, to the incredulous gazes of the elite warriors from the Song and Sun clans, both Song Minjiu and Sun Xianming, powerful as they were, spat blood and were sent flying, crashing to the ground and skidding several meters before coming to a halt. Yet, the astonishment on their faces deepened, for they gazed in disbelief at the figure standing before them like an insurmountable chasm, the black-cloaked man. Damn it! How could he be so powerful? What terrifying combat prowess! When did the Zhao clan forge an alliance with such a being? Despicable. Meanwhile, as Song Minjiu and Sun Xianming were thwarted, Zhao Qingyun had already led the Zhao clan's warriors away from the Dragon's Haven, heading back towards their estate, realizing that their plan to ambush Zhao Qingyun had been thwarted. In a flash, the black-cloaked man vanished into the impenetrable darkness of the night, retreating swiftly. How infuriating! Song Minjiu and his companion, their faces ashen, lamented the near miss of Zhao Qingyun's demise at their hands. Damn it! Had we known this would happen, we should have struck down that Zhao Qingyun from the very beginning. Alas, the die was cast, and no amount of regret could alter the fact that Zhao Qingyun had escaped. On the other side, in the Zhao family estate, Zhao Tingjun, the head of the Zhao family, spat out a mouthful of blood, but that was all. Opposite him stood an elder with a pale complexion, Sun Tiance, the head of the Sun family, also the in-law of the Song family. Meanwhile, the aura of menace emanating from the head of the Song family, Song Yunlong, was palpable. Yet, at that moment, Song Yunlong wore a grave expression, for Zhao Tingjun's strength exceeded his expectations. Indeed, he was at the pinnacle of the god of war. However, Zhao Tingjun's prowess was not of the ordinary kind. He was perilously close to the threshold of the half-step king realm. Although he and Sun Tiance were both at the pinnacle, continuing the fight would likely lead to mutual destruction. Nevertheless, even if they could not eliminate this old man, they had successfully contained him. The situation at the Dragon's Haven should have concluded by now. Retreat. Weighing their options, Song Yunlong and Sun Tiance exchanged glances, both recognizing that prolonging the battle would yield no meaningful outcome. Sizzling sounds filled the air as the two took their leave, their warriors hastily withdrawing, leaving behind the Zhao family estate littered with hundreds of lifeless bodies, the majority of which belonged to Zhao clan elites. Among them lay Zhao Tingjun's eldest grandson and Zhao Qingyun's son, gravely injured and unconscious. A jagged wound nearly 10 centimeters deep gouged into his chest, an obvious testament to the murderous intent of the Song and Sun clans. Yet, they had underestimated Zhao Qingyun's son, Zhao Ruanayan. While his strength was not overwhelming, he was nonetheless at the half-step god of war level, significantly surpassing Song Yu's capabilities. It was this very strength that saved Zhao Ruanayan's life. Despicable, pursue them. Stop. Just as Zhao Mingchuan, the second son of the Zhao family, was about to give chase, he was halted by Zhao Tingjun. Father, they are being too oppressive. Uft. Before Zhao Mingchuan could finish his words, Zhao Tingjun coughed up more blood, shocking Zhao Mingchuan into a start. Father, are you alright? Hiss. I won't he die just yet, but we must ensure King Yun returns safely. I hope he encounters no trouble. Zhao Tingjun forced a bitter smile. Despite his enhanced strength, he had indeed underestimated the Sun family's might. In a certain sense, the Sun family had come to stand on equal footing with the four great families, had it not been for his own advancements. The Zhao family might have faced annihilation today. Meanwhile, outside the Sun family estate, over 100 formidable warriors awaited, all of whom were unmistakably from Fuzang. At their helm stood an individual radiating the aura of the god of war, flanked by three others who also exuded similar strength. One of them bore a striking resemblance to Okada Ichiro, his father, Okada Motoichi, the captain of the Sakura Society's 3rd Division. The one speaking was Hinata Saki, the captain of the Sakura Society's 2nd Division. Quite intriguing. It seems today's turmoil in the capital is just what we need to involve ourselves. With a resolute intent, they declared, leave no survivors among the Sun family, the foremost clan of the capital. Chapter 351, Escalating Conflicts, the Annihilation of the Sun family. On a moonless night, perfect for murder, at the Sun family estate, the air was pierced by the sounds of slicing winds, and among the weakest were those at the half-step god of war level. In an instant, no fewer than 10 lives were extinguished. Blood splattered as anguished screams pierced the night. Who goes there? We are under attack. The Sun family, being a premier clan in the capital, was highly vigilant. Choosing to launch a surprise attack at this moment was certainly risky. Even if it had no direct ties to the Zhao family, it was still inextricably linked. Quickly, signal the head of the family. Everyone, follow me to confront the enemy. A battle-hardened god of war from the Sun family, his expression grave, noted the approach of at least 3 enemies whose auras matched his own. Indeed, 3 formidable warriors emerged, and one of them emanated an overwhelming sense of danger. It was none other than Hinata Saki, the captain of the Sakura Society's 2nd Division. Oh, I didn't expect the Sun family to have a god of war stationed here. It seems we've caught a big fish today. The captain of the 3rd Division regarded the Sun family warrior with disdain. Your death is merely a matter of time. The Sakura insignia? The Sun family warrior, clearly well-informed, lowered his gaze in contemplation. You are from the Sakura Society, so you know of us? Hinata Saki responded, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Then prepare to meet your end. Bang! Before the Sun family warrior could react, Hinata Saki pierced his heart, withdrawing a dagger stained with the warm blood of his victim. How could this be? I had intended to deal with Sun Tians. What a pity to waste it on a mere god of war. Hinata Saki cast a glance at the fallen Sun warrior. Dying by my poison dragon strike is a privilege. Okada Motoichi and the captain of the 3rd Division exchanged glances, surprised to find that Hinata Saki had already reached the pinnacle of the god of war realm. At that moment, the Sun family's distress signal flared successfully, illuminating the night sky with brilliant fireworks. Upon seeing the dazzling display, Hinata Saki smirked. Since Sun Tians is absent, all the better. We shall end this within 3 minutes. Yes, Lord Hinata. In an instant, over 100 formidable warriors surged forth, transforming into harbingers of death, beginning a brutal massacre within the Sun family estate. In less than 3 minutes, the entire Sun family, comprising over 500 souls, perished mercilessly. Yet, there was still a grand prize awaiting. Hinata Saki's lips curled into a sinister smile as he commanded the arrival of the slain Zhao family's masters and their identification tokens to be placed around the area. This grand gesture would surely please both the Sun and Zhao families. He chuckled, acknowledging his own astuteness. Sun Tians, witnessing this scene, would undoubtedly be consumed by rage. And in his fury, the Sun and Zhao families would inevitably clash once more, plunging the imperial capital of Huaxia into chaos, allowing us to exploit the ensuing turmoil to weaken Huaxia's strength. The captain of the 3rd squad smirked maliciously before glancing towards the direction of the Zhao family. Hinata-kun, Okada-kun. I believe it is time to withdraw, as Sun Tians is likely on his way. Very well, Hinata Saki replied, exchanging a knowing glance with Okada Motoichi before vanishing from the scene. The captain of the 3rd squad, witnessing this, smiled ominously. The 4 great families of the imperial capital are but a shadow of their former selves. With these words, he too disappeared, followed by the members of the Sakura Society. Not long after the departure of the Sakura Society, Sun Tians arrived with his men. They had seen the distress signal from the estate and rushed over, only to be met with the overwhelming stench of blood. In a flash, figures emerged, revealing Sun Tians and his son, Sun Xianming. The horrific scene of a river of blood rendered them momentarily speechless. Blood erupted from Sun Tian's mouth as he realized that aside from the masters of the Zhao family and the Dragon Emperor Society, every last member of the Sun family had perished, including men, women, and children. How could this be? The Sun family's experts wore expressions of sheer horror. At that moment, a Sun family master with bloodshot eyes approached. Head of the family, sir, over 500 members of our clan have perished, and among the dead, We found masters from the Zhao family, including a god of war-level dark guard, with more to come. The Zhao family. How ruthless. Sun Xuanming's face contorted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. His son was among the fallen, and the hatred for the extermination of his clan burned fiercely within him. Sun Tiance, spitting out a mouthful of blood, seemed to age a decade in an instant. The centuries-old legacy of the Sun family lay in ruins before his eyes, leaving him utterly ashamed to face his ancestors. The air was thick with the nauseating scent of blood, remnants of his kin and the family's future. A cold wind swept through, leaving a haunting silence, broken only by the pervasive stench of death. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Sun Tiance clenched his fists. An unprecedented wave of murderous intent emanating from him, his eyes turning a fiery red. The Zhao family. Very well. As Hinata Saki had predicted, despite lingering doubts. In Sun Tiance's fury, he deemed the Zhao family complicit, even if they were not directly responsible. Their relationship had soured due to the Song family, and the Zhao family's desire to annihilate them had never waned. Old grievances and new hatreds intertwined. Sun Tiance resolved himself, taking a deep breath as he gazed upon the blood-soaked Sun family estate, vowing to exact vengeance for the annihilation of his clan. The intensity of his murderous aura shot skyward, as if the very night was being torn apart by his wrath. With a fierce determination, Sun Tiance led the remaining Sun family experts towards the Zhao estate, intent on a merciless slaughter. Chapter 352. Chaos in the capital, Zhao Tingjun poisoned. The blood feud must be avenged. Zhao family members, no mercy shall be given. Without warning, the Sun family descended upon the Zhao estate. A whirlwind of fury akin to tigers unleashed. The splatter of blood painted the scene as the Zhao family members, caught off guard, were ruthlessly dispatched by Sun Tiance and his men, who struck with lethal precision. The outcome was inevitable. Bad news, we're under attack. The Zhao family realized too late that at least 100 of their masters had already fallen, and the casualties continued to rise at an alarming rate. The enormity of the blood feud drove the Sun family warriors into a frenzy, as they fought for their fallen kin, including parents and children. Sun Tiance, how dare you? Zhao Tingjun arrived at the estate only to find the scene drenched in blood. His eyes burned with rage. Zhao Qingyun, arriving shortly after, was equally seething. You think you can challenge the 4 great families of the imperial capital? Everyone attack. Annihilate the Sun family intruders. With a swift movement, Zhao Qingyun charged into battle, igniting a conflict steeped in deep-seated enmity. The recent battle had left the Zhao family further enraged, especially given that Zhao Qingyun's beloved son lay gravely injured. The Sun family's actions had undoubtedly crossed a line. Meanwhile, the Sun family viewed the Zhao family as the architects of their annihilation, and Hinata Saki's insidious plan unfolded flawlessly. Kill. Blood sprayed as shadows flitted about. Yet, it was evident that the Sun family's foundation could not withstand the Zhao family's might. As time passed, one by one, the Sun family warriors fell, and after about an hour, only Sun Tiance and Sun Xianming remained. However, Zhao Tingjun could not find joy in their diminished numbers, for the Zhao family had lost half of its strength. And what was once the leading family among the 4 great families of the imperial capital now risked becoming the weakest. Sun Tiance, your audacity is astounding. Zhao Tingjun seethed, unable to fathom Sun Tiance's reckless defiance. If he sought death, then so be it. In an instant, a terrifying aura enveloped Zhao Tingjun, and he vanished from sight. Boom. 2 resounding thuds echoed as the gravely injured Sun Tiance was sent flying, while Sun Xianming fell lifelessly to the ground. You bastard, Zhao Tingjun, I will kill you. Consumed by fury, Sun Tiance charged recklessly at Zhao Tingjun, disregarding Zhao Qingyun's attacks. Thud. In a desperate moment, Sun Tiance's fist connected with Zhao Tingjun's ribs, a sickening crack resonating in the air, while Zhao Tingjun retaliated with a dagger thrust that pierced Sun Tiance's heart. Yet, Zhao Tingjun showed no sign of triumph, his expression turning grave as he stumbled back, his complexion darkening. Poison. Indeed, Sun Tiance's strike was merely a facade. The true lethal blow lay within the dagger, laced with deadly poison, his final gambit. Ha ha, Zhao Tingjun, you're finished. Sun Tiance laughed maniacally, teetering on the brink of madness before collapsing, his body stiffening as he fell to the cold ground. Father. Zhao Qingyun and others rushed to Zhao Tingjun's side, carefully supporting him. Quick, summon a doctor, Zhao Qingyun ordered. But before his subordinate could respond, Zhao Tingjun coughed up dark purple blood, his complexion turning ashen. Overwhelmed by his injuries, he swiftly fell unconscious. The Zhao family estate erupted into chaos, while the Sakura society, watching from the shadows, retreated, evidently satisfied with the outcome. The 4 great families of the imperial capital. Mere illusions of grandeur. The captain of the third squad cast a glance at the scene before leading his 100 or so men away, all without alerting a single soul. On the other side of the Zhao family estate, in the shadows, a man observed the scene with a gulp, then promptly dialed the military department, reporting the developments. He was in the office of the military chief, Wang Zhantian, who was currently engaged in conversation with a man clad in black robes. Just then, Wang Zhantian's phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, he answered. However, the news he received upon connecting left him staggered. What did you say? The Sun family has been annihilated, and Sun Tian's has also been slain by Zhao Tingzhan, who is now gravely poisoned and remains in a coma. Understood. After hanging up, Wang Zhantian turned to the man in black robes, realizing that his intuition had indeed been correct. The intense battle between the Song, Sun, and Zhao families suggested the presence of a fourth force at play. At such a critical juncture, intervening in the dynamics of our Chinese capital, these individuals must harbor sinister intentions. The man in black was none other than Long Aotian, the war god of the northwest border, whom Wang Zhantian had dispatched. His aim was to prevent infighting among the four great families of the capital and minimize casualties among the strong. However, he had not anticipated the ruthlessness of this fourth force, which had directly eradicated the Sun family and framed the Zhao family. Ding dong. Just then, a notification sound chimed, and Wang Zhantian saw that it was a message from Wang Taizu of Tianquan Security. Upon opening it, he confirmed his suspicions. Fuzhang and the Sakura Society have truly overstepped their bounds. Long Aotian, too, noted the information and location sent by Wang Zhantian. The Sakura Society is courting death. With a resounding crash, Long Aotian's fist struck the specially made alloy table, which, impervious even to artillery fire, was dented by his blow. The Sakura Society had become increasingly brazen. If that were the case, they need not leave. At that moment, Wang Zhantian was genuinely enraged. Aotian, come with me. I wish to see how many fools from the Sakura Society have ventured here. Yes, Commander. Long Aotian's eyes gleamed with cold light. Others may not grasp the situation, but he understood clearly that even he was not a match for Wang Zhantian at this point. For Wang Zhantian had truly ascended to the pinnacle of the war god realm, thanks in no small part to Yi Xian's miraculous oranges. Half an hour later, at the capital's ferry terminal, an area rarely frequented by people, whoosh, three figures materialized in the arena, unmistakably Hinata Ziki and Okada Motoichi, followed by over 100 skilled fighters. The Chinese capital is indeed disappointing, Hinata Ziki remarked, gazing at the opulent nightscape, a slight smile gracing his lips. Not having had the chance to battle Sun Tian's was truly regrettable. But really, is this all that the Chinese capital has to offer? Before Okada Motoichi could finish his sentence, he sensed an anomaly, as a figure appeared in the arena, none other than Wang Zhantian, the military chief of the capital. Who? Okada Motoichi exclaimed, his voice barely fading before a ghostly figure emerged, radiating an immensely powerful aura, even stronger than that of Sun Tian's, the head of the Sun family. Wang Zhantian, military chief of the capital. Hinata Ziki recognized the newcomer immediately, disbelief coloring his tone. The pinnacle of the war god realm. How is this possible? Sensing Wang Zhantian's aura, Hinata Ziki's expression darkened, and he regarded Wang Zhantian with unprecedented seriousness, realizing that the capital's military department was far more formidable than he had anticipated. The Sakura Society had received intel suggesting that the military chief was merely in the war god realm, which was why they had felt emboldened against the Chinese military. As for the so-called war god of the border, they regarded him as insignificant. However, everything unfolding before Hinata Ziki made him realize that the Sakura Society's intelligence was woefully outdated. Hinata Ziki, captain of the 2nd Division of the Sakura Society, had indeed landed a big fish. Wang Zhantian cast a glance at Hinata Ziki, and in the next moment, 1,000 figures emerged in the arena, encircling Hinata Ziki and his companions, each exuding an overwhelming presence. Upon seeing Wang Zhantian, Hinata Ziki remained largely unfazed. Commander Wang, even if you have reached the pinnacle of the war god realm, do not presume you can detain us. A derisive smile graced Hinata Ziki's lips. He too was at the pinnacle of the war god realm, and although his adversary had 1,000 men at his disposal, the outcome remained uncertain. The Sakura Society maintained its unwavering confidence, unaware of the old man's presence. As his words fell, an elder swiftly appeared in the arena. The moment this elder materialized, an aura no less potent than that of Zhao Tingzhan enveloped the area, the pinnacle of the war god realm. Indeed, this was no ordinary war god, but one mere step away from the half-step heavenly king realm. Elder Feng. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Elder Feng Kaiming, one of the 5 elders of China, akin to Wang Zhantian's father, Wang Xuanyu, and Wei Nantian. Under the influence of the miraculous oranges, Elder Feng, like Wang Xuanyu and Wei Nantian, stood on the verge of the half-step heavenly king realm, making him one of the strongest individuals in China. Feeling the sudden pressure, the previously jovial Hinata Ziki's mood plummeted. The ultimate pinnacle of the war god realm. Indeed, this was the conclusion drawn by Hinata Ziki. Realizing that the distance to the half-step heavenly king realm was perilously close, equating his power with that of the captain of the first division of the Sakura Society. Who are you? It was evident that this was the first time Hinata Ziki had encountered Feng Kaiming. The elder rarely emerged, serving as the last bastion of the Chinese military, and would not act unless the situation was dire. I am Feng Kaiming. As for who I am, after a pause, Feng Kaiming continued, outsiders refer to me as one of the 5 elders of China. You may call me Elder Feng. Boom. The moment these words left Feng Kaiming's lips, the pupils of everyone present, including Hinata Ziki and Okada Motoichi, constricted in unison. Although they were unfamiliar with Feng Kaiming and hearing his name for the first time, the title of the 5 elders of China resonated profoundly. Even before they attained the war god realm, the 5 elders were already considered invincible beneath the pinnacle of the war god realm. Now, decades later, one could only imagine the terror of their current strength. Elder Feng, to avoid prolonged conflict, it would be best to resolve this matter with the Sakura Society swiftly. Wang Zhantian was not one to engage in unnecessary dialogue with the Sakura Society, and upon hearing this, Elder Feng nodded in agreement. Very well. Whoosh. At the next moment, Feng Kaiming vanished, appearing instantly before the captain of the 3rd Division, raising his hand to deliver a strike. In an instant, a spray of bright red blood erupted. As the formidable captain of the Sakura Society's 3rd Division was slain on the spot, unable to even react. Gasp. This sudden turn of events startled everyone. As Hinata Ziki and Okada Motoichi stared wide-eyed, fully alert to the elderly figure. How could that old man possess such strength? Damn it. Is this the power of the 5 elders of China? Looking at the lifeless body of the 3rd Division's captain, Elder Feng frowned slightly. Having not acted for so long, my speed has become somewhat sluggish. Those from the Sakura Society. With a sudden flash, in the next moment, Okada Honeki was sent flying over 10 meters, his complexion as pale as snow, blood spurting uncontrollably from his mouth. Damn it. Is this person truly just at the pinnacle of the war god realm? Little did they know, Feng Kaiming was a battle maniac among the 5 elders of Huaxia, possessing the greatest strength among them. If anyone from the 5 elders were to ascend to the threshold of the half-step king realm, it would undoubtedly be Elder Feng. Observing the scene, Wang Zhantian and Long Aotian were shaken, yet they felt little impact. In a sense, Elder Feng's presence here could be deemed as Huaxia's strongest combat force. How is this possible? The members of the Sakura Society were wide-eyed in disbelief. What a joke. Their 2nd Division captain was severely injured in a single blow. How could they continue to fight? Upon witnessing this, Hinata Saki's expression darkened. Without a moment's hesitation, he ordered everyone to retreat. Ensure that this matter is reported to the Sakura Society. Boom. As soon as Hinata Saki's voice fell, he transformed into a cannonball, crashing violently into the ground. In that instant, everyone could distinctly feel the earth tremble, as if an earthquake of magnitude 8 had struck. Hinata Saki, having hit the ground, felt blood surge upwards. However, he forcefully swallowed back a large pool of blood, his face turning crimson from the effort. This was the last shred of dignity for a peak war god. Interesting. Elder Feng mused, eager to see just how resilient the 2nd Division captain of the Sakura Society truly was. Bang, 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 with successive high-intensity strikes, each second yielding at least a dozen blows. Hinata Saki was beaten to the point of questioning his very existence. Damn it. How could there be such a vast disparity in strength between 2 peak war gods? Finally, he could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, Elder Feng landed a precise punch to Hinata Saki's chest, causing his heart to burst, his organs shattered. Hinata Saki's eyes widened, filled with unprecedented resentment, before he closed them for the last time, becoming a cold corpse on the battlefield. Chapter 354, The Cold-Blooded Aristocracy, where profit reigns supreme. Thud. The corpse struck the ground with a dull thud, and simultaneously, Wang Zhantian and the others concluded their battle, resulting in the complete annihilation of the Sakura Society's expedition. Feng Kaiming gazed at the fallen members of the Sakura Society with indifference. Xiaozhan, the next matters are in your hands, he declared, before vanishing from the scene like a specter, leaving no one aware of his departure. Hearing Elder Feng's words, Long Aotian and the surrounding individuals twitched at the corners of their mouths. Xiaozhan, such a casual address was only permitted among the 5 elders. Any ordinary person would have been swiftly silenced by Wang Zhantian's wrath. Wang Zhantian, upon hearing Elder Feng's title, felt a bitter helplessness wash over him. After all, he was the commander of the Imperial City's War Department. Elder Feng truly left him no face. Internally groaning, he surveyed the scene. A hellish battlefield permeated with a thick stench of blood, then cast his gaze toward the distant stars above the imperial city. Following this battle, the major factions in the imperial city would undoubtedly have restless elements eager to make their move. At this thought, Wang Zhantian paused momentarily before issuing his command. Transmit my orders. Anyone who disturbs the peace shall be met with forceful suppression. Kill, without mercy. Yes, Commander, with a single command. Over 1,000 warriors from the War Department responded solemnly. Following customary practice, it was clear they would soon be occupied, and many lives would be lost in the ensuing chaos, with thousands from the agitated factions unable to escape. After issuing the orders, Wang Zhantian took a deep breath. It was thanks to Tianquan security reporting the whereabouts of the Sakura Society that they could not escape. Otherwise, allowing them to leave would have severely undermined the prestige of Huaxia. In light of Tianquan security's significant contribution to Huaxia, they would henceforth be supported to the utmost, with no need for reporting. Upon hearing this, including Long Aotian, everyone present felt a jolt of surprise. We shall faithfully obey the commander's orders. The 1,000-strong warriors bowed deeply, all responding in unison, yet Wang Zhantian's orders were far from over. Yixian and Tianquan security are of utmost importance to Huaxia. Effective immediately. Relay orders to the Tianhai War Department's Commander Li Yahan. Any forces opposing Yixian and Tianquan security, regardless of who they are, shall be considered enemies of the Huaxia War Department. Boom. As these words left his lips, Long Aotian's expression shifted dramatically. Commander Wang, think carefully. Commander, reconsider. The experts of the Imperial City's War Department all bowed in warning. Yet Wang Zhantian raised his hand to silence them, resolutely declaring, my will is set. Wang Zhantian continued to issue command after command, particularly concerning the Zhao and Song families, issuing strict orders that no members of the War Department were to intervene. With the Sun family annihilated, the Song family significantly weakened, and Zhao family head Zhao Tingjun poisoned and unconscious, his fate unknown. With the alliance between the Song and Sun families severed, Song family's matriarch, Sun Qinmei, would not simply let this go. However, the coming conflicts would be mere skirmishes. Of course, even small skirmishes would inevitably lead to bloodshed and casualties. Withdraw. With a wave of his hand, Wang Zhantian swiftly departed the scene, and the 1,000 warriors, having concluded their task, followed suit, leaving behind the chilling winds and the nauseating scent of blood, which quickly dissipated at the docks of the imperial city. In the vastness of the heavens, an eerie silence ensued, as if nothing had ever transpired. In the imperial city, at Song Minjiu's villa, in the study, Sun Qinmei, sipping red wine, heard the information relayed by her confidant. With a crash, the high-stemmed glass in her hand shattered, the expensive red wine spilling onto the luxurious carpet. Her complexion paling as she staggered back to collapse into a chair. What did you say? My entire Sun family was annihilated by the Zhao family? My father and elder brother sought vengeance for our clan, attacking the Zhao family, only to be completely overwhelmed and exterminated by them. Boom. Sun Qinmei felt as if struck by lightning. Her mind plunged into chaos, her 12 trillion brain cells falling into a state of dormancy. Clearly, this news was akin to a cataclysm, devastating her very psyche. The impact? It was immense, truly immense. This is impossible, Sun Qinmei exclaimed, her voice trembling with disbelief. The confidant clenched his fists, malice evident in his expression. Miss, this is true. The family head, elder, and young master are all dead. To this end, the family head used lethal poison from the western regions to incapacitate Zhao Tingjun, leaving his fate uncertain. Our Sun family has been exterminated. Crack. Sun Qinmei's delicate fingers gripped the armrest of her chair tightly, the chair crumbling as she emanated an aura that rivaled even Song Minjiu's, revealing her status as a war god. In her youth, Sun Qinmei had been a favored daughter of heaven. Otherwise, the Song family would not have taken an interest in her. The Zhao family, the hatred for the murder of her father and the annihilation of her clan. I shall not rest until we are adversaries. Sun Qinmei's face darkened as she thought of the Song family estate. At this moment, the estate was guarded by at least 1,000 elite warriors from the Song family, especially since they had just received news of their allied family, the Song family, being wiped out by the Zhao family. By the time they learned that the battle had concluded, it was too late for them to offer assistance. The Zhao family, seeking death. Song Minjiu roared in fury, everyone, follow me to the Zhao family. We shall kill that old beast, Zhao Tingjun. With a determined step, Song Minjiu prepared to leave, followed closely by dozens of others. Stop. As Song Minjiu took a step forward, a voice, ancient and hoarse, resonated, unmistakably belonging to his father. Song Yunlong, the current head of the Song family. The tone was unremarkable, yet laced with a chilling ruthlessness. Father. Upon hearing his father's words, an ominous sensation surged within Song Minjiu. Indeed, the ensuing coldness in Song Yunlong's declaration plunged him into despair. From this moment forth, no one within the estate is permitted to leave. Otherwise, regardless of who it may be, they shall face the family's punishment. Boom. As these words escaped Song Yunlong's lips, Song Minjiu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his father. What are you saying, father? Have you lost your mind? He could hardly fathom the implications of his father's decree. He understood well the nature of Sun Qinmei, knowing the vendetta against her family. She would undoubtedly stop at nothing to seek vengeance against the Zhao clan. If that were to occur, Sun Qinmei would certainly find herself ensnared in an endless web of peril. Yet, his father forbade him from leaving the estate, forcing him to witness the demise of his wife before his very eyes. Impudence. Before Song Minjiu could finish his retort, a resounding slap struck his chest, sending him flying across the room, blood spilling from his lips. How dare he speak to the head of the family in such a manner? The assailant was none other than the shadow of each previous family head, the most formidable individual in the Song clan aside from the head himself. Song Yunlong showed no hint of reproach towards the shadow, instead coldly dismissing Song Minjiu. Since the Sun family had been annihilated, they held no further value. If they perished, so be it. Gazing upon his father, a figure both familiar and foreign, Song Minjiu could scarcely believe his eyes. The ruthlessness emblematic of noble families was starkly embodied in Song Yunlong, and the fate awaiting Sun Qinmei seemed all too clear. Chapter 355. The bomb of the second branch of the Song family dead? So be it. The frigid, unfeeling voice echoed in Song Minjiu's ears as he looked at his father, now a stranger to him. Despair, unprecedented and profound, welled up within him. This scene did not go unnoticed by Song Mingxian, whose eyes gleamed with a malevolent glint. The opportunity for their branch had finally arrived. For too long, he had been overshadowed by his elder brother's family, even though he too had reached the realm of the war god. Yet, the tides had turned. The circumstances were no longer the same. With the untimely demise of his brother's two sons, and though he had but one son, that son was now the only legitimate heir of the Song family. Thus, barring any unforeseen events, the position of family head would inevitably fall to him. Even if his son had only just stepped into the threshold of a half-step war god, this was infinitely better than Song Qing. Meanwhile, within the estate, Song Tian's eyes flickered with understanding of the unfolding situation. He had contemplated eliminating his convenient elder brother, Song Yu, more than once, yet had failed. Now, fortune seemed to favor him. Not only had Song Yu perished, but his uncle had also disappointed their grandfather. This was his moment to rise. There was, however, another individual present, Song Tian's mother, Zhou Zijuan, the wife of Song Mingxian and the second daughter-in-law of Song Yunlong. In the end, it is I, Zhou Zijuan, who shall have the last laugh. A vicious glint danced in her eyes. Though she was not a war god, she stood at the pinnacle of a half-step war god, perilously close to that realm. Over 20 years ago, like Sun Qinmei, she had also been one of the four beauties of the capital. Yet at that time, Sun Qinmei outshone her in beauty, strength, and family background. For more than 2 decades, she had harbored a desire to trample Sun Qinmei underfoot, accumulating resentment over the years. The most significant conflict between them revolved around their sons, Song Yu and Song Tian, who were merely a year apart. However, Song Yunlong favored Song Yu, and no matter how hard her own son strived, he could never earn his grandfather's respect. That old man had just allowed Song Yu to command 1/3 of the Song family's power, and from that moment, Zhou Zijuan yearned to devour Sun Qinmei's family whole to assuage her bitterness. How that wretched woman treated her was of no consequence, but to bully her son, absolutely not. There had been a time when Song Yu and Song Tian contended for something, nearly leading to a physical confrontation between Zhou Zijuan and Sun Qinmei. The matter was only resolved when Song Yunlong intervened, and from that point onward, Sun Qinmei's family dared not overstep their bounds with Song Tian. After all, once the situation involved Song Tian, Zhou Zijuan became a force to be reckoned with, showing no regard even for Song Yunlong's face. Zhou Zijuan understood well that in the Song family, her son was her everything. Humph. Zhou Zijuan cast a sidelong glance at Song Minjiu, the half-brother of her husband, her lips curling in a disdainful smile. Sun Qinmei, let us see who can save you this time. Guards, keep a close watch on your young master. If he dares to leave the estate even a step, I shall take your lives. Song Yunlong's cold voice rang out. For him, the interests of the family surpassed all. Familial ties, ethics, and the well-being of daughters-in-law were entirely inconsequential. Yes, family head. 3 war god warriors responded solemnly, promptly restraining the severely injured Song Minjiu. With Song Minjiu silenced, Song Yunlong's gaze shifted to Song Mingxian, the second son of the Song family. Mingxian, father. Song Mingxian clearly sensed the gravity of the moment and stepped forward hurriedly, while a flicker of disappointment crossed Song Yunlong's eyes. For so many years, you have been neglected by your father, and you must harbor resentment. Mingxian would never dare. Song Mingxuan's voice was earnest. He recognized he could not compare to his elder brother. His father's actions were solely for the sake of the Song family. Hearing Song Mingxuan's words, Song Yunlong felt a measure of relief. I am glad you understand. From this day forth, Song Tian shall be the young master of our Song family. Without further ado, Song Yunlong made the proclamation. Additionally, Song Tian would assume control over a third of the Song family's power. Any objections may be voiced now. We dare not. As Song Yunlong's words echoed, everyone in the estate bowed in response. What a jest, given the current circumstances. Anyone with a semblance of sense understood that the first branch of the Song family was finished. The rise of the second branch was a foregone conclusion. To defy this would be akin to courting death. Moreover, should the second young master discover their disunity, they might not even know how they would meet their end. Xiaotian, do hurry and thank your grandfather. Zhou Zijuan's expression brightened as she reminded her son. Ah yes, thank you, grandfather. Upon hearing his mother's prompt, Song Tian quickly came to his senses and knelt on the ground. Xiaotian shall not disappoint grandfather's expectations. With a thud, he bowed his head to the ground with utmost sincerity. Yet, Song Yunlong remained oblivious to the resentment flickering in Song Tian's eyes. The twisted psyche forged over 2 decades made Song Tian feel increasingly like a mere substitute for Song Yu. Far from gratitude, he harbored feelings of resentment and animosity towards Song Yunlong. For, in a certain sense, the root cause of his tragic fate over the past 20 years was none other than his beloved grandfather, Song Yunlong. This man, so familiar yet so alien, was unaware that among Song Yu's younger generation, only Song Tian bore an uncanny resemblance to him, as their childhood experiences were over 90% alike. Enough, you may disperse. With a command, Song Yunlong appeared to age nearly a decade in that moment, as the events of the past few days had exhausted him. The guests in the living room began to disperse, leaving only Song Mingxuan's family behind, their expressions markedly distinct from one another. Song Mingxian felt a sense of exhilaration, ultimately managing to emerge victorious with a smile. Meanwhile, Zhou Zijuan's heart was filled with ecstatic joy, yet beneath that lay a simmering desire for vengeance. She was quite adept at kicking someone when they were down. As for Song Tian, amidst his fervor, there was a grotesque malice. He held no affection for anyone in the Song family except for his parents, who had cared for him since childhood. In fact, he would not shed a single tear if all the other members of the Song family perished. At one moment, a sinister grin crept across Song Tian's face as he mused, Father, Mother, what if we were to procure the lethal poison from the Sun family and use it against grandfather? Perhaps, after a while, I might become the head of the Song family. The audacious words from his son caused both Song Mingxian and Zhou Zijuan's pupils to constrict in alarm. They quickly scanned their surroundings, relieved to find no one eavesdropping, prompting Zhou Zijuan to release her grip on her son's mouth. Xiaotian, you have lost your mind. If your grandfather hears this, he would undoubtedly kill you. Clearly, the gravity of her son's words had terrified Zhou Zijuan. Yet, Song Tian seemed unfazed, responding with a sly smile, Am I mad? Perhaps so, but I have a feeling that if I succeed, grandfather might even be pleased. Chapter 356, Triggering the Task. Rebate capped at 180 billion renminbi. Not far from the Zhao family's villa, a powerful warrior at the pinnacle of the half-step war god realm urged Sun Qimiai to flee. While he stood his ground against numerous experts from the Zhao family, Song Yunlong, ruthless and unfeeling, Sun Qimiai, will remember this. With her son deceased and her husband imprisoned, Sun Qimiai was consumed by a desire for revenge against Song Yunlong. Despite the fact that her son did not die because of him, but rather due to the Song family. Song Yunlong, the Song family, if I, Sun Qimiai, do not obliterate the Song family, then I shall not be called Sun Qimiai. Clenching her teeth, Sun Qimiai prepared to slip away, biding her time for the day of the Song family's demise. However, fate had other plans. Remnants of the Sun family, your arrogance is truly remarkable. Just as Sun Qimiai took a step forward, a mocking voice rang out, and suddenly, over 100 figures materialized around her. The weakest among them being at the half-step war god level, with 3 of them being exceptionally powerful. These 3 were indeed war god-level warriors, one of whom was perilously close to the pinnacle of the war god realm. The strongest among them was an elderly man, of an age comparable to Sun Qimiai's father, Sun Tance. This elder was none other than Zhou Zeming, the head of the prestigious Zhou family from the imperial capital. Just an hour prior, upon learning that Song Yunlong had appointed his grandson as the young clan leader, Zhou Ziming had resolved to ambush Sun Qinmei based on the information provided by his daughter. Zhou Zijuan. The Sun family had once been their greatest rival, and with only one surviving member left, they were more than willing to act. Old fool Zhou Ziming. Sun Qinmei's beautiful face darkened to the utmost extent. Even facing Zhou Ziming alone would be a near-fatal challenge, let alone with over 100 experts from the Zhou family. Realizing the dire circumstances, Zhou Zijuan understood that Sun Qinmei would likely perish here today. You want me dead? It won't be that easy. Sun Qinmei snarled, lunging at Zhou Ziming. Yet, in response to Sun Qinmei's fervor, Zhou Ziming made no move. Instead, the hundreds of experts surrounding him all struck simultaneously, overwhelming her with a torrent of attacks. Even though Sun Qinmei was as formidable as a war god, she ultimately found herself unable to contend against such overwhelming numbers. With a sickening sound, Zhou Ziming's claw pierced her chest, extracting her heart, leaving a gaping void through which the scenery beyond could be seen. With a gasp, Sun Qinmei spewed forth a fountain of crimson blood, her consciousness disintegrating into a maelstrom of unrelenting hatred, her lifeless body collapsing onto the cold ground. In the end, it is the Zhou family that laughs last. Zhou Ziming gazed upon Sun Qinmei's cold corpse, and then, with over 100 experts, they swiftly vanished from the scene, the night returning to its silent tranquility as if nothing had transpired. Thus, the Sun family of the imperial capital had irrevocably exited the arena of aristocratic conflict. That night, it was destined for all factions in the imperial capital to remain awake. The following morning, as dawn broke, Feng Chun and the three little ones practiced Tai Chi on the villa's lawn. After days of training, they had evidently become accustomed to the routine. While Yi Xian reclined in a chair watching their practice, the fans in the live stream were in a frenzy. Wow, the adorable little fairy is live again. Indeed. Such a pity we can't see the little fairy's daddy. Judging by the voice, the little fairy's daddy must be incredibly handsome, right? If only my future husband were as charming as the little fairy's daddy. The lively discussion surged through the little fairy's live stream. And although the two little ones had only begun streaming the day before, the number of fans had already surpassed 1,000, continuing to grow at a visible pace. Reclining in the chair and watching Feng Chun and the three little ones perform Tai Chi, a smile graced Yi Xian's lips, especially captivating under the golden rays of the morning sun. This heartwarming scene brought immense joy to the delighted maids nearby, who could hardly contain their admiration. Oh no, the young master is simply too handsome and charming at this moment. Ding. Host triggers selection task. Sing a song with each daughter, a sensational showdown. Task option 1. Accept the task and receive a tenfold rebate, capped at 180 billion renminbi. Task option 2. Reject the task, resulting in a dramatic decrease in Luo Tianyi's attractiveness by half. The system's voice echoed in his ears, leaving Yi Xian momentarily stunned. The system had become increasingly shameless. Joking about his beloved woman losing half her beauty was something he absolutely could not tolerate. As Yi Xian contemplated his options, Feng Chun and the three little ones completed their Tai Chi session. Daddy, how was that? Hee, yes indeed. We will definitely perform splendidly. The three little ones chirped excitedly, their expressions imploring, Daddy, praise us. Their adorable demeanor elicited an irresistible urge to shower them with affection, especially their cherubic faces that made one want to plant a kiss upon them. Of course, Yi Xian said, indulging in the moment as he affectionately pinched the cheeks of the three little ones. Our three little treasures are the most formidable. Giggling, right? Thank you, Daddy. I knew Daddy was the best. The three little ones affectionately chimed in, and not stopping there. They proceeded to plant 3 kisses on their father's face under the watchful eyes of Luo Tianyi, Feng Chun, and the maids. After all, there were 3 little ones. However, the moment Yi Xian entered the live stream, it set the entire chat ablaze. Oh my gosh, am I dreaming? The adorable little fairy's daddy is the divine Yi Xian. No doubt about it. Oh my goodness, what have I just witnessed? The adorable little fairy is the daughter of the divine Yi Xian, triplets at that. This operation is incredible. Goodness, I always thought the voice of the little fairy's daddy sounded familiar. This revelation is mind-blowing. Wasn't that the one who generously tipped 6 million? It must be the divine Yi Xian. Wow, the divine is spoiling his daughters so much. But seriously, he's amazing, managing triplets effortlessly. I'm in love. The divine, how about leaving some quality genes for us? The chat erupted in excitement. Upon the entrance of Yi Xian into the live streaming room, the atmosphere erupted, sending shockwaves through the audience of the adorable little fairy, as her follower count, which had barely crossed 1,000, skyrocketed with astonishing rapidity, soaring to celestial heights. Goodness gracious. It is none other than the illustrious Yi Xian, the formidable idol who once commanded half of the audience at a concert. It would indeed be peculiar if they did not feel exhilarated. However, What left them utterly astounded was the revelation that their beloved idol had triplet daughters, an announcement that ignited an explosion of envy among the viewers. Chapter 357. Daddy, we made a pinky promise, so you mustn't go back on your word. The father of the adorable little fairy is none other than the esteemed Xuan. As this revelation broke, it led to an unprecedented surge in the number of followers. 3,000, 5,000, 8,000. Within a mere minute, the follower count had already surpassed 10,000, accompanied by an avalanche of generous donations. Zhou Jinwei showered the adorable little fairy with rockets X-666. The heir of the Chongqing aristocracy, Yu Yushan, gifted her an airplane X-888. AI she contributed a super rocket X-999. May 14th sent a royal cannon 1314. The deluge of donations cascaded in like mushrooms sprouting after rain, with various super rockets and royal cannons darting across the screen, filling the entire live room with an overwhelming display of gifts. Indeed, Xuan's sudden appearance as a hidden magnate was utterly unexpected. Who could have foreseen that the father of the adorable little fairy was Xuan, the legendary titan of the music industry? Daddy, we performed so wonderfully. Could you tell us the story of the wonderful Wizard of Oz? Yes, please do, Daddy. MHM. The three little ones blinked their large, expressive eyes and chirped excitedly, their sweet, innocent voices evoking an irresistible fondness. The wonderful Wizard of Oz. Upon hearing the three adorable little fairies' request, the fans in the live room were filled with curious skepticism. The title itself suggested a fairy tale. Could it be that the idol would narrate a fairy tale? Of course, I'd be delighted, Xuan said, affectionately ruffling the hair of the three little ones, his face adorned with a warm paternal smile. He had never refused his beloved daughter's requests. This scene filled the hearts of the maids with envy. The young master truly dotes on his three little mistresses beyond compare. Hooray for Daddy. Love you, Daddy. Yay, Daddy. Please start. Upon hearing that Daddy would tell them the story of the wonderful Wizard of Oz, the three little ones clapped their tiny hands and bounced with joy. A sight so adorable that it was impossible not to smile. All right, let us continue from where we left off last time. Xuan smoothly exchanged for the ultimate immersive voice card and activated it. Ever since he discovered the existence of such an item in the system store, he was determined to provide the very best for his daughters. As they ventured through the expansive meadows adorned with buttercups and vibrant daisies, seeking their way home, it proved to be far more challenging than their earlier journey. They understood that they must orient themselves towards the rising sun and walk straight east, thus embarking on their path. However, as noon approached and the sun blazed overhead, they found it difficult to discern where east lay, leading them to become lost in the vast fields. Regardless, they could only continue walking until nightfall. A voice imbued with a certain magical quality resonated, captivating not only Luo Tianyi, Feng Chun, and the maids in attendance, but also the fans in the live room who found themselves transfixed. Wow, this is undoubtedly a fairy tale, and it feels so real. Under the system's immersive voice, the audience was undeniably astonished. Yet, at that moment, they had no time for complaints, their focus entirely on Xuan's storytelling. Despite being a fairy tale, the enchanting quality of his voice compelled them to listen intently. As Xuan narrated, it felt as if they were embarking on a remarkable adventure alongside Dorothy. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. As time flowed, the tale seemed to stretch on without end. The follower count in the live room surged to unprecedented heights, 10,000, 30,000, 50,000. Unbeknownst to them, a significant amount of time had passed. At one point, the golden dawn began to shift to a pearl-scent hue. Observing the three little ones engrossed in the story, Xuan ultimately decided to pause, while the live room's follower count had surpassed 80,000. Of course, this was due to the fact that the Douxia live streaming platform had not participated in promotions. Had they done so, the count might have easily exceeded 500,000. After all, Xuan's reputation was not merely for show. All right, we shall conclude today's storytelling here. We will continue when we have more time. As Xuan halted the narrative, the three little ones returned to reality, still yearning for more. Their minds filled with visions of Dorothy's delightful experiences. They were certain they would dream sweet dreams that night. Daddy must keep his promise. We made a pinky promise. Then, the three little ones began to engage in a pinky promise with their father, declaring, 100 years without changing. The sight of the three little ones simultaneously making a pinky promise with their father was so heartwarming that even the coldest of hearts could not remain unaffected. These adorable little beings were truly a force of nature. Daddy, we made a pinky promise, so you mustn't go back on your word. After their promise, the three little ones reminded their father, their expressions causing Luo Tianyi to roll her eyes. She mused, was that fellow's story truly so exceptional? Surely, it was only marginally better than her own. Feng Chun, on the other hand, gleefully enjoyed the affectionate exchanges between her master and his three little disciples, reveling in the delightful atmosphere. At this moment, the live room's fans were anything but calm. Oh my gosh, my heavens! Yi Xian, the idol, has such a charming side. A devoted father. This is it. I feel even more enamored with the idol. What to do? Although he is already married and has a daughter over a year old, it does not deter my admiration for him. Woe is me. If my future husband could dote on me like the idol does, I would be overjoyed. Unable to sleep for 3 days and nights. Oh my, those three little treasures are incredibly adorable. I wish I could take one home for myself and shower it with love. The fans erupted in a cacophony of discussion, with each second seeing no less than 10 comments flying across the screen. Amidst the fervent chatter, Yi Xian had not forgotten his system task, as completing it would yield an astonishing return of 180 billion. This was an opportunity not to be missed. He then turned his gaze to his three daughters. Wearing a knowing smile, Luo Tianyi, observing the subtle smirk on her partner's face, felt her heart flutter. What scheme was that rascal concocting this time? Chapter 358. Yi Xian's lavish donations, ascending to the rank of Baron and Earl. A scheme? Indeed, with Luo Tianyi's understanding of her partner. She knew that whenever he donned such a smile, mischief was surely afoot, although the specifics of his plans remained shrouded in mystery. Sure enough, Yi Xian's next actions confirmed her suspicions. By the way, how is the song I taught you going? You three have been practicing quite well under my guidance. Recalling the song he had imparted to the trio, it was now the perfect opportunity to put it to use. After all, 2 songs for 180 billion was an undeniable profit. Of course we all know it. Daddy's song is incredibly delightful. Daddy, we shall sing it for you. Upon hearing their father's words, the eyes of the three little ones sparkled with joy. Grandma Xuan, could you please play the accompaniment for us? Yes, the one from Where Are We Going, Dad? Let us begin. The three little ones chattered excitedly, their innocent and adorable voices eliciting smiles from all around. All right, Aunt Shin, listening to the trio, couldn't help but smile as she connected the recording studio to the speakers on the lawn, soon finding the accompaniment for the song they were about to sing. Daddy, can you sing Twinkle Twinkle, Little Star? The sweet and cheerful voices of the three little ones resonated, catching even Luo Tianyi off guard. She wondered when these little ones had become so charming. Feng Chun and the maids were equally surprised, clearly unaware of this newfound talent. I can't. The cute voices of the little ones chimed in, as Yi Xian affectionately ruffled their hair in agreement. Shall I teach you? Yes, please. Listening to their utterly adorable banter, Luo Tianyi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, questioning if they were truly singing. If she felt this way, one could only imagine how Feng Chun and the fans in the live stream felt, joyfully witnessing Yi Xian showering love upon the three little ones, all while the enchanting melody of their song filled the air. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Yi Xian gazed fondly at his three little darlings, his voice imbued with paternal affection. You're a bit off-key. The trio giggled, their heartwarming voices capturing the hearts of countless fans in the live stream, creating a joyful and buoyant atmosphere. There is someone very cool at my home, with 3 heads and 6 arms, invulnerable to blades and bullets. His hands are a bit rough, but he taught me to walk. Feng Chen exclaimed. These little sisters are simply adorable. Undoubtedly, the song from Where Are We Going, Dad? Completely captivated Feng Chen. Luo Tianyi's eyes widened as she fixed her gaze on someone, thinking how bold it was for him to flaunt his affection so openly with the three little ones. Did he not fear being met with ire? 66,666. My idol is amazing. Wow, these 3 adorable treasures are incredible. What should I do? I've been utterly enchanted by these little fairies. Idol, I love you like a mouse loves rice. Oh my goodness, my idol is so loving and doting. Why must such a wonderful husband belong to someone else? I've decided that if I cannot find a man like you in this life, I shall remain unmarried. Idol, I wish to forsake my title and honor as a princess to elope with you. Please, take me away. The live stream was inundated with comments, a flurry of excitement erupting as viewers bombarded the screen with praise, and the rewards began to flood in. Yi Xian observed the scene, a smile gracing his lips as he watched the 3 little ones perform with all their might. My princess rewards the little fairy with a dreamy starry sky x 100. My princess rewards the little fairy with a dreamy starry sky x 100. Without a doubt, Yi Xian once again demonstrated his affection for the trio, sending waves of dreamy starry skies into the live stream, each wave amounting to a generous 1,000 dreamy starry skies. Indeed, the astonishing sight left everyone in the live stream in awe. The fans were initially taken aback, and as they turned to see Yi Xian casually playing with his phone, a collective gasp arose. Goodness gracious, the doting father is at it again. This time, the scale of his generosity was unprecedented. 1,000 dreamy starry skies. equating to a staggering 10 million renminbi, a truly extravagant display. With 9 years of compulsory education, they never anticipated their idol to stand out so remarkably, leaving them in disbelief. What a lavish gesture! The sheer magnitude of his generosity dazzled them. Even the wealthiest among them could not fathom such extravagance. Congratulations to the netizen My Princess for becoming the Duke Guardian of the Little Fairies live stream. Amidst the fans' astonishment, a bright red notification appeared on the screen, capturing everyone's attention. A Duke. Indeed, once total donations exceeded 10 million, one would attain the Duke title, and with Yi Xian's cumulative donations reaching 6 million, he was undoubtedly qualified. The ranking for donations in the Do Sha live stream included Emperor, Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron, with each title requiring progressively higher donations. In the history of Do Sha, there had been only a handful of dukes, and fewer than 5 had attained the Duke title, with Yi Xian now among them. He became the 4th Duke of Do Sha live stream. At that moment, the fans could no longer contain their excitement. How could they remain calm when the 4th Duke of Do Sha had appeared? The maids, witnessing the flood of notifications on their phones, were left in shock, their eyes wide as they turned to their young master. My goodness, has he lost his mind? Chapter 359, The Tale of Time, enraptured by the scene. Has the young master gone mad? This was the first thought that crossed the minds of the maids, who had already witnessed a donation of 6 million, followed by this astonishing display of 10 million. The total donations had reached an astounding 6 million renminbi. This amount could easily purchase a lovely villa in the heart of Tianhai City, though they could hardly fathom the world of the wealthy. The young master's actions left them utterly bewildered, as if he treated money as mere playthings. Luo Tinyi, casting a glance at the donations, looked at someone with a hint of bitterness. This fellow, even with his affection for his daughter, surely could not go about it this way. Over 10 million. A sum that could easily be dismissed as wasteful. Even with a 50-50 split, their daughter would only receive half of it. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. At a certain moment, the song ended, and the number of fans in the live stream skyrocketed past 300,000, continuing to climb at a remarkable pace. Witnessing this, Yi Xian smiled, knowing this moment unfolded just as he had anticipated. The song would surely become a sensation on Do Sha, and once it gained prominence in the Tianlai music scene, he would have completed half of his task. Next, it would be his turn to shine. After finishing their song, the 3 little ones erupted in delightful giggles, scampering over to their father with tiny, eager steps. Daddy, did we sing well? They chimed in unison. Yes, indeed. Their exuberance was palpable. The trio had truly mastered the art of charmingly pleading and being adorable. Of course you did, Yi Xian replied, affectionately pinching each of their little noses. Our treasures are the most remarkable. Really? Hee, Daddy is the best. They squealed in delight. Upon hearing their father's words, their faces blossomed into radiant smiles, revealing their immense joy in that moment. Daddy, you sing wonderfully too. Can you sing us a song? The 3 little cherubs gazed up at their seemingly omnipotent father with adoring eyes, their anticipation palpable. Upon hearing their request, even the maids became solemn, their eyes sparkling with excitement. The fans in the live stream perked up at the mention of the adorable trio. A chance to hear their idol sing was an opportunity not to be missed. Oh, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback by their request. These little ones truly were his soft spot. Just as he pondered how to complete his task, they provided him with an unexpected boost. Is that appropriate? He inquired modestly, considering the need to maintain some semblance of dignity. Oh, come on. Just one, they urged. Yes, Daddy, you're the best. Please sing for us. Listening to their pleas, the 3 little ones quickly resorted to their well-practiced skills of cuteness, having employed them many times before with ease. Their expressions were such that even the most stoic individual would find it impossible to remain indifferent. Feng Chun watched the scene unfold, his lips twitching, and his eyelids fluttering uncontrollably. The charm of these 3 little sisters was undeniably potent. He found himself utterly defenseless against it. Cough, cough, fine, he relented, unable to withstand their adorableness any longer. Aunt Shun, please play the accompaniment for the story of time. Certainly, young master. Aunt Shun smiled and nodded, promptly beginning to operate the equipment. As the melodious tune resonated throughout every corner of the villa's lawn, spring blooms, autumn winds, and winter sunsets, the melancholy of my youthful years, once naively contemplated. The windmill spins in the cyclical song of the seasons, flowing daily. His slightly melancholic yet captivating voice seemed to possess a certain enchantment, evoking nostalgia in everyone present. As the lyrics unfolded, vivid images materialized in their minds, especially enhanced by the immersive atmosphere of the moment, creating an indescribably exquisite feeling. It was as if they were witnessing the blooming flowers of spring, the gentle autumn breeze, the setting sun of winter, and their own wistful youth. as memories replayed before them like a film, breaking free from the confines of time, flooding their minds in an instant. Laughter, sorrow, excitement, heartache, reunion, and parting. All these emotions intertwined within, as if everything had just occurred yesterday. Every detail so vividly clear. The three little ones widened their beautiful eyes, sparkling with admiration and adoration. Although they did not fully grasp the meaning behind their father's song, they were undeniably captivated by his enchanting voice. This guy? Luo Tinyi was momentarily stunned upon hearing her man's performance, clearly surprised by his unexpected musical talent. The live stream chat erupted in a frenzy, akin to a flurry of snowflakes, as the number of fans surged dramatically. 300,000, 350,000, 380,000. Before they knew it, the fan count, which had previously lingered just outside the top 10, skyrocketed at an astonishing pace, climbing to the 8th, 7th, and 6th ranks. The flowing water carries away the story of time, transforming a person. In that sentimental and longing youth, faded photographs, old letters, and worn-out Christmas cards, time slips away, indifferent to our feelings. Each listener was swept up in reminiscence, recalling unforgettable moments from their youth. Unbeknownst to them, many in the livestream audience felt their eyes misting with emotion as the poignant memories flooded back, as vivid and intense as the day they were created. Strangely, amidst this emotional tide, the livestream chat was eerily silent, with no donations appearing. Clearly, everyone was captivated by the almost mesmerizing quality of the music, resonating deeply within their hearts. Lost in the River of Time's story. Chapter 360, Your Little Easy is on fire again. As time flew by and youth faded, Yi Xian's rendition of the story of time touched the hearts of everyone present. The most evident change was in the livestream fan count. 500,000, 550,000, 600,000. In no time, the fan count exceeded 1 million, a rare achievement on the Douxia livestream platform. 1 million fans signifies a monumental milestone, considering the platform typically boasts only 10 million active users, despite having over 200 million registered accounts. Not everyone has the time to engage. As the fan count surpassed 1 million at Tianhai University, in the dormitory, the excitement was palpable. Wow, the Douxia livestream has broken 1 million fans. Impressive, my boss. The active viewership indicated that 1 in 10 was tuning in to watch the boss. No, rather, the three little nieces. Xiao Ming and his friends marveled at the situation, unaware that the current million fans were merely the result of organic growth, without any promotional push from Douxia. If the platform were to recommend their channel, the fan count could easily multiply by 5 or 6 times without issue. Damn, 2 extravagant donations totaling 16 million. Unbelievable, Lu Tong remarked, gazing at the top of the donation leaderboard, feeling utterly astounded. Indeed, the title of the 4th marquee on the Douxia livestream platform was enough to instill fear. Their boss was deeply entrenched in being a doting father, with no room for retreat. Xiao Ming and Feng Zishan echoed this sentiment, acknowledging the sheer audacity of their boss's actions. Amidst the lively discussions, the livestream featuring the adorable little fairies came to a close. Wow, Daddy, you're amazing. Yes, yes. Yes, that was fantastic. The trio chirped excitedly, while Yi Xian listened, his heart swelling with joy. Young master, madam, it's time for dinner. Aunt Shen interjected with a smile, watching the affectionate display between the young master and his three little ones, a grin tugging at her lips, as they gathered for dinner. There was also activity on the Tianlai music front. After all, Su Yatong, aware that Yi Xian was now the owner of Tianlai Music, wasted no time in promoting 2 songs across the internet, with the response proving to be nothing short of spectacular. 5 minutes later, the story of time, 1,000, 000 views, 200, 000 comments, 700, 000 downloads. Where did Dad go? With an astonishing 900, 000 views, 200, 000 comments, and 650, 000 downloads. Indeed, within a mere 5 minutes, both songs surpassed the remarkable milestone of 500, 000 downloads. Even though Yi Xian has long since stepped back from the limelight, his popularity appears undiminished. 10 minutes, a quarter of an hour, 2/4 of an hour. As time ticked by, the 2 songs simultaneously erupted in popularity online. 6,666. My idol is incredible. Tisk tisk. The doting father Yi Xian has claimed the 4th Duke's throne on Douxia Live with an extravagant reward of 16.6 million. Congratulations to Yi Xian for ascending to the 4th Duke's seat on Douxia. Oh my, if only Yi Xian were my man. I would undoubtedly be the happiest woman in the world. Idol, please stop singing and just have many little monkeys with me, no strings attached. I await an audience with His Grace the 4th Duke. The excited chatter surged online, particularly after Yi Xian's lavish 10 million donation, leaving fans across the internet utterly astonished. For that sum is simply monumental. Soon, the commotion spread throughout the Azure View community. In the community garden of Azure View. Hey, have you heard? That lad from the Yi family is back in the spotlight. Aunt Wong from next door excitedly chattered, her demeanor suggesting that it was she, not Yi Xian, who was trending online. What happened, Aunt Wong? What has that young man done this time? Unsurprisingly, several sisters quickly gathered around. For ever since Yi Xian's extravagant rose petal rain celebration a while back, everyone in Azure View has become familiar with his name. After all, Yi Xian's fame has been nothing short of sensational. Not only the adults, but countless children are also aware that Tianhai has produced a superstar, Yi Xian, who orchestrated that grand wedding. Hey, take a look for yourselves. Aunt Wong, having successfully captured everyone's attention, began to play the video she had prepared, saying, "Just watch for yourselves." The crowd turned their eyes toward the screen, and upon learning the details, everyone became agitated. Gasp, this is a cumulative reward of 16.6 million renminbi on Dousha Live. My heavens, over 16 million, how much is that? It was simply unfathomable. Our entire house is worth just over 1 million. And 16 million could nearly buy 16 houses. Oh my, that lad from the Yi family has released a new song. But those adorable triplets from the Yi family are just too clever and too cute. Hey, look, here comes old Yi and Yi Saw. Let us go ask them. With a commotion, a dozen or more people rushed toward Yi Pengfei and Chun Zioan, who were returning from grocery shopping, surrounding them tightly. Yi Pengfei and his wife were utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Initially, they thought they were being robbed, but upon closer inspection, they realized it was just their neighbors, and they sighed in relief, realizing their overreaction. Sister Wong, what's going on? Chun Zioan asked, eyeing their neighbor, Aunt Wong, with suspicion, clearly unaware of the events transpiring. You saw, you don't know yet. Aunt Wong exclaimed, her eyes wide as she swallowed hard. Your little Yi is back in the limelight. Old Yi, Yi saw, your triplet granddaughter has gone live, and your little Yi directly rewarded her 16.6 million. He is now a duke on Dousha Live. Aunt Wong chattered excitedly, and the surrounding residents chimed in, recounting how 2 songs dominated all major music charts. And the trio of adorable little fairies in the live stream surpassed 1 million fans, among other details. Every piece of news from the recent live broadcast exploded in Yi Pengfei and Chun Zioan's minds like cannonballs. What on earth? Their son seems to have hit it big. And 16.6 million in rewards. Wasn't it supposed to be 6 million? Did that little rascal really squander 10 million on his 3 granddaughters? At this thought, the couple's mouths twitched, and their eyelids began to twitch violently. If that prodigal son were here, they would surely beat him until he no longer resembled himself. That boy is simply too wasteful. Chapter 361. A tenfold rebate, gaining 180 billion in wealth. 16.6 million in rewards. This news struck Yi Pengfei and his wife like a thunderclap in their minds. Forget about 16.6 million. They had never seen even the previous 6 million in their lifetime. Although they were aware that their son was quite wealthy now, such extravagant spending was unheard of. Old Yi, Yi Saw, you are truly blessed. Indeed, having such an impressive son, I envy you. Who wouldn't he? If my brat had even half the talent of your son, I would die content. A son should be like old Yi's. There's no doubt about it. Tisk tisk. Listening to the envy and chatter of the surrounding residents, Yi Pengfei and Chun Zioan exchanged glances and smiled, their hearts bleeding. Their son must have gone mad. After all, that is a significant sum of money. However, what the old couple didn't know was just how much their son had gained from this live broadcast. If they were to learn that he had amassed a staggering 180 billion, one could only imagine their reaction. A little while later, Yi Pengfei and Chun Zioan left the community garden, and there was not a hint of reproach left on Chun Zioan's face. That rascal. Though he spent a bit much, I must admit he has brought me quite the pride. Chun Zioan chuckled, her demeanor now one of delight and arrogance. Entirely different from her earlier appearance in the garden. Yi Pengfei wore a beaming smile as well, but rolled his eyes at Chun Zioan, then boasted, of course. Just look at whose son he is. The couple ambled home, their pride unabashed. Why hide it? Not only did they want to conceal it, but Yi Pengfei and his wife practically wished the entire world to know that their son had lavishly rewarded his triplet granddaughter's 16.6 million renminbi. And they'd challenge anyone to match that. Filled with uncontainable joy, not only their family, but also the Chen family, their in-laws, were equally astounded by Yi Xian's remarkable generosity. Amidst the fervent discussions, Yi Xian received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of singing a song each with your daughter and going viral on Dousha Tianlai, achieving a tenfold rebate. Capped at 18 billion renminbi. Soon after breakfast, a voice echoed in Yi Xian's ears. Upon hearing the system's announcement, a slight smile crept across his lips. The 18 billion rebate cap, while somewhat unscrupulous, was indeed becoming increasingly generous. 18 billion, Yi Xian murmured, pondering how to spend such a colossal sum. After all, only by spending 18 billion would he unlock the tenfold rebate and acquire 180 billion in wealth. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xian decided to focus on the system's marketplace, as it was undoubtedly the quickest way to expend wealth. Spending 18 billion was merely a trifle. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian summoned the system's marketplace without hesitation, swiftly browsing through its vast offerings. Even after a year of possessing the system, he had yet to exhaust the inventory, highlighting the abundance within the system's database. Reclining on a sunbed beside the pool, three little ones enthusiastically sipped their juice, their faces radiating joy. Meanwhile, Feng Chan immersed himself in the essence of Tai Chi given by his master, while Luo Tinyi gazed dreamily at someone, occasionally breaking into a carefree smile. Time passed in serene beauty. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. After approximately 10 minutes, Yi Xian stumbled upon a product that required exactly 18 billion for redemption. This item was none other than the most opulent private hospital in Tianhai, valued at a staggering 38 billion. It was easy to imagine the lavishness of a hospital priced at such a value. For an ordinary family, a single hospital stay would be a lifelong burden. To put it in perspective, excluding other medical expenses and service fees, merely staying a day at Jiehe Hospital would cost 10,000, akin to daylight robbery. As for VIP wards, they were entirely unavailable to the public, with their market value starting at a minimum of 100,000 per day, and even then, they were rarely accessible. Nonetheless, Jiehe Hospital remained perpetually crowded, and the reason was simple. It housed some of the top-tier medical experts in the empire. Certain complex cases from imperial hospitals would even seek remote consultations with Jiehe Hospital. It could be said that even the most ordinary doctors at Jiehe Hospital were the creme de la creme, with nurses and even cleaning staff of the same caliber. The hospital maintained an immaculate environment, a level of rigor that even imperial hospitals could not match. The identity of Jiehe Hospital's mysterious owner remained unknown. Some speculated it was a reclusive magnate, while others believed it was a prominent family from the imperial capital. Speculations ran rampant online, but the true identity of the owner remained a mystery, except for one person who knew: Qi Minyao, the hospital's director and an internationally renowned heart transplant specialist. Now nearing 60, Qi Minyao still possessed a robust physique, striding with vigor akin to someone in their 40s or 50s. Amused by the exorbitant price tag of the hospital in the system marketplace, Yi Xian felt a flicker of interest. With Luo Tinyi on the verge of giving birth, what better gift than this hospital? A smile curved upon his lips as he resolved to redeem Jiehe Hospital. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming 100 shares of Jiehe Hospital, consuming 18 billion renminbi. The system's voice rang out, maintaining its usual efficiency. Shortly thereafter, Yi Xian's item inventory updated to include a contract. Indeed, the 100 shares of Jiehe Hospital. Moreover, this contract could be utilized in various forms, both electronic and paper, showcasing the system's thoughtful design. Just as Yi Xian began to revel in his acquisition, the system's voice echoed in his ears once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 18 billion renminbi, receiving a tenfold rebate, thus acquiring 180 billion renminbi. What a windfall! Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yi Xian's smile broadened. As 180 billion wealth had been credited to his account, this operation was undeniably exhilarating. 180 billion. Listening to the swift notification of the system, Yi Xian's spirits soared. It was evident that such a sum would take an ordinary family several lifetimes to amass. Yet, he had merely sung a song in a live stream with his daughter to earn this reward. Without comparison, there was no pain. In this moment, Yi Xian acknowledged that while the system might be shameless, it was indeed rather generous. With a satisfied grin, he accessed his attribute panel. Host: Yi Xian. Age: 21 years. Physique: 61. Normal person: 10. Charm: max. Skills: ultimate musical ability, ultimate fatherhood ability, ultimate massage ability, ultimate martial arts ability, ultimate culinary ability, ultimate driving ability, ultimate calligraphy ability, ultimate medical ability, ultimate beast mastery ability, ultimate killing god ability, ultimate instrument mastery ability, ultimate gaming ability, ultimate lightning control ability, ultimate chess mastery ability, ultimate treasure appraisal ability. Items: refreshing watermelon juice, X3, soundproof card, X2, endurance capsules, X4, gold needles set, X1, recovery potion, X50 drops, black hanger MasterCard, X2, Dusha live streaming platform 100 shares. Jiehe Hospital 100 shares. Wealth, 752. 309 billion. Gazing at the attribute panel showcasing over 750 billion in wealth, Yi Xian felt a deep sense of contentment. Such wealth, even in the imperial capital, could only be held by top-tier aristocratic families, akin to the Sun or Zhou clans, and this was merely the total asset value. The liquid assets available would likely surpass what even the 4 great families of the imperial capital could produce. At this moment, one could argue that Yi Xian was among the wealthiest individuals within the borders of China. Most importantly, the system's tasks continued unabated, following this trajectory. It was likely that within 2 or 3 more instances, Yi Xian's wealth would soar past the trillion mark. As the day swiftly passed, nightfall quietly descended. After dinner, the sound of water splashing emerged, and Yi Xian's lips curled into a smile as he produced a contract from his hand. This was the contract for the Jiehe Hospital 100 shares he had redeemed earlier. However, this contract bore particular significance. The other party had already signed, while Yi Xian had not. This was because he intended to gift Jiehe Hospital to Luo Tinyi rather than include it in his own name. Just then, the bathroom door swung open, and Luo Tinyi stepped into the room. Upon seeing his beloved wife, Yi Xian's lips curved slightly. "Darling, I have a gift for you. Go check it out on the table, but don't be too moved." With that, Yi Xian headed into the bathroom to wash up. Luo Tinyi, hearing the sound of water from the bathroom, paused in surprise. A gift? And not to be moved? Clearly, Yi Xian's words piqued her curiosity. What could the gift be that was so mysteriously presented? Murmuring to herself, she approached the table, her beautiful eyes falling upon the contract bearing the words Jiehe Hospital shares. After a quick glance, her eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the contract in her hands. Not blinking even once. This was 100 shares of Jiehe Hospital, and it was unsigned. Could it be that this was the gift from that guy? As this realization dawned, Luo Tinyi's mind erupted with excitement. Her brain's 12 trillion cells momentarily rendered speechless. Jiehe Hospital. No way could it be real. Although the contract lay before her, Luo Tinyi remained incredulous. It was well known that Jiehe Hospital was a prestigious establishment in the country, even ranked among the top 3 hospitals within Huaxia. With a market value of a staggering 38 billion, how could it possibly be gifted to her? One must admit, Luo Tinyi was utterly astonished by her husband's audacity. 38 billion, a present meant for her. This gift was extraordinarily lavish. Even as his wife, she couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotion and sweetness. Was this a jest? Any woman receiving such a grand token of affection from her beloved would surely be unable to remain composed. It was simply unbelievable. Luo Tinyi mused to herself, pondering just how wealthy her partner truly was to acquire Jiehe Hospital. Little did she know that for her husband, owning a mere hospital was hardly a feat. If she were to learn of his astounding wealth amounting to an astronomical 750 billion, she could only imagine her reaction. Jiehe Hospital? As she glanced at the contract, her eyes frequently darted toward the bathroom. Might this be the place her husband had prepared for her childbirth? The very act of gifting her Jiehe Hospital spoke volumes. Yet, even so, did he truly need to purchase the entire hospital for her? At that moment, the bathroom door swung open, and Yi Xian entered the room, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he observed the touched expression on Luo Tinyi's delicate face. "So, do you like it?" he inquired. Hearing the voice of her beloved, Luo Tinyi pursed her lips. "Do you realize what Jiehe Hospital signifies?" Looking at her husband, an intense wave of sweetness and happiness enveloped her, as if she were wrapped in honeyed bliss. In that instant, she felt her love for him deepen further. "Fool." Yi Xian affectionately ruffled his wife's hair. "I told you before, I will provide you with nothing but the best, even the stars in the sky. Husband, I love you. I love you so much, so very much," Luo Tinyi declared, leaning into his embrace, her heartfelt confession igniting the atmosphere within the room with romantic fervor. Meanwhile, at the Luo family villa, in the study, Luo Mingtian, who was on a call with the vice president of Jiehe Hospital, was struck dumb upon receiving the shocking news. "What did you say?" he exclaimed, spitting out his tea in disbelief. "All right, I understand. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone." After hanging up, he staggered back into his chair, his astonishment utterly unmasked, leaving Su Dongmei in a state of shock. To be sure, the couple had been thriving lately, especially since they had an extraordinary son-in-law. "Lao Luo, what's the matter?" Su Dongmei inquired, her curiosity piqued by Luo Mingtian's bewilderment. After a brief moment of contemplation, he exhaled deeply, his gaze settling on her. "Dongmei, you may find it hard to believe, but that 38 billion Jiehe Hospital has been purchased by Yi Xian, our son-in-law, and it hasn't even been registered under his name. It's likely a gift for Tianyi." Boom. At Luo Mingtian's words, Su Dongmei's mind erupted in disbelief. She sprang from her seat, exclaiming, "What did you say? Yi Xian bought Jiehe Hospital as a gift for our daughter. Are you sure this is real and not a dream?" Chapter 363, The Slap of Fate. The heir of the Zhou family in the capital, a dangerous foreshadowing. Are you sure this is real and not a dream? Su Dongmei stared at Luo Mingtian, fully aware of what Jiehe Hospital represented. Although it was merely a hospital, its market value alone rivaled a significant portion of the Luo group at its peak. Moreover, the medical industry was known for its enormous profits, establishing connections with the elite and wealthy. Understanding the gravity of Jiehe Hospital's significance, Su Dongmei was left astounded that her son-in-law could acquire it. Initially, they thought they had overestimated him, but it turned out they had woefully underestimated his capabilities. That night, Luo Mingtian and Su Dongmei were destined for sleeplessness. Time flew, and on the day when the due date was merely a week away, Yi Xian drove the extended supercar, taking Luo Tinyi to Jiehe Hospital. Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi. Everything is prepared, said Qi Mingxiu, the hospital director, with a slight bow. Although Jiehe Hospital now belonged to Luo Tinyi, he understood that in reality, Yi Xian remained the true owner, a fact that would not change with the contract transfer. After all, to acquire Jiehe Hospital from the board required far more connections and influence than he had anticipated. Yi Xian acknowledged. Carefully assisting Luo Tinyi as the director personally guided them to the hospital's superior maternity ward. Though labeled a maternity ward, it bore no distinction from a presidential suite. Get out of my way, bastard. Why can that kid go in while I cannot? A youth clad in luxury brands surged through the crowd, shouting angrily at Director Qi Mingxiu, threatening, if you don't give Zhou Zilong of the Zhou family in the capital some face, I'll have Jiehe Hospital demolished tomorrow. Kid, stop right there. If you dare enter this maternity ward, you will regret it. Smack. Before Zhou Zilong could finish his threat, Yi Xian swiftly slapped him away. The impact shattered his arm, and his face was crushed. Had it not been a public setting, Zhou Zilong would have met his demise. As for the Zhou family, Yi Xian held them in utter disregard. Not even the patriarch of the four great families of the capital, Qi Ji, could stand against him. Master. The two bodyguards accompanying Zhou Zilong were paralyzed with fear. Immediately, the two half-step warriors launched a coordinated attack, intending to apprehend Yi Xian on the spot and take him back to the capital for their master's judgment. They feared that returning empty-handed would lead to their own demise. Furthermore, the Zhou family had recently annihilated the last remnants of the Sun family, and they were poised to challenge the four great families of the capital. If news of this incident spread, the Zhou family would become a laughingstock among the various factions, jeopardizing their ambitions. They could not afford such consequences, so they had no choice but to cripple Yi Xian and bring him back. You've got guts. Without further ado, the two bodyguards sprang into action against Yi Xian. However, before they could even approach, two dull thuds resounded, followed by the appearance of a figure not far from Yi Xian. Daring to act recklessly at Jiehe Hospital? You must be seeking death. Drag them out. The figure was a member of Tianquan Security, the Hornet. After learning of Yi Xian's takeover of Jiehe Hospital, Wang Taizu had dispatched the Hornet to the hospital. While the Hornet was not at the God of War level, he was at the pinnacle of the half-step God of War realm, just a hair's breadth away from that level. Handling two half-step warriors from the Zhou family was an effortless task. Subsequently, Tianquan Security swiftly and decisively dragged Zhou Zilong and his companions out, leaving the scene with remarkable efficiency. Even Director Qi Mingxiu was momentarily stunned, since Tianquan Security took over. The hospital had encountered far fewer troubles. All right, everyone disperse. Qi Mingxiu addressed the surrounding doctors and patients, while on the other side, Zhou Zilong was forcefully expelled from the hospital by the Tianquan Hummingbird. Kid, mind yourself. The Hummingbird dismissed Zhou Zilong, threatening, if I see you causing trouble again, regardless of who you are, I'll annihilate you. Zhou Zilong had not finished his retort when he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The force of the slap had been overwhelmingly brutal, shattering his facial bones and breaking 3 ribs, leaving his internal organs severely damaged. To his astonishment, as a top-tier expert, he had been dispatched in a single blow by that brash young man. Young master, that kid is no ordinary foe. Indeed, he may well be affiliated with the security personnel. The two subordinates from the Zhou family desperately attempted to absolve themselves of responsibility, emphasizing that it was not due to their lack of protection, but rather the opponent's formidable strength. Rest assured, Zhou Zilong, not lacking in intelligence, understood their implication and reassured them, I won't allow my father to punish you. Really, thank you, young master. The two Zhou family experts, seeing his reaction, hurriedly bowed in gratitude, secretly vowing to repay Zhou Zilong for his kindness in the future. However, Zhou Zilong cast a disdainful glance at the Jiehe Hospital, deeming it an eyesore. If I don't obliterate this hospital along with that insufferable brat, I shall no longer be called Zhou Zilong. He then dialed his grandfather, Zhou Ziming, embellishing the account of his humiliation. Upon hearing that his grandson had been assaulted, Zhou Ziming wasted no time in ordering retribution, hoping to seize the opportunity to enhance the Zhou family's reputation. The Jiehe Hospital was rumored to be a lucrative target. Acquiring it would be even more splendid. Little did Zhou Zeming realize that this very thought would lead the Zhou family down a path of no return towards destruction. Unbeknownst to him, the folly and imprudence of his decision would soon become painfully clear, but that was a matter for later. At this moment, Zhou Zeming was entirely unaware of the implications of the Tianquan security, and the Jiehe Hospital stirred a tempest of fury within him. Who was Zhou Zilong? As the legitimate son of the Zhou family, he had never endured such indignity. A mere upstart from Tianhai presumed to defy him. That brat must die. Although he did not know the identity of the assailant, it mattered little. Shortly after Zhou Zilong made his call, the Zhou estate in the capital erupted into chaos. What? You were attacked at Jiehe Hospital, and the Zhou family in the capital cannot protect you. Zhou Ziming's countenance darkened. This is unacceptable. My grandson, a fool who rushes into danger despite knowing he is outmatched. Come forth. At his command, a powerful figure appeared in the room. This man exuded an aura of strength. A warrior of the battlefield, one of the few combatants in the Zhou family, known as Qin Tong. Master, how may I assist you? Upon entering, Qin Tong bowed respectfully, aware that the head of the family would not call upon him unless the situation was dire. Qin Tong, take a group to Tianhai's Jiehe Hospital. Your young master has been assaulted by an arrogant brat. Remember, no matter who that person is, they must be made to suffer a fate worse than death. Otherwise, how can our Zhou family aspire to be among the four great families? Zhou Zeming's eyes blazed with a murderous intent. There was no room for negligence. Anyone who obstructed the Zhou family's ambitions would be met with ruthless retribution. Understood, master. Qin Tong's expression turned grave. Although the task seemed straightforward, it bore significant implications for the family's aspirations. Also, bring plenty of men. That little brat mentioned a connection to Tianhai's Tianquan security. Oh, upon hearing this, Qin Tong's eyes gleamed. Master, Tianquan security currently wields considerable influence in the capital, and their growth has been impressive. If we could acquire them, the Zhou family would undoubtedly expedite our rise among the four great families. Indeed, Zhou Ziming chuckled. That is precisely why I am sending you. Neutralizing Jiehe Hospital is secondary. The primary objective is to incorporate Tianquan security into our ranks. Go forth. Zhou Ziming waved his hand, confident in Qin Tong's abilities. Having been his trusted aide for over 20 years. Understood, master. I will await good news. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Qin Tong was determined. Zhou Ziming had once saved his life and recognized his potential, making him the most unlikely to betray the family. However, instead of setting off immediately for Tianhai, Qin Tong began gathering intelligence on Tianquan security and preparing the Zhou family's elite fighters. It was clear that Tianquan security had established itself in the capital, and their strength could not be underestimated. Thus, Qin Tong intended to achieve decisive victory in one fell swoop. Zhou Zilong, having received his grandfather's orders, chose to remain in Tianhai, anticipating the drama that would unfold. He settled in a villa near Jiehe Hospital, eager to witness the spectacle, especially since Uncle Qin would be personally involved. He was eager to see how that young man would meet his demise. For a brief moment, the Zhou family returned to a semblance of tranquility, but this calm was clearly temporary. Time passed swiftly, and the due date for Luo Tinyi's delivery grew ever closer. On this fateful day, a thunderous rumble filled the air. Above Jiehe Hospital, the sky, previously clear and bright, suddenly darkened as ominous clouds gathered, accompanied by resounding thunder. Lightning flashed and thunder roared across the heavens. In the midst of this, two little souls began their arrival, and Luo Tinyi was rushed into the operating room. Yi Xian's heart raced. This was his first experience of such magnitude, particularly since he had been unaware of the previous three little ones. The mix of anxiety, anticipation, and tension was palpable. Just then, Yi Xian's phone rang. Seeing it was Wang Taizu, he furrowed his brow but answered nonetheless. Hello, Yi Xiao, there's trouble. Wang Taizu's urgent voice crackled through the line. Luo Tian just received intel that the Zhou family seems poised to strike against you, with intentions to swallow up Tianquan security. Huh. Yi Xian paused, taken aback. He believed he had no grievances with the Zhou family. However, a thought struck him. He had indeed encountered a young man named Zhou Zilong, who claimed to be the legitimate son of the Zhou family. Yet, with his daughter and two little ones in the operating room, he instructed, you handle this matter. However, let it be known that no one is to disturb Jiehe Hospital. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on it will be met with lethal force. If the Zhou family proves to be unreasonable, then let them vanish. Understood, Yi Xiao? Wang Taizu recognized that Yi Madam was currently in surgery and understood the gravity of the situation. The Zhou family had unwittingly placed themselves in the crosshairs. Very well. Wang Taizu's eyes narrowed. Tianquan security had already had conflicts with some of the Zhou family's interests. If the Zhou family truly proved to be obstinate, then annihilation would be the only recourse. Subsequently, Wang Taizu issued a command, summoning numerous elite fighters from Tianquan security to converge around Jie Hospital, ensuring that not even a single fly could infiltrate their perimeter. At the same time, Yi Xian relayed this information to his personal guards, prompting the elite of the Mingwang Hall to spring into action. Meanwhile, the Zhou family remained blissfully unaware of the formidable entity they had provoked, and it was ill-advised for them to strike at this moment. Not far from Jiehe Hospital, in an unfinished building, Zhou Zilong was flanked by more than a dozen individuals, all of whom were formidable members of the Zhou family. This night would herald their rise to prominence. Should they succeed in overpowering Tianquan security, the Zhou family would ascend to join the ranks of the four illustrious families of the imperial capital, a mere step away. What is Qin Shu waiting for? Why isn't he taking action? Zhou Zilong furrowed his brow. He had awaited this day for far too long. Tonight, he would make it abundantly clear to that brat that even in Tianhai, Zhou Zilong was a figure to be reckoned with, while that boy was merely an insignificant insect in his eyes. On the other side, deep within the forest behind Jiehe Hospital, a voice commanded, "Relay my orders. Capture that fellow named Yi Xian and depart immediately, without engaging in prolonged combat with Tianquan security." "Yes, Lord Qin," the group responded earnestly. After all, should this endeavor succeed, they would all be recognized as heroes of the Zhou family, and the rewards would undoubtedly exceed their wildest dreams. As Qin Shu's voice began to fade, a chilling tone interrupted. The Zhou family in the imperial capital truly possesses audacity, daring to lay hands on young Master Yi. What boldness! A figure emerged into view. It was none other than Wang Taizu, radiating an aura that suggested he was at the pinnacle of the war god realm. Upon seeing him, Qin Shu's pupils constricted sharply. Was he not the master of Tianquan security? No, it couldn't be. Young Master Yi, could it be that Tianquan security belongs to that individual? With this unsettling thought, a wave of foreboding surged within Qin Shu. The fact that Wang Taizu had personally intervened spoke volumes, and the realization that Wang Taizu's strength was on par with his own left him feeling ensnared. Not good. Retreat quickly. However, upon hearing Qin Shu's words, a smirk played at the corners of Wang Taizu's mouth. Retreat? Do you truly believe you can escape?